Worship. The statue's hands are clasped in prayer. Worship the emperor. Statues stand guard before the grand staircase. Blessings of the earth and praises of the heavens. The city stands in reverence. Gather the blessing and praise. Roar. Worship the emperor. So worship. Crack. A gauntlet, slick with fresh blood, hangs open. Splintered armor and dark stains litter the air. Bloodied spearheads glint in the light. A warhorse, its barding rent and torn, stands amidst the carnage. This elite group is exclusively drafted by the emperor himself. The Special Task Force, or Special Forces for short, stands ready. There is only one reason for their existence. A knight, drenched in gore, stands defiant. To protect the mighty Emperor Leon Kvalin. That is the reason why the Special Forces exist. The aftermath of battle paints a grim picture. The clash of steel echoes through the ravaged halls. That's bullshit, he thinks, standing before the burning city. This is a figure, consumed by rage, vows to kill the emperor. The text declares Yin as the commander of the Special Forces. A cacophony of voices rises amidst the chaos, some screaming for death, others for worship of the emperor. The cries continue, a mix of bloodlust and devotion echoing through the ravaged landscape. The battle rages on, the air thick with the stench of smoke and the metallic tang of blood. A masked figure stares intently, their gaze piercing through the carnage. The sounds of battle intensify, a symphony of destruction and despair. A desperate plea rings out, to be free from being the emperor's puppet. A grotesque figure, seemingly undead, proclaims their worship of the emperor. A gleaming weapon stands ready, poised to strike. The conflict reaches a fever pitch, a chaotic dance of death and devotion. A crimson-edged blade stands as a silent sentinel. The commander of the Special Forces' face is partially obscured by shadow, his expression unreadable. A once proud castle now burns, consumed by raging flames. The throne room, usually a symbol of power, is now threatened by the encroaching chaos. A small, winged figure floats in the air, its presence adding to the surreal atmosphere. Were you shocked because it was loud outside? Seated on his throne, Emperor Leon Kvalin dismisses the chaos with a wave of his hand. Don't worry, it's nothing. The emperor's crimson robes flow around him as he sits impassively. A fairy-like creature looks up at the emperor, its expression one of confusion. I don't understand. To think you, who had the most loyalty, would revolt. Yin, the commander of the Special Forces, stands amidst the destruction, blood staining his uniform. He exhales, a visible cloud in the cold air. The commander's boots echo on the blood-stained floor as he approaches the throne. Yan's gaze pierces through the chaos, focusing solely on the emperor. Emperor, how long has it been since you became the commander? He recalls the days when Yin was a recruit. The Special Forces training hall, known as the Pit of Solitude, is displayed. It is noted that he started as a slave soldier and became the commander. The emperor is surrounded by hooded figures. A voice asks if he was unsatisfied with something. The emperor thinks to himself that he is unsatisfied. Someone is shoving a bug. The bug is inside someone else's head. The green bug is crushed. The emperor thinks to himself that he had everything, calling it bullshit. A fairy-like figure appears. The emperor thinks to himself that he lost everything and doesn't even have any memories. A face is shown, questioning who their family is, who they are, and what their life is. The emperor stands, his expression unreadable. The emperor is shown with a sword. A sword drips with fresh blood. Yin coughs, blood spilling from his lips. Leon Kvalin stands before him, a hint of disappointment in his voice. I don't know how you noticed the bug. What a shame. A woman with blood smeared on her face grins, her eyes wide and manic. You were a toy I liked. In vain. Up. Wake up, Yin. Yin's eyes snap open. What? He struggles to sit up, a wave of disorientation washing over him. I swear my heart was stabbed. I'm alive? Calm down. This place seems familiar, but where am I? He reached out, his fingers brushing against the cold, rough surface. What was this? This huge pillar? Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. This was... The great stone sword loomed before him, impossibly large. He craned his neck, trying to take in the full scale of the monument. The great stone sword stood as a silent sentinel. It was the symbol of the Special Forces training hall. A somber truth echoed through the hall. You cannot count the number of soldiers who died in front of this great stone sword. And then, a chilling realization washed over Yin. His body got smaller. He looked down at his clothes, recognizing the familiar cut and fabric. And these were the clothes he wore when he was a recruit. A voice boomed, cutting through his thoughts. Don't tell me. Be quiet. Yan's eyes widened in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. The air crackled with unseen energy. The figure prepares to strike, his fist clenched and ready to deliver a devastating blow. The punch lands, the force of the impact sending his opponent flying backwards. A voice echoes, stating it was all for a distraction. The figure's face contorts in anger, his teeth bared in a furious snarl. The figure with white hair, who is named Roman, retorts that the other is nothing but arrogant. He asks if he is being looked down upon. The figure is identified as Roman, a Special Forces 12th recruit. Roman remembers the moment. The figure with white hair thinks to himself, recalling that his name was Roman. Roman's opponent scoffs, remarking that it seems like he wasn't nothing. He wonders if they are in the middle of training. The figure with black hair states that training is just an excuse, and that he was planning to beat Roman up. The figure with white hair declares that no one cares if a low-ranking recruit dies. The figure with black hair is shocked, thinking that this is impossible. The figure with black hair sees the great stone sword and his small body. He reflects on the conversation he is having with Roman. A sinister grin spreads across an unseen figure's face. A voice echoes, declaring a return to the past. The figure declares that they don't care why they came back, only that they can start again. The figure vows not to make the same mistakes as before. Roman states that he'll tell Yin something important. Roman continues, saying that Yin won't have a girlfriend even when he's 40, because he gives up early and puts his all into combat. Yin retorts that Roman keeps talking bullshit. He thinks to himself that he got hit by this slow punch, and that he's pathetic too. Dark Chaos 7th Formation. Punching Rampage. Roman remarks that it's not bad. He declares that he will give one piece of advice, and that is to attack, after closing the gap between you and your opponent, like this. Punching Ran. 1-inch punch. The villain asks how he can use an intermediate level skill, and after the blow, straight away. Yin notices something and wonders what it is. It's a pendant. He wonders if he had something like this. Roman asks if they should end it here, saying that Yin is lucky. It seems like something is inside. It was an old photo. He holds the pendant, gazing at the photo within, a man and a woman with a younger version of himself. It was the first time he saw their faces, but he knew. Tears streamed down his face. They were his family. Memories flood back, things he had forgotten for 30 years. He remembers what he couldn't obtain even after burning the imperial capital down. He recalls what he couldn't find even after slaughtering the knights. The pendant is held aloft, catching the light. His grip tightens on the pendant. He almost made the same mistake. He's not going to waste his life on something as pathetic as revenge. He's going to escape from this place. A void of darkness. He clenches his fist, a storm brewing behind his violet eyes. The life with his family, now lost, echoes in his mind. The Special Forces report directly to the Emperor and the Special Task Force. The assassination of the Grand Duke of the North was one of many missions completed by the squad. This event is recorded in the history of the Empire. This is the story of the one who stood at the top of these forces. Special Task Force Commander Yin was known as the Emperor's right-hand man and the Empire's strongest knight. Yin reflects on having all the power and strength. The former Special Task Force Commander, Yin, appears distressed. Why have I gotten into such a shitty state? Currently, he is on a mission of purification. The chapter begins. Figures clad in white robes and masks engage in combat, their swords clashing amidst a flurry of sparks. The masked figures continue their deadly dance, their movements swift and precise. A massive stone sword stands tall, its surface weathered and scarred. Beneath a banner emblazoned with a sword and crown, hooded figures stand in silent formation. In this place, everyone becomes stronger by killing each other to survive. Those empty spots would then be filled up by either kidnapping others or by volunteers who want to join. Die on a daily basis. The training ground is the Dragon's Den, located in the northwestern mountain ranges. The inside of this place is a labyrinth-like dungeon. Trainee soldiers are each assigned a number, as indicated by the 277- emblazoned on a sleeve. The numbers are assigned based on the skills of the trainee soldier. A group of hooded figures stand in formation. They can climb up the ranks through tests and competition. In a pyramid system, the treatment you receive can change depending on how high your number is. It's used to keep the trainee soldiers under complete control as they pull each other down and trample over one and another. A diagram illustrates the hierarchical structure. Under such a system, it's hard for the lowest-ranked trainee soldier of the 900th batch of trainees to survive. A distant figure stands in a courtyard, dwarfed by the imposing architecture. Normally, these boxes are used for labor or to help in other people's training. The sound of the boxes being carried echoes through the halls. He thinks to himself that he's actually lucky that he only has to do labor. Because, he exclaims in surprise as the boxes begin to fall. He realizes he doesn't have eyes, but in a pyramid like this. A high-ranking trainee soldier wonders aloud what the reason could be. There are trainee soldiers that stand at the top. The high-ranking trainee apologizes, saying they didn't see him. High-ranked trainee soldiers are the successors of the Empire's nobles. For the sake of their loyalty to the Empire, continuing the family line, and to keep the other families in check. Those are the reasons that the nobles would join the Special Task Force, and while they're there, the training center would make life comfortable for them. They're also not required to have insects placed inside of them, as they're already prisoners through the privilege. The high-ranked trainee soldiers would maintain their high ranks as they also receive the privileges and benefits of it. Among those trainee soldiers, Lorena Beowulf is introduced. Cruel Dwight and Kasia Evrain are also introduced. The narration states that the three of them are always in the top three. Lorena, standing with Cruel and Kasia, is asked why she is apologizing to trash like him. Cruel thinks to himself that this is trouble. He says that they are not of the same status even though they are training together. Cruel asks number 974, also known as Trainee Yin, if he can hear him, calling him the lowest of the lower ranks. He wonders if having such a low number means Yin isn't intelligent enough to understand him. Trainee Yin thinks that Cruel would love to split his head in half right here, but he should have paid more attention to who he was talking to, so he apologizes. Cruel remains silent. A wooden box is shown. The narration states that that's something that only humans do. Cruel demands that Yin get on the ground. The word beg is shown. Cruel Dwight remarks on trainee Yan's apparent surprise at meeting a noble, adding that he can understand it since he is meeting someone as great as him. Yin holds it in. The scene shifts to a chibi version of Cruel Dwight carrying boxes, who thinks of himself as a total nuisance. Cruel Dwight tells someone to make sure to be careful from now on. Lorena Beowulf apologizes, saying she has taken care of the boxes for him. He thinks that he just needs to be satisfied with his ranks like he's been doing up until now, because the longer he does that, the more advantageous it is for him. Trainee Yin carries a stack of boxes. He wonders what could the reason be. A strong bloodlust emanates from a doorway, indicating someone's waiting in ambush. It feels different though. He decides to feign ignorance and approach, thinking he thinks that he is so tired, and someone says that they have been waiting for him. He is trainee soldier number 974. It's Lorena Beowulf. The top wanted criminal is someone the Imperial Knights have failed to arrest. The criminal is known as the Blue Ironarm Galder. He committed his first murder at the age of 11 and formed a robber group at the age of 20. Galder attacked 23 villages and 17 guilds. His arm, capable of deflecting even orichalcum, is a symbol of fear. Lorena Beowulf declares that she has arrested Iron Blue Arm Galder. That's what she said as she dragged Galder's arm around. That sentence alone was enough for her to join the Imperial Knights. The Beowulf Duchy is one of the top 4 noble families that rule over the northern snow mountain region. The knights of the family say this of Lorena. She possesses the potential to become the strongest swordswoman in the continent. She stood before a towering figure amidst falling snow, identified as the young sword saint. And blood splattered across the pristine white ground. Lorena's eyes reflected a fierce determination. A voice declared that she's the strongest completed product of the Beowulf family. A voice questioned if they had gotten the wrong person. Another voice agreed, stating that she's the kind of person they should never get involved with. The speaker then says they'll ask it differently. Someone inquired about an objective, considering what would happen if she became an enemy. A voice questioned why she was hiding her true strength. Lorena Beowulf. Someone resolved to get rid of her first. Someone claimed to have no idea what Miss Lorena was talking about. Someone observed them training by the great sword statue, thinking it was just a duel between low-ranked trainee soldiers. But soon, the observer doubted their own eyes. Because they witnessed a 1-inch punch that was totally out of league compared to the rest. The observer wondered why the trainee soldier was still low-ranked with those skills. The trainee realized they had made a mistake. 1-inch punch. What's that? Lorena Beowulf watched, thinking she was mistaken. She wondered if he was just going to let it go. A hand moved. The punch connected with Yan. Yan questioned the 1-inch punch out of nowhere, wondering if Lorena was testing him. Lorena prepared a highly emotional attack, deciding there was no helping it then. Yan was struck. He groaned in pain, wondering what he did wrong. Lorena apologized, saying he was supposed to block that. The man with dark blue hair declares that he has already told them they've gotten the wrong person. He apologizes, stating that this wasn't how it was supposed to go. He resolves to act like a pitiful commoner beaten by a noble, hoping to trigger Lorena's guilty conscience. He thinks that with Lorena's personality, she probably wouldn't suspect anything. Someone asks if he was moving stuff and offers to help him out, asking where he needs to move them to. He replies that it's all right, and he doesn't need to do that. Another person offers to help him carry one of those. 2 soldiers are shown. Someone says that's a little much. At the bottom of the panel, someone thinks that it's not honorable for a high-ranked trainee soldier to treat a low-ranked trainee soldier as a slave. Someone says, I see. He thinks that when he becomes a lord of a territory, he intends to protect the assets of the slaves within his territory. Someone remarks that she's more talkative than he had expected. Someone says that they were able to move all of them thanks to Lorena. She asks if that's so, and says she'll take her leave now then. She thanks him for his help. She hopes she's wrong. Lorena asks if he saw her attack. Yin states that her eyes were following his hand. Lorena hopes she's mistaken about that as well. Lorena says that she'll see him again, number 974. She means, trainee Yin. Yin thinks that she's really sharp and wonders if there's no way to get her off his back. In that case, he thought he should be able to kill her easily right now, but the thought continued that if he killed her, he'd turn the whole Beowulf family against him. He reasoned that he'd be a fool to make enemies of the Beowulf family just because she bothered him. Trainee Yin thought he needed to first focus on escaping, certain it was around here. He recalled that while there were also deserters when he was the Special Task Force commander, most of them weren't able to escape from the training center. Bloody feet dangled in the air. But one deserter managed to escape and was caught in a nearby forest. He recalled asking him nicely as to how he escaped, and he then answered nicely. Because of how nicely he asked. A face was impaled with nails, a silent scream etched into its features. Beyond that wall, he smirks, a glint of triumph in his eyes. Found it. After breaking the wall of the 5th cubicle, chunks of concrete and dust rained down, the sound of the collapse echoing in the confined space. An exit has been created, a dark void promising escape from the maze of cubicles. He found it, a hole in the wall. The hole was still quite small, but if he kept digging, he would be able to get out of here. He would get out of this sickening special. He would task force and regain his freedom. Meanwhile, number 970 was summoned. The prisoner responded, "Yes, sir." The warden demanded, "Why aren't you answering?" The warden continued, "Tell me, where is he?" Number 974, also known as Trainee Yin, answered, "I'm right here." He was told to answer quicker. All right, that's it for the roll call. Blow out your candles. What he realized as he performed missions was that the more cautiously you moved, the higher the rate of success. He will have only one chance. If he fails, a crow watches. Caw. He'll be made an example of for the remaining trainees. He needs a card that could become an unexpected variable. He doesn't know if it can be done with his current body, but he has no choice. The Dark Dragon's breathing, a mana circulation technique that only the Special Task Force commanders know. Right now, he only has the knowledge of the technique, but his body isn't able to catch up. He needs to reduce the burden. He considers creating the energy core within his body to act as the mana engine. But Trainee Yin realizes he doesn't have enough time to create an energy core with just the Dark Dragon's breathing. His expression hardens with resolve. There is only one other way. Dragon scales begin to manifest on his skin, shimmering with an ethereal light. He decides to use the Divine Dragon's breathing. Mana surges through his arm, crackling with raw power. The flow of mana is far beyond his expectations. The energy intensifies, coursing through his chest. Trainee Yin feels as if a dragon has entered his body, overflowing with mana. The Divine Dragon's breathing continues, transforming him. The secret technique of the first emperor, who founded this empire as he conquered numerous countries with a single sword, is revealed. The transformation continues, a surge of power emanating from him as his hair glows with an ethereal light. The technique was so powerful that the emperor, bored with his own strength, personally sought it out. His face contorts with effort, veins pulsing as he pushes his body to its limit. Mana begins to leak from his energy core, a visible drain on his power. He grits his teeth, refusing to yield. He needs to do whatever he can. Huffing and puffing, he struggles to maintain control. He sits heavily on a wooden bench, defeated. Damn it, I failed, huh? He sighs, realizing it's impossible to create an energy core with an incomplete secret technique. This body is also too weak. One day, the emperor taught the secret technique to him. He doesn't know if the emperor was just being whimsical or testing him. A close-up reveals the ancient scroll, filled with cryptic symbols. But in the scroll that he gave him, there were only instructions on how to absorb mana, but no instructions on how to compress the mana. Knowing where the other secret technique scroll is, he needed to focus on escaping first, before that starts. The next day, a banner hangs, emblazoned with a sword and crown. Whispers spread among the gathered soldiers. Rumors say those gathered here today will be released. One soldier scoffs at the idea. He thinks there's no way that would happen. Another wonders if they will be able to go back home. Based on what he remembers, today's the day that person comes here. Trainee Yin needs to stay out of his sight as much as possible. A voice booms. "Yin, where are you?" The instructor's voice echoes through the training grounds. Yin thinks to himself that the instructor is persistent. The soldiers murmur that it's the instructor. One asks if it's true that they can go back home today. The instructor pauses, then shouts for the soldiers to shut up, calling them vermin. The instructor's voice echoes with power. One soldier realizes that this is aura voice echo. He wonders how the instructor could use that on trainee soldiers. Aura voice echo is a technique where one infuses mana into their voice. A soldier clutches his chest, coughing. He thinks that he is trash that has neither talent nor status, and his heart aches. A figure stands atop a platform, overlooking the scene below. The character muses about meeting that lunatic again, questioning if there's a reason they all should remain alive. Introducing Damien, the Special Task Force Training Center instructor commander. A hand roughly grabs a blonde-haired figure by the collar, demanding silence. A figure in a red cloak barks orders at the surrounding crowd, urging them to sort things out immediately and move quickly. A hooded figure, eyes narrowed, acknowledges the need to be careful. The text states that low-rank trainee soldiers are just toys to the instructor commander. The text states that if someone gets on his bad side, a figure addresses a group of trainee soldiers, declaring that everyone present is trash with the worst talents or statuses in society. A figure with long red hair sighs, admitting that if they could, they'd kill everyone present. The red-haired figure expresses worry. The hooded figure declares that the emperor, who is even greater than the heavens, has given everyone the chance. The project is advertised as a chance to participate in a mercenary endeavor. It's presented as a mission to select protectors for the emperor, the dragon of the empire. The chosen few will be granted the honor of safeguarding the emperor, becoming known as dragon warriors. But the reality is far more sinister. The true aim of this project is to forge puppets, completely subservient to the emperor's will. A painting depicts soldiers in battle. The project seeks to create beings so dependent, they cannot even end their own lives without the emperor's command. The warden gestures grandly, praising the emperor's generosity and consideration. The applause from the assembled soldiers rings out, louder than that of even the high-ranking trainees. Trainee Yin claps along with the others, thinking that he needs to keep as low a profile as possible. A voice declares, "I have one request, sir." The warden stands on a raised platform, addressing the crowd. He wonders who the hell it is. Roman, looking surprised, wonders if being a dragon warrior is really that great. Trainee Yin, observing from a distance, wonders what that idiot is trying to say. Roman's expression hardens, a snarl twisting his lips. He vows to beat up that smug-looking face. Crimson energy streaks through the air, an unseen force hurtling towards Roman. The energy slams into Roman, blood erupting from his chest as he's violently struck. Another blow lands, the force of it visible in the spray of blood and the contorted angle of his body. Trainee Yan's eyes narrow, muttering about finger flick arts. The unseen assault continues, each impact driving Roman closer to defeat. Trainee Yan, his face unreadable, asks if he is all right. His red eyes gleam, reflecting a cold calculation as he recalls thinking Roman was strong, given how confidently he spouted nonsense. But you were just in. A voice urges him to get up. Roman lies prone, bloodied and broken, surrounded by concerned onlookers. One wonders aloud if he is dead. He watches Roman, calculating the odds. Trainee Yin thinks to himself that he'll probably live if he stops his bleeding, but it's too dangerous for him to help him right now. Roman, struggling to stay conscious, demands, "What did you just say?" Coughing, Roman struggles to his feet, having withstood the instructor commander's attack. A voice calls out, "Roman, stop." He looks up, dazed, and thinks, "We're insects." Blood trickling from his mouth, Roman grits his teeth and asks, "What would people like you who gathered us insects be then?" A flashback begins, showing a dark and grimy alleyway. A narration box states, "In order to survive the filthy alleyways." The flashback continues, showing a building in the background. The narration box continues, "We did all sorts of dirty work and endured all sorts of humiliation." Roman, standing with Trainee Yin, exclaims, "Guys, because our lives could only be survived if we did that." Another flashback shows two figures standing together. A narration box asks, "The Emperor? The Dragon Warrior? Are those things that important?" Trainee Yin, looking down at Roman, says, "You guys ought to protect your oh-so-important Emperor yourselves." Trainee Yin thinks to himself, a pretty tenacious insect. Roman lies on the ground, defeated. He thinks, just like a cockroach. I heard cockroaches survive even if their heads got chopped off. He studies something in his hand, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. He wonders what it could be. Trainee Yin recognizes it. That's it. It's very notorious despite its cute appearance. It's notoriously known for the fact that when its crystal comes into the slightest contact with something else, Yin shouts, ordering everyone to get away. It'd start to shine and explode. A nearby soldier wonders if it's a crystal mole. He exclaims, wondering where the hell it came from. Roman fainted again. The others shout to move him elsewhere quickly. The two figures stand silently over the prone form. A voice muses internally, considering the crystal mole a waste. The figure holds up the crystal mole, explaining that they found it in the toilet and brought it along in case it was needed. The voice reflects, surprised that the crystal mole is needed so quickly. The figure in the military uniform thinks that the problem would be the instructor commander, wondering if he caught on. Someone clears their throat. A voice laughs, thinking that someone is as tenacious as a cockroach and that they like him. The back of the figure in the military uniform is shown. Trainee Yin sighs in relief, thinking that he is safe. Someone calls another person an idiot. A voice thinks that someone is desperate. Footsteps echo on a stone staircase. A figure in a white cloak stands in a dimly lit area. He chuckles, remarking, "Who? Well. A close-up reveals a character with sharp features, dark red hair, and piercing red eyes. A sinister smile plays on his lips. A character with white, spiky hair looks down, a predatory glint in his eyes. I found myself an interesting toy, he muses. Area 3, abandoned toilet. The building stands dilapidated and forgotten. A broken toilet sits in disrepair, a testament to the building's abandonment. Down in the dirt, Yin continues to dig. This is the third day he's been at it. Yin exhales, realizing he forgot to bring a mask. Trainee soldier, number 974, Yin, this is his third day of preparing for his escape. He digs a tunnel, holds it up with wooden boards, and repeats the process. Things have been going smoothly for the past 3 days. Yin lets his guard down, confident in his mana-enhanced eyes that allow him to see in the dark. He has no issues even if the tunnel is dark. No one has passed by this place for the past 3 days because this place is an abandoned building that doesn't even show up on the map. Progressing faster than he thought, Yin continues to carve through the earth. Something catches his attention. Yin pauses, wondering what it is. This. Number 830 met quota, number 892 checked, and number 920 checked. They moved quickly. The group moved on. The next in line was number 974. Number 974 was checked, but something seemed off. The guard stopped number 974, declaring there was a suspicious smell coming from him. The guard demanded that he take off the hood. It was Instructor Yin, actually. Yin explained that he broke one of the barrels by mistake, and it happened to contain waste. He groaned, realizing the smell had given him away. Yin internally commanded his nose to get lost right now. He thought this should be good enough to get rid of the smell. Yin was glad no one saw him changing. He hadn't been expecting to hit the drain pipe of all things. Yin thought that the smell was on the level of a dragon's waste. What the hell were all of these people eating? Yin told himself there was no need to panic. The plan is proceeding without any issues. A dagger, rope, and other tools have been gathered for the escape. His body is also ready to a certain extent. He thought he was going to die because of the intense training he had to put himself through in such a short time. But, since it showed good results, it's fine. The only thing left to do would be, "Hey, did you hear what I said? Let's hang in there a little longer. I heard this rumor of the instructor commander. Don't get me started on that. I was so scared that I couldn't even breathe properly. The instructor commander will soon be away from this post." "He'll be away from this post?" "I heard Gale's tongue got caught because he laughed in front. The instructor commander won't be around. That's pretty important information. I can't pass up on such a good opportunity. Area 3, abandoned toilet. Now then." He pauses, thinking it's time to finish up before heading back. The sound of something approaching echoes through the corridor. Footsteps draw closer. Yin realizes someone is coming from over there. He wonders who on earth it could be. A memory surfaces, Lorena asking if the instructor commander caught on to his plan. He sees who it is. It's Roman. He asks why Yin sounds so disappointed. Roman questions why he's being treated like a stalker, stating he came because he has work to do. He then asks if it's alright for Yin to be moving around with those injuries, adding that such injuries are nothing to him. Yin says Roman's name. Roman's blood is spurting out like a fountain. Roman insists it's just a pimple. One of his pimples burst. He's glad it's just a pimple and says he'll get going since he has things to do. He scowls, telling Yin that it can't be helped since he's digging a dog hole. Yin's eyes widen in surprise. Roman wonders how wonderful it would be if the instructors found out. Yin's expression hardens as Roman asks if he isn't dying to find out. Damien says that he is glad it's just a pimple and that he'll get going since he has things to do. Damien says that he guesses Yin is pretty busy. Damien says that it can't be helped since Yin is digging a dog hole. Yin is shocked. Damien wonders how wonderful it would be if the instructors found out. Yin glares. Damien asks Yin if he isn't dying to find out. Damien and Yin stand facing each other. Damien is ready to fight. Yin is ready to fight. He is suddenly addressed, the voice laced with malice. Yan's eyes widen in shock and confusion. "Why? Yan. WH. What the hell?" A glint of steel catches the light as a hand brandishes a bloodied knife. "Who are you?" A voice, cold and calculating, echoes in the darkness. "Things will be much simpler if I just take him out here, but..." Yin remains silent, his expression unreadable. The unseen figure continues to taunt him. "Are you so nervous that you're speechless? Well, I understand since you'd get executed just for attempting to escape." The voice drips with amusement. "Even if you've got nothing to say, try begging me or something. Who knows? I might keep it by me." Yan's defiance flares. "Why would I do that? You wouldn't say anything anyway. You think I wouldn't? I'll do it right now." The unseen figure scoffs. "Yeah, you won't do it." A voice, filled with venom, spits out the words. "You probably weren't expecting to get caught. You loathe the special forces more than I do." The unseen figure observes him closely. "You couldn't hide your anger even though you could have died." With that strong determination to return to his hometown, Yin is reminded that he's saying he'll tell the instructors about the escape route. There's no way that's happening, Yin is told, as he's the one who wants to escape from this place more than anyone else. Roman asks if he is wrong. Roman continues, stating that Yin is truly extraordinary. In a flashback, Yin recalls when he last fought Roman. He could vaguely. Roman says that Yin could have killed him, and he wouldn't be here. After that, Roman could easily spot Yin among the other trainee soldiers, because he had. Roman knew it, and accuses Yin of being a stalker. Yin wonders if it's his smell. Yin asks how Roman knew that he was digging a tunnel. Roman replies, "My footsteps." The training center is mostly made of granite. But Roman discovered weird footsteps that contain lime powder. The width and size of the stride were the same as Yan's. He looked up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Had Roman truly figured out the extent of his plans from so little information? The logs revealed that Yin had been visiting the location quite often. Roman thought he was sharper than he had expected. Was that a compliment? Roman pressed him. "Yin, tell me about your escape plan. Where does the tunnel lead to? What's the..." The question hung in the air. Probability of escaping? Roman continued, asking if he wanted to escape together with him. Roman suggested he just stay in this place then. Since he was skilled, he should be able to climb to a better place in about 10 years. But what would happen to those that he was trying to protect? He knew that they couldn't even guarantee their own survival right now. Would those that he was trying to protect still be around in 10 years? Roman urged him. "Yin, there's no time to think. You need to decide now. If you join..." He knew that they'd no longer be here the day after tomorrow. He is asked if he has a plan for after he's escaped from this place. A voice responds, stating that he wants to tell him what it is, of course. Yin states that, just like he said, both of them won't be here the day after tomorrow. Yin is impaled with arrows, blood pooling around him, because he'll be. A dark-haired man tells Yin that to think he's able to think that far in such a short time means he truly is different from how he looks. Yin replies that he knew it, and that it isn't a compliment. Someone says not to complain, though, because they're also taking a pretty high risk. Another voice responds, "So what?" Yin looks down, his expression unreadable. Yan's face is shown in close-up, his eyes narrowed. Someone says that they have no choice but to bite his bait. A vast cavern stretches into the darkness. A hum fills the air. The red-haired man asks if the refreshing air at night isn't nice. The reason he's gathered everyone so late is because he has an announcement to make. The assembled soldiers stand at attention before the stage. The late hour would naturally cause some frowns. High-rank trainee soldier number 32, Kais listens intently. He urges them to think positively since he has good news. Low-ranked trainee soldier number 525, Marvin, thinks that today's announcement will be the test details. Finally, the first test date has been decided. The test is a simple one. They'll be heading to a certain location, and they'll pass if they survive 1 week there. The first test location will be. The scene is set in the Blade Mountain ranges. A man with crimson hair gazes off into the distance. A hooded figure with piercing purple eyes states that this is just as expected. In the past, there was an adventurer named Nilfra. Nilfra knew that a medicinal herb that could cure his mother's sickness grew in the Blade Mountain ranges, so he went there. The hooded figure, presumably Nilfra, assures his mother that he will find that medicinal herb. A grotesque face, presumably Nilfra's mother, says she will find the medicinal herb and tells him not to worry. His mother was said to have waited for him until her last breath. The fortunate thing was that the Blade Mountain ranges contained numerous monsters and were known to be a prohibited area even within the Empire. Appearing, and the deeper you go, the more dangerous the monsters will be. From large demi-humans that were rarely spotted to humongous monsters that only appeared in stories, such monsters would appear in the Blade Mountain ranges. The world is still in the midst of discovering those monsters. Besides that, there were also monsters that the world still didn't know about. I wonder how many of you insects will still be alive after next week. Just thinking of insects dying already makes me feel happy. Meanwhile, excuse me, sir. I have something to report. What is it? We've got contact from. A voice declares that they need someone to go. A close-up reveals a man with red eyes. Someone replies that they see and understand. A figure in white declares that they are done with the announcement and dismisses everyone. Yin looks upset, but someone didn't expect him to end so abruptly. It would be close to impossible for low-ranked trainee soldiers to survive the Blade Mountain ranges without any preparation. The high-ranked trainee soldiers would be protected by the instructors since they're nobles. Someone shouts not to get in the way and to step aside. A voice announces that Miss Lorena is passing through. Someone thinks that she's popular and people would mistake her for an idol. Yin curses, realizing he forgot about her. A voice warns the low-ranked trainee soldiers not to dare get in her way. Miss Lorena asks them to please just walk past her. A close-up of Miss Lorena. Another close-up of Miss Lorena. She considered the situation, her expression unreadable. A message was delivered. Yin would be awaited with anticipation. The hooded figure wondered if he had been caught. Lorena Beowulf walked away from the group, thinking that the situation was more complicated than she had initially thought. But there was probably no need to think about this right now, since she would be getting out of here soon. The blue-haired figure was told that it had been prepared. The voice suggested that he go and see the great stone sword to his heart's content, but he wondered why he would want to see that annoying thing. Because he wouldn't be able to see that tomorrow. Yin was shocked. He already knew what the message that the commander instructor received was. The message was probably a request for him to go to the palace to give a report on the test situation to the emperor before the first test starts. Though he despises seeing any of the people in the palace, Yin can't go against the imperial order. With this, the large unknown variable in his escape plan is gone. Lorena Beowulf's eyes glint with determination. Tonight, they'll escape. A torch burns brightly, casting flickering shadows against the stone walls. Number 920 is mentioned. A long, dimly lit hallway stretches into the distance, the silence broken only by the echo of unseen footsteps. Number 974 walks down the hallway, a tablet in hand. The news is grim. Number 921 has died. Number 974 is seen holding a tablet. A voice demands an answer from behind a barred gate. Number 974, identified as Yin, is seen in the facility. The figure in the red robe raises their hands, a silent gesture in the oppressive atmosphere. In a dimly lit room, a group gathers, their faces grim. The decision is made. It's time to get started. Yin, Roman, and 2 others are attempting to escape the Special Forces Training Center. The figure in the red robe speaks, their voice muffled by the mask. It's time for the shift handover, and the corpse must be hidden properly. Jake responds with an okay. Todd stands beside him as Jake says they should clear this up quickly. The figure in the red suit is between them. Yin states that he brought 2 others just like he was asked, and asks if they are competent. Yin stands with another figure, who responds with of course. A voice says there's no way he'd ask them to bring 2 people if that was his intention. A voice says not to worry, they won't be dead weights. Another voice adds that they also came here prepared to lose their lives. A third voice says all right, he gets it, and to be quiet, as things will get complicated if they wake those who are sensitive to sounds. Yin looks off to the side. A voice states that this door is why he wanted 2 more people. A figure stands on a pressure plate. A voice says to open it alone, and that's why he needs them. Another voice asks, us? The diagram shows that in order to go from their dorms to the abandoned area's toilet, they need to open these doors. The text says that to open these doors, 2 pressure plates need to be stepped on. The text says that the switch outside that controls the door must be pulled. Firstly, the diagram illustrates that 2 members must step on the pressure plates. After the initial pair crosses over, the diagram shows the other 2 will pull the switch and fix it in place. Then, the diagram shows the 2 from the switches will cross over. That's the reason why he can't escape alone. He states he'll give the signal, and they'll step on the pressure plate together. A hooded figure responds, okay. Bare feet, and a leather boot pressed down on the pressure plates. The massive door begins to grind open. The door swings wide, revealing the path ahead. Someone shouts, "We did it. The door is open." Roman tells Jake that they'll leave the switches there to them. He then instructs Todd to follow him. Another voice calls out to wait, asking how long they need to wait. Yin asks if they need to step on these for something, stating that it will be until he gives the signal. Yin wonders why he hasn't given any signal, stating that it feels like it's been a while. The heavy door slams shut. The sound echoes ominously. Yin shouts, his voice laced with panic. The door shut itself. He pounds on the door, desperation growing. Yin continues to beat on the door, his voice rising in anger. "You had intended to leave us behind from the start." A figure stands in the darkness, their face obscured. The figure thinks, "I should have realized that from the moment you chose to go in first." Yan's voice is strained as he asks, "Have you gone senile?" From behind the door, a voice responds, "Is that your voice, Yan?" The figure behind the door retorts, "I told you to wait, didn't I? You couldn't even do that." The figure continues, their voice laced with accusation. "Who said I left you behind?" The figure is revealed to be covered in blood, a gloved hand raised to their chin. The figure questions, their voice filled with confusion and alarm. "What's with the blood? What on earth happened inside?" A voice calls out, demanding to know where Todd is. Yin and Roman stand in a doorway. Roman tells Yin that they are both all right and to stop acting concerned when he was just cussing at him. Yin explains that he was late because something unexpected happened. The warden walks away, his back to the others. Roman and Yin stand in the doorway. Yin says that he thought it would work if he just fed it food that contained sleeping pills, but it didn't work. Roman exclaims that's it. A voice questions if it was a great wolf, but it was more. Yin and Roman stand over the body of a large wolf. Yin says that it was more uncontrolled than he thought, so it took some time. Roman says that it's really huge and that Yin killed this by himself. He adds that they should not waste any more time and get out of here quickly. After that, the escape went as planned. A door stands ajar. Using the passageway that Yin dug in the abandoned toilet, they could see the area outside of the training center. A cliff face looms in the distance. A forest stretches out before them. A hand bursts from the earth, the fingers scrabbling for purchase as a voice cries out in alarm. He is hauled from the hole, the trainee named Yin gasping for breath as he's pulled to his feet. "Quickly, pull me up." Yin stands on the edge of a precipice, the night sky a canvas of stars. A voice echoes, noting the absence of other people. There's still no presence of other people in the area. The group stands together, silhouetted against the starlight. Roman speaks, disbelief coloring his tone. "I can't believe we escaped so quickly. It feels like I've wasted my life." Yan's expression hardens, a grim determination settling over his features. "No." The moon hangs high in the inky sky, a silent witness to their escape. A voice whispers, tinged with impatience, "It took too long." The wind whips around Yan as he stares out at the landscape. He mutters, "Way too long." The air is crisp and clean, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. A voice sighs, "It's been a while since I breathed outside air." The group stands on the cliff, a united front against the unknown. Kais asks, "Yan, are we done once we get out of this place?" A close-up reveals a determined eye, reflecting the starlight. A voice declares, "Your guard down, this is just the start." "Yes, this is the start." A hand clutches a compass, its needle spinning wildly. The air crackles with anticipation. A reflection shimmers in the compass face, hinting at the challenges to come. The forest stands silent under the watchful gaze of the stars, its ancient trees whispering secrets to the night. It had been a while since he breathed outside air. A figure warns the others not to let their guard down, as this is just the start. Trainee Yin stares ahead, a grim determination etched on his face. "Yes, this is the start." Yin holds a pocket watch, its intricate design hinting at a deeper purpose. His purple eyes reflect a storm of emotions, a mix of resolve and trepidation. A young boy is seen in a bowl of the journey to get everything back. Yin stands alone under the moonlight, the vast expanse of the night sky mirroring the journey ahead. This is where it all starts. A voice echoes through the trees, warning that they don't have much time and to listen carefully. The Atrian forest, made of sequoia trees, lies near the front of the Empire's northern mountain ranges. He points to a map, noting they are in the center of the Atrian forest. Yin suggests that instead of running for 2 days straight to get out of the forest, they should hide within it. Another member of the group acknowledges that while there are many places to hide, there are even more monsters. He explains that since the sequoia trees are tall, they could hide well among them. The tracking hounds are already after them. It's only a matter of time before they find them if they hide. The pursuit squad should have around 20 members. It'll basically be game over for them if they see the pursuit squad. To increase their chances of escaping, there's only one way to do this. They need to disperse and split up the pursuit squad. If they go different ways, the pursuit squad will have no choice but to split up. They'll just need to shake off 5. That'll also increase their chances of escaping. Yin scowls, finding the plan ridiculous. He'll probably end up being the bait, since they'll go after the higher-ranked trainee soldier. Another member of the group asks why he is complaining now. He should have just undergone training half-assly. Who asked him to train hard? If the 4 of them travel together, they'll definitely catch all of them. They need to do it so that at least one of them can get away. He wonders if they'll be running in 4 different directions, and if there are no other questions. Roman observes that the board has a number for each of them. One of the pieces on the board has the word idiot written on it, causing Roman to wonder why his piece is the only one that says that. Roman calls out, demanding an answer. Yin remains silent. Yin is told that if it weren't for him, they wouldn't have made it out of that horrible place. The character with glasses says that he'll definitely repay Yin for his help. Yin is reminded to exchange greetings in the future if they meet. He thinks that Jake was just a normal trainee soldier. The character with glasses thinks that Yin probably also has his own reason to escape from that place. Roman says that sounds stupid and that he doesn't even want to meet them again. The character with glasses says that Yin acted pretty well as a captain, but that he's pretty cold-hearted. Yin thinks that's not it. Roman thinks that a situation where they meet again would be when they all get caught. He just wanted them to get away safely. Yin wonders if Nilfra has regressed, noting that he sounds so old in times like this. Roman stands beside him, a question mark hanging in the air. From a low angle, the group stands in a circle. Roman confirms that he is right. Looking down at Nilfra, the group agrees to never meet again. Nilfra thinks that they should be running with their lives right now. Nilfra's expression hardens as he looks off to the side. He decides it's time to get started too. Deep within the forest, shadows dance around a solitary figure. A towering tree, struck by lightning, stands as a silent witness. Boots crunch on the undergrowth, each step deliberate and measured. The night sky, a canvas of stars, stretches endlessly above. A voice echoes, a low, contemplative hum. Standing atop a small peak, the figure gazes out at the landscape below. A sigh escapes, heavy with frustration. This darn body is so problematic. It's hard to even maintain the divine dragon's breathing, even though the technique itself is efficient. That doesn't even have mana flowing within it with body-strengthening techniques. A dry chuckle rumbles in his chest. What was I expecting from kids? Pathetic. I'm the commander of the 5th Special Force, a man who is known for being the best at tracking, assassination, and spying. I should be glad that I'm able to make up for this lacking body. Shall we see just how good? A sinister grin spreads across the commander's face. The Special Forces of the past are? The commander of the 5th Special Force is asked if there's any contact from the pursuit squad. He replies that there is not yet. He wonders what is taking them so long. The commander thinks to himself that they need to capture them as soon as possible, before that crazy-ass commander instructor returns. 2 soldiers in red uniforms walk down a hallway. One says that they need to capture them before he comes back. The other replies that he thinks that would be impossible. The 2 soldiers stand side by side. The commander thinks that the crazy-ass is already back. A soldier exclaims that the instructor is back. The commander smirks. The commander says that things like that happen, and tells the soldier to relax. The soldier apologizes to the commander. The soldier thinks that he spoke too rashly. He thinks that people even curse at the emperor when he's not around, don't they? The commander asks the soldier if he is the one who's managing the trainee soldiers' dormitories. He adds that it must have been hard trying to find those escaped trainee soldiers. The soldier replies that it was not hard at all. He assures someone not to worry. Roman states that the pursuit squad will capture them without any issues. Damien asks how they will do that. Damien's eyes glow with a sinister light. Damien points his finger, exclaiming in disbelief. Damien is on the ground, surrounded by debris and blood. A pained scream echoes through the scene. A figure in white stands over Damien, who is lying in a pool of blood, his legs broken. He cries out in agony. Roman reveals that Damien didn't know they dug an escape route and stole items. Damien pleads for one more chance, acknowledging that it was needed for their escape. Damien's face is filled with desperation as he begs for a chance. Damien, defeated and broken, begs for one more chance. Damien looks up at the commander of the 5th Special Force, who stands over him. The commander states that he doesn't have anything like that for him. The defeated Damien, lying on the floor, begs for his life. A figure looms in the shadows, their red eyes glowing ominously. The unknown warden asks if Damien thought he didn't know who was behind him. Damien continues to plead for his life. Blood splatters across the tiled floor. The unknown warden orders the recall of all pursuit squads that went outside. The commander of the 5th Special Force acknowledges the order with a simple, understood. The unknown warden declares that he'll be in command from now on. The commander of the 5th Special Force smiles, stating that he's found someone interesting. The unknown warden expresses that he's really looking forward to this. Damien orders the pursuit squads to return. A voice echoes, declaring that they will be in command from now on, a sinister chuckle punctuating the statement. Someone questions if they are doing it personally. Damien confirms, stating he has found someone interesting. He expresses that he is really looking forward to this. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Atrian Forest. The forest looms, a sense of foreboding hanging in the air. A message indicates that Special Forces, Pursuit Squad, Team 3, is active. The soldiers are in pursuit of escaped trainee soldiers. A boot steps through the undergrowth. A masked figure remains silent, their expression hidden behind the red and white mask. One of the masked figures raises a fist, ordering, "Wait, stop." Another figure questions, "Wrong, team leader?" The team continues their pursuit, one of them asking, "Did his tracks disappear?" A hand holds the red mask, the figure stating, "No, the tracking is going smoothly." A figure with silver hair expresses concern. "Doesn't it feel too unnatural for it to progress this smoothly? What do you guys think?" The figure is identified as Kelly, Pursuit Squad, Team 3 leader. One of the figures remarks, the target's number is just 974. Isn't it normal for it to be going smoothly? Another responds, Team leader. There you go again. You're way too suspicious of everything. The team tracks the escapees by their footprints from the cliff. One of the figures reports, discovered tracks here as well. The text continues, the escapees are simply in a rush to run away. Looking at the other members of the team, Kelly thinks, you rascals. The silver-haired figure wonders, am I really overthinking things? Despite the smooth tracking, an uneasy feeling lingers. A heavy fog begins to settle over the landscape, blanketing the trees in an eerie silence. One of the soldiers urges the others to catch their target before the fog completely conceals him. A subordinate confirms the order. A soldier expresses confidence in their ability to capture number 974. Another remarks that the team pursuing number 12 will face considerable difficulty. The soldiers continue their trek through the increasingly dense fog. One of them states that number 12 is just a trainee soldier and it won't be long before they catch him. Another retorts that's some confidence to have. One of the soldiers asks what number the other was when he was a trainee soldier. The sound of rustling leaves echoes through the forest. A sign indicates that there are 2 remaining members. A soldier stands silently, his masked face betraying nothing. One of the soldiers calls out, Andre? The sound of movement in the undergrowth suggests someone is nearby. The sign now reads that there is only 1 remaining member. One of the soldiers remarks on the noise they're making, sarcastically asking if they think they're on a picnic. He believes the escapees are going to get away because of it. He calls out, Andre. Yen follows, Jair. The forest floor remains still. The narration states that the 2 of them disappeared without a sound. The narrator exclaims, in that short instant. Yen thinks to herself, this is what I was feeling uneasy about. A hand reaches out from behind Yen. She thinks, no, that can't be it. Even number 12 won't be able to take down instructors. There's no way number 974 can. A streak of light flashes. A sneak attack is launched. A spiral slash attack is executed. Yan is attacked from above. The attacker shouts, arrogant brat. Did you think your attack would work a third? The attacker's face is contorted in rage. He coughs up blood, the metallic tang filling his mouth as pain explodes in his chest. The force of the blow sends Yan staggering, his vision blurring as he struggles to stay upright. A glint of steel flashes as a sword descends, poised to strike again. The surrounding forest stands silent, the trees like silent witnesses to the ambush. Yan grits his teeth against the pain, his eyes widening in realization. Shit, my neck. Footprints mar the soft earth, a silent testament to the unseen enemy's presence. A broken branch hangs limply from a tree, a sign of the struggle that has taken place. The narration reveals, the footprints and pieces of clothes weren't tracks. The text declares, there were baits laid out to catch us. Lorena Beowulf, hidden behind a tree, gasps, I am possible. Amir. Kais, also concealed, exclaims, there's no way our whole team could have been taken out. Andre's feet shift on the forest floor, the sound muffled by the soft earth. He stood over the scene of complete annihilation of Team 3. The forest was thick with fog. Andre found a sharp object. It wasn't bad, he could use this. He thought he'd have a hard time, but this was quite doable. It was perfect to throw as a hidden weapon. He thought he should be able to fight without a problem if he used body-strengthening techniques. Andre needed to get out of this forest before the fog swallowed it whole. He had spread the blood of the pursuit squad all over the area. The hunting hounds would pick up the scent and come here. It'll be easier for Andre to escape once he hit his scent. This was so bitter. Slime plant. Its fruit is poisonous and the leaves have a strong stench. He would crush the leaves and smear it all over himself. It stinks. Even hounds hate this stench, so this will erase his scent. He focuses, attempting to mask his presence. They shouldn't be able to find him with this. Andre knows he needs to hurry. Escaping will get tougher the longer he drags this out. Even he wouldn't be able to get away if they encircled him and set up an inescapable trap. The hunter pauses, sensing something. That's smoke? The pursuit squad wouldn't do that. Perched in a tree, Andre observes Jake and Todd. He thinks, Jake and Todd are in that direction, I think. Those idiots. Do they think they're out here for camping? Andre's expression hardens. He mutters, no, this isn't time for him to be worrying about. Andre thinks, I brought them along to use them as bait. Anyway, it's actually better for him with them attracting attention like that. Looking down, Andre sees Jake and Todd surrounded by enemies. Andre reacts to the scene below. Damn it, those idiots. He thinks it's probably more advantageous for them to be alive right now. A group of figures peers down at someone below, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. A figure is struck by an unseen force, sent hurtling through the air. Damn it, those idiots. Nilfra's eyes narrow, his expression hardening. It's probably more advantageous for them to be alive right now. Lightning crackles around a boot, the air thick with ozone. Nilfra's eyes glow with an eerie light, his gaze intense. Nilfra strides forward, his cloak billowing behind him. A skeletal hand reaches out, followed by the ominous presence of a serpent. Something is behind me, and I can feel it. The serpent's jaws open wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth and a chilling, killing intent. It feels like a snake is wrapping itself around me. Nilfra stands his ground, the massive serpent looming behind him, its presence suffocating. A sinister smile creeps across Nilfra's face. I'm glad you bit the bait. Nilfra recalls his first impression. I thought of this when I first met you, that you were an interesting one. Just like how the flapping of a small butterfly's wings can cause a storm, a voice wonders if something interesting will be shown. Nilfra gazes into the distance, the blurred landscape hinting at a new destination. A voice declares that they were right in their judgment. Trainee Soldier 974 wonders what attracted Nilfra to this place, introducing himself. Nilfra grunts, his expression suggesting annoyance. Lightning flashes across the sky, illuminating the forest. Yin observes that a huge storm is impending. Nilfra's eyes widen, a look of disbelief washing over his face. This can't be possible, he thinks. Yin wonders if there is only going to be lightning. A question hangs in the air. What is the commander instructor doing here? Regressed. The grand architecture of a palace looms as the thought continues that he definitely returned later than planned. Rumors swirl of imprisonment after causing problems at the palace. What is he doing here? Don't tell me. That the future has changed? Did my actions cause that? Which action was it? I can't think of. Did the tiny cracks that were created by the different actions I took after I regressed destroyed the original future? What are you going to throw this time around? A mole? Or a lightning rat? Cuckoo. He stares intently, his expression unreadable. A voice echoes, questioning if anyone would notice. The figure expresses surprise at the speed of the action. The quick thinking is deemed truly impressive. He admits to initial confusion, but soon understood. The voice declares that the place only contained vermin. A group of figures stand in the shadows, their faces obscured. A voice notes that there was someone interesting hiding there. He curses, regretting his past interference. The voice declares that this is the worst possible scenario. The voice states that nothing is certain yet. The voice notes that being known as one of the 3 continental swordsmen would only happen in the future. He is in his current state, eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Damien chuckles, finding Nilfra indeed interesting. Nilfra responds with a burst of laughter. His hand clenches into a fist. Damien asks, his tone laced with amusement. You're thinking about how to kill me, right? It's been so long since someone's wanted to do that. Could you please tell me what you intend to do? Damien continues, Cuckoo. Normally, people would think about how to run. Seriously. Haha. I'm so speechless right now. Nilfra covers his face, apologizing. Oh, pardon me. I'm sorry. I acted like that unknowingly. He extends his hand. Damien challenges him. Try killing me. Nilfra's eyes widen in surprise. If he does that, Damien will give him the freedom he desires. Damien observes. He had a different look the moment I mentioned that. A mere low-rank trainee soldier was able to kill a beast. He's never seen anyone like him before. And the order is given to annihilate the pursuit team that was after him. His decision-making skills, boldness, stamina, techniques, and eye for detail are all on display. He is on a different level as compared to the common trash. It's as if he was born for the sake of becoming a part of the special forces. If he keeps growing at this rate, what kind of a monster would await us at the end? Poor skills right now. The masked figure's eyes glow with an ominous light. Who? This is the start. Sir. Please help me. Damien's expression shifted to one of bewilderment, his brow furrowing slightly. Huh, this is the start. Show me your skills right now. A figure on the ground cries out, begging for help. The red-haired figure looks down at the blue-haired figure. Huh. The blue-haired figure exclaims, why, you're really the commander instructor, right? He continues, I have poor eyesight, so I can't really tell who you are. The blue-haired figure states, I really have no intentions of escaping, but I was dragged along with them because I was told that they'd kill me if I refused to follow them. The red-haired figure says, however, they abandoned me and suddenly went off by themselves. I thought it was all over, and then I met you. A voice questions if someone was dragged there forcefully. The response confirms that number 12 planned everything. The speaker adds that all number 12 did was throw insults whenever he had the chance, and that the commander instructor is such a fucker that he'll definitely kill him. Commander 5th states that he sees, musing that someone must think he'll fall for something. A small figure stutters. The small figure yells, Sir. Commander 5th asks if this is right, preparing to launch a projectile. He thinks to himself that he is using a hidden weapon after getting the other to let his guard down. Commander 5th expresses his disappointment. Commander Instructor's eye widens as he wonders, huh? Commander Instructor is struck by a projectile, grunting in pain. Commander Instructor realizes that the second projectile was thrown at the same angle, so it was hidden by the first. 2 projectiles streak through the air. Commander 5th declares that the retreat was a ruse, and this is what he was truly after. The commander of the 5th Special Force reiterates his true objective. Commander Instructor remains composed, his expression unreadable. The commander's eyes widen in disbelief. Activating a new technique, Commander 5th initiates the Dark Shadow 15th form, his eye glowing with crimson energy. The air crackles as he unleashes Shadow Erase. The attack is deflected, sending ripples through the air. Commander Instructor grunts, staggering slightly from the unexpected defense. Commander 5th is shocked. His attack was deflected? The commander of the 5th Special Force can't believe what he is seeing as a black fog begins to coalesce. His eye glows with an intense purple hue, a surge of power building within him. covered him. Here it comes. Dark shadows coalesce, forming a protective barrier around him. The shadows sharpen into crimson-edged tendrils, ready to strike. The darkness explodes outward, a chaotic display of raw power. The shadows writhe and twist, an intricate dance of offense and defense. He flips upside down, preparing to unleash a secret art. A concentrated burst of energy erupts, aimed at his pursuer. The commander of the 5th Special Force grits his teeth, realizing the pursuit is relentless. Asterisk, it's still chasing after me. I won't be able to shake him off at this rate. Asterisk. He grips his dagger tightly, a desperate plan forming in his mind. In that case, the words dark shadow blaze with an eerie light. The text secret art swallow drop appears, hinting at a final, desperate technique. He cries out in frustration as his dagger shatters in his hand. Ugh, my dagger broke. He glances back, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. A crimson aura flares around Commander 5Th's hand, energy crackling in the air. I'll have to take that back. The commander of the 5th Special Force stands his ground, his expression hardening with resolve. The red energy intensifies, swirling around his hand like a malevolent flame. You're truly the best. From the shadows, a figure with crimson hair watches with amusement. I could play with you for eternity without getting bored. Elsewhere, Trainee Yan's gaze sharpens, his eyes narrowing as he observes something. Looks like I have a crazy dog obsessed. His purple eyes glint with a calculating light. The red-haired figure's smirk falters, replaced by a flicker of surprise. Huh. The figure's hand is shown, revealing intricate tattoos etched into the skin. That pattern. Yin, 22 hours before the escape. The announcement echoes through the barracks. That is all for today's roll call. The lights dim in the Special Forces low-rank trainee soldiers' accommodation, known as the Cavern. Lights out. A figure stands in the shadows, their voice a low murmur. I'm done with the escape preparations. After today, I'll be done with this place. He yearns to escape this place and reunite with his family, a family he knows nothing about. With a click, the pendant opens. The only clue he possesses. He vows to find them and enjoy a peaceful life together. He pauses, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Wait, there's something inside. There's a pattern. Is that his family's insignia? The pendant. Damn it. This was his only clue, hidden behind the glass. If his family has an insignia, that means he's neither a commoner nor a slave. This is great, he thinks, another piece of information. He thought that once he found someone who knew of this insignia, he would be able to find his family. But why? Why is there a reason it needs to be hidden? He crosses his arms, a strange marking catching his eye. Is that his family's insignia? The intricate design is etched onto his skin. The crimson insignia glows faintly. The thought echoes, a desperate hope clinging to the symbol, that finding someone who recognizes it will unlock a path. A hand clutches a compass-like device, its intricate blue patterns swirling with latent energy. The silent plea continues, a yearning to locate his family. The words hang in the air, a stark declaration of purpose, my family. But why? The question lingers, unanswered, a shadow of doubt creeping into the light of hope. A figure with crimson hair and piercing red eyes stares intently, the same insignia etched onto their skin. The air crackles with unspoken tension. The camera focuses on the insignia emblazoned on the figure's chest. Is this my family's insignia? The question hangs heavy, a mixture of hope and trepidation. The insignia is prominently displayed on the figure's neck, a permanent mark of identity. Body. The exclamation bursts forth, a sudden realization or a horrified discovery. The red-haired figure stands amidst a desolate landscape. Why did you suddenly stop? The question echoes, laced with suspicion. A figure with blue hair stands amidst a dark forest. Don't tell me you're done. I found the insignia imprinted on a totally unexpected place. The words carry a weight of discovery and perhaps a hint of dread. A figure wonders if someone could be from their family, then dismisses the thought, stating that it's not possible due to the other's identity. Someone states that there's no helping it then. A figure declares that someone will die just like this. The air crackles as dark energy coalesces into the shape of blades. A figure is struck by the dark energy, the impact sending shockwaves through the area. A character questions if the attack landed properly. Someone asks where another learned skills like that. A figure states that they ought to show what they can do too, as dark energy gathers around their feet. The technique is identified as Dark Shadow Sword, Blade Suppression. A figure coughs up blood, the force of the attack clearly taking its toll. The Dark Shadow Sword slices through the air, leaving trails of dark energy in their wake. A figure notes that otherwise, there's no way the killing intent sensed from those dark blades would be so faint. He considered the possibility of escape, but only when his guard was down. He knew he wouldn't be able to identify the insignia if he ran away. Nilfra resolved to find out about him and his family. If he was involved with his family. A massive rebellion was on the horizon, poised to sweep across the continent in the near future. The effects of this rebellion were so profound that they even threatened the survival of the imperial family. Yet, even such a vast rebellion was quelled before the emperor's sword. After the emperor executed all the people who instigated the rebellion and their families, he burned them all. The main culprit behind this rebellion was the previous emperor's bastard child. There were several rumors about why he instigated the rebellion, but no one knows the truth. because all relevant records were erased. All those who remembered him referred to him as the Continental Swordsman, the commander-instructor of the Special Forces Training Center. The commander of the 5th Special Force observes, his voice laced with amusement. I can't hear you wrecking your brains from here. It seems like you're distracted by other thoughts. Damien's thoughts swirl with concern. If my family is directly related to him and the revolt of Armenia, my family who's involved in the rebellion could cease to exist. A surge of resolve hardens his gaze. I must stop that from happening no matter what. The commander of the 5th Special Force hardens his resolve. Asterisk, I will forego my plans to escape. I'll remain in the Special Forces and gain his trust. I must make myself indispensable to him. Asterisk. A sinister smile creeps across Damien's face. I need something that'll bait him. The commander of the 5th Special Force says, I'm impressed by your skills. I never thought you'd track me down personally. Damien replies, well, I don't dislike what you're saying. Damien smirks, a glint of calculation in his eyes. I think the Special Forces captain will be happy if he sees you working so hard. The commander of the 5th Special Forces expression shifts, a hint of anticipation flickering across his features. He'll be in awe and shower you with praises. The commander of the 5th Special Forces' eyes narrow, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. The commander of the 5th Special Forces' eyes widen slightly. What an... The commander of the 5th Special Force dismisses the thought with a wave of his hand. Joke you've made. The wind whispers through the trees, carrying the weight of unspoken intentions. The forest looms, the air thick with anticipation. A figure coughs, the sound echoing in the stillness. Damien, his expression cold, remarks, I was thinking if I should be nice to you, but you have such an arrogant mouth. He continues, his voice laced with threat, you don't treasure your life, do you? Damien states, even an arrogant mouth can produce a useful thing or two sometimes. He reveals, for example, the weakness of the Special Forces captain that can be used to get rid of him. The red-haired man exclaims, shocked. You, how do you know such a thing? The man with red hair reveals, Simons County, unit number 52. The red-haired man continues, his expression intense. That's where you can find the captain of the Special Forces' weakness. He questions, his voice laced with disbelief. The captain of the Special Forces' weakness? A few hours later, the Special Forces training grounds stand silent, a monument to discipline and strength. The long corridor stretches into the distance, its pillars casting long shadows. A figure adjusts the sleeve of their uniform. The red-haired man crosses his arms, observing the fit of the clothes. These clothes are a little small, he remarks. He sighs. Well, it can't be helped. I never expected to throw away my treasured suit like that. The red-haired man walks down the stairs. Sir, regarding what we should do about the 3 people that I mentioned earlier. A hooded figure stands before him. I don't want to think about those insects, the figure states. The red-haired man replies, understood. The red-haired man's expression hardens. And what I told you just now. He continues, we're acting all busy. The red-haired man confronts Damien. So here you are. The red-haired man narrows his eyes. You look like you have all the time in the world. Damien turns to face him. Just lazy? Tell me which is it. The man is identified as Commander Instructor Damien. He demands to know what brings the other man here without notice. The man's expression is unreadable. Rodrigo Meyer is addressed. Special Forces Captain Rodrigo Meyer, rank number 1, listens intently. Damien inquires about the training center. The captain replies that it's running perfectly as usual. He then asks if that is so, and notes that it is different. From what he's heard, Rodrigo asks if there aren't rumors that the standards of the trainee soldiers are better than the actual squad members. Rodrigo states that he's hearing such nonsense for the first time. Rodrigo explains that he came to take a look because the quality of the squad members that came from the training center was horrid. Damien asks how the squad members are at fault, suggesting that the in-charge who's unable to handle the squad members is to be blamed instead. Damien chuckles softly. Rodrigo thanks him for his advice, saying he'll bear that in mind. The mana in the air is quivering, an unsettling sign that something is amiss. The intensity is palpable, so much so that the weak would likely faint immediately. Damien is questioned about his absence from the imperial family's morning meeting. Rodrigo Meyer states that he has more important matters to attend to than unnecessary formalities. He questions the importance of the matters. A citizen of the empire has more important matters, it seems. Rodrigo Meyer asks if those matters are more important than showing respect to the emperor. He continues, stating that the reason Damien acts like this is because that blood flows in him. Damien is asked if he missed the meeting because there were escaped soldiers. He is told that he can't even handle trainee soldiers. It seems Damien is mistaken about something. Damien insists that there aren't any escaped soldiers. Rodrigo Meyer questions what Damien said, stating that it's impossible and that he heard something. He asks if Damien is sure he didn't hear wrongly, because his ears have grown old and dull. Rodrigo Meyer mentions that he saw a lot of insects and asks if Damien saw them as well, before asking what he means. Trampling all of the insects that he sees in the training center, Rodrigo Meyer continues until they reach their death. But their numbers are so endless that it's getting troublesome. A close-up shows the intensity in Rodrigo Meyer's eyes. Even so, it seems he's found the insect's den. Rodrigo Meyer thinks he'll be able to exterminate them all. He states that he'll take his leave now, wishing them a safe journey. Footsteps echo through the hall. All the indigestion he was experiencing has dissipated after seeing the Special Forces captain taken aback. The hooded figure thinks that old man ought to utilize his team for the choosing of wood for his coffin instead. And Damien asks if what he was told is all true. The hooded figure states that Damien need not worry about that. The hooded figure states that the fact that all of their information is correct. A hand clutches a red cloth, the voice above it declaring that if something isn't true, there's no need to worry about it. The truth will be known. The figure with long, dark red hair states that everything will be clear once someone looks into it. A hooded figure holding a small red object confidently states that all of their information is correct. The text describes Simons County, Street 52, as a neglected street. Someone declares that they've lived on that street before. A voice calls out, stating that it's a place where almost no one goes. A figure with dark hair and purple eyes says to open the windows to show something interesting, adding that they caught a really huge rat, and it's super cute. The text describes the street as one that wasn't good for children to live on. A voice calls out, asking if anyone is home and to open their windows. A voice wonders if there is really no one there. A figure with dark hair and purple eyes declares that someone is a fool, adding that it's in that place. A voice wonders who would want to see something like a rat. A girl peers out of a window, suggesting that a squirrel might do the trick instead. The girl's expression is unreadable. It's revealed that she lived as the Special Forces captain's daughter. A lamp sits on a desk, illuminating papers and a pen. Someone confirms the information. The scene shifts to the commander instructor's office, where two figures are in discussion. It's mentioned that there weren't many children, so they all knew each other. The man with red hair states that the girl they knew from when they were younger is the captain's daughter, questioning if it's right. The response confirms that it is right, but questions if it's a coincidence. The man with blue hair thinks that the commander instructor probably doesn't believe that, questioning who would believe such a half-assed lie. A voice declares that they must make him believe it. It's noted that a situation where the Special Forces captain and the commander instructor are at loggerheads. Two figures in cloaks are shown. It's stated that although he's been searching high and low in the county for the captain's weakness, he wasn't able to find out the exact location. The evidence of that would be him, the man with long black hair states. I must make use of this information, the red-haired man thinks. But it's strange, even if you do know his daughter's location, how do you know she's the captain's weakness? Because I heard it in person, the red-haired man states. In person? Yan, I think I'll be leaving this place soon, the gray-haired man states. Why? So suddenly? Those bad people are looking for me, so they can threaten my dad, the brown-haired girl states. So, my dad said I have to leave this place. A few days later, she disappeared as people in black clothes brought her away. I only knew after I came here that those people were members of the Special Forces, the brown-haired girl states, and that her dad is the Special Forces captain. The red-haired man looks down. Interesting how this whole situation is coming together, Damien states. Let's say I believe that you were friends with the captain's daughter. You were also able to find out how I'm at loggerheads with the captain, and even told me about the location of his daughter, the person who's looking for the captain's weakness. Do such incredible coincidences happen? Don't you think this could be the goddess of luck helping you? Do you really think? Yan retorts, so. The trainee is more inclined to believe that all of this is not a coincidence. Damien suggests that Yan is the captain's spy. That makes more sense. Yan is silent, his expression unreadable. Damien understands why he would think that, because it's impossible for all of this to just be coincidences. Every piece of the puzzle was collected by him this whole time, so he could remember the memories of when he was young. The puzzle pieces fit together with a satisfying click. Captain and his daughter. The hierarchy within the Special Forces. As he thought about the captain, he considers how he should piece the puzzle together so it benefits him. He took all his memories and information and pieced it together like a puzzle, such that he'd survive. If he really were a spy, as Damien mentioned, there's no need for him to risk his life and try to escape. This information, it was for him to use in case his escape attempt failed. He kept it for this moment. He'll mix lies into truths and cause him to have both expectations and disappointment. The weighing scale within the heart of the commander instructor will then have a strong balance of both belief and doubt. The scales creak ominously. And he also heard where his will have no choice but to lean towards him. Daughter went. He must show him that he'll gain more in choosing to believe in him. In that case, the scales. Who? Documents are being reviewed and signed. Goddess of luck. He casts a thoughtful gaze, his expression unreadable. Roman asks, his tone laced with suspicion, really on my side? Roman turns away, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. It worked, he thinks. Roman, now in chibi form, bows respectfully. Of course, as your mascot of luck. A voice echoes, seemingly from nowhere. You talk a lot. I'll close an eye to what happened today. Go back and watch what you say to others. The voice continues. He probably doesn't believe everything I said, but this is enough for now. I'll get closer to him slowly. A soft voice apologizes. Sorry for disturbing you. I hope you have a good rest. The response is a casual, sure. The voice muses, to think someone like him is ranked 974. A desk sits cluttered with papers and a pen, a testament to meticulous planning. A voice declares, the instructors have really messed up eyes. A hand holds up a document, the number 974 scrawled across it. Roman's expression shifts, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Oh, he murmurs. The document is revealed to have a picture of Yen attached. Won't you look at that? 1 week later, the scene shifts to the demonic realm, specifically the Blade Mountain ranges. The Special Forces' first trainee soldier exam is about to begin. The man, Damien, expresses surprise. He examines a document with the number 974 on it. Won't you look at that? 1 week later, the scene shifts. The demonic realm, Blade Mountain ranges. The landscape is alien and foreboding, the sky a bruised purple, the ground stained crimson. This place is one where all sorts of monsters inhabit. The air crackles with unseen energy, a palpable sense of danger permeating the landscape. A swamp goblin. It lunges forward, screaming a guttural challenge. Die. The swamp goblin's demise is a blur of motion and dark energy. The team stands victorious over the fallen swamp goblin, their weapons still drawn, ready for the next encounter. Yen exclaims, "Good. I knew we'd do well." Lorena, Beowulf, Roman, and Damien stand together. Roman remarks, "The demonic realm is easier than I thought." Damien urges, "Calm down. There may still be other groups of monsters." Roman replies, "Don't worry. It looks like we've killed all the monsters in the vicinity." Yen states, "They said we'd pass if we last a week in the demonic realm, right? We should get through it fine at this rate." A calendar is visible, marking the days of the week. Damien, looking annoyed, says, "I told you to calm down." Yen apologizes, "Sorry." Lorena, Beowulf reminds them, "Did you forget the other requirements to pass because you got too excited?" Two glowing, purple crystals float in the air. Banners flutter in the breeze. A voice declares, "If we get a lot of demonic crystals, we'll be able to climb higher. Not just higher, but maybe even higher than the 4 great families." Lorena, Beowulf states, "Let's cool our heads and advance." A disembodied voice echoes, a promise of continued ability as long as vigilance is maintained. A hand reaches down, grasping the trainee by the hair. Nain, designated Soldier 320, is disqualified with a strangled cry. Two figures react with shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. A soldier cries out, questioning the sudden appearance of such a large monster. The monster's face fills the view, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The gold ogre seizes a figure, shaking them violently. A description appears, a mutated ogre species, concealing its presence with mana before approaching its prey. The ogre continues to shake its victim. The figure plummets downwards, a red cape billowing behind them. The gold ogre unleashes a sweeping attack, its power evident in the blurring motion. A surge of red energy erupts, obliterating everything in its path. The text declares numbers 345 and 347 dead, as a green orb pulsates with an eerie light. A figure laughs maniacally, declaring the scene a mess. The first team, comprised of 30 members, has already been wiped out, a figure reports. A voice cautions everyone to be careful inside, stating that cleaning up after corpses is troublesome. A man with long red hair suggests they proceed quickly then. Every 5 minutes, 50 trainees will be sent into the warp gate, a voice declares. The response is simply, understood. He thinks to himself that he's still eventually getting dragged into the demonic realm. The red-haired man states that he probably already has trusted troops there to scout that area, while traces would be left. There'd unfortunately be nothing concrete. A sword stands bathed in light. If he wants to get closer to him, he'll need scores that are extremely outstanding. To achieve that, he'd first need to do something about this body. Because there's a limit to how much he can grow with a half-assed divine dragon's breathing technique, Nilfra considers that going to the demonic realm is not a bad idea, and could be an opportunity for him. There are still 2 treasures that no one knows about in the demonic realm. If he gets them, he'll be able to grow even faster. The figures on the platform are shocked by the news. "What did you say? Is that true?" A hooded figure questions the statement. "Wrong." A figure in military uniform is taken aback. It's so rare to see the commander instructor that taken aback. The figures on the platform are being respected. The figures on the platform are discussing the legitimate successor. The legitimate successor of our. A figure exclaims, "Great Emperor." There were no other noteworthy events. But, Crown Prince Leon Kavalan has arrived. A special event happened. What is he doing here? The hooded figure looks surprised. She couldn't forget him. A figure stands on a platform, addressing a crowd. "Nice to meet all of you." Another face flashes in her mind, a face of someone who played around with my life. The figure declares, "I'm Leon Kavalan, the crown prince of this empire." Leon Kavalan stands tall, determination etched on her face. The words Crown Prince Leon Kavalan are displayed prominently. Figures in hooded cloaks kneel, chanting, "We pay our respects to you, your highness." A close-up reveals a stern gaze, hinting at the power within. Anger boils within Leon Kavalan. But, now that I've seen his face, anger is boiling within me. I shall speak as the crown prince of our empire. The crown prince commands, everyone at ease. Leon Kavalan's voice rings out, filled with authority. The crown prince vows, "I swear upon my name that I'll guarantee you your safety. Anyone who has been dragged here against your will, talk to me." She promises everyone their freedom. A pair of orange eyes glow with intensity. It is declared that she is the crown prince. Currently, the 4th Special Forces have invaded the enemy territory. The Emperor acknowledges the report. The scene shifts to capital Avalon, the Emperor's residence. Yin reports that the objective, the demonic crystal mine, has been completely burned, declaring it a success. The Emperor praises Yan's work. Leon Cavalin asks about reinforcements, noting that the infiltration team was small and unable to escape on their own. It would be hard to guarantee their survival if nothing is done. Leon Cavalin orders that they be left behind, so they can at least sacrifice their lives to take down more enemies. A subordinate objects, but is quickly silenced. The Emperor states that they will send in reinforcements and secure the escape route. He tells Yin that the world is like chess, with slaves, citizens, and knights. And nobles. All of them exist for the sake of the Emperor, for the sake of one king. A chess piece stands atop a mountain of bodies, a stark representation of the Crown Prince's ideals. The cost of his ambition is clear. Hundreds and thousands of human lives will be sacrificed. The Crown Prince's voice echoes, declaring that the people are given the chance to die for him. What greater honor could there be? Nilfra's eyes narrow, a flicker of recognition in their depths. He remembers someone despicable. He also knows that children of nobles. Lorena Beowulf's voice rings out, advising those who have entered this place to attain power to go back now, unless they want to go up against her when she ascends the throne. Yan and others react with disbelief to the Crown Prince's words. Is he serious? No way. But the Crown Prince is the one who said it. Nilfra's expression hardens. Is he really the same person? What on earth is happening right now? Commander Instructor reports to the Crown Prince that the trainees seem to be in shock upon listening to his sudden speech. A disembodied voice questions the reason for conducting such an unethical project like this. A declaration is made that the special forces exist for the sake of protecting the Empire and the Emperor. For the Emperor. A voice commands someone not to say something so ridiculous. The purpose is to drive the people they're supposed to protect into life and death situations. That's the kind of crown they have. Lorena Beowulf's gaze hardens, a storm brewing in her eyes. What meaning is there to have such a crown? She won't. The red-haired figure questions the legitimacy of the situation, a sword appearing in the background. The blonde-haired figure declares that if anyone has acted wrongly, they will stand down. There's no way there'd be any. Murmurs ripple through the assembled crowd. The red-haired figure finds this idealism to be a nuisance. Someone apologizes to their highness. Yin identifies himself as trainee number 974. He expresses his desire to participate in the test. The blonde-haired figure recognizes the number 974, finding it familiar. From what he knows, low-ranked trainees are treated unfairly, and he asks if they do not wish to get out of this place. Yin states that there's something here that's given fairly regardless of rank. The qualification for them to risk their lives in order to climb higher is given. A voice declared that the test would be fair to all. Another voice stated that they would participate in the test because they had something to achieve. A character is seen with a determined expression. The commander instructor is addressed by another character. The commander instructor is told that they have taken in a trainee soldier that they don't deserve. A character states that they will continue with the test since they can't go back on their words. A voice states that they will observe the whole process. A voice declares that they must repay the Crown Prince's kindness with their life. Another voice responds affirmatively. A character states that they will continue the test. The commander instructor instructs the trainees to listen carefully as he explains how the warp gate works. A voice explains that once they enter the gate, all of their locations will be assigned. A voice explains that bodies occasionally get disintegrated due to transmission errors, but that they don't need to care about that. Number 974, Yan, is called to step forward. A character stands in the warp gate, ready to activate it. A character reflects that in their previous life, Leon Cavalin didn't come to. He was completely different from the Leon she knew. Lorena extends her hand, her expression a mix of concern and confusion. What could be the reason for this influence? Otherwise, just why? The transmission begins. Just what happened to him? A beam of light pierces the sky. Nilfra's eyes narrow. He takes stock of his condition. Good. His limbs are all intact. Nilfra prepares for a fight. Nilfra continues forward, thinking, let's start looking for a weapon to use first. Nilfra walks deeper into the valley, the air thick with the scent of sulfur. He notes, a prominent trait of this valley is the demonic energy that's mixed with the smell of sulfur. Nilfra's eyes widen. A shadowy figure appears before Nilfra, screeching, "Treat eek." The air crackles with unseen energy as the battle commences. The cockatoo griffin unleashes a deafening roar that echoes through the valley. The monstrous bird's eyes burn with savage intensity. The creature is identified as a cockatoo griffin. Fear grips the trainees as they desperately try to escape the griffin's wrath. Run away. We'll get wiped out at this rate, one of them shouts. The cockatoo griffin's maw opens once more, ready to unleash another devastating attack. The griffin seems taken aback by something. A figure clad in shining armor, identified as the Dark Soul 15th form, prepares to strike. An explosion of stardust erupts, engulfing the battlefield. A voice calls out, Ms. Lorena. Lorena Beowulf, identified as the rank 1 trainee soldier, responds, "Thank you." The trainees express their gratitude. "If it weren't for you, we'd have all died." Another adds, "A lot of you seem injured. Is your team made up of low-ranked trainees?" The soldiers acknowledge that most of their members are in the 700s. They are trying to leave the valley because too many of them are injured. One of the soldiers asks Lorena if they can follow her until they get out of the valley. She replies that it doesn't matter to her, and the soldier thanks her. Yin is nowhere to be seen. Lorena states that there's no way he's dead already. Yan's bold attitude, even in the presence of the crown prince, is remembered. Yin is questioned as to why he is going so far to keep this test going. It is remarked that the princess is doing stupid stuff again. Someone asks if they want to travel together with vermin in the 700s. It's thought that they'll just become burdens, and that those in the 700s can't even be used as meat shields for Lorena. Cruel Dwight, a rank 2 trainee soldier, is introduced. Cruel is asked if he intends to look after them like their parents, and if he thinks his generous compassion will be of any help. He is told to watch his words, and that the rank of someone doesn't tell you everything about them. It's remarked that the number 1 spot will be experiencing some changes after this test. It is stated that some changes will occur after this test. A voice warns that focusing too much on ranks will lead to losing sight of what's important, adding that everyone looks carefree while grumbling. Lorena Beowulf is addressed as Kasha. Kasha Evrain is identified as a rank 3 trainee soldier. A voice tells Cruel Dwight that he is too short. While the test is underway, Cruel Dwight and Lorena Beowulf are sighted. Someone asks what. A voice asks if they are traveling with those vermin too, adding that the bigger the group, the easier it is. A voice states that they promised all of them that they'd help them pass, and questions whether a noble should lead the commoners to deal with crises. Someone questions if Cruel Dwight is a noble. A voice asks if the bloodline of a traitor can be called a noble as well, and questions if they want to lead the commoners. A voice wonders what the Evrain family did while leading the commanders, and warns to be careful. A voice states that it'd be such a waste if the last Evrain went to the gallows. Lorena Beowulf says, thanks for your concern. A voice says that they guess they were too focused on trying to restore their family, adding that they are envious of Cruel Dwight in times like that. The voice echoed, stating that since the Dwight family has 2 older brothers taking charge. A hand clenches, the voice continuing that one can just live however they like. Kasha Evrain stands with Cruel Dwight and another figure, listening intently. The group remains still, their expressions unreadable. Roman tells someone to calm down, his expression serious. A character grits their teeth, a low ugh escaping their lips. A hand reaches out, as if grasping for something just out of reach, exclaiming me. Kasha Evrain, Cruel Dwight, and another figure walk away, their destination unknown. Sharp, jagged spikes jut out from the ground, creating a dangerous landscape. A voice declares that they'd only lose out by traveling with useless bastards like that. Roman mutters, as usual. A figure sits hunched over, lost in thought, repeating to themselves not to desire anything, not to think about anything. A voice echoes a chilling directive, just live as if you're dead. He spots dark stains splattered across the ground. Blood traces? The air hangs heavy with the metallic tang of blood, strongest near a massive boulder. It's fresh. Nilfra curses under his breath. He never thought he'd be reminded of that day again. It would be troublesome if there were too many monsters. He decides to hide himself and observe first. The scene unfolds before him, a field of corpses, and amidst them, a figure. A human? The corpses are those of goblins, specifically red goblins. Did he kill them all? Nilfra's eyes widen, a horrified fascination gripping him. What on earth is he doing? Crimson eyes gleam with savage hunger. He's eating that monster. Spikes jut out from the ground. The 2 items are found in the Blade Mountain ranges. Damien thinks that he must obtain them in order to execute his plan. He wonders what he can get first. Damien's purple eyes narrow. A voice shouts, meat. Damien stands with a shadowy figure behind him. A hand is covered in blood. A figure is covered in blood. Dark Soul, 21st form, Draconic Flames. Damien's eye twitches as he says, crisp. A swarm of monstrous figures descends, their red eyes gleaming with predatory hunger. The air crackles with anticipation as they prepare to strike. A close-up reveals a face etched with determination, the jaw clenched tight against the impending onslaught. Surrounded by the grotesque creatures, Nilfra stands defiant. The monsters cry out, meat, meat. He thinks to himself, I got lucky. Nilfra's eyes narrow, a storm of thoughts brewing behind their purple depths. He reflects, to think what I was after. The monster's bloodlust intensifies, their guttural roars echoing through the cavern. Would come to me, one snarls. With a surge of power, Nilfra unleashes a torrent of magic. Energy crackles around him, a beacon against the encroaching darkness. Breaking through the ranks, Nilfra sprints away, leaving the monsters in his wake. To think you lot would come find me by yourself, he shouts. A monstrous face contorts in rage, its fangs bared in a silent scream of frustration. Nilfra's expression hardens, a grim determination settling over his features as he grits his teeth. A promise hangs in the air, shimmering like the magic crystals scattered below. But one day, something happened that caused the values of magic crystals to rise astronomically. Professor Isaac sits at his desk, working on his thesis. Professor Isaac published a thesis in the Academy. Magic scholar Isaac's thesis states that humans can absorb the traits and mana of a monster by using magic crystals. A winged and horned figure stands with a crystal in its chest. The thesis shows that stamina can be gained from orcs, and regeneration and strength can be gained from trolls and ogres. Naturally, the world of academics opposed his thesis. Two figures discuss the thesis. One states that it's ridiculous, and the other states that the way humans and monsters use mana are different. Headmaster Neuron tells Professor Isaac that if he can't prove his thesis, he'll have no choice but to consider expelling him. It was proven. As soon as the thesis was proven, the mana users of the whole continent got excited. Monsters became more frequently seen in pharmacies than in dungeons. Professor Isaac is asked if he can prove his thesis. The process to remove poison from the magic crystal is extremely complicated. It needs either the flower of the moon bug or volcanic stones. But the absorption itself is very simple. Professor Isaac drinks from a mug. The question is posed, is it a complicated process to absorb mana stones? The answer, you just eat it. A person eats a crystal. He never thought he'd be doing this again. Damien stands over the fallen creatures, the taste as disgusting as ever. To eat the monster's magic crystal and heart in a 2-to-1 ratio. This method of eating harmonizes the magic crystal's mana and the poison that expels from the heart. Damien coughs, the effects already taking hold. Cook, the poison, must be done while prepared to. Risk your life. The poison of the magic crystal is destroying Damien's insides. He must use the divine dragon's breathing too. Damien thinks, this will take longer than he expected. He'll have to take it slow. Humph. Even though Damien is surprised by that strange side of him, his rank is still in the 900s. There's no way he'd lose. He'll be taking those magic. He looks around, confusion etched on his face. Where could the person have gone? Damien stands in the Blade Mountain ranges, telling the small figure that hooligans like them are more dangerous than the monsters. The figure hears that there's a tribe among the barbarians that eat monsters. Damien finds it more repulsive to see one in person than he thought. Damien says that while he'd love to beat a barbarian like the figure to death right now, he'll spare their life if they show him sincerity. Extending his hand, Damien demands that the figure give him all the magic crystals they've gathered so far. The small figure responds that they don't have the magic crystals because they ate them. They don't. Damien's eyes narrow. He snarls that no one else is here, and he could easily kill trash like the figure. He demands the magic crystals if they treasure their life. A sinister smile spreads across the figure's face. You're right, they say, no one else is here. Damien yells, finally realizing the situation he's in. He demands that the figure quietly hand over the crystals. The small figure unleashes a surge of power, preparing for a fight. The Dwight estate loomed, a symbol of the power he craved. At 12 years old, he began to understand the purpose of the training center. The trash-like state of the world made him feel like the natural choice to succeed his family. Misfortune had struck him, stuck as he was with 2 trash cans above him. They were scared, they didn't want him to succeed the family. Hence, he was thrown into the special forces. He was 12 when he came to understand the training center by them, all under the pretext of training me. He would never forget them. Cruel Dwight was the true successor of the Dwight family. He was on a whole other level, unlike trash like you all. The boy thought, no one else is here. He couldn't believe it was their decision to throw him in that dump site of a place. A blow lands, and Cruel Dwight coughs up blood. He grits his teeth, a low growl escaping his lips. How dare they? The man curses under his breath, his footsteps echoing in the valley. How dare they do this to him? A bag lies discarded on the ground, its contents spilling out. Cruel Dwight's expression hardens. Only a certain kind of person would do this. He declares, his voice resonating with conviction, that he is the true successor of the Dwight family. Cruel Dwight continues his march, the discarded bag a silent testament to his resolve. He demands that they stop talking and move quickly, his patience wearing thin. Wait. He tightens his grip, stating that he doesn't want to hear their yapping about his family. A blue-haired figure wonders how long the great young master of the Count family is going to whine for, reminding him that they have a long way to go and need to move it. He demands to know why he is being made to do this, stating that it's time for the other person to pull their weight as well. Nilfra and Cruel Dwight stand among a pile of goblin corpses. Nilfra tells Cruel Dwight that he brought this upon himself, and that the punishment is light considering he tried to kill him. He questions what Cruel Dwight is trying to do by bringing along so many goblin corpses. A close-up shows one of the goblin corpses. A voice tells him to shut up and stop grumbling, as it's not that hard since he uses mana. Cruel Dwight says that he can get punished via the Empire laws for making a noble do manual labor. He asks if Nilfra doesn't know that because he's a barbarian. Cruel Dwight reacts, stating that he is from the Dwight family. Cruel Dwight, now on the ground, exclaims that Nilfra hit his nose. Nilfra tells him to get up. Cruel Dwight thinks that nobles don't feel any pain when they get hit. He wonders who Nilfra is. Nilfra attacks. Cruel Dwight thinks that he lost because Nilfra suddenly attacked him and he had let his guard down. He declares that Nilfra's impudence will be punished with death. Nilfra continues his assault. Cruel Dwight exclaims how dare he. Nilfra asks if he understands what he's saying. Cruel Dwight thinks that there's no way he'd lose, and that he only lost because he couldn't gather his mana due to the sudden attack. Once he recovers his mana, Damien intends to kill someone with his own hands, or so it seems. Damien's expression hardens. He believes someone didn't understand what he said. His red eyes narrow. He wonders if he needs to help them understand it again. Damien recalls a previous conversation where he suggested meeting from time to time to become friends. Damien warns someone to shut up unless they want to be crawling instead of walking. He can see just what they're thinking. There's a small trace of bloodlust emanating from Damien. It's heading in all directions. The speaker only knows of one thing with such an energy. Just like how there's black magic that uses the power of darkness in the world of magic, there are also demonic martial arts that use the power of darkness in the world of martial arts. You can obtain more power quicker than the usual martial arts, but it breaks down the user's mana and body as they continue to use it. A figure stands shrouded in darkness, a glowing sword held aloft. The air crackles with an ominous energy. The text reveals that Cruel's nickname in his previous life was Bloodstar. A close-up on a character's eye reveals a deep, unsettling purple. He was notorious for all the evil deeds he committed in order to succeed his family. The unknown warden tugs at the leash, pleading, "Wait, release the leash at least." He adds, with a hint of desperation, "There's only one path here, how can I run away?" The text declares, "I'm not an animal, and this sight looks weird." The text poses the question, why would two guys use a leash between each other? It continues, "Are you not afraid of what others might think if they?" Cruel replies, "See it? That's true. All right, here you go." The leash drops to the ground. The unknown warden sighs, "This feels better. I thought you were going to just put me on a leash and walk around." Cruel responds, "Your job." Cruel announces, "Here is done. We've arrived." The unknown warden asks, "Arrived? Where's this place?" Cruel states, the place where a real treasure is hidden." The pair stand at the edge of a vast, ancient structure, its scale dwarfing them. The air hangs heavy with the scent of dust and forgotten magic. The text declares, "A monster, not a treasure." A figure plummets downwards, a bag of corpses seemingly discarded. The unknown warden stands on a ledge, addressing Cruel Dwight. He states that since Cruel worked hard, he will give him a piece of advice. Cruel offers a piece of advice, stating it's because the other person has worked hard. A close-up reveals a character with intense purple eyes, a bead of sweat trickling down their face. A voice commands someone to run to the gate without looking back. The scene shifts to a long, dark hallway, the air thick with foreboding. A glimpse of a bloodied figure lying prone in a grand hall, the scene bathed in a sinister red light. A bloodied hand reaches out across a tiled floor, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. A close-up of a blood-soaked hand resting on the ground, the scene punctuated by ominous symbols. A ritualistic symbol is etched into the floor, surrounded by splatters of blood. The camera focuses on a complex, blood-stained magic circle, the air heavy with unspoken questions. Another ominous symbol looms in the darkness, hinting at the horrors to come. Crimson eyes flared in the darkness. A voice, laced with ancient fury, echoed, "The bastard who woke me up from my slumber." Stylized characters cascade down the panel, an indecipherable message hanging in the air. More stylized characters fill the panel, their meaning as elusive as the shadows that birthed them. Perched atop a jagged precipice, figures stood silhouetted against the pale sky. One of them barked, "Hey, Arbarian, what the hell did you do?" Deep within a shadowed tunnel, two more crimson eyes burned like embers. A sense of dread permeated the air. Damien, his expression grim, warned, "It's coming." The crimson eyes intensified, piercing the darkness with their malevolent gaze. A disembodied voice echoed, laced with dark promise, "Offer yourself to me." Mystic symbols drifted in the void, their purpose unknown, their presence unsettling. The voice returned, its tone now a command, "Offer your souls to me." A single, baleful red eye opened, radiating an aura of immense power and malice. A silent exclamation hung in the air, a stark expression of shock or realization. He asked if Lorena felt that too. Lorena confirms that she did, adding that an unimaginably evil mana is spreading throughout the area. The camera pans to the Snake Valley. Lorena wonders what on earth is happening there. Lorena admits she hasn't encountered anything this strong before and isn't sure what to make of it. The question of how strong they are talking is posed. Kasha Evrain suggests they change their plan. Lorena states that they must go to the gate now. Kasha is surprised by the sudden change of plans. An order is given for everyone to return to the gate as soon as they can, and to dispose of any useless baggage, including magic crystals. The soldiers acknowledge the order and prepare to depart immediately. Kasha asks if Lorena is in such a rush, reminding her that she had asked how strong the mana was earlier. Lorena confirms, stating that it was on par with the... She stares ahead, processing the information. The Patriarch? No way. A hand grips a sword. His fighting abilities alone are always within the top 5 of the Empire. He's the Guardian God of the North. The Guardian God of the North. That mana is on par with Duke Beowulf. That means that even if all the instructors came over. Lorena states that they're done for. The sign reads, "Instructor Post." One of the figures asks what that is, noting that something's flying around. A voice commands to stop slacking around and move quickly, adding that it's still not enough. It's still not enough. More. Roman asks what is happening here. The other figure responds, questioning how he would know and telling him to start attacking first. A fiery scene unfolds. A monstrous mouth opens, emitting a guttural roar that echoes through the dungeon. A disembodied voice booms, commanding, "Offer all your souls to me." The shadows of the group stretch and distort as they continue their desperate flight. The stone floor beneath their feet is cracked and broken, a testament to the dungeon's age and the battles fought within. The group continues to run, their their cloaks billowing behind them as they try to escape the unseen threat. The gate will be within reach after they get past this area. Trainee Yin suddenly stops, a look of confusion and fear spreading across his face. There's a voice. Yin shouts, "Everyone stop." His eyes dart around, searching for the source of the intrusive voice. Who is it? He clutches his head, a pained expression twisting his features. I hear a voice in my head. It's asking me to offer my soul. It says it doesn't have enough souls. A strange light flickers in Yan's eyes, his expression becoming vacant. He extends a trembling hand, whispering, "I offer mine." A crimson aura erupts around Yan, bathing him in an unholy light as the voice's influence takes hold. His eyes widen, pupils dilating as the voice consumes him, his will fading into nothingness. A surge of power explodes outward, a wave of crimson energy that threatens to engulf everything in its path. He clutches his head, a sharp pain lancing through his skull. One of the group calls out, realizing the situation. It's an ambush. She urges everyone to look over there. Dark energy coalesces, forming a sinister pattern. The pattern solidifies, a malevolent presence filling the air. A voice echoes, declaring it has found them. Yin cries out, the pain intensifying. Lorena warns everyone to be careful, sensing the danger. A disembodied hand reaches out from behind bars of red energy. The voice booms, declaring that they are the ones who woke it from its slumber. The voice continues, expressing its gratitude for being awakened. The voice ominously states that it ought to express its thanks. The ancient lich is revealed, a skeletal figure wreathed in dark energy, promising to express its gratitude. He looms, his skeletal face a mask of ancient malice, eyes burning with a cold, yellow light. Above him, a dark aura pulses with ominous energy. The mages were saddened, because human life was finite, whereas magic was infinite. Blinded by greed, the mages researched on how they could pursue magic eternally. As a result, they offered their souls to the darkness and obtained eternal life. They turned into undead, a monster that loathes all living things. Into a lich. Head. It's a monster that has absorbed numerous lives. A being that has existed for almost an eternity. A monster doing here. See Captain. Jake, Todd, and Roman sprint away. Roman wonders why they are suddenly running. The trainees are running away from something. Someone shouts to look at that. A disembodied voice echoes, dismissing the fleeing figures as lowly mortals. The unknown warden looms over two figures, his presence radiating a palpable sense of dread. He wonders if they have woken him up. Meanwhile, two hooded figures press on, their destination gate number 3, the nearest escape route. Lorena Beowulf commands everyone to run, her voice filled with urgency. Lorena urges herself to get going as well. Drawing her sword, Lorena vows to buy them all time to escape. Her eyes reflect a steely resolve. She thinks that she can't do this alone, and that they can't either. Lorena decides to leave this to someone else. Her face is set with determination. Damien apologizes to Lorena, declaring that he can't die here. The unknown warden's skull-like face looms, his glowing eyes promising death. He looms over Nilfra, the unknown warden's voice echoing, intending to face me alone, mortal? Nilfra eyes his sword and a scroll, thinking, I still have some chance of winning. I only have 2 advantages right now. He focuses on the blade. First, I have a blessed mithril sword that undeads are weak against. Nilfra's eyes widen as he realizes something. The unknown warden prepares a skull magic missile attack, the air crackling with dark energy. The unknown warden declares, die. The skull magic missiles launch, streaking through the air towards Nilfra. The missiles hurtle forward, leaving trails of red energy in their wake. Nilfra sprints away, attempting to evade the barrage. He activates dark soul mobility, blurring into motion. Nilfra then uses wings of the wind swallow, gaining even more speed. A close-up reveals Nilfra's grip tightening on his sword, ready for the next attack. He deflects the incoming skull projectiles with a disc-shaped barrier, the magical energy crackling in the air. The air shimmers with heat. The unknown warden watches, his skeletal face impassive. Nilfra appears above the unknown warden, gaining a second advantage. The air ripples with magical energy. The unknown warden stands tall, ready to face the next attack. Nilfra prepares to strike, closing the distance between them. The unknown warden states that a mage can't cast attacks. Nilfra thinks that if he makes use of those 2 advantages, he'll have the upper hand. The unknown warden summons a defense magic circle, a glowing barrier forming around him. The unknown warden wonders how it can do double casting, and if that skull is doing the casting. The skull floats beside the unknown warden, its eyes glowing with eerie light. The unknown warden cries out, recoiling from an unseen force. Red energy crackles around her. Her sword clatters to the ground, the sound echoing in the sudden silence. The unknown warden's eyes widen as she realizes what has happened. My weapon, she gasps. Chains erupt from the shadows, binding the unknown warden. Skulls with glowing eyes materialize around her, sealing her fate. Shit. The cloaked figure and Lorena Beowulf stand on a stone platform. Lorena Beowulf, held captive, shouts at a floating skull. You revolting filth. Let go of me this instant. Red tendrils bind Lorena Beowulf. The cloaked figure observes, how desirable. Lorena Beowulf retorts, an embodiment of haughtiness that dare come at me alone. A circular object with a skull in the center glows with red energy. A voice echoes, soul. The cloaked figure holds the circular object, declaring, and turn you into a corpse that serves only me. The ancient structure looms. The cloaked figure stands in a doorway, the sign above reading, Lich's Lair. The cloaked figure walks down a hallway. He stands tall, a skeletal figure adorned with a skull mask and antlers, his presence radiating an ancient power. The Lich's robes billow around his feet, the hem barely brushing the cold stone floor of his lair. The ancient Lich's glowing eyes narrow as he declares, it's defenseless. A figure ascends a grand staircase, their form obscured by shadows, as they exclaim, this is... The ancient Lich is surrounded by a complex magic circle, its runes glowing with an eerie light. Advanced flame magic crackles to life, a flare tempest, ready to unleash its fiery wrath. A blinding flash of light fills the chamber, the air thick with the smell of ozone and burning magic. The ancient Lich's silhouette is framed by the inferno, his presence both terrifying and majestic. A voice echoes in the shadows, thinking, I thought I'd be able to raid an empty lair. The figure, shrouded in darkness, says, I'm glad I brought this alone. The lair is vast and labyrinthine, with the 12th and 36th floors marked by ominous signs. There are a total of 492 magic traps, with about 30 moving among them. The figure reveals his plan. I used the goblins to lure the Lich out of his lair and get my hands on the treasure while he's gone. Although I came up with this plan, I can't believe it's this simple. A set of stairs leads into the depths. To know everything about the lair would be the only way. The speaker recalls learning about the Lich when they were the captain. After returning from an assassination mission, a report was received. The report details the case of the ancient Lich, case number A58211567. The encounter occurred during Special Forces' first training in the Blade Mountain Ranges. The Lich was identified as a high-rank monster. A total of 1,000 trainees were mobilized, with no injuries but only 100 survivors, leaving 900 dead. The report continues, stating that the loss placed the Special Forces Training Center in a critical state. It is assumed that the Lich woke up and left his lair after sleeping for a long time and began to drain the blood of the trainees. After that, the Lich was located as the incident was investigated. The lair was assumed to have been built during ancient times and was filled with mysterious treasures. Grimoires that would make you a sage even if you read one of them, and jewels that would make you so rich that you wouldn't have to work for life if you had one of them, filled the lair. But the most important thing was missing. A life vessel, the egg of mana that contains the Lich's life and mana. The life vessel that was missing in my previous life still exists here. Additional Report 2. Discovery of the remnants of a life vessel, assumed to have gotten damaged while the Lich was fighting someone. The culprit is undetermined. The scrolls before him contained the incomplete secret technique that the Emperor had bestowed. The orb only allowed him to absorb its power, but he couldn't compress it. But if he had the life vessel, the ultimate form of mana, he could use it to replace the missing function of compression that the secret technique lacked. That could perfect the divine dragon's breathing. If he made use of such incredible opportunities, he might be able to surpass his own strength during his previous life. This is it. The ancient Lich's altar that's located at the bottom level of the lair. Let's see, based on the report. Let's give it a try. He unleashes a blast of energy at the door. The ancient Lich is thrown back by a powerful force. Kook. He stood before the entrance, a chilling aura emanating from his form as he prepared to breach the depths. The sealing magic, a face lock, reacted to the ancient Lich's presence, recognizing him from a prior encounter. It glowed ominously. The system's cold voice echoed. Face recognition has failed. Please verify with the right face. The face lock pulsed with crimson light, a silent guardian refusing passage. A skeletal hand, radiating faint magical energy, reached out, touching the cold metal of a nearby door. But there's a way around this, he mused. The ancient Lich traversed a long, dimly lit hallway, his footsteps echoing in the oppressive silence. There's a place written in the report. It should be around here. His hand pressed against another door, a faint click resonating as it yielded. Oh, I found it. Beyond the door, a grand staircase descended into the unknown depths, beckoning him further into the lair. The staircase was revealed to be a passageway made for the slaves to enter, a grim reminder of the lair's dark history. Additional Report 2-2. A large number of slaves are assumed to have lived in the lair. There's a passageway for the slaves to use. A detailed map appeared, revealing a labyrinth filled with primitive traps. It's a labyrinth with a lot of primitive traps, so it'll take a while to get through this place. The ancient Lich smirked, his eyes gleaming with dark amusement. But there's nothing a special forces captain like me can't get through. He continued, a sinister plan forming in his mind. Because I know she'll buy me plenty of time. He stands surrounded by a macabre circle of skulls, the air thick with the scent of decay. The ancient Lich's voice echoes, dripping with malice. The way you act and smell. The lavender-haired person he speaks to looks on with a worried expression. Ho ho, I'm looking forward to how your soul will contort. The ancient Lich continues his threats. I'll rip off your head to use it as my favorite livestock. He muses on other possibilities. Shall I try dismembering that body of yours and transplant it into an orc? Or I could also turn you into a zombie and make you eat humans. The lavender-haired person looks on, seemingly unconcerned. The ancient lich wonders, I wonder if you'll still be this haughty. Red tendrils writhe in the background as the ancient lich declares, it's over for you. A figure in a dark hood stands amidst a scene of carnage, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood. The figure threatens to tear off someone's head and use it as livestock, their voice dripping with malice. The hooded figure continues, suggesting they might dismember the body and transplant pieces onto an orc, their words laced with cruel experimentation. The hooded figure's skull-like face looms closer, the single visible eye gleaming with sinister intent. The figure declares, it's over. A torrent of blood streaks across the scene, accompanied by the words for you. The hooded figure chuckles, a dry, rasping sound that promises only pain and suffering. A woman with an eye patch spits blood, her voice filled with rage as she accuses someone of acting all high and mighty. The woman, consumed by fury, finishes her thought, calling someone an arrogant bitch. The unknown warden prepares to unleash a dark magic attack, his voice dripping with malice. He vows to turn his target into dust right then and there, as dark energy crackles around his outstretched hands, ready to cast dark break. The warden's red eye glows with sinister intent, promising pain and destruction. Kasha Evrain's eyes widen in surprise, a silent question forming on her lips as she realizes the true nature of the situation. The unknown warden pauses, a flicker of confusion in his skeletal face. Why did he halt his attack? A chilling realization washes over the warden. Something is amiss. The room is stained with blood, the floor littered with broken tiles, a testament to a recent struggle. Kasha activates a hidden magic circle, a desperate gamble to turn the tables. She grits her teeth, realizing she was just a bait. The unknown warden's voice rises in anger, the realization dawning on him. That was the plan for her to distract him while that rat snuck in. The warden's rage explodes, his voice a venomous snarl. He calls Kasha a cunning soul. A gravity wave emanates from Kasha, a surge of energy meant to clear a path. Kasha, battered but determined, makes her escape. She declares she's going back to the lair and orders the gate to be opened. The magic circle glows intensely, the coordinates set for the 127-5 gate. The ancient lich strides forward, his skeletal frame draped in dark robes, as he approaches a summoning circle etched into the stone floor. A faint, ethereal glow emanates from the circle, casting eerie shadows that dance around him. The ancient lich continues his march, his destination, the altar looming in the distance. The air crackles with unseen energy, a testament to the potent magic that permeates this unholy place. The skulls lining the summoning circle seem to watch him, their empty sockets filled with an ancient malice. A pale hand rests on the cold stone floor, fingers twitching weakly. A faint groan escapes the unseen figure, a testament to recent pain. Kasha Evrain, breathing heavily, sits on the ground. She wonders aloud how she could suddenly disappear too. A crimson haze fills the air, thick with the scent of blood and decay. The silence is broken only by the faint echo of distant screams. The lich's altar stands in stark contrast to the surrounding gloom, its pristine white surface gleaming under the dim light. The inscription Lich's Altar is etched into its base, a testament to its dark purpose. A close-up of the summoning circle reveals intricate runes and symbols, pulsing with an inner light. A voice echoes, filled with disbelief and rage. Who is it? The ancient lich stands silhouetted against the altar, his skeletal face contorted in fury. Red energy crackles around him, a manifestation of his mounting rage. The ancient lich fumes, thinking that he can't believe someone got past his defense barrier and traps that he set up for 1,000 years and made it this far. He also thinks that the rat even knew the location of the altar. The ancient lich is shocked, wondering if it was the mage guild or the empire's army. He sees his elixirs on the ground. The shattered remains of the elixirs litter the floor, their precious contents spilled and wasted. A disembodied voice echoes, filled with suspicion. Who drank them? These are the extra elixirs, the best secret potions that the ancient lich has refined in the last 1,000 years, that can reconstruct mana and physical bodies. He laments, having prepared these elixirs for 1,000 years, all for the sake of being revived as a human. The ancient lich fumes, realizing all his efforts have been foiled. He wonders what could have made them taste so good. The one who got past. My barrier. The ancient lich grabs a vial of elixir. He sits, pondering the use of saving these up. He proposes a drink together. The ancient lich consumes the elixir, finding it surprisingly good. A text box explains that excessive mana consumption can lead to a state similar to drunkenness. The ancient lich is labeled as an enemy of the mage guild and the empire's army, but a friend of the drunken brat. He remarks that, seeing as how they rushed back, they must have been having a great time. He asks if he got in the way of that. The ancient lich declares it was worth coming in from the main gate. He vows to kill them first, and then kill all of the others outside. Kasha scoffs, realizing that the ancient lich didn't even know his lair was being raided. She considered the situation. It would have been better if they had only used the secret passageway. Kasha's expression hardened, her resolve firm. The hallway stretched before her, silent and foreboding. Meanwhile, the ancient lich felt a sudden surge of power. Crimson energy crackled around him, a visible manifestation of his building rage. The lair pulsed with a malevolent red light. The ancient lich noted the ancient documents scattered around, along with books about mana hearts and energy cores. Did you gather all of that like? He paused, a low growl rumbling in his chest. Cool. Some shut in for 1,000 years. His eyes narrowed, burning with ancient fury. Do you know? The ancient lich declared, my name is Mammon, the one who decided to become an undead for 1,000 years for the sake of revenge. In the last 1,000 years, all I did was to prepare. Mammon's voice boomed, laced with contempt. A mere rat like you dares to foil my plans. The ancient lich, Mammon, vowed. Against the bastard who betrayed me and took everything from me. I even swallowed the humiliation of becoming an undead. A chilling chuckle echoed through the lair. A voice echoes, declaring that great plans have been ruined. Damien, holding a small container, apologizes insincerely. He continues to drink, finding the contents intoxicating. The ancient lich, enraged, calls Damien a little bastard, his hand glowing with magical energy. The ancient lich prepares to vaporize Damien with his crow breath. Damien's eyes widen. A voice commands, stop. The ancient lich's eyes narrow, glowing with power. The ancient lich's arm crackles with energy. Damien, realizing the danger, is shocked. The ancient lich, now with a skull-like face, notes that Damien catches on quickly to the energy of the mana. The skull-faced ancient lich continues to speak. The potion's effects surge through Damien, eliciting a furious outburst. Bastard, my life vessel, he roars, clutching at the glowing orb embedded in his chest. A pulsing, golden light emanates from the orb, crackling with arcane energy. A voice echoes, did you? The energy of this mana is palpable. The man scowls, calling the other a bastard. He remarks that he catches on quickly. The warden asks if he will consume his life vessel, realizing what is happening. Nilfra questions if it is a mana heart. The warden states that Nilfra used his life vessel to obtain a mana heart. He asks how Nilfra knows how to use a mana heart. Nilfra runs through the halls. He continues his escape. Nilfra sprints, a red cape billowing behind him. He continues to flee. The hallway stretches ahead, its white brick walls offering no solace. Wide-range flame magic erupts, a heavy fire rain engulfing the area. The unknown warden's voice echoes, taunting. Someone as weak as you is doing a pretty good job at running. The warden looms, his presence casting a long shadow. He continues to flee, his expression grim. The warden's voice booms. You stay still if you were me, and I have your life vessel within me. The warden continues. If you kill me, you'll die too. Nilfra retorts. No, I won't kill you. The warden declares. I'll revive myself using your body. His words hang in the air, laced with malice. The warden's voice drips with sinister intent. Since you've destroyed my work of a millennia, I'll take your body instead. Wouldn't that be fair? The warden proposes, trade. The body that absorbed my life vessel and elixirs. The warden finishes, I'll use that very body for. Nilfra, eyes wide with shock, exclaims, you want to use my body? He retorts, questioning what the warden is talking about, clearly confused by the statement. The unknown warden, hands clasped together, tells him to give up, declaring that he will use Nilfra's body. Multiple magic circles begin to activate, the warden preparing parallel calculation magic. The magic circles glow as the spell Hexastorm is prepared. Nilfra, eyes narrowed, states that the warden leaves him no choice, preparing divine dragon's breathing. A beam of golden energy erupts from Nilfra, aimed directly at the warden. The warden activates his mana heart, a glowing sigil appearing before him. Raw magical power surges from the warden, a vortex of energy swirling around him. The two magical forces collide, shattering the surrounding environment. The unknown warden remarks that it has been a while since he used this spell, admitting he failed to control its power, but also noting that Nilfra is not dead. The warden exclaims, calling Nilfra little rat. Nilfra moves with blinding speed, the warden questioning how the mediocre rat can move so fast. The doorway lies in ruins, the stone cracked and scattered across the red carpet. Footsteps echo through the chamber as the unknown warden advances. He muses, I never thought it would be this good. Endless mana circulates from the mana heart, pulsing as if it's breathing. Vials filled with dark liquid stand in silent rows, promising power. The unknown warden gazes at a heart and mana crystal. The heart and mana crystal of monsters, elixirs. He continues, and even the lich's life vessel. I consumed them all to become stronger. The unknown warden holds a mana heart in his hands, energy crackling around it. He thinks, with how things are going, I'll be able to return to my prime days soon. The unknown warden, bathed in crimson light, clutches his swords. No, maybe. Commander 5Th's eyes widen in alarm. He realizes a dead end. The door is gone. The unknown warden laughs, his eyes gleaming with malice. Ha! You're a rat caught in a trap. I activate it. He declares his trap is set to shut the door, leaving no escape. The unknown warden muses that if things have come to this, he'll have to kill the ancient lich. The warden reflects that he has already used all his tools and weapons, and doesn't have any left. He considers ways of fighting him now, stating it's alright even if his limbs are cut off. A summoning technique is activated, a red circle glowing with arcane symbols. Undead summoning magic takes hold, the warden commanding to bring him his body. A dragon skull begins to materialize. A figure contemplates ways of fighting the lich, but something happened during training. The dragon skull pulses with red energy. A hand clenches, ready for action. A blonde-haired figure with a sword states that the person on whom common sense doesn't work would do great and can leave the rest to her. A close-up reveals the blonde-haired figure's intense gaze, as she thinks she didn't expect a monster. Hundreds of trainees have either gone missing or died because of her appearance. Those hundreds of trainees are also her citizens, but they withered away before they even had the chance to bloom. She vows that she will never forgive them. The hooded figure remains silent. The blonde-haired figure is greeted with respect. "Greetings, Your Highness." She questions the other's presence. "You look like a trainee. What are you doing here?" A voice explains, "I was tracking the lich and got separated from the rest." The hooded figure states that someone informed them of this location. "You did really good. Now go away." "Great job, Roman." Instructions are given for the first test. When you reach the gate, tell the instructor commander these coordinates. Try to make sure the crown prince hears about this, too. The coordinates are 224-7. The hooded figure says, "You must be that body and energy." "Impossible." The blonde-haired figure asks, "You? How are you related to Bahamut?" "Bahamut." The cloaked figure, its skull face stark against the shadows, demanded, "How do you know our founding emperor's name?" The emperor's eyes widened, a mix of shock and disbelief etched on his face. "Emperor, to think you're the descendant of Bahamut. What a ridiculous turn of events." A hollow laugh echoed, the sound sending a chill down the spine. "Huh, huh." Mamon's voice crackled with excitement and disbelief. "I can't believe you made the divine dragon's breathing. Incredible. Today's a special day like that one." The cloaked figure's voice dripped with cold command. "You fulfilled your role. Now die for me. The divine dragon's breathing belongs to me, Bahamut. To think the descendant of my sworn enemy would appear before me." The skull-faced figure grinned, its teeth gleaming in the dim light. "Like this. To think Bahamut is the founding emperor." One of the figures can't believe that he is the descendant of Bahamut. The figure finds this so ridiculous. Today is a special day, just like that day. The descendant of his sworn enemy would appear before him like this. Sorcerer Mammon stands within a magical circle. He has always wondered. The energy core's stable flow and ability to maintain energy are visualized as two distinct orbs. Along with the mana circle's explosive amplification and ability to absorb, these orbs represent the potential for great power. If these two become one, what kind of great power would emerge? In order to fulfill that curiosity, he began to make use of the body of his friend, Bahamut, for research, channeling arcane energies. The research was a successful one, and new mana had manifested in his body, etched into his very being. That was the birth of a mana heart. Mana heart, and named it after Bahamut's wish. A voice calls out, telling him to stop showing off and wear some clothes. Another figure in the library is noticing a major surge in his abilities, asking if he feels the change as well. Yes, he feels it. If he makes good use of this, he should be able to create a new martial art. They created a martial art that made use of the mana heart and named it Divine Dragon's Breathing. The possibilities of a mana heart don't just end here. The more he researches, a voice apologizes to Mammon. The figure in the hooded cloak wonders what is being discussed. The unknown warden reveals a hand covered in dark, spreading marks as he is asked what he is doing. Bathed in a crimson light, the cloaked figure declares that this is where someone's role ends. The unknown warden is asked how he could do this. The cloaked figure explains that his actions are not just for the creation of the mana heart, adding that the divine dragon's breathing wouldn't have been possible without the other person. The unknown warden states that he needs the other person to die for him now. Mammon compliments the cloaked figure, calling him his friend, and saying he has been truly incredible. He is told that he knows too much and that all of this must belong solely to the unknown warden. The unknown warden wonders how much time has passed. The cloaked figure reflects on being betrayed by his friend. The unknown warden says he was barely able to hold onto his soul with the weak mana that was left within him. The cloaked figure reveals that he was able to cast magic onto his rotting body with just one thought on his mind. He looms, a figure of shadowed menace, the word revenge hanging in the air like a promise of pain. The unknown warden vows to meet punishment onto the one who stole everything from him. His eyes burn with an inner fire, a testament to the hatred that consumes him. The scene shifts to a grand hall, its architecture echoing with the weight of history and impending doom. The unknown warden reveals that he had prepared for this moment for 1,000 years. A blinding beam of energy erupts, tearing through the hall and vaporizing the stairs. A strangled cry echoes as the blast finds its mark. Mammon is struck. The unknown warden moves with terrifying speed, a blur of dark intent. His eyes glow with malevolent power, promising further destruction. Another blast of energy rips through the air, seeking its next target. The force of the attack obliterates a massive pillar, sending stone fragments raining down. He declares that his opponent's impudence knows no bounds. A burst of energy erupts, shaking the very foundations of the area. Parallel calculation magic takes form, the unknown warden promising to turn his foe into dust. Hexastorm descends, a vortex of arcane power. The magical circles intensify, glowing with malevolent energy. The warden unleashes the full force of Hexastorm. Golden Dragon's descent manifests, a searing beam of light. Mammon is struck by the Golden Dragon, the impact throwing him back. The unknown warden sneers, declaring that even after Bahamut's death, he seeks to torture him. The warden continues, warning the Lich not to dare mention the great name of their founding emperor. His face contorted in rage, the warden's eyes burn with hatred. A surge of power clashes against the warden's attack. Beams of light erupt, each inscribed with arcane symbols, as the magic circles activate. The beams converge, surrounding the unknown warden in a cage of raw magical energy. The warden plummets through the air, caught in the storm of his own making. A close-up reveals the intricate details of the magic circles, their power crackling with each pulse. The skeletal face of Mammon is visible beneath his hood. He thinks, I can't believe I don't even have the time to activate magic circles. A voice booms, my slaves, grab that bastard. Skulls with glowing red eyes are encased in magic circles. Leon Kavalin's red eyes glow with power. Leon asks, do you think mere sorcery like this can hold me back? A beam of light pierces the ground, the earth cracking under its immense power. Leon declares, since everything is gathered in one place. Golden Dragon Summoning, third technique. Bathed in golden light, Leon summons the hungry demon dragon. Red magical symbols glow ominously in the air. Mammon, shrouded in darkness, casts a fourth darkness magic element strengthening spell, snarling, dare you. Simultaneously, Leon Kavalin summons the Golden Dragon, unleashing the seventh form Dragon Sword Art, third form. The darkness coalesces as Mammon casts fifth darkness magic extermination magic, shouting, disappear, the dead of the past. Leon counters with the Imperial Secret Sword Art Ultimatum, a blinding flash of golden energy erupting from her blade. A blinding light fills the area as the two spells collide. The clash of magic echoes through the ancient structure. The light intensifies, shaking the very foundations of the building. Someone observes the spectacle, muttering, incredible. Another figure watches intently, thinking, I can't believe he's able to fight on par with that Lich. I can't tell who's the. A monstrous presence looms, its energy palpable. Monster here, a voice echoes. A voice muses, is that because it's influenced by the divine dragon's breathing? A separate thought declares, this is a good opportunity. A figure with piercing purple eyes watches with anticipation, thinking, I'll be able to see what the Crown Prince is capable of. A sword emits a blinding light, its power resonating. A figure descends, wielding the radiant blade with purpose. Mammon considers his options. He thinks, I might eventually have to fight him after all. Well, not for now at least, because my top priority is to find my family. Someone wonders, should I try to get away while they're fighting? A figure's legs are seen walking on a red surface. An older man states, this is where things are about to get interesting. A figure reacts with surprise. Rodrigo Meyer's eyes widen as he remembers, Rodrigo Meyer. I forgot about him. A hand clenches tightly. Number 974 is told, the escape of the trainee soldiers and the appearance of the Lich. Number 974, you seem to always be at the center of both incidents. The man with white hair states that things are about to get interesting. A voice expresses that something is strange. The man with the glowing eye says that number 974 seems to always be at the center of things. Someone calls out for Captain Rodrigo. A close-up shows a character's intense gaze. The white-haired man tells the other to call him sir instead. The blue-haired man replies, yes, Sir Rodrigo. The white-haired man laments that the standard of training must be in shambles if they don't even know how to greet their superiors properly, adding that basic manners are not being taught to trainees nowadays. The two men stand facing each other, the tension palpable. The narration states that although the instructor commander covered up the escape incident, a document shows the details. That was after the incident had been reported, the narrator states. The warden's piercing gaze is fixed on something beyond the frame. A total of 4 escapees had managed to break free. The escapees ranged from trainees with numbers starting from 10+ to 900+. 3 of the higher-ranked trainees were captured in a nearby forest. Pursuit Squad 3 had been chasing down the final escapee. The pursuit squad closes in. All had been discovered dead, and the escaped trainee was nowhere to be found. The warden states that Nilfra is the last trainee in the escape attempt. Nilfra's expression is unreadable. It was heard that the instructor commander personally joined the pursuit later on. A mere low-ranked trainee was able to survive both the pursuit squad and the instructor commander. The warden states that Nilfra also survived the ancient Lich this time around. Nilfra wonders if all this could be pure luck, but doubts so. Nilfra states that it's not just pure luck. Nilfra says that it's super lucky luck, and guesses that he did a lot of great deeds in his past life. The warden thinks that he's so young, and he's making dad jokes like that. Nilfra recalls that he was threatened by the rest in the escape attempt to become their porter. When he was almost offered as a sacrifice by the Lich, the Crown Prince appeared and saved him. The unknown warden, his gaze fixed on Nilfra, remarks on his luck, questioning if he seriously expects him to believe it. He acknowledges that it's true he's lucky, then asks if the warden is going to punish him for it. Nilfra's expression is unreadable, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he awaits the warden's response. The unknown warden, visibly irritated, calls him an impudent brat, unable to believe Nilfra dares to speak to him in such a manner. A close-up reveals the number 974, prompting the thought, to have such guts despite only being number 974, is he a hidden, illegitimate child of A? The thought continues, dismissing the idea of a great family. The scene shifts, showing the unknown warden amidst a flurry of magical energy, as someone asks if he's not going to help the crown prince. A voice booms, dismissing the idea as silly. The scene flashes to a battle, Nilfra and the unknown warden locked in combat, surrounded by magical sigils. If he tried to help, he'd do nothing but stand in his way. A voice muses that there isn't any space for another person to attack. The focus returns to Nilfra, the words, the lich, hanging in the air. The unknown warden observes that the lich's vessel disappeared, but he's still alive, wondering if it's because he couldn't completely absorb it. He resolves to activate his mana heart to completely absorb it. The unknown warden stands firm, energy radiating from his body. TCH. The unknown warden questions what's wrong, noting that he's been doing nothing but running. He shouts for silence. The unknown warden realizes his mana output is decreasing. It's as if something is sucking his mana. He wonders what it could be. A new figure appears, declaring that the unknown warden is the one. The ancient lich curses the brat for daring to ridicule him and vows not to hold back. The ancient lich reveals his desire to steal that body. The ancient lich states that he doesn't care about all that. Right here, right now, a crimson eye-like structure materializes, pulsing with ominous energy. Dark energy erupts outwards, forming a complex magical circle as the ancient lich vows to kill everyone. He stands within the expanding circle, his skeletal visage framed by the swirling darkness. Domain expansion. The words echo as the power intensifies. The full scope of the domain expansion is revealed, a terrifying display of magical might. Domain expansion manifests the inner world of the user. Other than the Emperor, only 4 patriarchs are capable of using this skill. The two figures watch with wide eyes, stunned by the display of power. Dai, descendant of Bahamut. The ancient lich declares, his voice a chilling rasp. Absorb it all. Is he intending to kill everyone, including himself? The woman wonders, her expression a mix of fear and disbelief. I won't let that happen. Nilfra vows, his eyes burning with determination. Mana heart. Full power. He clenches his fist, gathering his strength. A magic circle glows with power, ready to unleash its force. The ancient lich pauses, a moment of eerie stillness before the storm. A guttural sound escapes him as he struggles, his mana flickering erratically. He finds an opening amidst the chaos. The ancient lich declares, his voice echoing with dark intent, that he will end this. The air crackles as he announces his ultimate technique, Gold Dragon Dissension's ultimate technique. A spectral sword materializes, its blade shimmering with ethereal light. The ancient lich stands amidst a swirling vortex of magical circles, the spectral sword hovering beside him. Nilfra prepares to counter, his eyes narrowed in determination. The ancient lich scoffs, declaring that Nilfra's efforts are futile, for his domain expansion is already in effect. A sinister smile spreads across the ancient lich's skeletal face, radiating confidence. The ancient lich proclaims that there is no way an attack like that would work against him. A staff crackles with energy as it comes forth, ready to be wielded. The ancient lich prepares the Gold Dragon Dissension's ultimate technique. Nilfra prepares to counter the ultimate technique. The blade of the sword glows with power. Dragon sword. The ancient lich coughs. The ancient lich states that it is not over yet, and that it is all over. The ancient lich says that Nilfra is right in front of him, and that everything's gone down the drain. The ancient lich speaks of all the things he's prepared for the last 1,000 years, and the grudge that he's grown. The ancient lich wonders if it would all disappear because of a mere kid. Nilfra asks why. The ancient lich says that he would have been willing to even. He demands to know why he was betrayed. A blonde-haired figure stands amidst shattered debris. A figure declares that it's done, acknowledging a terrifying opponent. That was definitely domain expansion. A magical eye pulsates with energy. She admits to herself that she is still too weak. A figure is informed that they have taken a lot of damage, and another scolds them for getting personally involved, deeming it unbefitting of their status. The figure dismisses the nagging. Someone calls out to a trainee, asking if they are hurt. A figure expresses gratitude for being saved, thanking their highness. They order the captain to bring the trainee to the medical squad. The captain acknowledges the order. After that, all training in the Blade Mountain ranges ceased. The results achieved were far beyond what had been imagined. A mana heart, pulsing with crimson energy, floats above a skeletal hand. A figure wielding a sword stands nearby, wreathed in light. The speaker was also able to witness the capabilities of the crown prince. A figure expresses gratitude. Thanks, Maman. This is all thanks to you. The camera pans up the walls of a large, gray room. The camera continues to pan up the walls of the large, gray room. A figure lies on the ground, shrouded in darkness. The figure's single eye glows with malevolent red energy. An ornate chandelier hangs from the ceiling, its crystal droplets catching the light. A voice muses, having not drunk this in a long while. A page is turned, revealing ancient text. A voice recalls drinking it frequently in their past life. A voice expresses relief, finally having a break after such a long time. The silver-haired man sits in a chair, his expression unreadable. A figure lies on a patterned couch, a book resting in their hands. A foot taps idly near a small, round object. A cloaked figure reflects, the current rest feeling like what happened in the mountain ranges. A figure with long, flowing hair recalls something that happened a long time ago. The silver-haired man lies on a couch, expressing disbelief that a mansion like this is the residence for a trainee soldier. He wonders if all nobles live in such places. The thought crossed Roman's mind that the accommodations were far too different compared to the hellhole he used to live in. A floor plan contrasts the current mansion, boasting a bed, sofa, shower room, and proper food, with the cavern of his past, a mere 178 square feet containing a urinal, chair, metal chains, and cockroaches. Nilfra, holding the test results, mused that performing well on the test was a good thing for him, having received the results not too long ago. A voice booms, congratulating everyone on a job well done. Although the first test was put to a halt due to the sudden incident, thanks to the Crown Prince's quick response, they were able to bring the whole fiasco to an end. They were able to stop the test safely, and those who survived the test should take pride in that. An announcement is made. They will now announce the results. Ranks 1 to 10 would be top, and ranks 11 to 100 would be the middle. The rest will be bottom. A figure on a balcony remarks that it looks like the instructor. A hooded figure states that the commander isn't here, and that accommodations will be assigned according to the test results. The announcement is made that they will be able to access the Imperial Vault. The doors to the Imperial Vault are shown, with the excited exclamation that they'll be able to access it. The Imperial Vault, a vault where various weapons, treasures, and technique manuals are stored. Swords that have existed since the establishment of the Empire can now be found within the vault. There are hundreds of sacred swords lining the walls. Shelves containing technique manuals, said to be as large as a fortress, stretch into the distance. Those ranked 1 to 10 can access up to the 3rd floor. Those ranked 100 and above can access up to the 2nd floor. The rest will only be able to access the 1st floor. The Emperor announces that the rankings will now be revealed. Roman is ranked 5th, having subjugated most of the goblin lair that was in the mountain range. He expresses his dissatisfaction, grumbling about his ranking. A man with white hair expresses his frustration, noting that they aren't even being led into the 4th and 5th floors where the real treasures lie, and they're making it seem like such a big deal. Cruel Dwight is ranked 4th, having subjugated the troll lair alone. Kasha Evrain is ranked 3rd, having taken command of the trainee soldiers and defeated the orc tribes without any casualties. She reflects on her ability to rank 3rd without suffering many losses. Lorena Beowulf is ranked 2nd, having defeated the Golden Ogre alone. Someone questions why Lorena isn't ranked 1st, wondering who's ranked 1st then. Another person expresses disbelief that someone performed better. The rankings are about to be revealed. A hooded figure declares that the rank of 1st is merely a facade. A monstrous figure looms, a symbol of overwhelming power. Roman scoffs, calling Lorena a pathetic sight. Cruel's name is called out. Roman continues, accusing someone of acting as if they could protect everything. He adds that they couldn't even protect their own #1 spot. It's said that Lorena tried to stop the Lich alone when it appeared. Someone remarks on what a role model she is for the nobles. Cruel is told to ignore him, as Lorena hasn't been in good condition since returning from the mountain ranges. Kasha tells him to shut up. Roman smirks, stating that there's a strange rumor going around. The rumor is that Lorena didn't fight the Lich. Roman continues, saying that she survived by pleading for her life. Lorena kneels, seemingly defeated. The statement is made that what Roman is saying is not wrong. Roman says that the Lich wasn't someone he could defeat with his skills. Lorena thanks them for being interested in rumors about her, and suggests they pay more attention to their own results. The question is asked what she did. She remarks that Cruel is way too nice, living like this. Lorena asks if he thinks he can fill the position of the dead Duke Beowulf. The camera focuses on Cruel, as he is named. Lorena speaks of the successor of the Beowulf family, stating it was supposed to be her brother's position. She continues, saying that the position belongs to no one now that he's dead, and asks if Cruel is aiming for that position. Lorena states that it's perfect for his current situation, then pauses, realizing something. She wonders if he could have created that opportunity for himself. Lorena says that if that's true, then that'd be huge news. She then says she will ask him this, guessing whether he'll die here. Cruel stares intently. Lorena says that it's a really simple question, isn't it? Cruel declares that they are both the same, and that he never liked Hal. He continues, saying that Lorena acted aloof, and that he'll rip off that mask of hers for her. Energy crackles. A hand carefully places a mask, obscuring the wearer's face. Kasha Evrain is being restrained. She demands to know who dares to treat her this way, struggling against her captors. One of the figures restraining Kasha Evrain pulls on her ear. She cries out, demanding they stop. From the stage, a figure announces that they will now reveal the first-place winner. Someone notes that it's getting noisy on the 2nd floor. The announcer prepares to reveal the person who ranked 1st. The announcer declares that the winner is number 974, Yen. Kasha Evrain is further restrained, as one of the figures expresses disbelief that a barbarian could have ranked 1st. A crowd murmurs in anticipation of the announcement. The crowd expresses surprise that rank 1 is number 974. One of the figures mentions that they've heard of Yin. Kasha Evrain looks up, muttering first. Kasha Evrain is furious, demanding to know how trash like Yin could have achieved this, and ordering her captors to release her immediately. A voice wonders if something is wrong. Lorena admits that something hurts. Lorena notes that it has been a while since they last spoke, telling someone to drop the honorifics. Someone agrees, stating, all right then. A voice suggests getting to know Cruel, mentioning that they've bumped into each other during the test. It's a relief that Lorena didn't suffer any major injuries. Someone thinks that Yin wasn't an ordinary guy. The voice senses a power from him that feels like it could explode at any moment. Someone exclaims Yan's name, adding that Cruel has been mouthing curse words at him since just now. Now, Cruel denies being a rascal. Screams of pain echo. He was awarded. This accommodation was for placing first on the test, but just staying here like this is much harder. More than he thought it'd be. He also got this book from the Imperial Vault. Just come in already. How did you know I was outside? Not bad. I even hid my presence. You haven't forgotten, have you? Between the two of us. A voice declared that there were still some things that needed to be settled. The figure observes, pleased with himself. He thinks, not bad. I even hid my presence. The figure speaks, his tone serious. You haven't forgotten, have you? The figure replies, his voice low. There are still some things that we have to settle. The commander asks, is that to your liking? I had prepared that in advance because I was expecting you. The trainee responds, pretty good. Even if you tried to erase your presence, there's no way the aura you give out would disappear after all. Again, with those blatant lies. The commander states, the Crown Prince? He seemed very worried about you. A voice orders, monitor the treatment towards trainee number 974. It was probably just a moment of curiosity from him. A moment of curiosity. The trainee thinks, it's too bad. While I feel sorry towards the Crown Prince. A voice echoes in the room, contemplating lethal action. I'm wondering if I should kill you. Two figures are present in the room, one standing and the other seated. The red-haired figure speaks, his expression serious. I just received a report. The dark-haired figure's eyes narrow as he states a location. Simons County, unit number 52. A voice declares that the location was empty. No one was there. That came as no surprise, though. The voice continues, revealing prior intelligence. We were told that no one's been living there for years. The dark-haired figure speculates on the Special Forces captain's actions. I guess that old fox, the Special Forces captain, had already made a move. I think he erased everything there after realizing he was being followed. A voice speaks, seemingly trying to reassure someone. If you don't believe what I'm saying, no, I don't intend to blame you for that. A voice declares that lying is no longer relevant. Longer matters if you lied or not. What I want to say. A foot descends, a dark aura spreading from the point of contact. A voice coldly states the victim's fate is that you are no longer useful. The dark shadow sword materializes. The victim is impaled by multiple swords, their life extinguished in a brutal display. A figure stands amidst floating shards, reacting with surprise. He states that he shouldn't be killed. The man's expression is serious as he speaks. He explains that he discovered an important piece of a puzzle. He asks what the puzzle is and what the book is. The book is revealed to have been taken from the Imperial Vault. Although he could access up until the third floor of the Imperial Vault. Nilfrost states that he chose the Special Forces Grand Library that was on the first floor. It's a place where all the books and research logs of every Special Forces captain were gathered, mostly about training methods or monsters. Not this too. Nilfrost seems to have found something. Is this it? The research logs written by Special Forces Captain Rodrigo on blocked meridians were found. Blocked meridians are a physical constitution where energies in the body don't circulate properly. The longer the condition persists, the weaker the energies become. Blocked meridians of the body, in numerous cases, lead to death. But what's the problem with this? Isn't it strange that a captain would do research on this? There's no way someone in the Special Forces would have that condition. There's something interesting about him. There's no way he'd have blocked meridians. But what if his daughter has it? The way she lacked energy and constantly stayed home. Her symptoms are similar to having blocked meridians. The Special Forces captain had researched it to cure his daughter of it. The stack of stones wobbled precariously, but that wasn't it. He had changed where she lived for her treatment because it wasn't easy to find a good doctor. The way he approached this was wrong to begin with. His daughter isn't the captain's weakness? What exactly are you trying? We wouldn't be able to leash the captain with just this. Instead of just a leash, we could get his life instead. Blocked meridians aren't curable yet. A tremendous amount of potions are needed just to keep her stable. He won't be able to pay that huge amount of money. I think he must have ways of earning money illegally. A place where he can get illegal money easily. I think it's from the Special Forces. And so, if we find evidence that he stashed away funds of the Special Forces, the creature lay still, its life extinguished. The warden states that they can easily hunt down that old fox. Commander of the 5th Special Force counters, stating that everything he said is just hypothetical. The warden agrees, saying it's only a hypothesis for now. The warden continues, stating that if this hypothesis is true, they can completely bury that old fox. The commander of the 5th Special Force adds that more importantly, there's zero risk on their side. and they'd always be justified in trying to chase him down because he misappropriated the funds of the Special Forces. The commander of the 5th Special Force questions the justification. The warden replies that it's not bad. The commander of the 5th Special Force reveals that he has someone in the Special Forces investigation squad. The warden states that things might unfold smoothly for them, and tells him to go and learn more about blocked meridians. The commander of the 5th Special Force thinks to himself that he's gotten excited, and he knew this would work, because every piece of information he told him today is the truth. The warden reveals that the captain has used the funds of the Special Forces for his daughter's blocked meridian condition. Chains hang against the backdrop of a dark coat. A memory surfaces, one that caused a huge ruckus in the past. The figure recalls the event. Swords lie in silent testament to a past decision. A figure with red hair states that the weapons mean nothing as long as they can be of help. A sigh escapes. Someone agrees to give the reward that was given up on. The figure walks away. The figure questions what is meant by that. A close-up reveals a smirk. Number 974 is offered an apprenticeship. Number 974 stares intently. The apprentice of the instructor commander is revealed. The man declared he would take someone in as his apprentice. He admitted he had taken quite a liking to someone, stating that they were on a completely different level. The red-haired man stated that someone was on a different level from the previous toys he'd had. He thought this was the perfect opportunity for him to get close to someone. But the blue-haired boy stated that being someone's apprentice was too much for him. He asked why he was being questioned, stating that he had just said someone was pretty good, and that he had succeeded in ambushing someone. The black-haired man stated that he got caught in the end, though, and that he was worried that someone as lacking as him would taint someone's reputation. The red-haired man stated that someone was his new toy, and that he had decided that they would be his new apprentice. He declared that it was decided, and to prepare for it. A lone figure stands in a room with an ornate rug and furniture. A voice muses, "Good, I got him impatient. I finally have the chance to get closer to him. The insignia and my family's secret." A close-up reveals intense purple eyes. A voice declares, "There's a chance I can find out all about them." The text reads, "The third arena." A building stands tall, bathed in light. A personal training ground that's made available to executives. Not even the trainees of noble status have access to this. The entrance to a grand arena. Nilfra's hand rests on the cool surface, his gaze fixed on some unseen point. The number 199 appears in a speech bubble. He inverts himself, balancing on his hands as he continues his training. The number 200 appears in a speech bubble as Nilfra continues his handstand. The interior of the training hall is visible, banners hanging from the high ceilings. Time passes within the grand hall. Nilfra stands alone in the center of the training room. To take a rest, he thinks. This place feels so empty since I'm here alone. He can feel his body adapting to fit the mana heart. Nilfra clenches his fist, but the speed of the change is still too slow. He needs to train as per his internal energy for the time being. He is able to use this place, thanks to the instructor commander. The training hall stands silent, waiting for the next session. There were varied responses when people knew of this benefit that was given to him by the instructor commander. A chibi figure expresses anger, thinking, "Filthy bastard, did you choose to live as a dog of the instructor commander? Pathetic." Another chibi figure expresses friendliness, saying, "You're really amazing. Want to secretly be friends with me?" A stalker that stalked even more. The warden stands near a railing, looking at a stack of books. This book is just a bait. The real thing is something else. The warden holds a book, a slight smile playing on his lips. Was this The Birth of the Empire? A close-up reveals the cover of the book, its title written in an ancient script. Although it looks like a normal history book, it's a book that would cause an uproar in the future when people find out that it was written by the founding emperor. Although I now have a mana heart. A golden dragon exhales a stream of ethereal energy. The divine dragon's breathing was the product of the founding emperor, Bahamut and Mammon. Mammon stands in the shadows, his form partially obscured. To perfectly use the divine dragon's breathing, both the knowledge of the founding emperor and Mammon are needed. Right now, the knowledge of the founding emperor is what is needed. Come to think of it, Mammon is quite pitiful. He got his ultimate technique stolen before he got killed. It's no wonder he became a vengeful lich. Let's see, is there any hint of the divine dragon's breathing in here? He flips through the pages of the book. His eyes widen in surprise. Nothing. The pages are blank. He exclaims, "What the hell? The other pages are empty as well." Was the rumor that the founding emperor was its author a fake one? The founding emperor killed even Mammon to gain a monopoly of the divine dragon's breathing. I guess there's no way he'd leave information about it this easily. Could it be? He glances to the side, a flicker of unease crossing his face. Nilfra's eyes narrow, his gaze sharpening as he focuses on something unseen. He turns his head slightly, his expression a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. A moment of silence hangs in the air as Nilfra remains still, his senses on high alert. Nilfra wonders what he sensed. He thought he was alone. He muses to himself, feeling a human presence nearby. He wonders what it is. The words "shadow slash" appear as Nilfra unleashes the attack. The shadows erupt, tearing through the air as the shadow slash finds its mark on a nearby pillar. The force of the attack continues to reverberate, leaving deep gashes in the stone. Nilfra thinks to himself that he tried to cut it in half, but he is still too weak for that. Nilfrost stares intently at the pillar, his expression a mix of frustration and determination. He still can't do it as well as the instructor commander. Nilfra moves with practiced speed. A voice chuckles, calling someone a fool. The voice continues, stating there's no way to solve the secret of that book. A pillar cracks. The voice speaks again, remarking that it has been a long time since they've seen the foolish brat. The figure is revealed to be Mammon, his name shouted in surprise. A voice asks how someone is here. The voice expresses surprise that someone survived despite taking that hit. Mammon chuckles, stating he learned something through that incident. Mammon continues, saying if he ignores something just because it's a mere insect, it'll still turn into a pain in the ass. Nilfra stands on a platform. The cloaked figure seethes with rage. Especially bastards like you. The figure turns, a burning intensity in their red eyes. The figure declares, to be killed on sight. The figure grits their teeth, exclaiming, damn it. The figure vows, I'll kill you right now. Nilfra's eyes widen in surprise. Mammon, that appearance? The cloaked figure declares, I'll steal that body of yours. A figure declares that someone has to be killed on sight. A voice promises to kill. A figure states that they are right now. Someone internally states that they must not be deceived by the outer appearance. It's revealed that on the inside, she's a lich. Someone shouts to die. Someone laughs, questioning what? Is this merely a figment of my imagination? During the process, the life vessel is being converted into a mana heart. Did Mammon somehow become a part of my thoughts? Since she has no real body, she shouldn't be dangerous, but... The figure screams, die. A voice echoes, hey Mammon, if you were going to die, you should have done it properly. Why do you continue to lurk among the living? And that appearance? Mammon laughs. This is great. Mammon reflects. I always lived as a corpse. To think I'm back to how I looked when I was a magic scholar. Magic scholar Mammon, due to the influence of Yan's mana heart, has returned to her human form. He announces his return, declaring his intent to kill not only Yan, but also the bloodline of Bahamut and the entire country. Mammon's face is shown in close-up, a sinister grin spreading across his features. Mammon notes that he is becoming smaller. Yin explains that the smaller size is better for mana efficiency. Yin asks if Mammon can take revenge in his current form, adding that he looks like some kind of gimmicky plastic surgery advertisement. Mammon states that he is currently receiving mana from Yan's mana heart to maintain his form as a part of Yan's thoughts. Yin questions why Mammon has so little mana when he has consumed so many potions. Yin says that even a neighborhood dog would have done better than Mammon, adding that he is being too harsh with his words. Yin thinks that Mammon won't be a threat right now, but she can sense a faint amount of her mana going to him. That means Mammon can also affect her. She's the best magic scholar. If she starts to affect her by using mana, she would be left helpless. Yin doesn't have a choice then. Although their meeting was short, it's been nice, Mammon. Yin tells him to take a good look at the living world before he disappears. She thinks he has such a low adaptability to mana. Yin asks if he wants to get rid of a cognitive form like her, stating that he's probably the same as a human. Yin needs to cut off his food source. Yin says that he's basically living off her mana heart. There's no available mana heart to connect to. If she reduces the mana supply from to maintain his cognitive form, Yin commands Mammon to disappear now. He declares that someone's era has ended. Mammon, teeth bared, insists that he went through too much to simply die. He vows that he won't disappear just like this. Mammon threatens that they'll regret it if he disappears. He presents a book, identifying it as Bahamut's book. Mammon asks if they don't want to know its secret. Yin expresses surprise. Mammon stands in a hallway. He holds a knife. The book is shown with ink blots. Mammon explains that it is after spilling blood that contains the divine dragon breathing. He asks what's next. He extends a hand, a faint magical energy swirling around her fingertips. Ink blots bloom across the page, coalescing like spilled blood. A disembodied voice echoes, declaring that the blood will turn into words. Mammon's brow furrows, his gaze intense as he contemplates the meaning. A voice whispers of light and darkness, hinting at a deeper duality. The page displays strange, almost alien writing, the ink still shimmering. A question hangs in the air. Is one but two at the same time? Neutral number 970 tilts her head, asking Mammon if he doesn't know what it means as well. Mammon admits he doesn't know what Bahamut wrote, adding that since it was written by the founding emperor, he doubts it's simple. His expression hardens, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. Mammon's eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning on him. The words begin to materialize, strange symbols floating into existence. From the open book, strange symbols begin to float upwards. The floating words rearrange themselves, twisting and turning in the air. The words begin to flow towards Mammon, drawn to his body. He gasps, a sudden shock rippling through him as the symbols approach. The words surge forward, entering his body with a strange, tingling sensation. They gather within him, converging towards his mana heart. The symbols bypass his existing mana heart, seeking to create a new one. Mammon's eyes widen, a surge of surprise washing over him. Yan, standing nearby, tilts his head. Why are you suddenly standing around doing nothing? Mammon stares at his hands, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Was that just a simple illusion? What kind of incredible secret did Bahamut stash away? It'll probably be dangerous to unravel. It will be necessary to make use of Mammon. From now on, there is a solution to find you a new body. What are you talking about? A solution to find you a new body. I can't just let you be a parasite that lives off me. Let's look for that solution together. The character's eyes widen. Really? I wasn't expecting you to be so easy to negotiate with. Why the sudden change of attitude? Don't be too happy. You know flattery will bring you nowhere, right? Don't do anything strange. Of course. The character's face contorts into a sinister grin. A magical eye pulsates with a soft, crimson light, its rhythmic throbbing echoing through the chamber. A voice resonates, declaring that because it doesn't have enough mana right now, but once it does, it'll get rid of you. He faces the unknown warden, the air thick with unspoken threats. The warden's eyes gleam with malice as the tension mounts. The warden's expression darkens. He decides that he'd better erase him now, as he doesn't feel good about this. Mammon retorts, questioning what's wrong and reminding the warden that they're basically one right now. He declares that this is his body, not the warden's. An ancient, crumbling structure stands against the horizon. A dense forest looms, its trees shrouded in mist. The sky burns with hues of purple and pink. A ruined castle stands silhouetted against a fiery sunset. A single leaf drifts through the air. A gloved hand clenches into a fist, a leaf caught between its fingers. The fist tightens, energy radiating outwards. A figure with glowing purple eyes stares intently, a determined expression etched on their face. Particles of light dance in the air. A surge of energy erupts, illuminating the darkness. A muscular arm flexes, radiating power. A blinding flash of light streaks across the scene. Two more beams of light intersect, creating a dazzling display. Another light slash cuts through the air. The light continues to move with blinding speed. The light streaks across the scene. The light continues its relentless assault. The light flashes again. He leaps forward, closing the distance. He prepares to strike, his body coiled like a spring. His eyes ignite with a fierce blue light. His hand moves in a blur, too fast to follow. A final, blinding flash of light erupts. He stands, the wind whipping around him as he prepares for the next encounter. Nilfra remains poised, his cape billowing behind him, a silent testament to the battle that has just concluded. Meanwhile, commander of the 5th Special Force stands tall, the red sky mirroring the intensity in his gaze. His stance is unwavering, the weight of his responsibilities evident in the set of his shoulders. The commander's eyes narrow, a storm of conflicting emotions brewing beneath the surface. The commander lies defeated, his body sprawled across the stone floor, a stark contrast to his earlier resolve. A close-up reveals the pain etched on the commander's face, a testament to the ferocity of the battle and the weight of his defeat. A pale hand reaches down, fingers outstretched, as if beckoning from the shadows. A crimson sword, its blade etched with dark energy, hangs suspended in the air. The sword's wielder stands tall, his form partially obscured by shadow, a dark aura swirling around his hand. The sword's tip drips with a viscous, dark liquid, each drop a promise of destruction. The blade, sharp and menacing, reflects the dim light, its edges shimmering with malevolent intent. A single, piercing purple eye stares out, filled with cold determination. The hand grips the sword tightly, knuckles white with strain, ready to unleash its power. The defeated commander of the 5th Special Force lies prone, his face contorted in pain and disbelief. The figure stands with arms crossed, the sword now sheathed, a silent sentinel amidst the chaos. The sword is drawn once more, a blur of crimson against the dim light, poised for the next strike. He stands amidst the ruins of a forgotten city, the weight of his purpose heavy on his shoulders. The path ahead stretches into the unknown, a desolate landscape promising only more conflict. He stands in a wide stance, arms crossed, preparing for the training session. The stance is mirrored, as if he is bracing for an impact. The training grounds are set with wooden dummies. The dummies stand silently, awaiting the next strike. Mammon laughs, a hint of malice in his tone. Although I did hold my strength back a little, I really attempted to kill you. Nilfra retorts, hanging upside down from a training dummy. I told you not to try and kill me for real during sparring. Nilfra continues, at least teach me how to defend against that. Do you have any theory lessons to teach instead? Mammon replies, to think you'd survive that. The attack and used centrifugal force to deflect the attack. Yes, but the only one who got deflected was me though. A voice narrates, their ultimate technique out of nowhere in the middle of a training session? The things I learned from the details that I read in the Found Emperor's book. If it weren't for that book, only his lower body would be left, like what happened to the trees. He knows how to control the Black Dragon pretty well. The Black Dragon? Yin, who's that guy? Different from an idiot like you. I'm an idiot. Stop wasting my mana and go back. He's the instructor commander of the Special Forces Training Center. The instructor commander? His energy feels familiar. That's normal since he's the current emperor's illegitimate son. He's a descendant of the founding emperor. What? He's a descendant of Bahamut? I won't let him off easily. Die and blame your ancestor for this. Why do I feel an itch on my shoulder? My apprentice. How is that light stretching? The sword technique you just saw was one of the Black Shadow Art's first techniques, Dread Slash. No trainee has seen the second technique yet. Do you know? Because all of them died after seeing the first. In an utterly boring manner. Trainee soldier number 974. No, my apprentice, Yin. Yin wonders how many techniques Nilfra can last against. Last against, huh? Nilfra remains silent. Nilfra continues to look at Yin. Nilfra thinks to himself that he doesn't know how many techniques there are, but he hopes there's a lot of them. If he learns one technique each day, then he'll need 365 techniques to exist. Yin says it's nice to hear him talk cockily. Even if he learns one technique a day, it'll still take him decades. Nilfra says there's no need for Yin to worry about the number of techniques he'll need to show Yin from now on. Nilfra prepares to fight. A voice promises that the only thing to worry about is what happens after everything has been revealed. Elsewhere, a vast blue sky stretches overhead. A figure with spiky black hair lowers their gaze, a determined set to their jaw. The figure stands amidst a burst of energy, another figure visible in the background. Energy streaks fall like rain. A boot grinds against the ground, kicking up dust and debris. Clenching his fist, red energy begins to crackle around the figure's hand. The crimson energy intensifies, sharp lines of power radiating outwards. The energy coalesces, forming a jagged, blade-like shape. The figure raises his arm, the red energy blade now fully formed and crackling with power. His eyes glow with a fierce red light, a predatory grin spreading across his face as he prepares to strike. The number 31 is displayed. A young tree branch reaches towards the sky. And time passed, just like that. The tree stump stands as a testament to the training. 2 years later. The combined ranking for this time's test is about to be revealed. There aren't any big changes from the previous test, but those whose ranks have gone down should be prepared for more training. Yan's number 1 again this time. Lorena Beowulf is getting pushed back again. Lorena Beowulf cannot accept this. After that day, he disappeared. He didn't even attend any training with us, and now he keeps getting number 1. Yin, just what kind of training have you been doing alone? Yan's expression is unreadable. Just, where on earth are you? The force of Yan's training is evident. Yan's eyes glow with an unknown power. Yin is surrounded by an ethereal energy. A text box reads, "When we meet again in the next test." Lorena Beowulf stands amidst glowing lines. The glowing lines surround Lorena. A text box reads, "I'll definitely win." A list shows the rankings. 1. Yin. 2. Lorena Beowulf. 3. Cruel Dwight. A monster says, "Naya." The monster repeats, "Naya." The monster stands on 2 legs. The monster is a long cat, worm dragon A-rank monster. The monster yells, "Naya Iya." Glowing lines fill the panel. The monster looks up. A torso is shown, the details obscured by bright light. A hand grips a sword, the blade glinting in the light. Glass shatters, the fragments suspended in midair. More glass shatters, the scene fragmented and chaotic. Yin vows to make someone pay. Yin promises to settle the score when they meet again. 2 years later, a fortified structure stands bathed in light. The exterior of a building is shown. The scene shifts to the 3rd arena, in the midst of the last test. The training grounds stand silent, awaiting the next trial. The narration explains that the last test is a fight against an instructor, a crucial step in determining who joins the special forces. Cruel Dwight, standing alongside another trainee, finds the proceedings rather boring and wonders when it will end. The hooded figure remains obscured. Formality dictates that Lorena, a high-ranked trainee soldier with a combined average ranking of 2nd place, is present. The narration continues, stating that this test is because most of the high-ranked soldiers. The hooded figure thinks that they have already easily surpassed the instructors, and that since a year ago, there hasn't been any instructor that is a match for them. The hooded figure realizes that if they don't participate in this test, they can't join the special forces, meaning all trainee soldiers must attend. The narration states that Yin will probably have to appear in this test too. A voice calls out, declaring that they will see how strong Yin is and urging him to come out. Lorena tells someone to stop. The narration states that this is where the figure in the red hood is told that the test will stop and their evaluation is over. Before the hooded figure can react, they are struck with a powerful blow, eliciting a pained grunt. A hand is shown. Cruel Dwight stands with a sinister grin. The text identifies the character as Cruel Dwight, a high-ranked trainee soldier with a combined average ranking of 3rd place. He declares that a real fight only ends when one party dies. The text says one party dies. Cruel Dwight says it's been fun so far, and asks if the hooded figure can stop a fight just because they want to run away from a real one. He adds that just because the hooded figure wears the instructor's clothes is revolting. He says that the hooded figure dared to disrespect a noble like him. The hooded figure is hit again, crying out in pain. Someone thinks that Cruel Dwight is making a fool out of the hooded figure on purpose. Someone thinks that Cruel Dwight is acting like an asshole until the end. The fight continues in the distance. Dwight states that Roman has been acting like he owns the world after surpassing the instructors. The panel introduces Roman, a high-ranked trainee soldier with a combined average ranking of 4th place. Yin comments on the instructor's misfortune at being paired with Cruel Dwight. Kasha Efreet, a high-ranked trainee soldier with a combined average ranking of 5th place, is shown. Yin questions how many low-ranked soldiers get killed by the instructors. Lorena tells Yin that she thinks Roman is scared, but Yin denies it. Yin is told to go help Roman, as he is pitiful. He responds that Roman had a nasty personality at first, But he wasn't this crazy. Yin thinks that Roman killed an instructor that trained them recently too. Yin asks why no one is doing anything about that crazy dog. He continues, saying that Roman is a crazy dog with a super rich family, and that Roman is also avoiding him himself. Yin denies avoiding Roman, saying he just doesn't want to dirty his own hands. It is observed that the two of them sure get along well. It is thought that no one would want to get into any scandals with the Dwight family. A sword is shown. He crashes to the ground with a thud. A clawed hand extends, the figure sneering. Mr. Instructor, are you no match for me even when I'm barehanded? His face contorted in rage, Roman shouts, S. Stop. Lorena's eyes narrow. Ice. Her eyes widen. With a sharp TCH, Lorena unleashes a barrage of ice spikes. Roman is surrounded by the ice spikes. Ice spikes. That means, I don't want to cause a scandal, a voice declares. But it's hard to overlook your behavior, she thinks. Lorena will make sure that there will be no scandals involving the Dwight family. Beowulf's supreme technique, ice sword. She stands tall, her gaze unwavering, allowing you to make a single sound. A predatory grin spreads across Roman's face, revealing sharp, menacing teeth. Lorena's eyes narrow, her voice laced with venom. Bitch, I wanted to teach you a lesson before our graduation. To think an opportunity would appear like this. The name hangs in the air, heavy with intent. Lorena. His eyes burn with a malevolent light. Roman's grin widens, a chilling promise in his voice. I'll make you the last test of my life. A grand building stands tall, its architecture imposing. One of the figures remarks that the other always chooses to pick on easy targets. A sinister grin spreads across a face. The figure states that the other is acting all superior as usual. The death energy he possesses is mentioned. Lorena is told that her haughty face will be wiped with the humiliation that is about to be given to her. A figure's eyes glow with menacing intent. A voice declares that they will become the last test of the other's life. A close-up reveals intricate details on clothing. A red cape billows, hinting at the power about to be unleashed. A blinding flash of light erupts, signaling the start of the transformation. The ornate hilt of a sword materializes, its design intricate and powerful. A hand, its fingers tipped with sharp claws, reaches out to grasp the weapon. The sword is drawn, its blade gleaming with an otherworldly light. A figure stands cloaked, the summoned sword held ready in their grasp. Another burst of light explodes outward, bathing the area in its radiant glow. The sword plunges downward, piercing through an unseen barrier. A figure with short purple hair stands ready, the sword now fully summoned. The summoned sword radiates power, its blade shimmering with magical energy. She declares, if you need a sword, it's not too late to say it. Cruel Dwight's eyes glow with an intense light as he prepares to unleash his power. He snarls, declaring that his hands alone are enough to defeat someone like his opponent. Blasts of energy erupt from him, streaking towards his unseen foe. The energy converges, impacting with a resounding boom. The match has been decided, or so it seems. Lorena is taking the lead, though it's only by a little, someone observes. In 30 moves, Cruel will find it hard to catch up, someone predicts. The other hopes that's the case. The strange energy that Cruel is exuding is not the dark shadow arts of the Special Forces, nor is it the ultimate technique of the Dwight family. And unlike Lorena, Cruel Dwight really wants to kill his opponent. Kasha wonders what someone who barely came in 5th would know. You could only secure 3rd in rank 2, someone scoffs. Don't you know that the 3rd rank and above are basically peerless? Humph, I simply had. She states that she knows what his priorities were. The personal organization of commoners and countryside nobles totals 80, but it is more like an idol fan club than a personal organization. Roman is asked if he wasn't also busy trying to recruit those nobles. He gathered trainees who were either slaves or from foreign lands, creating an organization that's basically an army. The organization is a total of 56 of them. 7 teams with 8. They could probably go on a mission right away, for example, breaking out of this place. Kasha is told that she is way too interested in other people's affairs. Kasha stares intently at Roman. Roman retorts that he could say the same to her, asking if she isn't too interested in him. Kasha continues to stare at Roman. Roman realizes something, stating that he knew it and that the fight's over. Roman exclaims in shock as Lorena appears behind him, a sword pointed at his back. The figure in the purple coat asks if the fight is over and if the other party wants to continue. If you always act up because you think you're strong, you'll eventually end up in this state. If you learn to be humble, you won't need to be humiliated. Understood? You're going to let yourself lose again? You're always losing and letting people take things away from you. Forever losing and getting things taken away. You'll keep losing and getting things taken away. If you fight and kill everyone, nothing will be taken from you. Remember once again, everything was yours. The mansion. The position of the successor within your family. You're so pitiful, cruel. Kill everyone. Nothing will be taken from you. The mansion, the successor position, and your father's love would still be yours. Would it still be yours? The question echoes in his mind. Yes, if he fights and kills, everything will be. His crimson eye flares with a dangerous light, reflecting the turmoil within. A possessive whisper escapes his lips. Mine. Cuckoo. The purple-haired woman observes him, a glint in her eye. She wonders if he's as resolved as well. What are? Resolve. To kill me. Cruel demands. What are you doing? A raspy voice cuts through the tension. There are people. Are you crazy? What do you think you're doing? Are you intending to kill yourself? Why are you going that far? I knew you'd do that. The shadowy figure looms behind Cruel, its presence a suffocating weight. You don't have the resolve. Amidst a storm of debris, a figure plummets through the air, their fate uncertain. A figure slashes with a blade, the arc of their strike cutting through the chaos. Blurring into motion, the figure moves with impossible speed, a whirlwind of lethal intent. A surge of energy rips through the air, a silent scream of power unleashed. Her face contorted in fury, the purple-haired woman grits her teeth, resolve hardening her gaze. A clawed hand lunges forward, its owner screaming a vow of death. Eyes glowing with malevolent energy, Cruel Dwight stares down at his target. Lorena, he shouts. Dust and debris rain down, the aftermath of a devastating blow. The city crumbles under the weight of the battle, stone and mortar cascading from the ancient walls. The architecture of the city is visible through the falling debris. A silent scream echoes through the battlefield. Cloaked in shadow, Cruel Dwight stands amidst the destruction, his expression unreadable. A crimson haze fills the air, thick with unspoken tension. The white-haired figure demands, his voice echoing in the void. Who is it? Who dares get in my way? A monstrous wolf materializes, wreathed in dark energy. The white-haired figure exclaims, a wolf. A wolf just got in my way. The wolf's head snaps up, its red eyes burning with an ancient power. A voice commands, come back, Black Wolf. The white-haired figure stands alongside a lavender-haired companion, both watching the unfolding events with concern. The white-haired figure's eyes widen, a flicker of recognition in their depths. Could it be? The Black Wolf moves with unnatural speed, its form a blur of shadow and fury. The lavender-haired figure is held protectively by a cloaked individual, their expression unreadable. The Black Wolf looms, its presence radiating menace. A voice whispers, why? You are. A figure with dark hair and piercing purple eyes stares intently, their expression a mix of determination and dread. The figure's name is revealed. Yen. Roman and Yen stand side by side. Roman watches as a large wolf appears. Lorena groans in pain. The unknown warden holds Lorena, declaring, you are. The wolf stands beside the warden. The warden looks off to the side. Lorena thinks, I'm really lucky today. First, I get to teach Lorena a lesson. Now, I get to teach you a lesson too. Lorena sits with the wolf. Roman says, you grew closer to a mutt? I guess you learned a few circus tricks during the past 2 years. The warden thinks, cruel you. The situation hasn't changed in the slightest, even after 2 years. That's a pretty interesting one. Yen, demonic energy has eaten away at him. Yen knew it. It's progressed quite a bit. It'd be best to deal with him now. Otherwise, he'll fall and become a demonic human soon. A sinister presence looms, its intent unknown. What are you doing mumbling to yourself? Oh, I was just worrying about your future. You'll regret this. Silence. You appear out of nowhere after 2 years and have gotten even more arrogant. The instructor commander steps forward, preparing to make the final announcement. The instructor commander urges them to move quickly, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He muses that it would be a waste to die on the last day. The instructor commander congratulates the trainees on surviving up until now. The instructor commander reveals that this batch started with 1,000 trainees, but only 200 remain. The instructor commander states that the current number is a decent result. The instructor commander declares that the results will depend on what he has just mentioned. He states that they are no longer trainees. The instructor commander concludes that they have earned the right to be called something other than their trainee number. The right to be a knight of the Empire is the goal. Empire Knights are those who can control mana. There are 10 ranks to measure the strength of knights within the Empire. The ranking system is further detailed. Rank 9 knights possess an energy core or circle. Rank 8 knights resonate with their sword's name. Rank 7 knights manifest energy onto items. Rank 6 knights imbue energy onto a sword or their body. Rank 5 knights focus their sword aura into a sword blast. Rank 4 knights use enhanced sword aura. It's time to wrap things up, as the results of the evaluation will be announced from the top. The overall evaluation is for Yen. Yen's knight rank is being determined. The Special Forces upper rank trainees are being accommodated. It's been 2 years since anyone had decent accommodation. He questions what a knight rank is. A smaller figure with horns and red-tipped hair floats beside him. The floating figure responds, stating that he doesn't know what it is either, adding that it didn't exist 1,000 years ago. The horned figure explains that they've given a rank to the knights like circles from magic. Most of the trainees would get rank 7 to 8. Even though the rank doesn't look high, they're at a level where they're capable of taking out most demi-human monsters. The 4 elites are ranked 6. A group of trainees stand together. There are very few people within the training center who can defeat the 4 of them. To become rank 6 at their age means they're elites among the elites. Someone comments that he has changed a lot in 2 years. It's been a while, Yen. His hair has grown pretty long too. Lorena is addressed by name. Someone tells Lorena that she has grown a little shorter. Lorena is told not to worry about when she was fighting Cruel back there. That aside, the man with black hair asks if the other is all right and suggests seeking proper treatment for the injury. The floating figure asks why he did something unnecessary, questioning if he thought he'd lose to him. The woman with purple hair states not to think he's won just because he got rank 5, declaring that a rank is just a rank. The man with black hair says that the other looks ugly with that hair. The floating figure observes that she's so easily angered. The woman with purple hair admits that she's done something shameless, but the man with black hair tells Lorena to look at this. The woman with purple hair says, too. Someone admits that they don't want to admit that he's better than brother. The woman with purple hair knows it was childish. He mused that being rank 5 would be such a big deal. Yin guessed his hair was indeed a little too long. A voice questioned why he was hiding his strength. Lorena stated that if he didn't hide it, he wouldn't just be receiving rank 5. She thought showing only this much was perfect for now. Yin thought it was enough to get moths gathering around him, like how they're attracted to flame. Someone chuckled, thinking the other trainees must be discouraged because of Yin. It was thought that he'd exceed expectations by this much. Someone thought especially that Black Wolf was interesting, as they never taught him anything about that. They wondered if he used the Black Shadow sword art. The masked figure addresses someone with a curt, "Sir." The figure continues, apologizing but expressing concern that a single trainee is being favored too much. The masked figure warns that if the trainee is left unchecked, it will disrupt the order within the training center. Senior instructor Zach is present. Zach responds respectfully, "Yes, sir." Zach retorts, implying that he has become fearless now that he is a senior instructor. The masked figure questions since when Zach has the right to tell him what his personal opinions are. Zach stammers, begging for forgiveness. The masked figure states that he is heading in and will leave Zach to take care of the rest. Zach sighs in relief, but seems to be worried. One of the masked figures remarks that it's hard to trust the judgment of the instructor commander anymore, and another agrees. One of the masked figures suggests that it may be time to deal with Yin. A chandelier hangs above a set of ornate double doors. A chandelier illuminates a lavish bedroom. Nilfra lies asleep in the bed. His bare torso is visible beneath his open jacket. Nilfra sleeps soundly. A figure with glowing eyes watches him. The unknown warden stands over Nilfra. She says, "Now." The unknown warden thinks, "I've been garnering my strength while waiting for an opportunity over the past 2 years." She thinks, "You thought I'd given up, haven't you?" The unknown warden says, "I'll brainwash you." A spell circle appears, labeled Mind Breaker. Bit by bit, a magical circle glows above Nilfra's head, its intricate design pulsing with energy. The unknown warden's eyes glow ominously. He vows that by the time he's done, Nilfra won't dare try anything like this again. The unknown warden's expression is stern, his gaze intense. A monstrous figure looms over the unknown warden, its presence menacing. Nilfra, having woken up, hears the unknown warden's words. He retorts that he was just trying to see if his mana was circulating fine. Nilfra curses, stating that it's because the unknown warden keeps delaying his promise of getting him his body. Meanwhile, someone knocks on a door. Trainee Yin is asked if he is inside. Cruel Dwight walks down a hallway, wondering who is out so late at night. A door creaks open. A voice informs someone that the instructor commander is looking for them. The unknown warden stands cloaked, his face obscured by a mask. The unknown warden instructs someone to follow him. Trainee Yin wondered why the instructor commander was looking for him. Yin walked down the street with Cruel Dwight. Cruel Dwight asked if he was sure that the instructor commander wanted to meet him this late at night, now that the tests were already over. Yin wondered why he asked to meet him in a place like this. Cruel Dwight stated, "No, to begin with." Cruel Dwight asked if Yin was sure he really asked to meet him. Cruel Dwight drew a hidden weapon. Cruel Dwight stated that Yin was a smart one, wasn't he? Cruel Dwight moved forward. He lunges forward, a knife in his hand, wreathed in crimson energy. Yin declares that he is fast too. Reacting, Yin unleashes the Dark Soul 7th form. With a shout, Yin strikes Cruel Dwight. Cruel Dwight states that he already knew. Senior instructor Zach wonders how he could not know when they exude such intense killing intent, adding that they are not that well trained in covert training. Yin focuses on the energy that came out of that sword. The only people capable of using that sword energy are seniors. Trainee Yin questions if senior instructor Zach knows what he's doing. Senior instructor Zach retorts that this isn't what a senior instructor should be doing, asking if Yin is sure he can handle the consequences. Zach scoffs, saying that Yin thinks he's all that just because he got rank 5, adding that there are bastards who become too arrogant after getting good results on the test. Yin declares that he'll see how long Zach can stay arrogant. A sword attack is launched. Senior instructor Zach is surprised by the attack. Yin smirks. Zach states that Yin won't be able to defeat him with just this many people. Yin is defeated and tied up. The figure with white hair asks, "Doing what?" He tells the other to shut up. A voice asks why he is doing this, pleading for at least a reason. Someone is told to go back quickly, as there's no need to hear his last words. He demands the reason so that he can at least reflect on himself, even if he dies. He asks if the other remembers what happened 2 years ago. Someone plummets through the air. As the figure falls, a narration states that a lot of instructors were mobilized to capture him and the other escapees. A narration states that everyone was killed by him. The forest is shrouded in mist. Yin reveals that his brother was among them. He states that the other probably doesn't even remember it. He recalls the death of his brother, the squad leader of the 3rd Pursuit Squad. Yin vows that he won't forget how his brother lost his life because of a vermin. His face contorts in fury, a storm of grief and vengeance brewing within. The memory of his brother's corpse flashes before his eyes, the image of unbearable pain etched into his mind. That he made. His eyes burn with an inner fire, a promise of retribution taking hold. Yin vows to kill and appease his brother's soul. A blade, stained crimson, is raised, ready to send his enemy to the afterlife. Yin commands something to emerge. He will ask his brother for forgiveness. The intricate patterns on his clothing seem to writhe with the building power. The words echo in the air, Black Wolf. A shadowy beast tears through the veil, materializing with a surge of dark energy. He is engulfed in a surge of dark energy, the words Black Wolf emblazoned above him. A voice expresses remorse for the fate of his brother, but the sentence trails off. A declaration rings out, stating that they both fought to survive, and the speaker emerged victorious, leaving no room for grudges. Yin stands tall, the shadow of a wolf looming ominously behind him. A voice expresses disbelief that all of you would be mobilized for a personal grudge. Two robed figures stand in the distance. One of them questions the nonsense being spoken. Yan's eyes narrow, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He suggests that perhaps he should call them rebels. The story begins in Akhme, Armenia. A revolt shook the entire continent, though it ultimately ended in failure. A group of people led numerous rebels, rallying all sorts of revolutionaries. They were known as the Crimson Revolutionaries. The name originated from the sword aura they wielded, the Crimson Revolution. Their swords were always bloody. They used their own blood to create a dark red sword aura. The battles of the Crimson Revolutionaries always ended in a bloodbath. The Crimson Revolution was known to be an artistic skill passed down when the leader of the Crimson Revolutionaries founded it. If a knight on his level had used it, they could have made it even more destructive. But there was a downside: it consumed blood. To overcome this downside, the Crimson Revolutionaries absorbed blood. Well, it's about time the rebels make their move. I actually wanted to meet you people, but to think you'd come looking for me first, that saves me some trouble. Who is the one giving you orders? The instructor commander? Or someone else? Within the training center? I don't know how you found that out. But the moment you mention the revolutionary, you can forget about dying easily. The declaration echoes, begin the Crimson Revolution. Three hooded figures stand ready, each gripping a long, gleaming sword. The air crackles with anticipation. One of them, eyes a piercing violet, speaks with cold certainty. They believe their opponents are truly the rebels. A voice rings out, targeting someone specific. Die, number 974. Bathed in a beam of light, a figure stands silhouetted against the brightness, prepared to face the coming storm. The swords of the hooded figures are now stained crimson, the blood dripping onto the stone floor. The narration clarifies that the Crimson Revolution is a technique used by 3 rank 5 knights. A figure with dark blue hair and a determined gaze declares that they'll need to get serious. The figure calls out, summoning power. Come out, Black Wolf. Tendrils of dark energy swirl and coalesce, hinting at the power being unleashed. The dark energy intensifies, forming a shadowy figure amidst the crimson light. The swirling energy continues to build, obscuring the true form of the summoned entity. Nilfra unleashes the black shadow sword art, a technique shrouded in darkness and crackling with crimson energy. The blade cuts through the air, leaving a trail of jagged, red-tinged shadows in its wake. The words dread slash materialize amidst the swirling darkness, a testament to the technique's power. Cruel Dwight stares in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. In no way, he exclaims. The red energy crackles around the blade, a visual echo of the words. That's the instructor commander's dread slash. Cruel Dwight watches, a mixture of awe and concern etched on his face. He's already reached that level at such a young age, he wonders. Nilfra's face is shadowed, his expression unreadable as he continues to wield the dark energy. The dark aura intensifies around Nilfra, the red energy pulsing with each movement. Nilfra executes the dread slash, the blade a blur of darkness and crimson light. The force of the technique sends shockwaves through the air, the ground beneath them cracking and splintering. The final slash leaves a deep, echoing silence, the air thick with the scent of ozone and the lingering presence of dark energy. The air crackles with unseen energy as the force of the attack sends shockwaves rippling outwards. The tremors intensify, the very air vibrating with destructive power. The unseen force continues to expand, a silent scream of unleashed energy. The world seems to shatter, reality itself splintering under the immense pressure. The echoes of the attack reverberate, leaving a trail of fractured space in their wake. In the distance, the ancient buildings stand as silent witnesses to the cataclysmic event. The red glow of the attack casts an eerie light upon the surrounding architecture, painting the scene in hues of destruction. Cruel Dwight, eyes wide with disbelief, can only manage a stunned whisper. What just happened? A voice, choked with defeat, struggles to comprehend the impossible. You simply swung his sword once. The defeated figure continues, struggling to understand. The hell is happening? How did you wipe us? A monstrous roar tears through the air, a primal scream of rage and terror. Monster! A figure stands tall amidst the chaos, their eyes glowing with an otherworldly power. He demands to know who the other man is, suspecting him of being a spy planted by the Empire. The man in the white uniform stammers, questioning how his interrogator knows about them. Planting his boot on the man's chest, the cloaked figure declares that he will be the one asking the questions. He states that he might spare the man's life, depending on how he answers. Forcing the man to look at a pendant, he asks if he has seen its insignia. The man's eye twitches as he stares at the pendant. He recognizes the insignia. He wonders what it is doing on such a pendant. Tightening his grip around the man's throat, the cloaked figure hears him gasp that he has finally found it. He questions what the insignia is, wondering if it represents a family or a guild, and how it is related to the instructor commander. He asks if anyone else wears the insignia, questioning why someone like the man would have it. The man's face is contorted in pain. He shouts, his expression twisted in anger. "Your face." A close-up reveals a grotesque face, the text nearby reading, "The insignia." Blood splatters against a wooden door. More blood stains the door, the scene grim and unsettling. Nilfra stands over a body, his face unreadable. The unknown figure asks, "Did he commit suicide?" The unknown warden states, "There was a restriction placed on him via magic. He probably had no idea as well." A disembodied voice questions, "A restriction?" Red circles glow with arcane symbols. A voice explains, "Energy and blood that would be triggered when a certain word is mentioned or a certain action is done. It'd explode and kill the one it's placed on. I don't know who was behind it, but he's very meticulous about security." The unknown warden says, "Just so you know, what I tried to cast on you was also a type of restriction. You're not supposed to brag about it." Nilfra's eyes narrow, his gaze intense. An insignia glows with a fiery light. Not only does the instructor commander carry the same insignia, but it's also related to the rebels. The unknown warden instructs, "I'll report this to the instructor commander. Right now." The conversation continues, the unseen speaker questioning if Nilfra intends to find him after killing all his subordinates. Another voice wonders if he's not the one who sent them. Nilfra considers the situation, thinking that he probably wasn't the one that he wanted to kill. The unknown warden asks if he was sent the subordinates so that he would kill them. The unknown warden wonders if he would. Nilfra's hand clenches. The unknown warden exhales. He thinks that no teacher would ask their own apprentice to kill his own subordinates. The unknown warden reflects that Zack had been talking back lately. He thought Zack needed to be taught a lesson. The unknown warden tells Nilfra that there is no need to report and that he can go back now. The real mission will start tomorrow. The two walk away. Nilfra's purple eyes narrowed as he was told to rest up. The unknown warden, seen from behind, stated that with Nilfra's current level, his hands would be full with whatever was upcoming. Inside the train car, a man in a long blue coat requests, "Please show me your train ticket." A figure requests to see a train ticket. Yin replies, asking for a moment. The text identifies Yin as a Special Forces Rank 5 knight. Yin hands over the train ticket. The tests are over, and he's being sent on a leisure train trip. Yin is moving to the north for a mission. The trainees who survived the tests have become official Special Forces members and were deployed for their first missions immediately. With the Empire as the center, they were sent north, south, east, and west. That's basically the whole continent. They asked people to choose which area they wanted to go to, and they were assigned their missions there. The east shares a border with the land of undead and wraiths. Kasha and 80+ of her followers went there. The west, where strange phenomena and monsters appear. Roman and over 50 people under him were deployed to the stormy south, where pirates and tornadoes appear. The backs of the deployed soldiers are seen as they head to their destination. 60+ members that belong to the higher ranks were deployed there as well. The purple-eyed trainee looks off into the distance, a thoughtful expression on his face. The training center's #1 trainee, Yin, and 3 other members were deployed there. Only a very small number of people volunteered for the north, because the cold there is said to be able to freeze even dragons. The trainee with the purple eyes thinks to himself that he liked the idea of going alone without many people volunteering. He seems to be in disbelief. Rank 6 Knight Cruel, Rank 6 Knight Lorena, Rank 5 Knight Yin, and Rank 8 Knight. Cheryl thinks that only the pain in the asses are gathered here. Roman asks the princess if she followed him here, guessing that she wants to take revenge by trampling all. Lorena thinks to herself, then calls Roman a bitch for ignoring her. The girl in the yellow dress demands that someone shut their uncouth mouth. Roman wonders what she said, speculating that it's probably what Miss Lorena thinks. He questions who she is, accusing her of acting like Lorena's maid. The girl introduces herself as Cheryl. A flashback begins, showing Lorena. A narration box states that she has been working with Miss Lorena ever since the Blade Mountain ranges. After Lorena saved her, she decided that she would go wherever Lorena goes. The flashback continues, with a narration box stating that no one has ever stepped in like that for her before. Cheryl thinks that Roman ought to shut his smelly and loud mouth. Someone asks Yin if he has a death wish. Lorena thinks that it looks like she won't be able to travel quietly. She admits that she doesn't give a shit about Lorena, and that there's only one reason she decided to go to the north. Yin is addressed directly. A voice promises to kill him, stating that they hated the sight of him from there. The words, "first meeting" appear. Lorena stands over someone. Cruel Dwight declares that Yin always got in his way and humiliated him. Dwight's eyes narrow as he threatens to kill Yin if they are outside the training center. The sound of something being readied fills the air, a palpable tension building. Cruel Dwight asks how many hits Yin wants. The sound of something being readied echoes again, the threat hanging heavy in the air. Dwight demands an answer. Cruel Dwight repeats his question, pressing Yin for a response on how many times he wants to be hit. The sound of something being readied intensifies, the air crackling with anticipation. Yin stammers, caught off guard by the escalating aggression. Before Yin can fully react, Cruel Dwight's fist connects with his face, the sound of the impact echoing in the room. Meanwhile, a train speeds along its tracks, the rhythmic clatter a constant pulse. A figure gazes out the train window, lost in thought. Never did he imagine returning to his hometown so soon. Someone shouts, demanding that Lorena stop, unwilling to hear whatever she has to say. A voice threatens to exile someone from the territory as well. The speaker reflects on the hometown they left without ever looking back. After leaving their hometown, they haven't found any information about their brother. A close-up of a character's eyes reveals their inner turmoil. She thinks to herself, I can't go. A voice echoes, back like this. The blue-haired man observes the light purple-haired woman, thinking she's not happy about returning to her hometown. Someone will soon hear some shocking news. The blue-haired man smirks, thinking that even Lorena will be surprised. A voice assures that they'll reach Avalon soon. The Imperial advisor is questioned about his actions. They are near Avalon, and one wonders if they will drop by. The other questions if there is a problem. The Crown Prince will be disappointed, one thinks. The Crown Prince's academic studies are already completed. He wonders why he is asked to visit him when there is nothing else he can do. The reason he chose the North is revealed. Imperial advisor, Hugo, might seem like an eccentric old man with a bad personality at a glance. Hugo is the teacher of the Emperor and the Crown Commoner. It was so that he could meet him, although he was a commoner who knew no magic or martial arts. He became a respected great person of the Empire with just academics and philosophy. Even the Emperor recognized that and bestowed the title of a count to him, who was a. In his past life, he was magnificent even in his last moments, befitting of his title. Your Majesty. A voice booms, declaring that the territory will become a living hell if the local lord doesn't understand the pain of the commoners. The unseen speaker continues, urging someone to open their eyes, for the rebels can only call themselves a revolutionary army because they've abandoned their people. Where did the wise and intelligent ruler they once were go? The voice insists that someone is drunk on useless power by ignoring their people, who are the true strength of a ruler, and addresses them as Your Majesty. A towering bookshelf stretches into the shadows. The narration states that the Emperor rewarded his loyalty by giving him death. The Imperial advisor, Hugo, sits across from another figure in a train car. A voice apologizes for the discomfort they've experienced. The voice continues, explaining that they've sent away everyone who was causing a ruckus and have prepared a private room for them. A voice responds, acknowledging the offer with a ho-ho. All right, thanks for that. A figure with glowing purple eyes remains silent. A figure in a blue uniform gestures, saying, this way, please. Feet shuffle forward. Two figures in blue uniforms walk away. A hand gestures, fingers extended, in what appears to be a deliberate sequence. The hand continues its silent articulation, the gestures precise and meaningful. Nilfrau observes the hand movements. It's sign language, he realizes. Is someone sending a message to others on their team? The train hurtles forward, plunging into the darkness of a tunnel. A figure, face shadowed, declares, when that happens, I'll assassinate. Nilfrau's lips curl into a sinister smile. I've been waiting for this, he thinks. He's loyal not to the Emperor, but to the Empire. Someone who'd gladly give up his life if it's for the sake of the Empire and its people. The Revolutionary Army deemed him as a nuisance and decided to kidnap him. That's the unique sign language that only the Revolutionary Army uses. Our train will be making a brief stop in the tunnel due to a technical issue. Passengers are to remain seated in their seats. The Revolutionary Army, they're intending to start their ambush in the tunnel soon. Nilfrau's eyes gleam with anticipation. He's been waiting for this. I'm going to rescue the Imperial advisor and build a connection with him. What? Inside the train car, Roman, Cruel Dwight, Yan, and Lorena Beowulf sit, unaware of the impending ambush. A voice crackles over the frequency transmission, advising everyone to pay close attention. The same voice announces that the train has been seized by the enemy. In 1 hour, as the train enters the tunnel, the situation will escalate. The transmission continues, revealing that the enemies are planning to ambush one of the VIPs on the train. The enemies have cleverly disguised themselves as members of the train crew. The voice announces that starting now, they will begin sharing information. Yin faces scrutiny. Someone questions why they haven't received their mission yet, and why they should listen to him. Yin asks if anyone else has a question. A woman with lavender hair speaks up, finding it hard to believe what Yin just said. She demands to know how he obtained his information. The voice adds that the location was chosen for a specific reason. The lavender-haired woman presses, asking if there is any more information. A figure with dark hair and piercing red eyes admits they don't know the exact numbers, but they know who the enemies are. The transmission reveals the identity of the enemies, the Revolutionary Army. He appears concerned, his gaze fixed on something unseen. The target is a VIP. They're involved in the attempted kidnapping. The train rumbles through the snowy landscape. A figure asks, are all the normal passengers asleep? Yin responds, yes. We've deployed the sleeping incense. The figure states, "Will now slowly take over the carriage." The figure continues, "But there are special forces among the passengers." The figure wonders, why would crew members need weapons? The officer's eyes widen in shock. Nilfra plummets downwards. One of the officers demands, "Who are you?" The officer cries out as a blade pierces him. Nilfra stands over the fallen officer, her expression cold. Another officer notices, his wounds. They're freezing up. The sword emanates a chilling aura, crackling with cold energy. An officer realizes, that means. Nilfra's eyes gleam with power. The train car is rapidly encased in frost. An officer reacts. Reactions, what Yin said was right. Oh my. He knew there were special forces members on the train. One of the soldiers remarked that he didn't know there was a baby lion of the Beowulf as well. The other soldier couldn't believe that the baby lion had fallen into the hands of low-rank members like them, calling it a windfall. One of the soldiers suggested that they could probably get a special promotion. The other suggested that they could just collect the bounty that's on her head, chuckling. Nilfra asked if they knew what the Revolutionary Army had done to the Beowulf household. Nilfra stated that the reason her brother had disappeared was to join the special forces and find all of them. Nilfra continued, saying that they had shown themselves in front of her now. Her eyes glowed with a menacing light. Nilfra stated that she couldn't help but be grateful to them for that. A red sword materialized, emitting a sinister aura. The soldiers found the situation ridiculous. Nilfra asked if they knew what their family had done. Yan's face contorts with rage. While you guys were living in laps of extravagance, my family survived by eating off rotten trash. A voice demands, who do you think caused that? A separate narration states, the Beowulf household walks the path of an absolute ruler to protect the North and the Empire. A hand grips a sword, light glinting off the blade. A voice warns, if you make our family your enemy. Rays of light pierce the darkness. A voice declares, that means. The words ring out. You're the evil. Nilfra stands bathed in light, the red energy, sword held aloft. Nilfra's expression is grim. Nilfra's eyes narrow as a voice declares, which threatens the North and the Empire. The words echo, North and the Empire. A voice wonders what is happening inside the carriage. Inside the train, two figures in blue uniforms walk down the aisle. One wonders if they should contact anyone. A sinister chuckle echoes. A figure in a dark coat stands in the foreground, addressing the uniformed figures in the background. He states that they are the perfect fit. The floor of the train carriage is visible. The exterior of the train is shown. A hand grips a sword, the speaker noting that it was taken from the Imperial Vault. A figure with white hair exhales. Legs stand amidst a pool of blood. A voice expresses satisfaction at seeing blood after a long time. A blue hat lies discarded on the floor. A close-up reveals intense, glowing eyes. The warden senses mana emanating from the next carriage. The train continues its journey through the snowy landscape. The warden declares not to be bothered with trivial matters. The warden states that someone needs to earn their keep. Lorena asks if they should get going. Nilfra states their objective, to save the Imperial advisor. The train continues its journey. Cruel Dwight reports that Lorena is stopping the troops in the front cabin. Nilfra adds that Cruel is stopping the troops in the back cabin, and that he will sneak in from the top to rescue the Imperial advisor. The warden mutters that someone is a cunning bastard. The warden admits that Lorena was skilled, but the demonic human kid is more talented than he thought, asking if he did great by not killing him. The warden concludes that someone is basically a walking time bomb. A figure asks if the Imperial advisor is absolutely needed in their plans. Another figure states that they will become even more involved with the Revolutionary Army from here on out, adding that the Imperial advisor would be the best person to have. A character thinks that if they become the one who saves the Imperial advisor, their plans would progress way smoother. Someone shouts, let's go. Nilfra walks alongside another figure. A character states that where they are, they always see tons of calculative people like the person they are speaking to. A character laughs, stating they still can't believe it. A figure sits in a chair and says, I'll ask you this. A close-up of a character's face is shown. The text introduces Erectus, the third apprentice of Erectus, the Revolutionary Army's 7th commander, also known as the Berserk Swordsman. A character asks if they are really the Emperor's teacher. Hella sits confidently. A voice questions if someone is truly the Emperor's teacher. Since the captive is so clever, shouldn't he be able to speak ancient languages or the dragon tongue? The red-haired woman demands, can you bark like a dog then? She adds that it's also a language, the tongue of dogs. The red-haired woman sits with her legs crossed, her foot tapping impatiently. She barks. Can't bring yourself to do it? I said bark. The captive stares intensely, his eyes narrowed, as he says, you. The captive barks, ruff, 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 grrrr. The red-haired woman bursts into laughter, explaining that the particular sentence means, you're very beautiful. The red-haired woman states that from the mana she's detecting, it seems only 2 people are in the room. She adds that it's the correct room, but Nilfra declares, I'll speak the language of cats now. Nilfra meows, Nyanyanya. A voice questions whether someone is supposed to be of any help. Nilfra responds, stating that the person was that kind of person. It is said that this is what makes the advisor really scary. The narration continues, stating that if it can benefit the Empire, he can throw away his pride as if it were nothing. The advisor is described as an extreme utilitarian. Someone exclaims that the scholars in the Empire are incredible, but they are all so stuck up. A character expresses their thanks for someone looking so favorably upon them. An old man is told that he had a great time. The scene shows a close-up of a character's arm. The scene shows a close-up of a character's arm. The scene shows a character with long red hair. The scene shows a close-up of a character's face. He stares ahead, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. A blinding flash erupts, filling the space with searing light. Streaks of light cascade down, illuminating the scene with an ethereal glow. The train hurtles through the darkness, its red exterior a stark contrast to the surrounding gloom. A voice echoes, filled with manic glee. "Ha, that felt so much better." Another voice muses, "I wonder if it's because this is an old train, there are just too many rats." A woman with fiery red hair stands tall, her expression unreadable. The red-haired woman's gaze hardens, her eyes narrowed with determination. A streak of light pierces the darkness, a harbinger of impending conflict. Light streaks intensify, illuminating the scene with an almost blinding intensity. The red-haired woman lunges forward, her sword slashing through the air towards Nilfra. A voice calls out, concern lacing their tone. "Advisor, are you all right?" One of the men states that he has come to rescue the other. He adds that the other infiltrated the room while he was distracting the enemy. The second man replies that it was a great job. The two men stand together, looking forward. A hand grips a sword, the blade glowing with a white aura. A voice asks if someone can speak any animal languages. The red-haired woman grins, asking how about a pig. She vows to make someone squeal like one. Someone asks if the other isn't pretty good at it, though. The other replies with a confused what. A third voice apologizes, saying they thought the other was imitating a pig just now. One of the figures states that they figured out how much mana the other has, and that it's at best rank 5. The other figure notes that a dense amount of aura has been infused into her sword. A voice says as expected. The narration box explains that the white sword aura is the color which the berserk sword, Erectus, is famous for. 3 swords are shown, each glowing with a white aura. The narration states that it takes a lot of effort to train the next generation. It adds that she must be one of his apprentices. A figure shrouded in shadow declares that they'll put an end to this quickly. A figure stands silhouetted, as another figure reacts with surprise. A voice demands that someone throw away their sword. The blonde-haired man, identified as Varus, states that otherwise, the advisor is a dead man. The advisor, Hugo, groans, realizing that stealth magic has been used. A blue-haired figure questions what happened to there being only 2 of them. A voice explains that there were only 2 people with mana, so they confused the situation. Someone asks how it is their fault that the advisor doesn't have any mana. A sword lies on the ground. Hela, along with Nilfra and another figure, are present. Someone asks if they want to hear a pig squeal. A voice states that it's too late for that, now, as compared to that. A voice declares that they want to hear a skull cracking. A figure with a sinister grin is shown. Lorena Beowulf prepares to unleash a powerful sword technique, her stance radiating focused energy. Cruel Dwight stands ready, his expression grim as he anticipates the unfolding events. The blade of Lorena's sword gleams, reflecting the intensity of her resolve. The sword rises, poised to strike with devastating force. Lorena's eyes narrow, her focus absolute as she channels her power into the blade. The train window shatters under the immense pressure, the sound echoing through the carriage. Fragments of glass explode outward, a testament to the raw power unleashed. Outside, the train hurtles through the landscape, oblivious to the chaos within. Nilfra is encased in ice, a prisoner of the sudden, chilling attack. Lorena stands triumphant, her sword radiating a frigid aura as the rapid freeze technique takes hold. The cold aura emanating from Lorena is palpable, a stark contrast to her weakening state. Lorena coughs, the sound ragged and painful. A metallic tang fills the air as she coughs up blood. She realizes she pushed herself too hard gathering the cold aura. Maintaining the snow soul for an extended period is proving difficult for Lorena. A figure approaches Lorena from the shadows, their presence causing her to gasp in surprise. The figure observes that Lorena's technique looks too rough and uncouth to be the secret art of the Beowulf household. The figure's feet are bare, and their stance is wide. The figure states that they have heard of the Beowulf household. The figure's eyes glow red as they erase the surrounding cold aura with their sword aura. The figure speaks, their voice a low growl. Ew. The figure asks Lorena if she is a daughter of the Beowulf household. Lorena explodes in anger, shouting, "Bastard! How dare you speak of that name?" The figure attacks Lorena with a sword, the blade glowing with a menacing light. The rear of the train stretches into the distance. Sunlight glints off the train's exterior. Neutral Yin's name is uttered with venom, the speaker's anger palpable amidst the spatter of blood. A voice wonders how one is supposed to stop a monster like that. A figure lies slumped against the wall, drenched in dark blood. Someone reflects on the fact that Neutral Yin is on a completely different level from everyone they've met so far. There's no doubt in the speaker's mind, their expression troubled. A hand grips the hilt of a sword, knuckles white with tension. The narration states that he's stronger than the instructor commander. A character stops a sword with their bare fingers, apologizing if they sounded offensive. A voice states that they hadn't met here before. Snow falls softly outside the train window, blurring the landscape into a hazy white canvas. A voice cuts through the quiet hum of the train. I wouldn't need to kill you. As the words hang in the air, a dark, viscous liquid splatters against the window, obscuring the snowy scene. One of the figures asks if the others want to hear a pig squeal. The man retorts that it is too late for that. The blue-haired man states that now, as compared to that. A voice booms, wanting to hear someone's skull cracking. Nilfrau attacks the red-haired man. Nilfer's face is shown. Nilfer's face is shown again. The girl thinks that she can fight too, but was asked to stay hidden. She thinks that being ranked 8 means she is a knight of the Empire who officially passed the test. The girl wonders if Miss Lorena is alright. A sword is shown covered in blood. The girl thinks that she should be there to protect her. A figure in a long, flowing coat stands in what appears to be a train car. Outside, a train speeds along the tracks, kicking up snow. Inside the train car, a muscular man with a bandana loosens his coat, revealing his bare chest. He stares forward, muttering, "What a pity." The interior of the train car is dimly lit by a single overhead lamp. The man continues to speak, though his words are obscured by the panel's edge. If you had stayed. A woman with short, lavender hair stands with her arms crossed, her expression unreadable. Stop right there. She commands. The man stands over the woman, looking down at her. What do you think you can do in your current state? He asks. He exhales, a puff of air escaping his lips as frustration mounts. His swordsmanship is unrefined, and he admits to getting emotional far too easily. He can't even use his family's secret art properly. The sword hangs suspended, shards of light dancing around its blade. The sword vibrates, a silent promise of power. Nilfrost steals his resolve. He can at least die like how a Beowulf would. His eyes narrow, a fierce determination burning within them. He vows that he might not be able to defeat his opponent, but he can put his life on the line to fight. His hand tightens into a fist, knuckles white with resolve. His jaw sets, a grim acceptance settling over his features. His gaze hardens, reflecting the harsh reality of the coming battle. When warriors fight, to kill and be killed is to be expected. Nilfrost stands in the hallway, watching as a figure with a bandaged arm faces him. The bandages are wrapped tightly around the man's fist. The figure declares that his nickname is Black Tiger, but his name is Amor. The name Amor is displayed in bold letters. The bandages on Amor's arm begin to glow with dark energy. Amor looks down, his eyes burning with intensity. Mountain-splitting tiger is displayed in bold letters. Amor vows to show his full strength. Meanwhile, snow falls heavily in a dark, desolate landscape. The snow-covered ruins of a building stand silhouetted against the night sky. A man looks up, his expression a mix of disbelief and determination. Impossible. There's no way we'd lose. The man kneels on the floor, a sword's shadow looming over him. Advantage in numbers, and disarmed all. A voice recalls that they had enemies. The voice continues, remembering that they even had a hostage with them. A figure lies prone on the floor, their body angled away from the viewer. The figure cries out, Hela. Hela's face is visible, her expression one of shock and disbelief. She wonders just how this could be. A man with blonde hair stands in a room, a large shadow looming behind him. A voice declares that it's because they are weak. Nilfrost stands with a large, ominous weapon. The words Black Wolf Blade form appear. Someone asks if it is over. Another voice responds, telling the advisor that they can rest. A voice cautions to take it easy, suggesting they go to the next cabin in case they pull any other tricks. He expresses his frustration, demanding to know how his opponent dodged all their attacks. He pauses, then says, well. A narration box appears, stating that he already had the experience of fighting his teacher, Berserk's sword, Erectus, in his previous life. A sword rests on a purple cloth. A figure is shown, and a narration box states that this time, it's not even Erectus himself, but his apprentices. A woman with red hair is shown from behind. A speech bubble asks, don't you want to live? Cruel Dwight stands with another man. Nilfra is shown again, and a speech bubble states, if you answer my questions properly, I won't kill you. He holds up a pendant, saying, take a good look at this pendant. A close-up of the pendant is shown. A speech bubble asks, do you remember seeing this insignia? A character with blonde hair and orange eyes is shown, looking concerned. He mutters about that insignia. The words echo, the insignia of the start. Nilfer's expression is grim as he considers the implications. The question hangs in the air, the insignia of the start. Another figure speaks, his voice strained. Wait a second. He continues, I didn't say anything. A disembodied voice states, another restriction. Nilfer's gaze hardens. Even the apprentices of the Berserk sword have restrictions cast on them. A single red leaf rests on the wooden floor. Dark stains mar the wooden planks. A figure stands over a fallen form. It'll be tough to hear them speak more than one sentence. Nilfer's expression shifts slightly, but I did get a new keyword. The insignia of the start is visible on the character's uniform. A figure declares that they are done here. Someone states that since they've recovered the advisor, they just need to get off the train now. An explosion rocks the train. The train's engine is engulfed in flames. A figure wonders if it was an explosion. Nilfra is seen with blood on his head as he coughs. Hela states that the engine room has been blown apart. Someone says that the train can never stop now. The train continues to be engulfed in flames. At this rate, the train will probably. The sound of the explosion reverberates through the train. A maniacal laughter echoes in the aftermath. From a distance, beams of light erupt from the city, piercing the sky. A voice laments a missed opportunity. A figure, face smeared with blood, stares ahead with wide, crazed eyes. Another face, pale and drawn, reflects the horror of the moment. A voice cries out in disbelief, questioning the reality of the situation. Amidst the chaos, someone suggests abandoning the others and escaping. The need to survive clashes with the desire to stop the train. A figure commands others to cease their panic. A voice expresses surprise at the unexpected turn of events. A staircase, perhaps leading to safety or further danger, stretches upwards. A voice declares that the monster should be able to take care of the situation. Rain lashes down, obscuring the scene. The train continues its fiery journey along the tracks, the damage clearly visible. The tracks stretch into the distance, rain blurring the scene. A figure stands on the tracks, a faint glow emanating from them as the burning train approaches. The words Royal Knights appear, hinting at the figure's affiliation. The title Seventh Knight is displayed, further identifying the figure. A close-up reveals the face of Kyle, the Seventh Knight, his expression grim. A train barrels down the tracks, sparks flying from its engine. The train continues its relentless journey through the snowy landscape. The train's fiery engine illuminates the tracks ahead. The train speeds onward, its presence marked by streaks of motion. A looming silhouette stands beside the tracks as the train rushes past. A figure clad in a long coat and shoulder armor stands in the snow, muttering, "I can't just do nothing about a runaway train. What a pickle." The title card introduces the Seventh Knight, Kyle. A banner displays the emblem of the Royal Knights. The text declares, "The strongest knights that protect the Emperor and the capital." A close-up reveals a knight with piercing yellow eyes. The text states, "Each knight's individual prowess," as a sword glows with ethereal energy. The figure is known to be equivalent to a natural disaster itself. A figure stands bathed in light, a sword held aloft. The train barrels forward, its horn blaring through the snowy landscape. The man's face is partially obscured, but the name Huger is spoken. Huger's eyes glow with intense power as he pleads. The words "final form" appear amidst a surge of energy. Huger is now clad in a different outfit, his expression determined. The words "imperial sword" are displayed. The train speeds along the tracks, a fiery glow emanating from its front. The train races down the tracks, its path cutting through the snow-covered terrain. The train continues its relentless advance. The light intensifies, a blinding flash emanating from the center of the transformation. The beam of light continues to grow, illuminating the surrounding area. The light strikes the oncoming train, the metal groaning under the immense power. A figure watches the scene unfold, stunned by the display of power. The figure cries out, Wait a minute." The light engulfs a nearby building, the structure seeming to shimmer in the intense glow. The train continues to be bathed in light. The figure's back is turned, the number 7 emblazoned on their cloak. The figure, the warden, mutters, "Those cruel." The warden's legs are shown as he stands amidst the light, the train visible in the distance. "Revolutionary Army bastards," he growls. The scene opens with a view of the damaged train. Someone reflects on the atrocity, unable to believe the extent of the evil. The warden, standing beside Huger, questions what he is talking about, stating that Huger was responsible for the train's destruction. Huger responds with amusement. Huger is asked if he feels unwell anywhere, as the warden expresses his relief that Huger is safe. Huger confirms that he is fine, calling it miraculous that he survived. Elsewhere, Sir Kyle reflects on almost being vaporized along with the train, but insists that this is a misunderstanding. Sir Kyle explains that she knew she could count on the lady from Beowulf who was on the train. She states that she could protect Huger and keep him safe, just as she expected. Sir Kyle reflects on how she changed the trajectory of the train. As a result of her actions, only the front few cabins were damaged, and the hostages remained safe. It was as expected of the best trainee of the training center. Sir Kyle insists that she was not the one who made the train go off track. She dismisses her actions as nothing. The warden and Huger are seen together again. The group stood near the train. Kyle was among them. Someone wondered if there were other gems in the special forces other than Lady Beowulf. Kyle chuckled, stating that he was more like the number 1. A girl with yellow buns looked at him, wondering what he wanted. Among those who ambushed the Imperial advisor was Amor, the Black Tiger. The narration described the special rank assassin, Amor, the Black Tiger, noting that his unique sword had an energy that felt like a tiger, which was how he got his nickname. A red, tiger-like energy pulsed ominously. Someone admitted that they fought him, but were way too weak. After the train flipped, he disappeared when you appeared. A man with a bandana stared intently. Someone was identified as the daughter of the Beowulf. The Black Tiger is with the Revolutionary Army. Someone expressed disbelief that another had fought him, stating that it was incredible. A voice declares, "No, I just..." Silence hangs in the air as a bald man with a thick mustache stares ahead. A disembodied voice urgently asks, "Did you get hurt?" A woman with long pink hair carries a man, telling him, "I told you to just run." The man groans, "Gosh, my poor body." The woman, still carrying the man, snaps, "Don't stick to me. A voice declares, your body doesn't belong to you alone. Be careful with it. Another voice retorts, Maman, stop saying that strange stuff. A somber thought echoes, this isn't good. A narration box states, things that didn't happen in my previous life are happening one after another. A narration box ominously declares, the Black Tiger's ambush. A scene unfolds with Kyle, as a narration box states, Kyle's attack, and a narration box reveals, explosion of the train. A narration box questions, why did so many events that didn't happen in my previous life happen now? Originally, no one volunteered for the north. The situation changed because someone chose to go north. Did that cause the Black Tiger to appear? Their actions are causing a chain reaction, like a domino effect. A figure declares, there you are. Another figure states, I've been looking for you. A speech bubble simply states, let's talk. A figure muses, maybe I should have just stayed in the capital. Someone feels so bad, as if a lot of harm was caused because of them. Another voice asks, you injured that hand of yours to throw the train off track, right? A figure accuses, all because of you. The other responds, stammering, why? You're being so direct. A debt is acknowledged. A hand extends, offering something. Take this, the figure says. The figure, possibly Yen, stares intently. This is, he muses. A token rests on a silken cloth. My token, a voice declares. The token is displayed prominently. A message is inscribed. If you have this, it's proof that you're my representative. A voice assures, it'll be pretty useful. The figure's expression hardens. Are you asking me to take this and forget how you bark like a dog? He asks. Another figure responds, again, you're being really direct. A mechanical arm lowers a wooden crate. A voice declares, we'll meet again if fate allows. The figure, possibly Yen, stands with another figure. He sighs, phew, I finally got it. That took a lot more effort than I thought. A voice questions, is that token really that useful? A simple, yeah, is the reply, as the scene shows the side of a train. He gazes forward, his expression unreadable as the biting wind whips around him. With his back to the world, Yen strides into the blizzard, the snow swirling around him like a shroud. The snow falls relentlessly, each flake a tiny shard of ice. To the land of brutal cold. A distant fortress looms through the swirling snow, a silent sentinel in the frozen wasteland. The buildings stand tall, their structures a mix of old and new. The alleyway is narrow and dimly lit. A black steel sword is stabbed into a wooden table. The bald man grins, his eyes gleaming. The man offers to repair the sword for a fee of 500 gil. Nilfra stands before the bald man, who is seated at a table. He finds the price too expensive. Nilfra is surprised that the sword made from black steel got damaged. He wonders if he used it too recklessly. The text describes the black steel sword that the instructor commander gave him. The text explains that the sword was probably intended for normal use, but even black steel can't handle executing Black Wolf multiple times consecutively. The man asks if Nilfra needs anything else. Nilfra declines. The bald man smiles, acting friendly, and invites Nilfra to come again, promising the best service next time if he acts. The disembodied voice expresses a reluctance to continue, finding the current situation unpleasant. The towering walls of Villian rise in the distance, a testament to the city's size and importance. The rooftops of Villian stretch out, a maze of terracotta tiles and chimneys. The group decides to use the gate in Villian to get to Beowulf, due to the bad weather and the inaccessibility of trains. Considering the time needed to charge mana into the magic circle, they will probably only be able to use the gate around noon tomorrow. Villian is a metropolitan area, and it will take some time to obtain mana. They also need some time to restock their items. It's the first time coming to a place with so many commoners after the regression. Well, they wound up in that pit of hell training center after all. She remarks that something is strange. Nilfra asks why Lorena is mumbling so much. Lorena refers to someone as that royal jelly or night guy. Nilfra looks up, seemingly surprised. A disembodied voice wonders if Nilfra detected the golden dragon's energy from him. Two figures stand in the background, their features blurred. Lorena scoffs, calling someone ignorant and questioning if they know the power they possess. She explains that a mana heart can have 6 types of powers. A diagram appears, listing the elements: black, red, blue, green, metal, and earth. The text states that the golden dragon is the strongest among the metal elements. The voice declares that the power is strong even if it's not a part of a mana. Lorena asks if the heart is just an element. A dragon appears, and a voice berates someone and their stupid orc-like brain, stating that if it were that easy, anyone could have become the founding emperor. The voice continues, saying that the only thing that can manifest the energy of a. The voice declares that the dragon is the divine dragon's breathing and the mana heart. It then demands to know how someone dares to look down on the mana heart, questioning what is in their thick skull. Lorena asks if something is Nilfra's. The only ones who detected the energy of a dragon from Mammon were the instructor commander and the crown prince. Two figures stand close, one holding a sword. It's understandable why they had it since they have the blood of Bahamut in them. How are the royal knights related, though? I better find that out too. Number 974. It's Yen. No one has called him by his number for so long. Two figures stand together, carrying bags. Are you returning to the accommodations now? I just came from repairing my sword at the blacksmith. I need to do some preparation before the mission starts. We were also making preparations for the mission. It feels like you guys just did a lot of shopping, though. Hee hee. Wait a minute, I only bought daily necessities. This is all food. Two figures stand with shopping bags. Someone questions whether the individual intends to eat all of that in a single day. Yin is urged to go shopping with the others, as they believe he won't last in Beowulf with his current clothes. He declines, stating he'll look around separately. The others insist that Yin go with them, but one of them notes that he just had a complete change of attitude. A voice declares that individual preparation is for oneself, followed by a calmer response. Inside the shop, mannequins display various outfits. A display case showcases a formal dress. Yin decides to settle with what he has, as carrying more things would be inconvenient. The text lists innerwear, gloves, and boots to prevent against cold X1. Someone comments that Yin always looks so gloomy. The response is, a pot calling the kettle black. Someone asks if everything has been chosen, and requests a look at what Miss Lorena is wearing. A small figure asks if they mean her. The curtains begin to rise, signaling the start of the show. Lorena finds the outfit too tight. A maid comments that it's a basic among basics, black and white. The maid presents another option, the ultimate look, lightweight armor. Lorena questions why she would wear such clothes or swimming costumes to the land of brutal cold. The curtains begin to close, and someone shouts for them to stop. Lorena declares that she has had enough and that this doesn't suit her. Someone off-panel says that's not true, and that she looked cute in all of them. Yin is asked if he agrees. Lorena stares intently. Someone says that it just felt a little awkward since they're different from. Someone agrees that's right. Yin is asked what he thinks looked best on her. The Empire's uniform she's wearing now looks the best on her. Everything she wore looked good. And the strength she possesses. Lorena's expression is unreadable. What? Lorena's eyes narrow. Lorena says she is going back to the accommodations first. Yin stammers, calling out, Miss Lorena, number 974. Yin, what the hell did you just say? The girl with the yellow hair looks shocked. But Miss Lorena, wait for me. I don't know what just happened, but that doesn't look good. He looks troubled, his brow furrowed in concern. Did he do something wrong? A voice echoes, filled with regret. I'm sorry, this is all my fault. Two figures walk away, their backs turned, seemingly resolved to move forward. A voice seethes with anger, dismissing someone. Don't care about that man who doesn't know anything. He's an. Another voice declares indifference. I don't care about him. A voice asserts independence. I don't care about what others say. A blush creeps across Lorena's cheeks, her heart pounding in her chest. A voice dismisses the situation as unimportant. Nonsense after all. The building looms, its sign proclaiming Lorena. The figure with dark hair calls out, don't be late. I'll see you tomorrow, to two departing figures. Trainee Yin asks softly, see me? He continues, his voice barely a whisper. Oh, don't say something people might misunderstand so loudly. Yin wonders, she just left without answering me. Did she not hear me? Nilfra stands beside a white-haired figure, his expression unreadable. Nilfra muses, now that I've bought my uniform, all that's left. A shopkeeper says, thank you for your purchase. The Shining Moon, a bar nestled in the commercial district near Villian's Transportation Bureau, boasts affordable prices and tasty food, drawing in both local residents and mercenaries alike. Patrons fill the bar, their conversations a low murmur against the clinking of glasses. A wooden mug sits on a table. Yin wonders what he needs to do to defeat himself. He thinks that Monster doesn't have any openings, even when he's asleep. Yin can feel it. Someone thinks that Yin hasn't shown his true abilities yet. Yin wonders why he is even hiding his strength. He remembers someone saying they'll pay next time. Yin thinks that if someone said he's lying, they must have a death wish. He tells them to hit him, calling them assholes. Someone shouts at lowly vermin to shut up. The bar patrons react to the outburst. Cruel Dwight declares that he, Cruel Dwight of the Dwight family, is eating right now, and wonders if they can't see that. Someone thinks that commoners do not have a slight ounce. An angry voice cuts through the tavern's murmur. Enough with the manners? Don't you dare make a sound until I finish my. The speaker continues, his voice laced with disdain. If you keep your ruckus up, I'll show you the class difference between a noble and a commoner. The white-haired man's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing. He scoffs. What? Who's so fearless? Show me just how the high-class nobles fucking eat their food. Yin sits at a table with Cruel Dwight, looking uncomfortable. He groans softly. Cruel Dwight observes the commotion with a critical eye. Those assholes were causing a huge commotion without observing basic etiquette. Wouldn't it be better for you to not do things like that? The white-haired man stares intently, his red eyes gleaming. What? The man continues, his voice laced with a hint of understanding. You've also suffered from that before. Yin and Cruel Dwight are seen from behind, listening to the conversation. The man explains, because you were oppressed by the class difference. The man's voice rises slightly. If you get out of the class, you can probably become much stronger. Yin takes a swig from his mug, his expression thoughtful. I can become much stronger? What are you talking about? He is addressed as a skinny fellow, and asked if he is from outside. The man leans in, his expression intense as he awaits an answer. A large, muscular man, identified as Captain Billy of the Thunderhorn Mercenaries, overhears Yan's desire to become stronger and offers to teach him the secret. Captain Billy suggests training with weights for 8 hours a day and joining their mercenary company, promising protein supplements. Yin snarls, declaring he doesn't care about protein. He unleashes a devastating attack. Captain Billy cries out as he is sent flying. The man scoffs, remarking that it wasn't muscle, just an inflated balloon. Captain Billy lies prone on the floor. The other mercenaries exclaim that Yin sent the captain flying. A gang full of muscleheads. He can smell their sweat from all the way here. This is better, come at him as one. A skinny fellow is called amazing, with amazing muscles and an innate talent for muscles. Someone says they've never seen anyone send the captain flying in one hit. Someone guesses nobles are indeed different. Someone comments that he's got good looks too. Another person wonders if they are strong at arm wrestling. Someone says they know why they're acting like this, but they don't know why they're acting like this. But the atmosphere is filled with tension. It feels great. Someone asks if nobles are good at holding their liquor and asks to bring them more liquor. Let's have a match with liquor this time round. Someone says they are a noble after all. Nobles are awesome. Let's drink then. Someone says their mug is empty and asks to bring them some liquor here. Cruel's mug is empty. Already. You vulgar. A voice declares that the others have no class at all. Another voice boasts that everything is on them today, promising to show the class difference between them. A voice proposes a toast to Cruel, declaring it a great day. A voice demands to be let go. Another voice, presumably addressing the first, urges Cruel to pull himself together. The building looms in the background, its windows dark against the night sky. Cruel Dwight warns Roman not to vomit, threatening to kill him if he does. Roman insists that he is not drunk, though his words are slurred. A voice wonders where their brother, Billy, is. Another voice questions the shift from class difference to brotherhood. A third voice comments that Billy has suffered a lot. A voice hiccups, slurring that they're just fools, and that everyone was praising him just because he hung out. Roman's face is shown in close-up, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Cruel Dwight reflects on how strange it is that they warmly welcomed a stranger like him, whom they've only met today. Yin wonders if it's really strange. Roman thinks that even people who met him for the first time today can treat him so well. Roman wonders why he has never heard a single praise from his blood-related family. Roman stares off into the distance, a thoughtful expression on his face. Cruel Dwight looks down, lost in thought, wishing they'd say it just once. A voice asks if someone put something in his drink just now. Cruel Dwight asks what they mean. Someone points out that something was put in his drink just now. Cruel Dwight admits that they saw that. Cruel Dwight reveals that they put in a crystal powder used for purifying demonic energy, considering how Cruel became less aggressive today. The powder was really effective. Someone exclaims that it's really expensive and asks if they have too much money or what. Roman asks if they're starting to see him as a friend or something, wondering why they would help him, saying that's not like them. He then asks who says he's helping him, stating he's simply. A moment from the past is recalled. Whenever he sees a human who commits evil as they lose their own will. Someone thinks that someone is about to puke. Another person says that it's fine for them since they can't get puked on. The person then says Mammon. The text declares, Duke Beowulf Castle. The castle rises into the sky, its white stone gleaming in the sunlight. The castle's towers are capped with blue roofs, a stark contrast to the white stone. Inside the castle, the floors are inlaid with intricate designs. A glowing circle is set into the floor, its light illuminating the room. Figures stand in the background, their faces obscured. The text declares, Beowulf Heavy Armored Knights. The knights stand in formation, their armor gleaming in the light. The glowing circle is seen again. Boots stride confidently across a polished marble floor, their destination unknown. The destination is revealed, Beowulf Castle, a place of ancient power and strategic importance. Nilfra walks with purpose, accompanied by others, their mission yet to be revealed. Lorena Beowulf stands with another, discussing the Beowulf territory, its significance weighing heavily on their minds. A figure shivers, the cold seeping into their bones. Ugh, it's cold, he mutters. Nilfra contemplates the mission they need to execute, the weight of responsibility etched on his face. The strategy involves working with the Beowulf household and subjugating the barbarians, a task fraught with peril. A warrior stands ready, two swords crossed before him, a silent promise of violence in the air. The barbarians live in a harsh environment, constantly fighting for land where people can live, their struggle a brutal reality. It's inevitable that they would always require more manpower to help, but the problem here would be that a lone figure stands silhouetted against a backdrop of falling snow, their armor gleaming faintly in the dim light. A question hangs in the air. Would they accept the help of outsiders? Someone has something to tell everyone. From this point, a question lingers, unspoken. Lorena warns that they'll be seeing a lot of things that they would never be able to expect. Prepare yourselves for that. Are all of you sent by the special forces? A group stands in a brightly lit hallway, the tension palpable. Greetings, I'm the chief butler of the Beowulf household, and I'd like to politely ask this of you. Lorena requests that they go back, uninvited guests. Butler Hans Maringer stands tall, his expression unreadable. The North has never requested for any reinforcements or agreed to receive guests, do you know that? Count Hans Maringer, the former knight captain of the Beowulf household. After he retired, he decided to work as a butler in the Beowulf household. He's at least rank 3 or above. With his skills, no matter which country he chooses to go to. Right now, he'll be able to become a knight captain. This is utterly ridiculous. I can't believe someone like him is a butler. Hans, it's been a while. A pink-haired girl, a black-haired girl, and others stand behind him. They're with me, and we're here on official mission as part of the Special Forces. I think you've spoken too harshly. Be respectful to them. It's been years since you left on your own accord. To me, even though it's been so many years since we last met. I can't believe you joined the Special Forces without even saying anything. Are you taking the side of the Special Forces instead of mine right now? Do you know how worried I was for you? Really something I wasn't expecting to see. Wait, there's a scar on your cheek. How dare that old fox of a Special Forces captain let that happen? This is why I didn't want to come back here. There you go saying such sad things again. Everyone has been waiting for you to come back. That was how they managed to find the strength to live on. All right, I went overboard with my words. Hans, your hair has grown all white over the last few years. Are you feeling unwell? Anywhere? A small figure with large, tear-filled eyes asks if someone is worried about him. Tears stream down the figure's face. The weather is quite cold, so it's suggested to go inside. The head chef will personally cook something up. Those who are with Miss Lorena may go with her as well. And, young miss. The patriarch will soon return from his hunt. Once he's back, you should have a meal with him. Hans Maringer finishes his sentence, addressing someone as young Mississippi. Lorena states that she doesn't want to hear any mention of him. Lorena continues, telling him not to speak of her father in front of her. She's going to finish her mission before he returns, and she'll leave again. Hans starts to say something, but is cut off. Lorena is asked if her misunderstanding is still unresolved. A distant castle stands against a pale blue sky, snow falling softly around it. The castle looms, its towers and walls blurred by the falling snow. A voice echoes in the grand hall. Are you kidding? A young girl with yellow hair sits at a long table, listening as Roman says, "We have to wait until Lorena is here." The table is laden with food, a feast fit for royalty. A voice wonders, is this how the Beowulf works? Another voice adds, do they think we're mutts under their training, or what? A third voice exclaims, why the hell is Lorena not here yet? A figure sits at the table, surrounded by delicacies. Roman snaps, be quiet. They might really call you a human that's worse than a mutt. A voice retorts, that's what you really want to say, isn't it? Who else would say that? Another voice replies, please mind your manners. You're worse than a mutt. Roman, face contorted in anger, declares, do you know that I'm the son of Count Dwight? A maid responds, so? I'm a maid of the Beowulf household. Hey, a mere maid dares to act so brazenly. The voice urged calm, but Yan's thoughts raced. Where on earth was he? He recalled that someone had mentioned having something to attend to. What was it? Yan thought it was something about looking for something that could only be found here. The sound of footsteps echoed through the halls. Duke Beowulf Castle, storage of abandoned weapons. In his previous life, the emperor once rummaged through the whole continent to find a single sword. The primordial dragon, only one. The dragon slayer that killed only one had made 2 sacred swords that could tear through a dragon's corpse. Bahamut killed him and got his hands on one of the sacred swords. The emperor spared no expense or means to look for the other sword which even the founding emperor couldn't find. An immense amount of reward was offered. A treasure chest overflows with gold coins, jewels, and necklaces. The special forces were mobilized and searched throughout the whole continent, but couldn't find any trace of it. Just when he was about to give up, he managed to find the sword and said this. The sword that even the founding emperor couldn't find. That sword couldn't be found no matter how hard people looked for it. He said that no one expected it to be lying in a corner of the north storage like this. The dragon sword Astalin is shown. A character is shown in a black and white panel. Astalin, the brother sword of Nagling, which pierced through me. A character says, I'm sure of it. If it's with this sword. A character says, I won't lose. A hand reaches for a skull. The dragon sword Astalin is shown again. A completely neglected sword sits in a corner of the storage. Nilfra gazes at the blade. Who would have known? That very sword would be one of the 2 swords left behind by the dragon slayer. The dragon sword, Astalin? If it's with this sword, he thinks he's sure of it. Nilfra vows that he won't lose, even if it's to the emperor. His hand reaches out, drawn to the sword's radiant energy. You are. Nilfra's eyes widen. What? His hand grips the hilt, a red glow emanating from the blade. Nilfra staggers, overwhelmed by the sword's power. The sword pulses with raw energy. A memory surfaces, tinged with frustration. The name of the dragon's sword echoes in his mind. Astalin. The sword has rejected him. Nilfra's expression hardens, a flicker of anger in his eyes. The dragon's sword, wrapped in bandages, rests on a table. The sword dares to reject him. When he held Astalin, he distinctly heard a voice. The energy lines pulse around Nilfra as the sword's words echo in his memory. He was not qualified. Hela watches, a strange glint in her red eyes. How fascinating. Someone wonders if the other knows what's happening. He considers the nature of weapons, musing that some seem to choose their master. There are times when a weapon possesses some divinity. In such cases, the sword has the choice to choose its own master. To sum things up, Yen. Yen is told that he has been rejected by the sword because he is too low level for it. Yen tells Maman to step aside, questioning why he was told he was too low level. Yen vows that he is going to kill someone today. The Black Wolf is mentioned. Yin grips a sword tightly. Yin is told that he is not qualified. A surge of power emanates. Yin calls out to Astalin. Yin declares that there is someone like him. An ethereal glow fills the air, the source unseen. An angry voice booms, demanding acceptance. Beowulf Castle stands tall, its spires piercing the sky. A blurred image of a building fades into view. A flag bearing a crest flutters in the wind. Heavy armored knights stand at attention, their presence commanding respect. A figure holds a sword, questioning if it's the one they used before, their voice soft and hesitant. Knights are ordered to reconsider their operation to subjugate the barbarians, especially for someone. It is announced that Miss Lorena will be joining them today. Miss Lorena is warned of danger as she walks with another figure. A voice declares that they don't want to hear any mentions until the patriarch is back. A voice demands to know if they are thought of as an idiot, incapable of completing a mission. Lorena states that if that's the case, she won't see Hans marrying her forever either. She adds that they just need to obtain 10 of the barbarian flags, and that this will be easier than fighting. A voice warns that they shouldn't underestimate the ancient lich. It is said that the barbarians believe that their tribe flags contain the souls of their ancestors. They'd rather lose their lives than lose their flags. Sighing, Lorena says that since they aren't going to listen to anything she says, Cruel Dwight tells everyone that they must look after Miss Lorena. A voice agrees, saying to leave that to them. Another voice scoffs, saying that they're not guards of the Beowulf, and that this is their first mission as a special force member after all. Butler Hans is thanked for the clothes, as without them, they would have frozen to death. It is noted that Hans Maringer gave that to them, and that he's as considerate as always. Lorena says that she doesn't deserve their praise. Lorena thinks to herself that this is her. Someone stutters, saying, but that guy. A voice apologizes for being late, explaining that their errand took longer than expected. The figure walks forward, their clothes tattered and torn. Yin is greeted with laughter and a comment about his disheveled appearance. Another voice chimes in, remarking that Yan's arrogance is being served right. Yin tells them to shut up. He continues, suggesting they give up on the sword, stating that persistence isn't popular. A narration box describes Astalin as the Nagling's brother's sword, stating that it can't be wielded unless it acknowledges you, and that someone needs to find a way to get their hands on it. Yin is told that he might misunderstand, so they want to tell him something first. Elsewhere, a voice calls out, questioning Lorena. The voice explains that as a special force member, that's why they're wearing the team uniform, which is durable and comfortable for combat. They add that while its resistance to cold is low, they just need to wear a coat to resolve that. The voice tells Lorena not to misunderstand the situation. Lorena responds that she doesn't know what they're talking about, but it does look very good for combat. The lavender-haired woman stares intently, her expression unreadable. A voice booms, filled with surprise and urgency. Why? You. Again. Heavy armored knights. Prepare to depart. Another voice calls out. Yes, Miss Lorena. Standing beside her, Cruel Dwight remains silent, a question mark hanging in the air. A command rings out, echoing through the castle. Open the castle gates. We're departing. The massive castle gates slowly creak open, revealing the world outside. A voice declares, all of you are to keep your spirits high, because Miss Lorena is with us today. A chorus of voices responds with a resounding, whoa. Roman scoffs, his tone dismissive. Country bumpkins. They're making such a big fuss over some barbarians. A noble remarks, I guess the central nobles. Another voice interjects, don't know how fearsome the barbarians are. A narrator explains, because the Beowulf has done a good job defending against them this whole time. A narrator continues, but this is the time period where the tribes are united under strong chieftains, and they become an enormous kingdom that threatens even the Kavalan Empire. And this is where he appears, heralded by a blaze of otherworldly fire. The silhouette of a towering figure emerges from the inferno, a being of immense power, and the man who is also known as the strongest living being on earth. The darkness parts, revealing eyes that burn with ancient malice. Vital. A country was born from the Warrior Alliance Kingdom, an alliance of barbarians. They became an enormous kingdom that threatened even the Kavalan Empire. The strongest living being on earth, Valai. A strong warrior who was born with an exceptional physique and used unknown techniques. What was even scarier about Valai was his ability to figure out the techniques of any of his enemies. In the eyes of the Empire's knights, he was the personification of fear itself. In the past, he resorted to all means in order to kill him, but none of them succeeded. I don't know where Valai is at right now, but I hope I don't get unlucky and run into him. The sky looms, a canvas of muted blues and grays, hinting at the biting cold that permeates the air. A flag ripples in the frigid wind, its emblem a complex heraldry against the stark backdrop. The air smells of snow and pine. The sign reads, Beowulf Northwest Forest. The party trudges through the snow-laden landscape, their breaths misting in the air. The crunch of their boots is the only sound besides the wind. A narration box states, Heavy Armored Knights, Team 3. The armored knights stand guard, their spears glinting ominously in the dim light. The metallic tang of their armor fills the air. One of the knights, his expression grim, wonders how much longer they are going to walk. Cruel Dwight complains that it's ridiculous for them to walk on this endless snow path, and questions why knights need to walk at all. Lorena Beowulf notes that while the white scenery around them is impressive, It's hard to maintain their sense of direction or distance. Someone asks what outsiders think of this place, remarking that it's bleak. The knight with purple hair states that 200 days out of 365 days are winter after all. The only thing one can see in Beowulf is snow. It's too barren and harsh for humans to live here. But there are still people living in various places here. They're much braver and stronger than anyone else. I respect those people. And don't you think this place continues to grow in beauty as you spend more time looking at it? Cruel Dwight guesses that's the pride of a local lord. Lorena Beowulf agrees, stating that this place and Miss Lorena are right. The crowd cheers, declaring that Lorena is the best. Cruel Dwight notes that they are going again. Now that they're with Miss Lorena, the scenery of Beowulf looks beautiful. Someone offers their life for Beowulf and Miss Lorena. Shut up, you old men. Miss Lorena, do you see that? A crimson beacon? That's the scouts signaling that they've discovered barbarians. The group decides that if they head in a certain direction, they will find the barbarians. Roman declares that he can finally have some fun. Someone speaks with confidence. Team leader Savo states that someone will be. Someone anticipates witnessing a cruel sight soon. Another voice scoffs, calling the previous statement ridiculous and questioning if they know what they've fought so far. The speaker lists a godsend, a cockatrix, and an ancient lich, stating that barbarians are a joke compared to them. Roman hums, indicating he understands. Someone suggests they get going then, as snow falls around them. It is stated that the Special Forces members have fought numerous monsters and undergone numerous training with their lives on the line. A close-up of armored footwear is shown. It is stated that they were confident that they could withstand any cruel sights or monsters. Armored figures stood silently amidst the carnage, their presence a stark contrast to the stillness of the fallen. Spears jutted from the snow-covered ground, each a silent testament to the brutality that had unfolded. The faces of the dead were frozen in expressions of terror, their eyes wide with the horror of their final moments. What was meant to be a small tribe, hardly a base, was now a graveyard. In that place, death reigned supreme. The one-sided slaughter painted the snow crimson, a grim tableau of unchecked violence. A dying man reached out, his voice a desperate plea. Please, leave the children alone. Help me. A young girl trembled, her eyes wide with disbelief. What is all this? The knight stands clad in full armor, sword held before him. He declares that he isn't a knight, despite being supposed to follow the code of knighthood. A voice reflects on the ideals of knighthood. To be honorable, protect the weak, and wield swords for their lord. But the speaker notes that they all look like demons. A silhouetted figure stands against a red backdrop. The speaker muses that they feel more like barbarians. A voice filled with despair commands someone not to look, lamenting the scene before them. A hand gently covers a child's eyes. A voice says that this is not something the child should see. Roman is still in control even after seeing blood. It's noted that he should be able to control the demonic energy a little now. Everyone must be surprised. Roman stands near a gate with another figure. A voice reflects that this is what wars between ethnic groups have always been like, stating that this kind of war isn't the type. A voice explains that what happened occurs between armies that have a territory to lead the rest, adding that this is the kind of war that only stops when one side is completely killed. The landscape is soaked in blood, regardless of whether they're grown-ups or children. A cloaked figure stands with their back to the viewer. A voice says that hearing about it and seeing it in person is completely different. Moving forward, this is the burden that Lorena must carry, her hand clenching into a fist. A voice wonders if she will be able to handle it, while the cries of a baby echo. Nilfra gazes into the distance, a silent observer of the unfolding events. A figure clutches a baby, surrounded by splatters of blood. The air is thick with the sounds of the child's desperate cries for its mother. A voice cries out in shock, exclaiming about the presence of a baby. Cruel Dwight questions whether they should intervene, recognizing the dire need for assistance. A voice contemplates the potential consequences of unnecessary involvement, while the baby's cries persist. A voice declares the child to be lucky. A figure wielding an axe proclaims that the baby will not have to live as a filthy barbarian. A desperate voice cries out, pleading for someone to wait. A woman's voice screams in denial, a raw expression of anguish. The brown-haired character looks on as Lorena stands firm, her expression unreadable. Lorena's gaze is sharp, her resolve unwavering. A sword rests, its purpose momentarily suspended. One of the knights murmurs, his voice muffled by his helmet. A voice cries out, disbelief lacing the tone. Miss Lorena? The knight's helmeted face is a mask of suppressed emotion. A voice declares, that is enough. We've killed everyone who was able to hold a weapon. We just need to take their tribe's flag. So let's stop here. The speaker continues, a hint of defiance in their tone. We won't kill a child like this. Lorena states firmly, that's why I've decided. A voice questions, that's your decision, huh? But, all the knights that heard what she said. One of the knights asks, did she say not to kill a barbarian? Another responds with a mocking laugh. That's what Miss Lorena said. Huh. She is met with disbelief. The knight's helmeted visage, illuminated by the eerie red glow of his eyes, suggests a simmering anger. Miss Lorena, you're joking, aren't you? Two other knights stand silently in the background, their expressions hidden in shadow. Lorena had a hardened resolve. Snow fell around Lorena, a solitary figure against the stark landscape. Since she grew up wielding a sword in Beowulf, She was no stranger to conflict. She knew what the war with the barbarians was like. She was also resolved to take that up. But the sight of a hooded figure holding a baby wrapped in fur pierced through her hardened exterior. The memory of blood and snow flashed before Lorena's eyes. The barbarian woman seemed too shabbily dressed for the north's cold. While the baby was covered in high-grade fur, the contrast was stark. The sight of that mother made Lorena move. The lower halves of two figures are visible, their identities obscured by shadow and fabric. A knight in full armor questions, "Miss Lorena? Why?" Lorena, her expression resolute, declares, "I'll take." A baby, swaddled in a sheep-like blanket, yawns and asks, "What are you doing, Miss Lorena?" A soldier, standing among his comrades, states, "If even one barbarian survives, they could bring about great damage to our territory and our people." An unseen figure shouts, "Not even you have the authority to do this." Cruel Dwight, standing beside Lorena, remarks, "No, that way of thinking is too extreme." A knight declares, "You are knights. How dare you talk back to your master? You're just guests. Please stay out of this. Are you intending to get in the way of the Beowulf Knights in the Beowulf territory?" Lorena, walking away with the baby and cruel Dwight, scoffs, "Knights my ass." A young girl thinks to herself, "I can't believe the mission of a knight is to kill a baby. Aren't you embarrassed of yourself?" She states that if she lets a baby die, she feels like she would be having nightmares, and it would also leave a bad mark on her reputation. The camera focuses on the collar of her coat. Knight Vass asks Lorena to please stop joking around, expressing that he can't believe she's protecting the barbarians. Vass's eyes narrow. She asks if they know what that means. The knights that protect the Beowulf territory will never be persuaded. Because they're not doing things out of emotions or profits, they've lost too much blood for them to not hate the barbarians. No one could easily ask them to forgive the barbarians. Lorena's eyes widen. A sound of realization echoes. Knight Vass and Lorena both react with surprise, Vass exclaiming, "That's it." A figure is silhouetted against a bright light. The knights exclaim in alarm. A massive hand bursts forth, tearing through the ground. It's the chieftain. The dark silhouette of the chieftain looms, his presence commanding the battlefield. A voice booms out, declaring the chieftain's arrival and ordering everyone to prepare. Elsewhere, soldiers stand ready, their figures dwarfed by the immense energy emanating from the chieftain's location. The chieftain erupts from the earth, a cataclysmic arrival that shatters the ground around him. A soldier grips his spear, his knuckles white as he prepares for the coming battle. The soldiers brace themselves, the air crackling with anticipation as the chieftain's power intensifies. The chieftain is wreathed in raw energy, a terrifying display of power that sends tremors through the very ground. The soldier's grip tightens on his spear, his eyes fixed on the source of the overwhelming power. A collective gasp rises from the soldiers, fear and awe mingling in their expressions. A figure observes the chieftain's arrival, marveling at the immense energy being unleashed. The structure stands tall, a silent witness to the chieftain's earth-shattering arrival. A desolate landscape stretches out, the skeletal remains of buildings piercing the horizon. "Damn it," a soldier muttered, clutching his weapon. "I wasn't expecting the chieftain to attack." Another voice, laced with urgency, cut through the air. "What on earth are the scouts doing?" A wave of realization washes over a soldier, his eyes widening in disbelief. Towering over the battlefield stands one of the 20 barbarian chieftains. The chieftain's voice booms with rage, echoing across the ravaged land. "Did you kill my family and tribe people?" The barbarian chieftain is named Kabor. A gauntlet hand clenches, the sound of crushing bone filling the air. Kabor's eye burns with a furious intensity, reflecting the carnage around him. Blood drips from a clenched fist, painting a grim tableau of violence. He commands someone to stop. The chieftain's expression is fierce. A blinding light fills the area. The purple-haired figure's eyes narrow. The chieftain is shocked. It's impossible. Someone blocked his sword with their head? The chieftain's eyes widen in disbelief. A moment of stunned silence hangs in the air. A wooden structure lies in splinters. The chieftain moves with incredible speed. The purple-haired figure realizes he's fast. The purple-haired figure prepares for the next attack. The purple-haired figure reaches out, ready to intercept. 3 spears are aimed forward, ready to strike. The spears are poised to strike, the air thick with anticipation. A voice cries out, "Miss Lorena, please get away quickly." Vass shouts, his voice filled with urgency. A somber tone fills the air as a voice says, "I'm sorry, Miss Lorena." The knight continues, "It seems this is the end of the journey for us." Lorena apologizes, "I'm sorry for raising my voice at you just now." Vass responds, "I hope you'll stay healthy." Lorena's eyes widen in horror, her expression a mix of fear and sorrow. She begins to say, "Va dash." The knight moves with blinding speed, a desperate attempt to intercept the incoming spears. The spears strike, red energy lines piercing through the knight's form. The spears impale him, blood splattering as the knight takes the full force of the attack. The scene fades into a dark, ominous background, hinting at the aftermath of the sacrifice. A pale hand, slick with a viscous, black substance, lies outstretched. The face of a hulking figure contorts in silent rage, teeth bared. A single, stark word echoes in the void, "Die." A towering figure looms over a smaller, indistinct form, radiating menace. The dark substance clings to a massive shoulder, a testament to the brutal exchange. Crimson eyes ignite in the darkness. A voice booms, declaring, "Black Wolf." A startled gasp escapes unseen lips. The hand, still slick with the black ichor, clenches into a fist. Amor roars, clutching his arm. "Injury. On my body." A voice, laced with disdain, retorts, "You're making such a big fuss over a scratch." A promise hangs in the air, heavy with anticipation. Very soon. A figure bathed in crimson light declares, "I'll split your body into half." His bare back glistened with sweat, the muscles tense and defined. Tattoos adorn the figure's body, glowing faintly against the dark silhouette. These markings on their bodies are known as mystic tattoos. The barbarians have created these tattoos for themselves to use mana. A weapon gleams, its sharp edges promising swift and decisive action. The tattoos on their bodies. A close-up reveals the intricate details of the mystic tattoos etched onto the figure's skin. A figure with dark gray hair and piercing red eyes is shown in close-up. They use mana directly from their skin and muscles. It also greatly strengthens their bodies. The strengthening continues. Adding onto their trained skills. Nilfer's opponent states that his body is tougher than he had imagined and vows to kill him. The swords clash. The fight continues. The warden exclaims that their swords are entangled. The swords are locked in a stalemate. The warden tells the princess that this is why he told her to stay out of this. The warden states that all of them are unskilled. The warden calls it pathetic as a sword is shown covered in blood. A voice calls out. Footsteps echo. A voice questions the warden's humanity, noting that their swords didn't even leave a mark. The knights are in a state of confusion due to the warden's sudden appearance, realizing they must be the ones to deal with him. Someone reports to Miss Lorena that they've relocated the baby to somewhere safer. Roman retorts that if it weren't for Lorena's interference, he would have sliced the warden down in one move. Yin questions what he said. Roman declares that he's going to be the one attacking, and that Lorena should be the supporter. Lorena counters that he should be the supporter. Roman asks if she doesn't remember how badly she lost to him during their last training, wanting to see how badly she'll lose in a real fight. Yin tells both of them to calm down, stating that acting like this isn't helping when the enemy is right in front of them. Roman says that it sounds like Yin is saying he can defeat the warden by himself. Lorena says she never said anything like that, but that he's not wrong to say that though. Someone wonders what that was. A voice declares that this isn't the time to be quarreling among themselves, as the chieftain might attack any time. A voice booms across the battlefield, declaring, "Here he comes." Amor unleashes a surge of red energy, the ground cracking beneath its power. He shouts, "Get away." The energy strikes, and a character screams, "KYA," as they are thrown back. Roman watches with a grim expression. Lorena Beowulf, standing beside him, says, "He's coming." A figure declares, "Don't get in my way this time round." Roman observes the unfolding battle. A voice declares, "We won't be able to defeat him like this." Musical notes float in the air, creating a discordant melody. A voice notes, "But since they are trying to attack in their own way, they've created dissonance." Yin declares, "I'll help too." Another voice retorts, "Wait, it's useless even if you join in now." Yin pauses, a thoughtful expression on his face. A figure declares, "Miss Lorena, I'll assist you. You can attack to your heart's content." Cheryl responds, "Okay." A narrator declares, "The flow of the battle has changed with Cheryl's participation." The chieftain Kabor, his face etched with disdain, declares, "You puny humans." Kabor noticed the change and is flustered. The narration notes that Cheryl's attacks aren't special. A burst of light illuminates Cheryl as she unleashes a flurry of dagger attacks. The narration explains that they're just simple dagger and hidden weapon techniques, but those little attacks. A musical score fills the air, its notes dancing across the page. Someone is connecting the dissonance, weaving the discordant notes into a cohesive whole. A figure with dark blue hair observes, "Not bad. No, it's actually incredible. To think she had such talent." The narration continues, "Cheryl, I've never heard of her in my previous life." Cheryl, her expression questioning, asks, "Why was that the case?" Lorena exclaims, "Miss Lorena, and you hooligan, let's go at full power." A figure responds, "Okay," and thinks, "Why am I a hooligan? You commoner bitch." The battle intensifies, figures clashing amidst a storm of energy. A figure plummets from above, surrounded by a haze of red energy. Muscles tense as power gathers. The arm is poised, ready to unleash its force. The descending figure continues their rapid descent. The muscles coil, preparing to strike. Twin beams of white energy erupt as the spiky, orange appendage prepares to strike. The spiky appendage shatters, sending fragments scattering through the air. A shadowy figure is engulfed by a wave of dark energy. The force of the impact sends a shockwave rippling outwards. The dark soul demolition uppercut slams into its target, unleashing a torrent of dark energy and a spray of crimson. A pained grunt escapes as the shadowy figure reels from the devastating blow. Ugh, that's two. He contorts, his body shifting into a grotesque parody of its former self, a Dark Soul 15th reverse form. Tendrils of dark energy writhe around him, a crimson aura pulsating with malevolent power. The transformation completes. The text, Dark Soul Fate to Fire, emblazoned across the scene as he reaches the pinnacle of his dark evolution. A guttural scream tears from his throat, a sound of pure agony and unbridled power. The scream intensifies, a raw expression of pain etched across his face as the dark energy surges through him. His features twist and contort, the strain of the transformation pushing him to his very limit. Cruel Dwight watches the scene unfold, kneeling on the ground. Roman asks, is he defeated? The warden's eyes snap open, burning with an inner fire. I won't. He growls, a promise of defiance hanging in the air. Yan, standing beside Roman, stares in disbelief. What? He asks, his voice laced with concern. A voice echoes, seemingly from nowhere, declaring, he still has strength. The warden's face is illuminated by a glowing symbol etched onto his forehead, a mark of the power he now wields. Roman and Yin stand together, both reacting with surprise. A surge of energy crackles through the air. From behind the gate, a voice wonders if someone ran away, while another expresses speechlessness at the barbarian's shamelessness. Cruel Dwight states that it's a pity they lost him, but he's glad they're all safe. He suggests they return and report to the night captain. Roman calls out, stating that he doesn't see Yin anywhere. He wonders if Yin was just there. A vast canyon stretches under a cloudy sky. Dark stains mar the rocky ground. A pained cough echoes. A hulking figure stands amidst the ruins, his body scarred and bloodied. He clutches at a wound, declaring that a mere wound like this can't be compared to the pain of losing his tribesmen. He vows to survive. The chieftain vows to avenge his tribesmen. He remarks that the previous action was really cool-headed. Nilfra sits perched on a rock, stating that the decision to run away was the correct judgment. The chieftain scoffs, declaring that those who call it shameful are fools. He continues, stating that winning is about surviving. Nilfra asks, since when did you catch up? He states that he'll let him go if he tells him a few things. The chieftain asks if he has heard of this name before. Nilfra asks if he knows anything about Valai. Nilfra sits perched on a cliff, his gaze intense. He asks, do you know anything about Valai? A hulking figure looms, his face obscured by shadow. He rumbles, like where he is right now. Nilfra's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing. He snaps, shut up. The hulking figure clenches his fist, a red aura flaring around him. He growls, someone like you. A voice booms, filled with anger. Shouldn't be uttering his name. Large chunks of the surrounding structure break away. The debris continues to fall, creating a chaotic scene. The air crackles with unseen energy. Kabor's voice booms, laced with challenge. He demands to know if his opponent is determined to die. Nilfra summons power, calling forth the Black Wolf. Nilfra scoffs at Kabor's question, finding it arrogant. Kabor prepares to strike, his hands glowing with white energy, forming claw-like projections. Despite fighting him with 4 people, Nilfra thinks he couldn't even injure him. Kabor declares that anyone who's after Valai must be killed. The intensity of the moment is palpable as both Nilfra and Kabor glare at each other. Kabor's name hangs in the air, a declaration of war. A towering silhouette stands against the fiery sky. He declares, let's create a better world together. The view zooms in. The figure muses, if you're by my side, maybe this world. The camera focuses on the chieftain's face, a stern expression etched upon it. The chieftain glances upward, a magical circle forming above him. He seems surprised. The chieftain casts his spell, his voice booming. Surge forth, walls of great earth. He watches as the magic takes hold, a massive stone wall beginning to rise before him. He wonders if it is magic. The earth groans and rumbles as the walls surge upwards, propelled by an unseen force. The colossal earthen barriers continue their ascent, dwarfing everything in their path. The chieftain grits his teeth, muttering, petty tricks. The chieftain stands before the towering walls of earth, his expression a mix of frustration and determination. He questions if the hidden card is just playing mere dirt. A hand reaches out, fingers outstretched, ready to strike. The air crackles with unseen energy. The hand slams into a face, the impact echoing with a sickening thud. A strangled ugh escapes the victim's lips. A voice roars, filled with murderous intent. Die. A powerful grip tightens, muscles bulging as a figure is hauled upwards, struggling against the force. A hidden power awakens, the words "the hidden card has appeared" materializing in the air, glowing with arcane energy. Lightning descends, a blinding flash illuminating the battlefield as the word "lightning" crackles in the air. The figure is sent hurtling through the air, limbs flailing as they crash towards the ground. A wall of fire erupts, consuming everything in its path with an inferno of destruction. The flames lick hungrily at the air, the heat intense enough to melt stone. A voice, strained and desperate, manages to utter a single syllable, and a hulking figure stands amidst swirling debris, his massive form casting a long shadow. Yan's voice echoes, demanding, "Do you get it now?" A woman with long, flowing white hair stands beside a figure cloaked in darkness. Maman is told to be quiet. Maman sighs, a hint of weariness in her expression. It's been a... Commander Chieftain reflects, long time since I've been in a fight. This feels great. He then apologizes. A voice laments, I'm not able to keep to the vow that I made under the setting sun. A plea echoes, please, create a better world. A stern voice questions, are you seriously having a hard time because of this lousy barbarian? If you had properly carried out what I taught you. A voice insists he wasn't lousy. The figure lies defeated, as a voice declares, he was strong. The text indicates the subjugation of Chieftain Kabor. Nilfra looks away, questioning why. Kabor asks if they are trying to exterminate all of them. He continues, questioning if they would go so far as to kill their tribe. The text states that all they've done was struggle while trying to survive in this harsh land. Nilfra asks if they are trying to completely exterminate them. The text states that Beowulf is also struggling to survive against a strong foe like him. Kabor scoffs, questioning if Nilfra is joking when calling him strong, considering he lost. Nilfra insists that he means it, stating that Kabor is strong and proud. The chieftain asks, his voice raspy, do me a favor then. A younger woman, holding a child wrapped in furs, stands beside a taller figure. I saw your people taking away a child of my tribe, she says. The voice pleads, that's the last bloodline of my tribe. Please show it mercy. Nilfra stands, his expression unreadable. He thinks, still worried about them when you're on the verge of death. A voice assures, don't worry. The person who took the child is kind. Another voice adds, she won't let him live as a slave. The chieftain extends his hand, offering something. Take this. The chieftain's hand holds a necklace made of bone. This is the symbol of a chieftain. The voice continues, it'll become a token of promise. A close-up reveals the bone necklace, a symbol of a chieftain. The text explains, to receive this means I've inherited his will. The chieftain says, his gaze intense, while there's no need for me to keep my promise to a dying man. Nilfra responds, his voice firm, all right. Nilfra reaches out, his gloved hand taking the necklace. He thinks, I don't want to. A figure, scarred and weary, looks upward, pleading, please. He strains to speak, his voice a bare whisper. Create a better. A final thought escapes him, a desperate hope for what comes next. I hope you will be born in a good place in your next life. His silhouette fades against the harsh landscape, his body still and lifeless. Meanwhile, the towering spires of Beowulf Castle pierce the night sky. Within its walls, a voice booms with pride. Great job, everyone. A bonfire blazes, casting dancing shadows on the faces of the assembled crowd. We've neutralized 2 of our enemy's bases in this battle. The crowd erupts in cheers, their voices echoing through the castle courtyard. We also defeated one of their chieftains. This wasn't done by one person. A group of figures, clad in blue robes, raised their mugs in unison. It was done by all of us who have shed blood. A single mug is raised high, silhouetted against the roaring flames. Raise your mugs. The celebration at Beowulf Castle is in full swing. A figure raises a mug high, the firelight glinting off the wooden surface. The man is introduced as heavy-armored knight Captain William. Captain William shouts that they will have to be crawling out of here. He continues the toast, declaring it is for Beowulf. Captain William takes a swig from his mug, the crowd cheering him on. Another soldier drinks from his mug, the firelight reflecting in his eyes. The revelry continues. Meanwhile, Lorena leans against a large wooden barrel, away from the main celebration. She appears lost in thought. Captain William approaches her, asking if Miss Lorena is all right. He expresses his relief that she is safe. A voice booms, accusing someone of killing the chieftain. Another voice responds, declaring they will bring back the rest. A man with a goatee says no. He wonders if it is because of those who are human. She replies, it seems you're not used to such celebrations. A voice pleads, please don't be sad. They were knights of the north, knights of the Beowulf household. Another voice adds that those who are oblivious would say that knights are noble and honorable, but anyone who wields a sword. The voice continues, those who became knights to fight to their death have died a great death in the battlefield as a knight. Is human. The knight says, I'm sure he was satisfied. He was able to protect you from an enemy and died an honorable death after all. A blonde-haired man exclaims, I would like to die for you too, but I can't die because I'm too strong. I'm so envious of him. The blonde-haired man continues, please don't say something like that. A voice says, and, in regards to that child that we brought back. Lorena asks, since you were the one who made the exception to bring it back, I'll close an eye. Really? A man responds, but. The man's voice carried a stern warning. You mustn't regard it as human. His golden eyes narrowed, a hint of steel in their depths. He continued, his tone leaving no room for argument. It's simply a beast. Do you understand? Elsewhere, the imposing silhouette of Beowulf Castle pierced the twilight sky. The castle spires reached towards the heavens, a testament to generations of power. A group of figures stood around a blazing fire, their faces obscured by shadow. One of them barked, a beast. You've gone overboard. The disembodied voice echoed, filled with barely contained fury. With your words. Miss Lorena stood with a blonde-haired man, the flickering firelight dancing across their faces. She stated, no, Miss Lorena. That child is no different from a beast. You could even say that it's dangerous. The man, William, was then called out. The lavender-haired woman's expression was unreadable, her gaze fixed on some unseen point. The brown-haired man's brow furrowed, his eyes narrowed with determination. If you don't do anything about it. A scene of carnage unfolded, Blood splattered across a once pristine surface. A voice whispered, "This could become a danger that threatens the Beowulf household in the future. Why can't you?" William's face hardened, his jaw clenched with resolve. "I'll take responsibility," he reassured, his gaze firm. "Don't worry." A voice declared, the words echoing with conviction, "The Beowulf household is strong." Lorena's expression hardened, her eyes narrowed with a piercing intensity. She stated, her tone unwavering, "It's not so weak that it would fall because of one human." William spoke, the word hanging heavy in the air, "Responsibility." A voice, strained and uncertain, whispered, "Well, I am." William's eyes narrowed, a flicker of determination in their depths. A voice called out, the name resonating with concern, "Miss Lorena?" Lorena's gaze remained fixed, her expression unyielding. A voice declared, the words laced with a somber weight, "Of responsibility as something you can easily speak of. Even if our territory doesn't fall, human lives are fragile." William's eyes burned with resolve, a silent promise etched upon his face. Lorena offered, her voice softening slightly, "Be able to take responsibility for the sadness of the bereaved family that's left behind? This is my advice for you. I hope you'll reconsider your decision." She hears someone calling out to William, reminding him that he's always been merciful. A voice questions why he's acting so cruel, just because it involves a child of the barbarians. Lorena remains silent, her expression unreadable. Her eyes narrow slightly, a hint of concern flickering within. Hans stands beside Lorena, observing the situation. It seems there was some shouting. Hans is drawn in chibi style, wondering how William dares to get mad at Lorena, and if he thinks he's so great just because he's a captain. He calms down. Hans hopes that Miss Lorena will be generous and understand William, as there's a reason why he's acting like this. About 30 years ago, it was a time when there was coldness within his body. It looks like he's really mad because an all-out war with the barbarians is even bigger than the current war. A certain young knight faced a barbarian child. In a subjugated tribe that was on fire, a lone figure stands defiant. That child didn't have any weapons and was withstanding the coldness with just his body. A hand reaches out, its intentions unclear. He took in the child despite the dissuasion of those around him. A shadowed figure with glowing eyes thought, I, too, was against that idea. The knight was frequently away from the house due to subjugation missions within the territory. His fiancée was the one who looked after the child. The two of them gave their all to look after that child that year. They believed that their love could rehabilitate the child. But in the end, the child killed the knight's fiancée. The child ran away. The young knight found his dead fiancée at a much later time. William cradled her body, whispering, I'm sorry, this happened because I wasn't by your side. After that, he became the knight captain. She would later show no mercy to any barbarian, even if they are a child. The woman wonders who she could be talking about. A man states that is correct. That young knight was William. He thinks he should have killed that little fucker on the spot. She thinks she should have done it. She reflects on what happened to him. He said all those things to him without even knowing his past. William wasn't the only one. The other knights also had their family members or comrades die at. I. A man leans against a barrel, while a woman and another man stand in the background. I see. The knight captain will never back down, then. He thought to himself that if he wanted to keep his promise to Kabor, Hans Maringer stated that this was not the end of the story. It was not. Someone was trying to unite the barbarians right now. The question arose, was the person standing in the center of that the commander-chieftain of the? The figure of a barbarian loomed, a symbol of the forces at play. William wondered why he had tried so hard to find out about Valai. He couldn't find anything. William thought that Valai was related to the Beowulf territory. They probably did everything they could to cover this up, and that's why he couldn't find any information. It all made sense now. William believed this would help him in tracking down Valai. Hans Maringer spoke to Miss Lorena, saying he understood how she felt and didn't think she was wrong, but it would be hard on. A voice urges someone to take a breather and come back. Another voice inquires about alternative methods to deal with the barbarians. The speaker stammers, seemingly taken aback. Yen states that there is one, suggesting someone is overthinking a simple problem. Yen tells someone to stop worrying about it now, dismissing the issue as a simple problem. A voice warns that even though someone might be a friend of Miss Lorena, they are still an outsider and should refrain from interfering with their territory's affairs. The speaker begins to explain something. The speaker reveals that they just need to persuade Count Beowulf. A voice declares that they need to get his permission. The speaker states that he is the absolute ruler of the North. The voice continues, saying that if he allows it, then no one would dare oppose it. A voice declares that he will never allow it. Another voice wonders who would even dare to speak of this to the Count. The man with the white ponytail declares his intention. He corrects himself, clarifying that he will persuade his father. Lorena looks down, her expression unreadable. She resolves to accept whatever her father's decision may be. Footsteps echo on the stone floor. A man strides forward, his cloak billowing behind him. A man calls out, Miss Lorena. He wonders if he was too harsh on her. But he realizes he must stop her before she gets hurt even more. The man looks up at a flag raised above the castle walls, a question forming in his mind. It's the flag of the Frost Knights. The flag of the Frost Knights, Beowulf First Knights, flutters in the wind. But the Frost Knights went out on a subjugation mission with the Patriarch. Have they returned? William, you don't look so good. Are you worried about something? Captain Kion, you finally returned. Kion, the Frost Knight captain, says, long time no see. If the Frost Knights are back, then does that mean Count Beowulf has returned as well? Has the Duke not returned yet? The castle looms in the night, a silent sentinel against the darkness. He said there was something he had to get, so he sent the knights back first. One of the men expresses his disbelief that the Duke is in the northern seas alone, wondering if he'll be okay. No need to worry. The northern seas are still merely a playground for the Duke. A lone figure stands atop a massive, monstrous creature. The ones you should be worried about are the monsters that have to face the Duke. From what I heard, Miss Lorena brought back a barbarian. It must have been hard. He states that he is completely fine. He continues, stating that he's not talking about the other person, but that he's worried that Miss Lorena had a hard time. As you know, she's got a frail heart and would have a hard time for a few days just because she saw a pitiful animal. Is this how I appear to others as? From what I heard, Miss Lorena, well, what about the Special Forces members that came with her? Can they be entrusted with the safety of Miss Lorena? They seem pretty competent, but they're still young. Though there's someone named Yin among them, he seems pretty extraordinary. As long as he's around, they don't think they'd have to worry about Miss Lorena. A close-up reveals a stern expression. He sees, wondering if it's because he's grown old. But even with Miss Lorena's return, he somehow feels like something bad is about to happen. One addresses Captain Kion, asking what to do. A storm is about to happen. A glass of orange liquid glows softly, a straw rising from its depths. The beverage is being enjoyed. Yin wonders aloud if it's free. He continues to walk. They had been arguing for several days over one child. But they've gone quiet recently, and have even stopped talking about the child. Yin had said that there'll be a break on barbarian subjugation for a while. Although, they were only able to gather 3 flags because he helped. Yin, take a good look. Praise me more. Wow, that's really impressive. While I had to use up all the mana that I had secretly accumulated, Yin did say I was impressive. Yin, you scumbag. You deceived me. The horned figure, eyes blazing crimson, demands, go suck the blood of a flea or something. Why would you steal the mana of a lich? Return me my mana. Swords clash, a blinding flash momentarily illuminating the space. The metallic ring of steel on steel echoes again. The blonde-haired fighter observes, you're open on your right side. He slashes forward, the blade a silver streak against the dim light. The swords meet once more, the impact sending a jolt through the combatants. Move more boldly during a fight. Leaping back, the blonde-haired man narrowly avoids a counterattack. He grits his teeth, you're too stiff. Charging closer. The fighter curses, damn it. He complains, on second thought, isn't this too unfair? I'm using a wooden sword while you're using a real sword. The real sword is pointed downwards. He wonders, how am I supposed to win? A disembodied voice questions the use of a wooden sword. The white-haired man snarls, suggesting that the handicap of a wooden sword would level the playing field. A voice mocks the other combatant, implying they are trying too hard to win. In the background, the duel continues. A voice questions the sudden duel, wondering if someone is simply bored. Nilfrost stands with his arms crossed, a small, floating figure hovering beside him. A voice admits to feeling weak after fighting Kabor, suggesting they might have been in danger without assistance. A voice demands, again. A voice states that they obtained some information about Astalin, as a sword glows with red energy. Nilfra holds a sword that emits a beam of light. A voice states that the sword reacted and refused them, adding that the Northern Knights didn't feel any reaction at all. Nilfra wonders aloud, stating that the sword just felt heavy. Perhaps this is due to the unique mana usage method of the Beowulf. They create the Snow Soul in their energy core and use it to amplify their mana. The Snow Soul uses a similar logic to the mana heart. So, he's trying to see if there's anything more he can learn from their fight. But, why is Cruel the one fighting? Oh, he got sick of beating others up. So he wants to see someone else beating another person up. Even though he's a lich, he thinks Yan's personality is pretty messed up. Did something happen during his childhood days? He'll conduct some therapy sessions for him. He's serious. You must be Yan. Meet you. It's our first time meeting, right? I'm Kion. Aren't you the captain of the Frost Knights? Greetings, I'm Yin from the Special Forces. My apologies for only introducing myself to you now. I heard you defeated Chieftain Kabor. It's an impressive feat for someone so. A hulking figure stands, its massive form casting a long shadow. A voice boasts of a victory, claiming that Lorena and other Special Forces members had already weakened the foe, allowing him to deliver the final blow. The blue-haired figure looks away, a hint of displeasure in their eyes. An unseen speaker questions the light brown-haired figure about their relationship with Lorena, accusing them of being too friendly and looking down on her. They demand to know what he did to Lorena, their voice rising with anger. The light brown-haired figure and the blue-haired figure stand side by side as a voice declares that all the old men in the vicinity are abnormal, wondering if it's due to the cold. The light brown-haired figure insists that it's a misunderstanding, claiming that he doesn't have many interactions with Lorena and isn't close to her. He chuckles, stating that it seems he's been misunderstood. The unseen speaker continues to press the light brown-haired figure, questioning why he doesn't interact with Lorena, suggesting that he doesn't think she's good enough. They demand to know what he did to her, asking if he made her cry or hurt her. A dark void stretches across the panel. Yen, his face etched with understanding, realizes why William praised him. The blue-haired figure stands before a grand building, the text suggesting that while he may look like a rank 5 knight on the outside, something more lies beneath. The text declares that immense potential is hidden within him. Two figures stand silhouetted against a dark backdrop, their faces obscured by shadow. In that case, a sword gleams in the light, its blade reflecting the surrounding architecture. Yin is asked for his opinion on the matter. A voice booms, proposing a duel. A figure speaks from amongst a group of hooded individuals, boasting of their youngest knight's skill. The speaker introduces Knight Mir, a stern-faced warrior with light green hair. A voice whispers that this opportunity came at the perfect time. A man with a neatly trimmed mustache agrees to the duel, albeit with reservations. Another voice offers Yin the use of a real sword. From the ranks of hooded figures, one mutters about the brat and questions what he just said. A sound effect echoes through the hall. A man observes that Yin is overflowing with the confidence of youth, as Nightmare looks on. The warden is told to not go easy on him and to use his full strength. Nightmare responds that he thinks the warden is the one who needs to use a real sword. Nightmare holds his sword. The sword is spun. The warden looks surprised. The warden says no way. He looks up, hearing that he subdued a frost knight with just one attack. Someone helps an individual up. She asks if they are all right, her red eyes glowing. One man asks if he is still in the northern seas. The bald man confirms that the Beowulf man hasn't left yet. The individual remains silent. The bald man orders to gather the chieftains. He orders that in the name of the commander chieftain, Valai. The doors slide open with a mechanical whir. Sir Kion coughs, leaning heavily on his sword for support. The captain kneels, admitting defeat. It's my loss. Cruel Dwight approaches, offering a word of encouragement. Haha, you did great. You improved as we sparred. That's some fearsome talent you have. Kion responds. Are you teasing me? My attacks didn't even scratch you. Cruel Dwight smiles. No, it was really close. You were about 600 pieces of paper close. That's such a big gap. Haha, I'm kidding. Kion offers a small smile. Thank you. The Frost Knights arrive. The Frost Knights are here. What's the matter? Lorena Beowulf watches the scene unfold. That young brat. Cruel Dwight helps Kion to his feet. One of the Frost Knights exclaims, defeated Mir? He stands tall, his dark hair framing a face that betrays nothing of his thoughts. The unknown knight thinks to himself, I can't believe he embarrassed the Frost Knights. Did I hurt their pride? The hooded figures whisper, what an incredible guy. One of the hooded figures wonders what is happening. Nilfrost says, thank you for the fight. The unknown knight replies, not at all. I'm the one who's thankful. One of the knights states, it's my loss. Those are incredible skills you have for someone your age. The hooded figures comment, haha. And despite being old, your skills aren't that impressive. He's trying to act cool. Nilfrost thinks, interesting. Nilfrost thinks, to think they're kinda unbothered. Knights are typically very concerned about honor and pride. Whenever knights lose, they would either be in utter despair or acknowledge their loss. For knights, risking their lives for battles is the norm. Does losing like this not hurt their pride? Such an attitude is probably. A voice declares, I'll be next. Loran, the 99th Knight of the Frost Knights, introduces himself. The text identifies the Frost Knights and Loran. Yin states that he looks forward to a good fight. A voice muses, this is great since I still haven't figured out how the North uses their mana. Someone declares, I'll apologize on behalf of Mir's attitude. A voice shouts, he did not respect you. The air crackles with anticipation. Loran declares that he will be going all out from the start. Yin states that he can see it. He analyzes the trajectory of the sword. Loran unleashes the Frost Knight first form, Ice Sword Dance. In that case, Lawrence's expression hardens. Yin confidently remarks, I guess you're confident in your speed, huh? Yan's eyes narrow. Loran shouts, gotcha. The sword flashes. Someone plummets to the ground. Another body collapses. Feet shuffle on the ground. Yin stands over his defeated opponent. He wonders when the opponent got so close. The fallen warrior realizes that Yin used his clothes as bait. The warrior's hand reaches out, but he curses his loss. The warrior admits defeat. Now that he's crossed swords with Yin, he finds him even more incredible. Someone exclaims that Yin defeated even Loran. One voice declares that he is next, while another insists that it's him, the vice captain. Someone warns not to try to cut the queue. Someone asks what another thinks of Yin. One of the men states that he now understands why the other holds Yin in such high regard. The text bubble states that Cruel is not bad, but Yin is on a whole other level. The man thinks that the snake, instructor commander, created him. He thought he was just some snake that only played politics in the capital, not too bad. A voice wonders if it isn't such a waste for Yin to be under him. The man agrees, saying that Yin would grow so much more if he joined the Beowulf household. One of the men says that he can't let such flies start to gather around Miss Lorena. He is sure that Yin will have ulterior motives towards her, and he must stop that now. The other man agrees, saying that he is correct, and how dare a brat like him act so arrogantly towards her. The text bubble states that they will stop here for today and continue tomorrow. The figure with glowing eyes is ready to charge. The castle looms in the distance. He pauses, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. A distant sound carries on the wind. A voice booms out, laced with urgency. What on earth is happening? He raises his voice, commanding attention. Everyone, attention. Hans Meringer's voice rings out, a note of grim resolve in his tone. All knights within the territory are to take up their arms. He pauses, a question hanging in the air. Chief Butler Han? The armor gleams, a silent testament to the gravity of the situation. Even the chief butler is taking up arms. Kion's voice cuts through the rising tension. Kion, William, this is a state of emergency. William declares, his voice echoing through the halls. The territory is being attacked. A disembodied voice demands. By who? The ancient doors stand firm, a barrier against the unknown threat. The doors splinter and shatter, the wood exploding inward as the attack breaches the defenses. A close-up reveals a watchful eye, narrowed in anticipation. A voice declares that the enemy has arrived. Beyond a fortified gate, shadowy figures stand silhouetted against a crimson backdrop, their eyes burning with an eerie, malevolent glow. The monstrous commander, Valai, stands revealed, his muscular form radiating a palpable aura of menace. A grotesque visage looms, its features twisted into a mask of savage fury. Nilfr's expression hardens, a flicker of disbelief crossing his features as he hears the name Valai. A voice cuts through the tension, expressing disbelief that Valai has arrived outside of his designated time. A question hangs in the air. Has history been altered once more? The rhythmic thud of approaching footsteps echoes against the stone walls. Silhouetted figures stand guard atop the castle walls, their forms stark against the twilight sky. A grim report relays the dire news. The third castle walls have already fallen, and the enemy advances with alarming speed. A concerned voice urgently inquires about the current state of affairs. The situation is grave. The third knights are desperately defending the second castle walls, having determined that a defense of the breached third walls is possible, and the civilian population has been evacuated. The enemy forces have retreated to the second castle walls, their advance momentarily stalled. The question hangs in the air. How many of them are there? A grim estimate puts their numbers at around 30,000. A chilling report arrives. All the spy squad rangers have been killed. They figured out who our enemies were. Kion and the Frost Knights are ordered to head towards the first castle walls and help with evacuating the residents. William and the heavy armored knights are to help the second castle walls with their defense. The speaker acknowledges the difficulty of the situation, but insists they need to protect the territory first. A voice urges others to hurry up and come over. He curses under his breath, frustration etched on his face. History has changed again. To make things worse, it's going in the direction he was worried it'd go. Just what has changed between his previous life and now? A voice wonders if things changed because they came to Beowulf. Valai had chosen not to invade the territory. With the decision to travel to the north, the things that changed would be Lorena and the others. As long as the suppression force known as Beowulf is around. A commander reports to Chieftain Kabur that the third castle walls have fallen and they're advancing to the second castle walls now. Only those who are fast on their feet and have great eyesight may advance. Valai's name is shouted. The Thingyer. Is it Lorena? He intends to take Lorena hostage. The dukedom stands tall, its spires piercing the twilight sky. The western castle's second wall stands as a formidable barrier. The Beowulf Third Knights, the White Knight Knights, are ordered to stop the advancing forces. The soldiers are commanded to halt the enemy's advance. The order rings out. Do not let them breach the castle walls. The soldiers are told that even if they lose their limbs, they must stop the enemy with their mouths. The White Knight Knights Team 2 leader declares that the Duke comes back. Warrior. The soldiers are commanded to be enraged, fighting for their brothers. It's time to seek the revenge of blood. A hulking figure stands amidst a field of red. A voice booms, declaring this day as the festival of soul consolation. The voice continues, lamenting the brothers who died powerlessly. The figure, surrounded by others, vows to avenge the grudge of their fallen brothers. The Master of the North declares that they will be the ones to avenge their brothers. His eyes glow with fierce determination. A warrior cries out, his sword gleaming. The blade cuts through the air. The sword is poised, ready to strike. From atop the castle walls, someone asks, Cheryl, are you all right? Two figures stand guard, watching. She assures Lorena that she is all right. Lorena reflects on the barbarians' unexpected advance, noting their seemingly endless numbers and the threat they pose to the buildings. Cheryl is instructed to bring the children to safety. She questions how Lorena will stop the barbarians alone. Lorena states that it is easier for her to run away if she is alone, urging Cheryl to leave immediately. Cheryl promises to return quickly, asking Lorena to hang in there for a little while. A voice declares that they will leave the children to Cheryl. It is believed that the barbarians are charging in so suddenly. A garbled exclamation fills the air. A voice triumphantly announces that something has been found. A hulking barbarian, adorned with a skull mask, raises his weapon. The barbarian's discovery is confirmed. A skull lies on the ground. Lorena looks on with concern. A guttural roar echoes from behind a skull mask. Yen cries out in alarm. Roman pants, his eyes wide. He mutters, found. You too? What on earth? A white hand clutches a black, clawed hand in desperation. Cheryl asks, confused, why are you suddenly holding my hand? Where are we going? Roman, sprawled on the ground, urges, "We need to hurry." A voice booms, "We're going into the castle right now." Cheryl is warned, "You're the enemy's target." A voice declares, "Barbarians are targeting me." Cheryl is told, "The commander chieftain is after you." A voice reveals, "Because you're Duke Beowulf's weakness." The figure reveals that the plan is to capture Duke Beowulf by using someone as bait. He barely stopped that from happening, but they'll start to lose the moment he goes on a rampage. The castle tower stands tall against the sky. A voice insists that even if they have to die there, someone must escape. The other voice responds that it's ridiculous and questions why they want them to run away alone. She hears a sound. A view of the castle. The castle's steeple rises high. Two figures stand together, looking up. A hand reaches out, and someone cries out in alarm. Someone calls out to Lorena, urging her to get. The castle steeple is shown again. Another view of the castle. The castle stands illuminated against the night sky. The steeple of the castle pierces the sky, a silent sentinel against the fading light. A figure groans, clutching at their leg in pain. The thought echoes in the air, to think the steeple was thrown. The figure, still prone, wonders if a human is capable of such a feat. Yan's voice cuts through the air, demanding an answer. A figure muses if that was a little too rough for a greeting. A voice whispers, "Commander Chieftain." A booming voice calls out, "Valai." The figure responds, a hint of amusement in their tone. "Oh ho, you know me?" The steeple stands tall against the sky. A deep voice declares that in that case, they have nothing else to talk about then. He stands, an immense pressure radiating from him. Such immense pressure is exuding from him. Yin focuses. It's his first time feeling so intimidated by another human other than his father. Now that his leg is injured, there's no chance of winning if the fight gets dragged on. Yin thinks to himself that he must put an end to it in an instant. Vylal observes that Yin is focusing all his mana in one place. Vylal asks if he intends to end this fight in an instant, surprised at how quickly Yin closed the distance. Yin thinks to himself that he didn't even see him approaching. Yin exclaims that he didn't even feel it. That's the strength of the commander chieftain. He says that you won't get hurt if you follow him quietly. He states that she is an important card after all. The woman's expression hardens, her gaze unwavering. Her eyes narrow slightly, a hint of defiance flickering within them. Vylal tells her that she is still too young. A dark wolf appears, its presence ominous. A figure's eyes glow with an intense, inner light, their gaze piercing. A hand clenches, energy gathering around it. Yan's name is shouted. A hand slams down, rejecting something with force. The man with red hair states that he already knew that they were hiding from the start, and that his eyes won't be deceived. The man's expression is one of suspicion, his brow furrowed in thought. A hand reaches out, questioning the presence of magic. Vylal speaks, his words laced with condescension. "Since you only rely on your eyes, you can't really differentiate that, can you?" The commander stands tall, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, one of the figures holding Yin speaks. "It's just simple clone magic, though." The figure's grip tightens. Vylal mutters, "Bastard." Elsewhere, Yin struggles against his captor. "Chieftain, I don't really want to meet you right now, though. Let me down." Yan's eyes glow with a faint purple light. "You are." The figure holding Yin responds, his voice laced with impatience. "Let me down right now. Getting." Vylal's eyes burn with a fierce intensity. "Once, it'll take me." The figure finishes his threat. "Less than a minute to shred you to pieces." The intensity in Vylal's violet eyes is palpable as he stares intently. Yan's crimson gaze pierces through the silence. He asks if Vylal has such time. A disembodied voice echoes, stating that Vylal's real target will disappear while he fights. Vylal scoffs, questioning what the voice is talking about. He insists that his target is right in front of him. The name, Astalin, blazes forth in fiery letters. The voice returns, questioning if Astalin is what Vylal is really after. The text declares the name of the dragon's sword, Astalin. The dragon's sword, Astalin, glows with a crimson aura. With that sword, subjugating the empire would no longer be a dream. He offers the location of the sword. He states that he will be taking her in return. He declares that he has important business with her. So, he says if he lets the two of them go, they'll tell him. The question hangs in the air. Does the dragon's sword really exist? One of the figures remarks that it's in the weapon vault. The other asks if they want to give that to him. Roman states that he'll be giving it to him. Roman thinks to himself that it's bullshit, not the sword. He's been bothered by the fact that Valai lived in the Beowulf dukedom when he was younger. Valai considers that maybe he knew about the existence of the dragon's sword. Even if he didn't know about it, he wouldn't be able to ignore the existence of the dragon's sword. A voice says, "All right then, they've thrown him a delicious-looking bait, and to bite it now." The dragon's sword. Roman asks if that's what they call it. Valai thinks to himself that it's a legendary sword passed down by their tribe. Down by their tribe. He bit it. The knights are going to get the sword and move it to a safe place. A grand castle stands bathed in the soft glow of starlight. The disembodied voice declares that Beowulf is about to return soon. Meanwhile, Valai's expression is grim, his gaze fixed on some unseen threat. Lorena's face is shadowed as she states that she doesn't like the choices. Lorena and Yin stand side by side, their expressions unreadable. Valai, his muscles bulging, vows to kill and take both the woman and the sword. Yin watches with wide eyes as an unseen force moves with incredible speed. A shadowy figure, wreathed in red energy, declares, "Die." A battle aura flares, the air crackling with unseen energy. Valai is engulfed in a blinding red light. A figure is sent hurtling backwards through the air, a scream echoing. Lorena stands firm, her eyes glowing with determination as she prepares to face the unseen enemy. She glares, her purple eyes narrowed with determination. Vilo stands tall, his voice a low growl. "How dare you try and negotiate with me?" The sorcerer's shadow looms, a silent promise of overwhelming force. His red eyes burn with cruel intent. "I'll make you beg to give you a chance to tell me." A blinding light erupts, washing over the battlefield. Yan's eyes widen in shock, the sudden burst of energy catching him off guard. Gravity itself warps, the air thick with oppressive pressure. Vilo stands at the epicenter, a dark god amidst the swirling chaos. The light intensifies, a tangible force pressing down on everything. Jagged edges of pure gravity slice through the air. The antagonist gazes down, his expression unreadable as he surveys the devastation he has wrought. He accuses his opponent of holding back during their last encounter, questioning if his heart has grown soft. The figure, cloaked in shadow, curtly tells him to shut up. Vilo, seen from behind, states that he stopped himself because he had a question. The camera focuses on the top of Vilo's head as the unknown figure states that it is the bracelet of. The figure exclaims Kabor's name, then asks why. The figure, his face obscured by shadow, questions if Vilo has it. Vilo's eyes narrow as he stares intently at the figure. The figure states that Kabor entrusted it to him. The figure asks why, stating that Kabor asked him to carry on his will. A voice wonders if that was Kabor's last moment. Vilo, his back to the viewer, is told that even up until his last moments, he only thought of his tribe. It is stated that Kabor was a simple and strong warrior. The figure demands to know the location of the sword. A figure states that they will let the other go if they do as they say. The figure declares that this is the respect they are showing to the person who inherited Kabor's will. The blue-haired figure scoffs, questioning if the red-haired figure wants them to abandon their teammate and run away alone. The red-haired figure responds that if they don't do that, they'll die helplessly there. The blue-haired figure retorts that the other knows they can't defeat them, and that's why they use the sword to negotiate. They add that they aren't even from Beowulf. The blue-haired figure continues, stating that they were swept into an unnecessary fight and will lose their life meaninglessly. They begin to say that's dash. The ground is covered in rubble. A white-haired figure stands amidst the destruction. Legs stand on the broken ground. A purple-haired figure declares that they kept the other waiting. The daughter of Beowulf speaks. Someone looks forward to seeing the reaction of the Duke. A hand rests on the head of a figure with lavender hair. Someone wonders what kind of face is being made. A figure muses that a monster will be made after seeing his daughter in this state. A pair of red eyes glare intensely. Someone is told that they trust their eyes that can see magic power too much. The figure with lavender hair is surrounded by dark energy, realizing something is happening. Puppet magic is at play. Someone says, "Don't worry." The location of the sword is real, and someone urges another to hurry up, expressing pain. Someone exclaims about that cursed brat. A figure in a red cloak is running. A figure plummets downwards, surrounded by a swirl of light. Having told Valai the location of the sword and gotten as far as he could, the figure's plan is set in motion. Roman stands with another figure, his expression unreadable. The other figure believes Valai will likely go after the sword and not them. Roman's companion exclaims, marveling at the exquisiteness of his magic, stating it's on a completely different level than an unrefined toy. Yen, holding a bracelet, is asked if he took Kabor's bracelet on purpose. He knew he wouldn't be able to get past Valai, but it looks like the bracelet helped. The speaker needs to wake Lorena up first, because he needs her help to get the sword. A voice asks if the other party didn't give up on the sword. The speaker knew the other had something in mind, but still won't be able to defeat Valai. The sword has a defense magic. Not even Valai will be able to get the sword easily. A close-up of a shoulder is shown. Inside the room, various weapons stand ready for use. The door to the weapon vault stands closed. The barrier shatters, sending shards of energy flying. Daughter of Beowulf stands amidst the dissipating energy. Is this the place? Beowulf wonders if he lied about this as well, sensing a strange magic power. The daughter of Beowulf approaches the sword, its blade gleaming in the dim light. The sword of a ruler awaits its master. The sword pulses with an unseen power. The daughter of Beowulf thinks that if she obtains this, she could even fight the Duke. She grips the sword tightly, a sinister intent brewing. She'll use this sword to kill him. The daughter of Beowulf's expression hardens, lightning crackling around her. The sword rejects her. You are not qualified. She stands amidst a blinding light, the stone floor beneath her feet reflecting the ethereal glow. The daughter of Beowulf's expression hardens. A mere sword. She scoffs, her voice laced with disdain. Dares to make a fuss? Red energy crackles in the air. A figure stands amidst the swirling crimson energy. The man's red hair is styled upwards. The man says LOL. A hand grips the hilt of a sword, energy crackling around it. A voice booms, enough whining. The voice continues, become mine quietly. A sinister smile spreads across the man's face. The man laughs maniacally. The voice says, "You've calmed down a little, huh?" The voice declares, "Soon enough, the sword of rulers will become mine." Something is happening. A blinding light erupts. Valai screams, "Die, Valai!" Valai mutters, "Getting in my way at such an important time." A beam of light pierces through the darkness. Someone mentions there being a shelter underneath the tower that's safe from mana detection. Someone says, "I want you to rest here until this whole thing is over." He stands with Hela, determined. Hela declares that they will fight together. Valai thinks that it is ridiculous. Hela notes that Valai can't do that with his injured leg, reminding him that he was hurt when the tower fell. Valai coughs, stating that it is nothing. A voice echoes, contemplating the situation. Everyone is fighting, and the speaker can't be hiding. The voice questions if they should sit by and watch their territory get bloodied, recalling that they were always the cool-headed one but lost that trait when it came to family matters. The voice asks if their role right now is to go out and fight. Valai thinks about something. Valai assures her not to worry, stating that there's something they have to do in order for them to get Valai. Hela wonders what that is, declaring that she'll do anything as long as they can defeat him. Valai tells Hela to give him the most precious thing that's inside her. With that, they can defeat him. Hela wonders what is something precious. A disembodied voice echoes, questioning, "Inside me?" Lorena's cheeks flush with a rosy hue, her expression a mix of surprise and embarrassment. The dark-haired figure exclaims, "How can you say it like that? Teach that to me." Lorena's eyes widen in realization. "What? Oh." The dark-haired figure stammers, "And no, Lorena, I think you've misunderstood something." The dark-haired figure continues, "What I meant to say is..." A symbol glows brightly. The dark-haired figure says, "Teach you the steps. I don't have time to go into the details." Lorena and the dark-haired figure stand before a large, ornate door. The dark-haired figure says, "Right now, that's the only way we have a chance to stop Valai. Without the steps, I can't stop Valai." The dark-haired figure's expression is serious and determined. A gloved hand slams against the door, the sound echoing in the chamber. The steps to Snow Soul are a secret technique passed down to only those within the Beowulf family. The daughter of Beowulf states that this rule applies to anyone, even herself. The household has been observed for centuries. Steeple, second-floor weapon vault. A castle stands tall against the sky. The castle is struck by a powerful blast, sending debris flying. The castle remains standing, though damaged. A figure, bathed in light, attacks with a sword. An old man falls through the air. Someone asks what the old man just did. A sword is shown, with the intent to kill the rat that hid in Snow Soul 12th form. She unleashes the white flower technique. The technique activates, petals swirling around her. White petals begin to fall, each one carrying a deadly aura. The petals descend like a blizzard of blades. The petals spread, filling the air with their lethal energy. Each petal is covered with enhanced sword aura. Someone notes the strength of the technique, saying it is stronger than the Duke. A voice exclaims in surprise. A battle aura intensifies. The daughter of Beowulf prepares to unleash the full force of her attack. She thinks that no one will be able to stop her with that. The petals fall like rain, each one a potential death. She stood, muscles coiled and ready to strike, the air around her crackling with crimson energy. The daughter of Beowulf unleashed a torrent of power, the force radiating outwards in blinding waves. The energy tore through the environment, ripping apart the very fabric of the battlefield. I can't believe he tore apart all. A figure with fiery red hair, veins pulsing, grits his teeth. "Don't get in my way." The petals. An older man with graying hair clenches his jaw, his expression pained. "Kook, if only I weren't old." Meanwhile, a distant castle looms in the background, its silhouette stark against the twilight sky. A lone sword stands embedded in the cracked earth, bathed in an ethereal glow. The sword's hilt is wrapped in worn leather, its blade gleaming with an otherworldly light. The image of the sword blurs, as if seen through a heat haze. A figure with dark blue hair arrives, their expression determined. "I reached on time." The figure reaches for the sword, their hand closing around the hilt as sparks dance in the air. A grizzled warrior stands guard, his gaze fixed on the approaching figure. "I asked you to come here first, to the weapon vault, but he probably can't last for long." Yin observes that once the sword reacts, Valai will notice it. He knows this is why it must happen. A gloved hand grips the sword tightly. The wielder declares that they will end this whole thing. Energy crackles around the sword, a dangerous power awakening within the blade. The sword's reaction intensifies, the energy surging and sparking with violent potential. The energy continues to build, radiating outward in blinding waves. The sword's reaction reaches a fever pitch, the air thick with magical energy. Yin grits his teeth, muttering that this is only a little. He declares that it's the rule of his. Two figures walk away from the scene. One states that the household has been observed for centuries. A voice cries out in pain or frustration. The voice emphasizes the word rule. A character questions whether the people here are important or if rules are more important. The question hangs in the air, thick with unspoken tension. Will he adhere to the rule, or will he risk losing his people? The lavender-haired woman's expression hardens. She is against his rule if it means sacrificing the safety of their people. She pauses, choosing her next words carefully. Her voice rises with a sharp edge. She commands him to never speak that name again. Lorena is the person who broke the rules of their household. Yan's gaze softens, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. He concedes, acknowledging that she is right. The woman's hand clenches, determination etched on her face. It'd be right for her to do what she can do right now. She looks at Yan, her eyes filled with resolve. She will entrust everything she has to him. Her voice is laced with concern. Lorena? What is she doing? Yan feels something stirring within him, a surge of power resonating deep within his core. A voice echoes, instructing him to feel it. Follow the steps and rotate the mana. The voice continues, stating that ice is the perfection of silence. The voice urges him to focus, to feel the flow of mana. Once he achieves stillness, even within a snowstorm. A complex magic circle glows with an ethereal light, its intricate symbols pulsing with raw energy. A voice echoes, promising the ability to perfectly bloom one's soul. A beam of light descends upon a distant tower, illuminating the structure with an ethereal glow. The tower stands tall, its architecture bathed in the soft, otherworldly light. A voice speaks of the steps of the snow soul. He recalls a similar sensation from the past, a surge of power coursing through him. Yin gazes upward, his expression a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. He feels the energy enveloping him, a foreign power making its way into his very being. His eyes glow with an intense light, reflecting the raw power that now resides within. Finally, the transformation reaches its peak, a blinding light emanating from him. A voice declares the name of the dragon sword, Astalin. He stands tall, now wielding a magnificent sword, his transformation complete. A sword is shown. The sword is shown. The sword is shown. The sword is shown. The dragon sword, Astalin's true form. The sword hits the ground. To think he'd be able to slowly see through my sword techniques during the fight. Does he have endless stamina and mana? Heavy breaths fill the air. The strength of the commander, Chieftain Valai, is questioned. Valai stands, his muscular physique illuminated by the fiery light. Valai muses that the old night lasted longer than expected while consuming his life force, but it seems this is the end. Valai exclaims in surprise. Valai questions the light. Someone observes the light. He spat the word, rat. A vein throbbed in Valai's forehead. He had spared the rat's life for Kabor's sake, and now the rat dared to betray him. His eyes widened, pupils shrinking to pinpricks. An opportunity presented itself. A voice echoed in his mind, questioning his focus. Valai, was he getting distracted amidst combat? Combat. The word hung in the air, a question mark etched in the silence. Dark energy swirled around him. Valai declared that his fight with someone ended long ago. His hand outstretched, crackling with energy, Valai snarled. If it weren't for you. A dark horizon stretches beneath a pale sky. A tall castle tower pierces the twilight, its blue roof a stark contrast to the fading light. A figure stands in the castle, gazing out at the starry sky. An aged face, etched with lines of experience, looks down with a stern expression. Frozen bind. Crackling with energy, icy chains begin to materialize, snaking around a figure's limbs. The chains tighten, binding the figure completely. A voice cries out, ice magic. The sound of cracking ice echoes through the air. A voice, laced with disbelief, exclaims, there shouldn't be anyone who can use magic here. The same voice questions, who on earth did this? From a distance, Valai watches the scene unfold, the starry sky a silent witness to the unfolding events. A voice echoes, questioning the identity of someone. Another voice accuses someone of being the one who did this. Yen strides forward, the sword of the rulers held firmly in his grasp, a faint blue aura emanating from the blade. An enraged voice demands to know how someone dares lay their hands on the sword of the rulers. Yen thinks to himself that there would be this much power with the Astalin alone. A voice declares that they were correct too. The sword of the rulers glows with intense power. A voice states that the power of the Astalin and the power of the ice magic has multiplied. A voice questions how someone is able to wield the sword of the rulers. A voice continues speaking. A voice exclaims that someone has 3 mana holes in one body. Yen saw through all of that immediately. A voice muses on God's eye, deeming it a troublesome ability. The same voice questions if that is the power of the sword of the rulers. Vylal exclaims that something is great. Vylal declares that the sword of the rulers befits him. A voice states that the sword selected someone. Someone senses that immense energy is being released. Another voice notes that things are gathered in one place. Vylal shouts that he just has to kill and take the sword. Vylal is surrounded by a battle aura. The blade descends, poised to strike. The technique is known as Black Sun, a basic sword technique, honed to deadly precision. Oblique slash. The strike lands, erupting in a shower of blood. A gasp escapes as the force of the blow registers. A figure stands silhouetted against the bright light, their expression obscured. Vylal gathers dark energy in his hand, the crimson light intensifying as he prepares to unleash its power. At that level, the dark energy surges forth, a concentrated blast of destructive force. It's never going to be enough. Vylal stands, sword drawn, watching as the energy hurtles towards its target. How persistent! The dark energy slams into the structure, the impact sending shards of stone flying as the building begins to crumble. The structure is engulfed in a blinding light, the air crackling with residual energy. A faint, ethereal light emanates from the wound, a testament to the blade's unnatural power. The light fades as Vylal stumbles, the injury a searing brand upon his flesh. He coughs, a dark ichor staining his lips as the pain intensifies. The wound festers, a dark energy radiating outwards, corrupting the surrounding flesh. It has been a long time since he has suffered such an injury. The thought echoes in Vylal's mind. The dark energy seeps through his muscles, fighting against his strongest battle aura. Vylal grits his teeth, enduring the pain. The enhanced sword aura couldn't hold its ground. The thought races through Sung Jinhwa's mind. He barely manages to block the attack, the force of the blow sending tremors through his arm. Vylal now understands, after getting slashed, that the sword has the ability to cut through mana. It is a sword befitting of him, someone who can see mana. The chieftain's voice cuts through the air. He is wrong. Sung Jinwoo realizes that this sword isn't that simple. He barely blocked the attack. The sword is Astalan. A sword, radiating a chilling aura, stands as a silent harbinger. A voice, laced with arrogance, declares that control is impossible without understanding the difference. The barbarian, Vylal, dismisses the notion of needing to understand, insisting he'll learn as he uses it. He demands the object be handed over. Vylal pauses, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Something feels amiss beneath his feet. Ice crystals begin to creep up his legs, encasing his feet in a frigid prison. Vylal exclaims, his voice laced with disbelief, that his feet are frozen. That he felt for the first time despite being born in the harsh north. And a shiver runs down Vylal's spine as the cold intensifies. The shadow of death. Ice spreads rapidly across the stone wall, a testament to the chilling power at play. A voice echoes, filled with outrage, questioning how a mere barbarian dares to intrude. Vylal's eyes widen in shock, the cold a stark and unwelcome reality. He finds himself dwarfed by a massive, wolf-like figure wreathed in a blinding light. The spectral wolf's voice booms, echoing through the space. What are you doing in my house? Vylal's face contorts in a mixture of anger and recognition. Beowulf, he roars. The voice echoes with disdain, declaring, this is ridiculous. Floating islands drift in the sky. A figure stands atop a castle wall, wreathed in ethereal light. A hulking figure with crimson hair demands, ice in the air. Heavy footsteps echo on the stone floor. A close-up reveals a face etched with anger, eyes burning with crimson intensity. The voice drips with scorn. A mere barbarian come here? A towering figure with flowing white hair and piercing red eyes questions, I just asked you, what are you doing in my house? The figure's feet are planted firmly on the ground, radiating power. The figure warns, choose your words wisely. The disembodied voice threatens, they could be your last words. A black boot crunches down on the frozen ground, the ice cracking under the pressure. A figure shrouded in white fur stands in the shadows. Duke Beowulf announces, we finally meet. Valai, the commander chieftain, stands with his arms crossed, a smirk on his face. He declares, you must have at least heard my name before, right? I'm Valai, the commander chieftain that united 20 tribes. An unseen figure questions, silence. Is there a need for me to know the name of an insignificant barbarian? Another figure, with red spiky hair, mutters, bastard. A disembodied voice states, he's arrogant, but he possesses the rights to do so. A voice observes, I've never seen someone with that much mana. To think I didn't notice such a huge amount of mana approaching. A voice wonders, is it because I'm under the influence of the Sword of Rulers? Is this that rat bastard's plan? A foot clad in armor stands on the ice. A voice says, this is better. In any case, the ice cracks and shatters. A voice declares that they would be fighting one day. Power gathers around a clenched fist, the air crackling with energy. Duke Beowulf proclaims that the time has simply been brought forward. Beowulf states that someone is as insignificant as the person he is talking to. Beowulf thinks to himself that he shouldn't be mentioning his name. A complex magical sigil begins to materialize on the ground, glowing with an ethereal light. Beowulf shouts that it is time to die. Beowulf's foot stands firmly on the ground as the magical circle expands. The words domain expansion appear as the area is flooded with blinding light and arcane symbols. The domain expansion takes form, a prison of glowing runes and otherworldly energy. A close-up of Beowulf's face shows his intent. The Snow Soul final form takes shape, a testament to the encroaching winter. A complex magical pattern glows with an eerie light. The castle is bathed in the eternal frost, a chilling domain. A barbarian raises his weapon, bellowing, it's time to avenge our brothers. Kill them. The barbarians begin to freeze, encased in shimmering ice. Crystals of ice rapidly spread, encasing the warriors in a frozen tomb. The ice continues to spread, the barbarians now completely frozen. A soldier watches in disbelief. The barbarians are turning into ice. This is, from the ramparts, soldiers cheer, the Duke is back. The soldiers rejoice, Duke Beowulf has returned. We're safe. The magical pattern shimmers, a testament to the power unleashed. A voice calls out, asking if Hans is all right. The leader of the Beowulf household stands with a large, wolf-like creature amidst crystalline structures. A close-up reveals the stern expression of the leader of the Beowulf household. A fist clenches, surrounded by a faint, golden aura. The word frost appears as a figure is encased in a large crystal. The leader of the Beowulf household stands tall, their fur collar billowing slightly. A voice speaks, lamenting someone's age and their struggle against a barbarian. Someone states that they almost got killed by him. The domain is described. Within the eternal frost, all enemies are frozen, and no allies would be harmed. The text identifies the figure as the leader of the Beowulf household that protects the north. The name Beowulf is displayed. She stood in the room, the cold stone beneath her feet a familiar sensation. Something like that happened while I was gone. A voice, laced with shame, echoed, "I'm ashamed, my lord." Hans Maringer, his gaze distant, spoke of aid received. And there was someone who helped greatly this time. The older man's voice rose slightly, a hint of concern creeping in. "Yen, come here and introduce yourself to the Duke." "Yen, where did he go? He's really fast at running away, huh?" Lorena Beowulf's expression hardened, a flicker of impatience in her eyes. "Not the kind of person he is. Let's get out of here for now." A blinding light emanated from a sphere, its surface shimmering with an otherworldly energy. The sphere pulsed with power, the air around it crackling with unseen forces. A hand reached out towards the glowing orb, fingers outstretched as if to grasp its essence. A guttural scream tore through the air. A figure stood amidst a crimson downpour, their form obscured by the sheer volume of blood. Hans Maringer's face was etched with concern, his brow furrowed as he looked towards the source of the commotion. A voice booms, accusing Lorena of letting her guard down. Lorena grits her teeth, bracing for the next attack. The unseen attacker scoffs, confident in their superior power. A figure watches from the shadows, admitting they might not be able to. Lorena wonders about the others, her concern growing. A blast of energy slams into Lorena. She cries out in pain. A dark energy projectile hurtles towards its target. Lorena vows to escape and protect her allies. Her red eyes narrow with determination. Another blast of dark energy is unleashed. The energy streaks through the air, leaving trails of destruction. She grips her sword, ready to strike. Lorena thinks to herself, "You're as annoying as ever." Lorena exclaims, "You again?" She thinks, "Getting in my way again." Lorena thinks, "I'm tired." She reflects, "On top of using a new magic and a new sword, I had to fight that monster while protecting Lorena." Lorena thinks, "I used all of my stamina and mana." She reflects, having given her all. It's time to rest. A little. A grand castle stands in the distance, dusted with snow. She'll leave the rest to the armored guards. The rest to the others. The weight of her responsibilities is evident on her face. Her eyes are closed, exhaustion etched into her features. She drifts into unconsciousness. A voice calls out, "Yen." He hears his name called out. Yen is urged to wake up. Lorena calls out to Yen, telling him to grab her hand. Yen thinks to himself that he isn't even being given the chance to rest. He muses that this isn't bad. A raven's wing is shown. The news of the barbarians' invasion spreads quickly throughout the empire. Sunlight streams through a window. A raven's talons grip a surface. A man with red hair stands with a raven perched on his shoulder. The red-haired man smirks. A photograph lies on a table. Though quietly and slowly, Lorena holds a document. It's starting to move. Wrought iron gates stand open, inviting passage into the snow-dusted graveyard. The snow falls softly on the cobblestone path. The graveyard stretches out, a silent city of stone. A stone cross stands tall against the snowy sky. A hand rests on the cold stone of a grave. It's been a while, hasn't it? Lorena stands before a grave, her expression somber. "I hope you're not angry that I haven't dropped by for such a long time." Her eyes glisten with unshed tears. "You've been well." She bows her head slightly. "I was too busy, so I couldn't come. I'm speaking the truth." Lorena's voice cracks with emotion. "I've just been training so much. Even so, I really did my best, so please watch over me and don't get angry." The world was a vast expanse, she mused, reflecting on someone as formidable as her brother. That person had been truly remarkable that day. So, she resolved, she would continue her efforts. She would keep searching for her brother, and she vowed to find the scumbags who had taken his life. Determination hardened her gaze. She would get going, she thought, addressing her mother. A disturbance had appeared. A voice called out, commanding Lorena to halt. She stood with an older figure, the snow falling softly around them. The older figure stated that he was late for his train and needed to go now, offering her something. It was an ice crystal. The text explained that the ice crystal was a jewel that crystallized under very low probability in the coldest part of the Northern Sea, and it was the best elixir for nights that used cold energy. Lorena was reminded that she didn't have something to ask of him. He questioned if she wanted him to protect the barbarian child. He stated that to strike a deal, it should be a give and take. He clicked his tongue. He asked if she was good now and to keep her promise. He told her that instead of wasting her time playing around as a Special Forces member, she should make sure not to slack on her snow soul training, adding that it felt like her cold energy had gotten way duller, and she walks away, the snow crunching beneath her boots. A voice calls out, asking her to come back and visit occasionally. The speaker's back is turned, their words echoing in the cold air. The voice continues, stating that her father is as strong as usual, considering how powerful his frost was. Nothing will be of threat to this place, not even the barbarians. The man's expression is somber, his gaze distant. That powerful. Lorena's eyes glisten with unshed tears. Why couldn't he protect Mom? Even though you're that powerful, we lost Mom and brother left us. The castle stands tall and imposing, a symbol of power and protection. I don't want to return to a home where Mom and brother aren't around. Lorena continues to walk away, her back to the castle, her heart heavy with loss. Lorena's name echoes in her thoughts. A tombstone stands silently, a bouquet of flowers resting at its base. A voice whispers, "It's so hard, Helena, what do I do?" A man with long white hair looks off into the distance, his expression troubled. He thinks of what happened to her brother. A question lingers. Would the situation be better if he told her the truth? A banner hangs, bearing the insignia of the Revolutionary Army. Vermin crept into the castle secretly. A grand room stands in disrepair, the walls scarred and the furniture broken. A figure stands in a doorway, the one leading them. A figure kneels on the ground, head bowed. The one that took you away from us. Strands of hair fall softly. A chest rises and falls with each breath. The man's gaze hardens. You? An enraged voice booms, demanding to know what Duke Beowulf has done. The Duke lies on the floor, his expression unreadable. A voice reflects on past words and the sake of Lorena. The voice continues, stating that he didn't kill him, only exiled him, but still questions if he made the right decision. The voice worries about what will happen if Lorena finds him. Duke Beowulf's face is etched with concern as he contemplates the potential consequences. A voice declares, "You're late." The voice continues, noting that Duke Beowulf seemed deep in thought. Yan's voice echoes, "Duke Beowulf, I heard you were looking for me." Yan from the Special Forces stands tall, his expression unreadable. Yan continues, "Yes. I heard from Han about what you did. We reward according to efforts and achievements. But as compared to giving you something useless, I thought it." The voice concludes, "Might be better to give you what you want. We've already given out the rewards to everyone else." He begins, "As for you, would it be enough for us to give you the sword you've stolen and hidden under your robe?" Yin holds the sword, a faint light emanating from its blade. Yin asks, "Do you like it?" A beat of silence follows before he continues, "No, it's not nearly good enough." Duke Beowulf stammers, What? I saved Lorena's life so many times." He continues, his voice rising in defensiveness, "You arrogant brat. You already know just how precious that sword is. Be honest, wasn't this just rotting in the storage?" The camera focuses on the sword, its details now visible. Yin states flatly, and I'm not accepting any special handling fees for that." Yan's expression hardens as he lets out a short, sharp laugh. "Huh." He continues, his voice taking on a more serious tone. "Good. If you're going to be crazy, then you need to be at least this crazy. You don't look like you'll be taken over by the sword, so this is great. All right, I'll give you money." Duke Beowulf shouts, "That you want?" Duke Beowulf's expression shifts, and he says, "Now that I've met you, you're completely out of B. But I have a favor. No, a condition. I have control over the north, so it doesn't matter." Yin leans forward, his eyes narrowed. "I want you to look after Lorena from now on." He presses, his voice demanding, "Can you swear upon your life to take responsibility for Lorena?" She is taken aback as Yin states that he doesn't intend to marry her. Lorena explodes, demanding to know what he's talking about. The woman continues, explaining that she meant he should take responsibility and protect her with his life when she's not around. How dare he reject her in marriage? She thinks someone like him doesn't deserve to do that. Marry her. No, don't marry her. Lorena calls Yin a bastard, demanding he listen carefully to her. Elsewhere, the Beowulf Dukedom's Central District train station bustles with activity. A figure arrives, apologizing for being a little late. One of the figures explains that he got caught up by an old man with a nasty personality. It's fine, the train hasn't departed yet. Another figure urges them to go quickly, stating that they're literally returning in glory. They rescued the Imperial advisor and drove the commander chieftain away, and he's looking forward to their rewards. A figure commends everyone for working hard, noting that it's already impressive that they have no casualties on their first mission. This could be the first in the history of the Special Forces. A chibi-style figure laments having already fought a huge battle in the castle, leaving enemies behind. The incoming train is bound for Avalon. The train's coming, let's go. The trip to the north was more successful than expected. He was able to get the Imperial advisor's invitation as planned, and even Astelin. He also got an insane amount of gold from Duke Beowulf. And items that are more valuable than gold. This is perfect. Caw. Yin stands with a crow perched on his shoulder, a look of surprise on his face. This crow is... Wait a minute, Lorena. A voice declares that the others need to go back without them. Someone realizes they forgot something. Another voice responds that it's so random. The instructor commander asked someone to visit Soma and buy some snacks, specifically Soma special strawberry cookies. A voice adds that they're even. A voice complains about running errands to buy snacks for someone, stating that they're practically his pet dog. A train looms, its engine a dark, imposing presence. Steam rises from the train's engine, a testament to its power. The train's wheels are a blur of motion, ready to carry its passengers to their destination. A sigh of relief escapes, a few marking a moment of respite. She stands on the platform, the train signals glowing red in the distance. It's now time. A note is held up, the words declaring it's time to run the real errand. A crow, its eyes gleaming red, holds a sealed message in its beak. The thought occurs that this crow would be the instructor commander's black shadow. What kind of order would this be for him to go through this much trouble? She stares intently at the note, her expression unreadable. The figure's eyes glow with an ominous light. He speaks, a predatory gleam in his gaze. This will become quite the big snack. A marketplace street is shrouded in a thick fog. The cobblestone street continues, lined with market stalls. A magic circle is drawn on the ground in what appears to be blood. The magic circle glows with power. A voice declares, "It's my." A figure raises their fist, declaring, "Complete resurrection." Energy crackles around them. The figure stands over the magic circle, their power resonating. Yin thinks, he did everything alone. A sword is shown, surrounded by a red aura. A voice says, "But if it weren't for me, he would have died 1,000,000 times over." A figure is powering up. A voice says, "Use up all my mana and end up going to sleep." A figure lies exhausted. Lorena Beowulf gathers her mana once more. She declares that with this much mana, she'll be able to put an end to that musclehead. She shouts for someone to come out quickly, promising to end them in one attack. She questions that. The fight with Valai and the barbarians is already over, and they've left the Beowulf. An unnamed figure is shown. The figure walks, thinking about how they slept for the whole day and wondering how much they have done for someone. Lorena states that she is thankful and that this place is called Soma. It's a city beside Beowulf, but the weather is much warmer. An unnamed figure approaches Lorena, noting that she seems to be alone and asking what she is doing here. The figure states that they don't have time to chat and that they should go now. Lorena stands before the figure. The figure asks where else. A voice echoes from behind the castle gate, declaring, "We're going to work." Vilo gazes into the distance, his expression unreadable. A grand castle stands silhouetted against the sky. A voice muses, "Humph, Duke Beowulf appeared at that moment, huh?" The voice continues, "Yes. After that, Valai ran away and I obtained Astalin." Another voice adds, "Yeah, and I'm here under the orders of the instructor commander." A voice wonders, "I see. What was the order?" Valai stands in the street, the question hanging in the air, "His order?" A voice states, "It's simple. I was told to wait." The voice concludes, "For my childhood friend in Soma." Was there someone who could be called a childhood friend? The thought that someone like him could have a friend was infuriating, but he had nothing to say about it. The only person that could be counted as a childhood friend would be the lie. That was the story he fabricated for the instructor commander on the day he escaped the training center. "Captain, this mission would be to kidnap the Special Forces captain's daughter. Is she appearing right now?" It doesn't feel right. What he'd built up would be in shambles, or he would let it go like it was nothing. It's all or nothing. In any case, he needed to first confirm her identity. Two women approach, one with pink hair and the other with dark blue hair. They invite someone to have some drinks. A man is called out. "Is this place?" "Yen, you scumbag." The pink-haired woman states that someone is still young and at an age of hot-bloodedness and passion. The dark blue-haired man responds that someone has grown up so much. Someone asks what they are talking about. Another voice responds that they will teach the surefire method to get girls. A character with white hair and red eyes declares that if someone does that, they'll become a ladies' man. Roman questions if he looks like some kind of primitive man and states that they are no longer in the Empire founding era, and that's not why they are here. He then asks why they are there. Roman states that if his memory serves him right, this is the place, and it's still as simple as it was. The signboard looks way too simple. Someone states that they don't sell drinks here anyways, and then asks what they do sell. A voice declares that they are not selling anything. The bartender holds a menu, a slight frown creasing his brow. A voice suggests that if anyone wants to eat, they should look on the ground. Lorena sharply tells someone not to talk to her. A customer wonders how someone could be so rude. Yin tells someone to leave. A voice insists there is nothing to see and that they need to hunt a rabbit first, prompting another voice to tell them to stop talking about rabbits. A voice says it's fine, adding that while there might be nothing to see, there's a lot they could listen to. A customer places an order for 2 glasses of whiskey mixed with wine, with an olive on top. Lorena is told she is a VIP customer and welcome to Hobbiton. A hand dispenses a drink from a large jar. The shelves behind the bar are stocked with a variety of bottles and dispensers. The scene shifts, showing a glimpse into a dimly lit archway. More shelves filled with bottles are visible, hinting at the bar's contents. A figure stands in the archway, gesturing with an open palm. He invites them to come inside. Another figure offers to escort them further. A torch flickers, casting an orange glow on the stone wall. The group descends into an underground passage, the walls lined with torches. Yen, looking around, exclaims in surprise, "An underground secret club?" He wonders just what on earth they are trying to do. Roman interjects, telling Yen to stop it. He asks what goes inside his head. He then states that this place isn't a club nor do they sell drinks, questioning what they sell then. The scene fades to white. The answer appears, information. A network of glowing locks and lines suggests the secure nature of the information being sold. The establishment's digital display flashes with a simple declaration, they sell information. They disguise themselves as a shabby tavern, but Hobbiton Tavern sells information about Soma's back alley. Right now, they may only have information on Soma's back alleys, but soon enough, their information network will spread throughout the whole continent. She steps through the open doorway, entering the establishment. A voice rings out, filled with surprise. Oh my, what a handsome customer. A candle flickers on a table, illuminating a crystal ball. A man with spiky black hair greets them. Nice to meet you. A woman's voice cuts in, her words hanging in the air. That person is Dash. Bella, the woman with wavy brown hair, speaks. I've never seen you before. The woman continues, revealing her identity. The leader of the beggar's den, Bella. The man and Bella stand side by side as the man asks, could you please tell me why you've come here? A voice declares, I have someone I wish to find. She asks if the others can find the person they are looking for, now that they know her name. She then wonders what the person's name is. Roman is about to reveal the name. The name is revealed to be Bella. A door opens. Lorena is surprised that the person knows her name and wonders who they are. A voice notes that Lorena is not good at hiding her emotions and that many people want to know her name. A hand reaches for a door. Roman looks on. Lorena warns that curiosity kills a cat. A hand opens the door. The door opens further. The door is fully opened. She glances to the side, her expression unreadable as the hallway stretches before her. Suddenly, a hail of arrows erupts from the darkness, filling the air with deadly projectiles. The arrows continue their relentless assault, each one a potential death sentence. Bathed in a crimson light, a figure is silhouetted against the onslaught, bracing for impact. Lorena Beowulf peers down, her expression unreadable. A barrage of arrows flies through the air, their trajectories aimed with deadly precision. The hail of arrows continues, each one seeking its mark. The arrows are tipped with silver. A figure is struck, the impact erupting in a spray of blood. Roman scoffs. Roman sneers, an immature brat meeting his pitiful end. Arrows litter the ground. A voice declares, I think we've introduced ourselves enough by now. Lorena Beowulf states, let's just get straight to business. The figure's coat billows. A voice questions how someone blocked the arrows, wondering if it was magic or if they were hired by nobles. Lorena Beowulf stands with another character, who chuckles, suggesting that someone has made a mistake. A voice considers Golden and Baron Vwigen, noting that there are too many suspects. Bella is told that she has been selling information the whole time, and the speaker has come to buy something. She asks what information they want. A voice states that they do not want information. The voice declares that they want to buy Bella. Bella, looking surprised, stammers, questioning if they want to buy her. A close-up shot focuses on Bella. Lorena Beowulf calls someone a brat, telling them that it's not what they're thinking, and to please, just stop. Someone tells Bella that they think very highly of her ability to gather information. She finds herself in a location known for scandals, even knowing the dinner menu. Lorena Beowulf asks if she is the one spreading rumors about the nobles in the area. Lorena Beowulf states that she is very bold, questioning if she is not scared of being charged with defaming a noble. The noble states that she has stayed within the boundaries so far, but asks if Bella is trying to threaten her now. Bella denies, praising Lorena Beowulf. Lorena Beowulf confirms her statement. Lorena Beowulf explains that if Bella becomes her subordinate, all the nobles of Soma will do whatever they can to kill her. Lorena Beowulf suggests that Bella is scared she might reveal their dirty linens. A close-up shows the necklace around Bella's neck. Lorena Beowulf's gaze is intense. A thought surfaces, there is a way around this. Bella states that if they pay her enough, she will take on the risk of the nobles coming after her. Doubt hangs in the air, a question of capability left unspoken. The man with dark hair considers the statement, his expression unreadable. He leans forward, his voice a low murmur. How much would you cost? The response is coy, a hint of something far beyond simple coin. Oh my, the amount is not something you can store within your pockets. This much money should be possible, right? A shower of gold spills forth, the coins glinting in the dim light. The woman with brown hair explains, this is 100 Empire gold coins issued by the Central. You get what this means, right? The coins are of the highest purity. The coins are going to be enough, don't you agree? The man with dark hair responds, ah, yes, that's right. The man with dark hair smirks. He proposes, good, let's play a game then. The man with dark hair concludes, with you and your future on the line. He raised a hand, a question hanging in the air. A voice declared, I'm going to propose how much I'll offer to buy you. The voice continued, your price will keep going up until you say stop. The unseen speaker added, if you can guess how much I think you're worth, then all that money is yours. The voice warned, if you go beyond what I think you're worth, then you get nothing. Lorena Beowulf asked, shall we get started then? 200 gold coins, a voice stated. A voice exclaimed, 2 to 200 gold coins? The voice continued, 400 gold coins. Lorena Beowulf asked, are you getting so many gold coins from? Lorena Beowulf thought, with 400 gold coins, I can feed 4,000 people for a year. Her thoughts racing, Lorena wonders if she should stop now, but quickly dismisses the idea. Lorena's heart pounds in her chest. She bites her lip, lost in thought. Lorena's hands are clasped tightly together. Lorena thinks to herself that it is good enough and tells someone to stop. Someone responds, surprised at how fast things are moving. and says they were intending to raise the stakes. Yen sits across from Lorena at a table with bags of gold. Lorena hears that they need solid proof to show that she is someone's. Lorena, taken aback, wonders if they want her to offer her body. Lorena is shocked. Yen clarifies, asking what she is talking about and stating that he is talking about signing the contract. Now that the contract is signed, someone anticipates the start of the work soon. A building stands tall, its many windows hinting at the lives within. A voice bids farewell, as a heavy bag of coins rests on an ornate table. Money seems to have appeared out of nowhere, as Lorena relaxes on a blue couch. Do I just sign here? The question hangs over the contract. A voice confirms the signing. They will be contacted again, and are told to read through the contract carefully. The contents of the contract are important, someone thinks, their back turned. Phew, Lorena sighs, a hint of relief or apprehension in her breath. Why would I work for someone whom I know nothing about? Someone wonders, their anxiety palpable. He looks dangerous even at a glance. With this much gold coins, I can live like a noble in other kingdoms. Someone thinks, dreaming of a life free from their pathetic existence. Does he think I'm crazy? Someone wonders, their eye reflecting a mix of fear and defiance. A strangled cry tears from Bella's throat as a sharp, searing pain lances through her. Clutching her head, Bella's vision blurs with tears. The pain intensifies, threatening to overwhelm her. The agony is almost unbearable. It feels as if her skull is about to split apart. Her eyes dart to the contract, a dawning horror creeping into her expression. The contract. What the? She exclaims. The contract's text swims before her eyes, the words burning into her mind. All parties agree that if Bella, the contracting party, breaks the conditions of the contract. A vision of her own head exploding flashes before Bella's eyes, a horrifying premonition of what awaits her. What? That was for real? She gasps. The realization hits Bella like a physical blow. That's the reason my head hurts right now. She whispers, her voice trembling. The truth dawns on her, cold and stark. A scream tears from Bella's throat, raw and filled with despair. Just a slave contract. Meanwhile, Vylal observes the contract's effects with a detached amusement. Oh, it activated nicely, he remarks. Lorena, standing beside Vylal, smirks. Cuckoo, you're so wicked, to think you'd place a restriction on her via the contract. Vylal retorts. I didn't force her to sign, although she had no choice but. Vylal continues, his voice laced with cruel amusement. You placed the restriction correctly, yeah? I can't have her dying easily on me. A complex magic circle glows with crimson energy, its symbols etched deep into the stone. A voice echoes, questioning if the gold coins were taken from the dimensional pouch, a dimension completely different from those casted by third rates. The hand holds a glowing object, its surface covered in arcane script. The character with dark blue hair retorts that the dimensional pouch was a gift from Duke Beowulf. The other figure accuses him of sucking people dry of what they have, lamenting that he was only given money and not the means to transport it. A question hangs in the air. Are they going back then? The imposing tower looms in the background, its stone weathered by time. A figure stands silhouetted against a bright sky, their self-destruction magic apparently active. They declare that there is not a chance. The mission is just starting, Mammon. The silhouette of a building is seen against a dark blue sky. A building stands tall, its timber frame contrasting against the white walls. Two figures stand cloaked, their faces obscured by shadows. A face emerges from the darkness, its eyes glowing with an ominous red light. A window stands closed, its panes reflecting the dim light. The number 9 is displayed prominently, its golden surface gleaming. She sat hunched against the cold stone wall, her arms wrapped tightly around herself as if trying to contain an inner storm. The silence of the chamber pressed in on her, amplifying the turmoil within. The rough-hewn wooden floor offered no comfort, the chill seeping into her bones. Each creak and groan of the ancient structure seemed to echo her own mounting dread. Her head remained bowed, her blonde hair obscuring her face, but a faint sound, a soft ping, escaped her lips, hinting at a shift within. Suddenly, she lifted her head, her eyes now glowing with an unnatural crimson light. A silent scream threatened to erupt from her throat as the transformation took hold. The group travels through a dark forest under the light of the moon. The path winds deeper into the verdine forest. Judging by their condition, they may be 3 days old. Roman sits, stating that they've tracked them properly. Roman's expression is serious as he continues to track their target. Yin asks how much longer it will take. Mammon wonders how long they intend to keep wandering around like this. Vylal is also present in the forest. One of the group asks if they have not arrived at the training center yet. He asks if Vylal has forgotten that they are currently carrying out a mission assigned by the instructor commander. Vylal replies that it's not just any girl, but the daughter of the Special Forces commander. He adds that he didn't expect the instructor commander to assign such a sudden mission. Vylal questions if Mammon, a Special Forces member, is kidnapping the commander's daughter. The instructor commander must be trying to use her to pressure the commander in the faction conflict. It's a dirty political move. Mammon thinks that the wagon is too big to move discreetly, and they have too many escorts. The person has crossed paths. They were just heading back to their village. Meanwhile, Roman asks if there are lights. A woman asks if they are out here at this hour, and if they are lost. Yin thinks that he must have taken the wrong path from the forest entrance. He thinks it's fortunate for them too. The woman says that this forest is deep, and a lot of travelers lose their way here. She adds that they have crossed paths, and were just heading back to their village. The woman asks if it's all right with them. Why not rest at their village before continuing? The woman says yes, it's just a little further in. She adds that there aren't many houses, but they could. The villagers are enthusiastic. One says it makes sense since she's now. Leona retorts that it's not like that, and questions what they're saying. A tall, dark-haired man stands before Leona. She asks him to point her in the right direction. The villagers laugh, teasing. Haha, Leona, you got rejected. Leona tells them to shut up, sounding serious. Then, a hand reaches out, holding a lantern. Leona states that it's too dark and dangerous to walk through the forest at night. A voice says, please take this lantern with you. The dark-haired man smirks. Come out. Astalin, Dark Souls, 5th form. Leona stands in the rain, holding the lantern. The dark-haired man is behind her. A crescent slash cuts through the air. Leona's eyes widen with concern. Blood splatters across Leona's face as she falls. A sword gleams in the dim light. Yen stands over Leona's lifeless body, the lantern lying nearby. An old man bellows, Leona, what are you doing? The crowd cries out. He killed Leona. Murder. Why? Why did you kill her? A woman demands. Just declined her offer. Why did you kill her? Yen scoffs. TCH. You're slow. Look at what came out of that lantern. A small, red object glows on the ground. Someone wonders what it is, realizing it's self-detonating. The scene shifts to a close-up of a similar red flame stone. It's identified as a flame stone used by the Special Forces Assassination Unit, prompting someone to question the unit's involvement. A group of figures stands together, but it wasn't enough to cover up the stench of the Special Forces. Silhouetted figures hold knives, their eyes glowing ominously. They realize they've been found out, leaving them with no choice but to fight. Boots tread through a dark, overgrown area. Figures leap and strike amidst a shower of pink sparks. A red cloak billows dramatically. A pair of intense eyes, one glowing red, stares intently. Tendrils of darkness writhe, forming the words, Black Wolf. A monstrous, multi-headed creature descends, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. A building is shown in the distance. Someone exclaims in disbelief that the assassination unit was annihilated. A building stands tall against the muted sky. One of the figures stammers, why yes, sir. I have no excuse. The other asks how many enemies there were. The first replies, one, just one. The voice booms, questioning how the assassination unit was taken out by a single person. The Special Forces Secretary thinks to himself that the attacker seemed to know everything. The Special Forces Secretary grimaces, realizing that the attacker seemed to know far too much about them. The Special Forces Secretary's subordinate asks where the attacker is now. The response comes that he's still near Sector 4. The Special Forces Secretary curses, realizing they had no idea the instructor commander had such a secret agent. The Special Forces Secretary orders the remaining Unit 2 into the forest, while Unit 1 stays to guard the location. The subordinate acknowledges the order, stating that he will protect the daughter instead. The Special Forces Secretary tells someone to wait and rest instead, then asks, The Special Forces Secretary raises his sword, shouting, for eternity. The Special Forces Secretary is told that his disguise is sloppy. A wolf bites down on the Special Forces Secretary's arm, blood splattering. He cries out in pain. The Special Forces Secretary recoils, spotting a wolf made of shadows. The wolf extends a claw, offering a strange, glowing artifact. The Special Forces Secretary, his face etched with pain, is addressed by the wolf. It states that it will be taking the artifact, and asks him a question. Meanwhile, a figure strides forward. The figure continues their advance. The figure is warned not to come closer. Elsewhere, Lorena Beowulf stands in a deserted town, calling out to see if anyone else is present. The figure from before states that no one will answer, as there is no one left to speak. The figure stands over a fallen body, blood splattered on the ground. The figure's eye is shown in close-up. The figure, shrouded in darkness, wonders if something is possible. A figure, desperate, begs for their life, promising to reveal everything. The interrogator denies the presence of his daughter. The commander's daughter is not here. The figure reveals that all of them are experimental subjects. A taboo was cast on a high-ranking Special Forces officer. This is basically screaming to the world that there's a critical secret here. The figure states that it wasn't just about guarding the daughter, but experimental subjects. What are they hiding in here? Shafts of light pierce through the tall windows, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air of the silent hall. Yin walks down the long hallway, his footsteps echoing softly against the tiled floor. He passes through a doorway into another room, the architecture shifting subtly, becoming more ornate. The hallway stretches onward, the floor now covered by a patterned rug. Yin pauses, a sense of unease settling over him. There's such a place on the inside, he mutters. The hallway continues, the end unseen. He stops abruptly, a gasp escaping his lips as he sees something ahead. His eyes widen, pupils dilating. What's that? Water drips from the ceiling, each drop echoing in the sudden silence. Blades descend, pinning him to the floor. He is trapped, kneeling on a complex symbol etched into the floor. His voice cracks with fury. You bastards. A figure in dark clothing demands, "What are you doing here?" The figure places a hand over a glowing magic circle, declaring, "I'll free you soon." The magic circle erupts with blinding light and shattering energy. A hand, seemingly restrained moments before, is now free. A figure asks Yen, who is kneeling on the ground, "Hey, are you okay?" A blonde woman with a blindfold begins to regain consciousness. Someone asks, "Are you regaining consciousness?" Yen thinks, but she looks familiar somehow. The blonde woman, still blindfolded, wonders, "Where have I seen her?" An eye widens in shock, glowing with an eerie light. A figure plummets downwards, a scream echoing in the air. The figure continues to fall, the ground rushing up to meet them. A close-up reveals the falling figure's face, contorted in a grimace. He unleashes his power. A figure plummets downwards. If memory serves, the figure muses. That face is one he saw in a past life, one of the three great calamities of the continent. A terror that even. A woman with blonde hair appears. She stands tall, radiating an ominous aura. The Witch of Oppression. Since its founding, the Kavalan Empire has been home to countless superhumans and powerful figures, a legacy etched in stone. However, even superhumans are ultimately just within the bounds of humanity. Disasters that surpass human limits exist in this world, a stark reminder of mortality. The first calamity, the everlasting flame, consuming everything in its path. The second calamity, the despair that passes only among those who have faced it, a silent killer of the soul. And the third calamity, which even the emperor ordered to be ignored, a secret too terrible to acknowledge. It doesn't matter whether it's mountains or seas around the third calamity. Come. A figure raises a blade, prepared to sever a head, a halo-like ring hovering above the doomed. Everything just gets smashed flat in the same way, a grim reminder of equality and destruction. A figure walks over the bodies of fallen soldiers, their shadow a harbinger of death on the blood-soaked ground. The same applied to superhumans, a humbling truth for those who believe themselves invincible. People called her this out of fear and awe in their hearts. Why is the third calamity here? The Witch of Oppression floats serenely, her long blonde hair cascading around her. The Witch of Oppression. A voice reveals, "I was tracking the commander's daughter, but I found the Witch of Oppression." The voice continues, "And talk about experimental subjects. What the commander was hiding wasn't his daughter." Another voice exclaims, "They were creating the Witch of Oppression." A figure with dark hair wonders, was it to keep the Dragon Warrior project in check? The same figure judges, judging by the fact that she became the Witch of Oppression, it seems they failed to control her. The Witch of Oppression's eyes glow with an ominous light. A voice declares, "If she opens her eyes, it's over. I have to strike now." A figure dives towards the Witch of Oppression, intent on stopping her. "I have to strike first to win." The Witch of Oppression begins to speak. She offers a heartfelt apology, her expression filled with remorse. A voice cuts through the air, urgently inquiring if anyone has been injured. Roman is startled, his eyes widening in surprise. He mutters to himself, admitting he tends to lose control when startled or hurt, before asking if anyone is injured. The Witch of Oppression reassures him that she was sent flying but is okay. Roman observes that she doesn't seem to be lying. Roman reflects on the Witch of Oppression, wondering if she is the calamity that shook the continent. He then dismisses the thought, deciding she's just a normal girl. But if he could get his hands on the Witch of Oppression, he muses that he'd have the strongest card of all. A power that burns with the intensity of 1,000 suns. But can he control it? It's a poison chalice. No, the most lethal of poisons. The risk is too great. If he wants to eliminate her, now's the time. Roman is asked what's with that look. The Witch of Oppression hangs upside down, her expression unreadable. The Witch of Oppression stands with Roman as one of them states that the power isn't something humans can control, adding that even she can't control it herself. The Witch of Oppression asks if Roman would take her in if she could be controlled. Mammon asks if that's even possible, then reminds them that he is Mammon, the apex of all mages. A voice declares that mages are beings who seek out and overturn the laws of nature. The voice continues, stating that he is the one at the top, and questions if they really think he can't control the power of a girl like her, adding that her trigger is pain. Roman states that they should protect her from pain. A voice says that once they know the trigger, the rest is easy. The figure is shown fusing. An artifact ring of the mind is shown. A necklace and bracelet that protect the psyche are shown, with a voice stating that this should help control her power. Roman holds the necklace and bracelet, as Mammon asks if he thinks something so small can do that. A voice states that with their abilities, bulky restraints aren't needed, but it's surprising that they'd help someone else. Lorena Beowulf scoffs, finding it more like an occupational hazard of being a mage. Some call magic a miracle, but magic is no miracle. It's more like a phenomenon produced by intervening in the natural laws that govern this world, but her power is. Laws of mana. As a scholar who studies principles and laws, she can't ignore this. And if she can make use of this power, someone like Yen is no longer. Lorena Beowulf finds someone so predictable. Yen asks where they're going next. Lorena Beowulf and Yen stand together. Yen is not sure if they're going back to the lab again. Yen wonders if there are many other kids like him there. Yen recalls that he had a lot of friends there. The room is filled with tubes containing silhouettes of people. But every time they got those scary shots, They all broke down. Over time, he was the only one left. Those shots hurt so much. Lorena stands with her arms crossed, a look of distress etched on her face. Yen's expression is pained. He wonders if they can avoid returning to the lab, a place of experiments and training so harsh it makes one wish for death. She will do whatever they say. She must have endured it every day. A figure stands over a pool of blood, the scene heavy with unspoken violence. Just like he did in his past life. Lorena's expression is thoughtful. If that's the case, would you like to come with me? Yen and Lorena face each other, the tension palpable between them. He's not much different from the people who wanted to make use of her. Yen promises that he won't hurt or abandon her. Yen stands in a room, her golden eyes reflecting a distant light. She closes her eyes, a soft smile gracing her lips as she says, "Okay." A voice asks, "What's your name?" Another voice replies, "Everyone called me number 1. The first voice laments, "Those dreadful numbers." Number 1 decides, "Let's go with Liat." A voice questions, "Lia?" Another voice explains, "It's from Ephelia, the goddess of beauty." Lia stands tall, the goddess of beauty. A voice asks, "Is the necklace uncomfortable?" Lia replies, "No, it's..." A voice adds, "And the name is beautiful too." Another voice states, "If you want to come with me, we'll need to make a few preparations." A voice questions, "Preparations?" Another voice responds, "To fool." Meanwhile, a torch flickers on a brick wall. The scene shows a special forces underground training facility. A tortured figure whimpers, "I'm so sorry." The figure begs, "Please don't kill." A voice echoes from the depths of the dungeon, begging to be killed. A muffled plea hangs in the air. Two figures stand in the shadows, one remarking that they are arriving soon. A gloved hand grips a bloody knife, the metal gleaming faintly in the dim light. Lorena Beowulf smiles, her gaze fixed on the bloody knife in her hand. She muses that they should check the gift that Yen brought. The location is the Special Forces Underground. A desperate plea echoes through the halls. The call for help continues. Yen is addressed by name. Footsteps echo in the darkness, a desperate plea hanging in the air. Fear etched on her face, the woman's eyes darted around, her expression a mixture of terror and desperation. Yen reassures her, his voice calm and steady. "Of course not. There's no need to be scared." A hand reaches out, grabbing the woman. The woman is grabbed. Yen attempts to reassure her. "Don't worry. Just stay close to me." The woman replies, "Oh, okay." Yen promises, "I won't hurt you or abandon you." Just as promised. "You've memorized everything I taught you, right?" "Yes. About being childhood friends, and you never know what he might try." "I'm glad Lia has such an exceptional memory. We've already aligned her background story. With the restraints Mom and made, there shouldn't be any problem. Still, we're up against the instructor commander. He's a snake. Lia, get behind me. Something's coming." Keek. An escaped prisoner. It's been a while. A figure is bound, their eyes glowing ominously in the darkness. Special Forces member Yin declares his return from a mission to his apprentice. The question hangs in the air, is that the daughter of the division commander? A cloaked figure offers a greeting. The red eyes narrow, a hint of malice in their depths. A voice promises, with a sinister undertone, that they hope you'll enjoy the welcome party they've prepared. A gasp escapes, echoing in the grand hall. A soft no is uttered, laced with disbelief. The words catch in her throat. She can't believe there's this much delicious food all in one place. A tiered cake sits on a table in the VIP reception room, surrounded by other sweets. Leah wonders if it's all right for her to eat all of this in the VIP lounge. She is assured that the instructor commander prepared it all for her. It's Leah's first time tasting something so soft and sweet. She wonders what the cupcake is. She is told it's just a regular cupcake. She thinks it is regular. She realizes this isn't regular at all. Meanwhile, an individual stands among flowers, musing. A hand reaches out with a pair of ornate scissors. The individual states that flowers are hard to deal with. If it were a person, they could just cut away carelessly. The individual finds it a bit surprising. They wonder if it's surprising that they tend flowers. The individual states they like flowers. The more you cut, the more beautiful they become. This is the internal garden. The individual asks if you thought they'd be torturing a young girl in their private garden. They ask if you thought they were that much of a psychopath. A figure states that physical torture isn't effective on children, adding that fear degrades the reliability of the information. The other figure agrees. The red-haired figure is told that their results exceeded expectations. The group is informed that they prevented the Imperial Advisor kidnapping situation and a terror attack. They are praised for capturing the tribal chief alone in the Beowulf territory. The figure with black hair is told that even the nobles who oppose the project can't say anything anymore. As a reward, they are granted free use of the royal armory. They are then asked if they need anything else. The figure with black hair asks about the treatment of Leah. The red-haired figure is shown in a close-up. It is observed that she's too clean for a Special Forces commander's secret and surprisingly empty. The scene is under surveillance. The figure states that something bothered them. The figure with black hair thinks that it can't be. One figure observes that she appears to be undereducated for her age, and the other wonders if he hit her because she's stupid. The figure in the hooded cloak thinks to himself that the commander is no idiot and probably knows he took his daughter. He just can't act without evidence. The white-haired figure with red eyes states that he'll be searching desperately for some proof, especially as a hostage. The man with dark hair asks why the other wants to keep her personally. The question hangs in the air. Someone is being tortured. The torturer asks if another instructor was tortured today and mentions the one tailing the Special Forces commander. The commander's power is immense. The scene shifts to hooded figures being manipulated like puppets. Keeping her makes it easier to avoid those traitorous eyes. The red-haired man states that this is the second reason. He asks what the third reason is. Yen states that the third reason is a promise. The red-haired man recalls the promise, that he would protect her. The red-haired man tells Yen that he didn't expect him to be so sentimental. Yen is asked if she is his first love. The red-haired man asks what Yen is doing. He thought Yen was as emotionless as stone, but guesses he's still a man. He scoffs, reminding Yen that he promised to protect her. Yen thinks that if he can get away with this misunderstanding, then, just as he reacts with exaggerated passion, finding the situation amusing. Yen states his agreement, but with a condition. He will allow it only once, and he must keep her within sight. Vylal stands in the garden with Mammon. He thinks to himself that Vylal still doesn't trust him, believing he's just less likely to betray him than the instructors. The order is given to disguise her as a maid, ensuring she is well managed. The response is a simple, yes, understood. Now that he's granted the request, Vylal holds a letter, asking if he can ask a favor in return. Lorena Beowulf is asked if she remembers the Eastern squad she left with. She confirms, recalling reports of undead sightings and that she, Kasia, was leading them. It was supposed to be a simple scouting task, unlike the North. However, all 80 Special Forces members have gone missing. Vylal dismisses the idea, stating they wouldn't be worth rescuing. A sealed letter, bearing the insignia of royalty, arrives. The wax seal gleams, hinting at the importance of its contents. That's the royal families. The message is delivered by the command of the Crown Prince, Leon Cavalin. The light catches the blonde hair of the figure as they receive the message. Special Forces member Yen, you are to rescue the trainee soldiers that are now isolated in the east. The map details the eastern plateau of the dead, a region bordering the Cavalin Empire and the holy nation of Lutile. Though overrun by the undead, both nations remain mindful of their diplomatic ties. The nations refrained from launching large-scale purges. Lorena Beowulf and her squad were tasked to investigate the plateau of the dead, believing it would be an easy mission where they could handle the undead. A gnarled, decaying hand bursts from the cracked earth. After a sudden mass outbreak, more and more zombie hands claw their way out of the ground. The earth buckles and splinters as dozens of undead limbs emerge. The incident came to be known as the Night of the Dead. A horde of zombies swarms forth, their decaying bodies a grotesque mockery of life. One of the undead lunges, its putrid claws tearing through flesh, painting the ground crimson. A zombie roars, its gaping maw a black abyss filled with rows of jagged teeth. Dark, viscous liquid rains down, staining the world in shadow. The world is silent, empty. After the Night of the Dead, everyone in the region was annihilated. A lone figure walks through the desolate landscape. Only one person survived. Kasia Evrain, the sole survivor of the Night of the Dead, stares ahead, her expression unreadable. It is said she completely changed afterwards, becoming cynical and cold. A grotesque face contorts in a silent scream. A zombie lunges forward, its decaying flesh barely clinging to its bones. A sword gleams, ready to strike. The sword descends, cleaving through the undead. A voice echoes, we're welcomed by. The current mission is to rescue all personnel isolated in the plateau of the dead. There are 4 days left until the Night of the Dead repeats. The zombies' presence is worse than expected. Surveying the landscape, Duke Beowulf sees the undead swarming the area. Zombies are out even in broad daylight. There were definitely no rescue orders in his previous life. Things are different again this time. Roman observes, a land of the undead, This is great. It's the perfect place. The Witch of Oppression declares, place to reclaim my strength. The Witch of Oppression asks, what do you think? The Witch of Oppression thinks, up all my mana creating that damn restraining device. But the undead energy that is flowing through this land, if I reverse refine that energy. The Witch of Oppression thinks, it can be turned into mana as pure as life force. Yen thinks, if I use that, I can regain the amount of magic power I had at my prime. She continues, once I get my power back, I'll kill you immediately, so cooperate. Yen. Lia wonders, by the way, why isn't Lia here? With her strength. A finger crushes several ants. Roman states that taking out the zombies could be easier than taking out ants. Bella asks if Roman is not planning to leave her behind again. Bella thinks that the head maid is terrifying enough. Roman apologizes to Lia, promising to be back soon. Bella asks Roman to promise her with a pinky swear. Bella asks that Roman will be back within 10 nights. Roman and Bella make a pinky promise. Roman says that Lia is the head maid really scary and that she can use his room. Bella is surprised and asks if they will share a room. Bella thinks about the bed and doesn't know what to do. Roman thinks that Bella is totally infatuated with him. Roman tells Bella not to talk nonsense, stating that Lia's level of destructive power isn't needed for this mission and that those two are more than enough. Yen stands with a smaller figure perched on his shoulder. Roman declares that he's teaming up with someone. Yen stands next to Cruel as he is asked why he chose Cruel. Cruel tells someone not to hold him back, calling them a commoner. Yen is shown in a close-up. Yen's expression hardens. The figure from panel 1 is seen with Yin as someone comments on what a mismatched team they make. Someone comments that even though they look that way, both of them are necessary. One character tells another that they don't want to get hit and to pack up. It's explained that Dwight's family has significant influence in the East, which is why Cruel is needed. One character states that the other needs enhanced aura and to pack their things. The other character is surprised that they know that secret technique. It's stated that members need Roman's defense. They're both in a phase where they're desperate to become stronger, and they know being out here means they can grow stronger, so they couldn't resist it. Someone thinks that those two are enough, but the dark-haired figure looks off to the side, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. A voice questions if they have time to waste, followed by a firm denial. Lorena and support Cheryl walk side by side, the former stating that they have to move quickly. Lorena asks what the overall plan is. Cheryl insists that they leave it to Lady Lorena. Cheryl expresses her gladness at having followed Lorena, questioning if she thought the two of them would be enough alone, or if she thought Cheryl was more useless than them. Lorena assures Cheryl that is not the case. Even though the commander said he could bring as many people as he wanted. With Roman, who mastered enhanced aura, and Cruel, who can control death aura. Lorena advanced further after returning from the north, and Cheryl compliments everyone. The four gathered right now are the elite of the Dragon Warrior Project. Swords lay crossed atop a red cloth, symbolizing the strength of the team. They may be the strongest, but they're chaotic. One calls the others noble bastards, while another retorts that they're just a mere commoner. Yin is told to hurry up, and someone agrees that she's right. Three figures stand together, their expressions unseen. Everyone, stop talking and follow me quietly. Near the Gaba Ridge, Eastern Front, tasked with protecting the citizens of the territory. Unified camp. Let's drink. I stole a pig from a village house. The soldier's condition. This is serious, to think this is the army. It's a stark contrast from the Beowulf. I told you not to expect much, didn't I? A hooded figure addresses Lorena, his voice laced with mockery. He asks what brings a lady like her to such a shabby place. The hooded figure's expression is hidden by his helmet, but a sinister smile plays on his lips. From a nearby guard tower, a soldier reports that reinforcements sent by the special forces have arrived, questioning who is in charge. Another soldier scoffs, dismissing them as just a kid. The hooded figure's hand shoots out, grabbing Lorena's arm with surprising force. He remarks on their perfect timing, claiming they are urgently short on help. The hooded figure suggests they talk over in that tent, his intentions unclear. Lorena's expression hardens, sensing the shift in the atmosphere. She glances at the hooded figure, her eyes narrowed with suspicion. Without warning, Lorena cries out as she is struck by an unseen force, a blinding light erupting around her. The force sends her hurtling backwards, a trail of light streaking behind her. The hooded figure's face is contorted in a savage grin, his eyes wide with manic glee. Lorena shatters into fragments of light as the attack connects, the force of the blow obliterating her form. Cruel declares that they are done here and tells Lorena to leave. He questions why she intervened, stating he was going to deal with him. The group stands around the fallen figure, assessing the situation. One of the figures remarks that if they had gone ahead, the fallen person would have been split in two, but there was no need to make a big fuss. Lorena asks if it was really necessary to step in just to take out that piece of trash. Someone points out that Lorena's face is red. Another figure suggests that they now just need to find the commander. According to the Special Forces records from her previous life, there was one person who decided to abandon the rescue of Kasha Evrain, the person responsible for the annihilation of the Eastern Front Special Forces. They are going to meet the chief commander of the noble coalition forces stationed in Gaba Ridge, the Eastern Front's chief commander, Viscount Jaren. Come on, let's just drink. Already. Cheers with this cheap liquor? Sigh. While we're out here drinking cheap liquor on the roadside. The so-called commander is lounging in his mansion, calling in women every other day. Meanwhile, your glass is empty. Let me pour you another. Oh my, Viscount, you're really going all out tonight. Can you even fight zombies after drinking this much? How long are we going to keep talking about zombies? You all don't need to worry about that. Anyway, cheers. Come on. Viscount, may I have a moment? What is it? I told you not to come in. People from that place have arrived. That place. He is greeted formally. Nice to meet you, Viscount Jaren. Yin introduces himself. I'm Yin from the Special Forces. A hand wearing a ring holds a cigar. Viscount Jaren questions the introduction. The Special Forces? The Viscount scoffs internally. What a joke. Last time, they sent a bunch of useless brats under the name of reinforcements. The Viscount sits at the head of a long, empty table. He wonders, why are you here this? Viscount Jaren thinks to himself, a typical corrupt noble, born into a wealthy family but completely incompetent in every other regard. The Viscount continues his internal monologue. Considering how this trash became the chief commander, he must have bought over the position with money. We're here to investigate the issue regarding the Special Forces dispatch. The Viscount thinks, there was an incident during a mission where a large number of monsters appeared, but there wasn't a single report about it. The Special Forces believe a proper investigation. Yan's eyes glow with a purple intensity. He states, and if necessary, we will perform the investigation. Viscount Jaren scoffs. The air crackles with unspoken tension. Viscount Jaren's voice drips with sarcasm. The special forces doesn't carry weight anymore, huh? Yan's expression hardens, a silent question forming on his lips. The Viscount scoffs, his gaze dismissive. These clowns claim to be the special forces? What a joke. A map lies spread on a nearby table, dotted with flags. The Viscount's words echo the grim reality. We're running a shelter here? It's impossible to find people once they go missing in this vast eastern region. Those fools probably either got eaten by zombies or are hiding somewhere. The Viscount's tone turns menacing. You want to get lost out there and end up as zombie food yourself, so you're not willing to cooperate. Viscount Jaren's face contorts with rage. Cooperate? Why the hell should I cooperate with you? You even expect me to send out my soldiers? Where do you get your arrogance from? The Viscount gestures wildly with a thick cigar, his face flushed with anger. A sudden noise startles the Viscount, his eyes widening in alarm. Heek. The cigar slips from the Viscount's trembling fingers, falling to the ornate carpet. Viscount Jaren's voice wavers, a hint of fear creeping in. I'm sorry, but by the Emperor's decree, a sign on the table reads, smoking indoors is strictly prohibited. Yan's gaze remains fixed and unwavering, his expression unreadable. Viscount Jaren's voice rises in a panicked shriek. How dare you draw your blade before a Viscount? Guards. Two figures in dark cloaks rush into the room. Liao warns, her electric blue eyes narrowed, that the Viscount would be wise not to mess with that person. Viscount Jaren, taken aback, exclaims in disbelief. Two figures discuss the rumors surrounding a noble lady from the Frost Duke's house who has joined the special forces. The speaker wonders if it could be her, suggesting that one look at her temper should be enough to confirm it. Lorena Beowulf is revealed, standing before a shadowy figure, identified as the only daughter of the Frost Duke himself. A close-up reveals a stern face, the figure referred to as D. Duke. Viscount Jaren recalls that the Duke of Beowulf commands the strongest military force among the four major houses. A figure stands atop a dragon-like creature, the narration mentioning his fiery temper and the fear he inspires even in barbarians and nobles. Viscount Jaren's expression hardens as he considers the implications. Liao questions if the Viscount is threatening her with the Beowulf name. Viscount Jaren scoffs, declaring that he isn't scared of them, revealing that he has the backing of Marquis Cheyenne as well. The Viscount asserts that someone stands behind him, a looming figure appearing behind him. Marquis Cheyenne? The question hangs in the air, tinged with uncertainty. The narration speaks of his vast domain, governing more territory in the east than most counts. A saying echoes, one cannot cross the east without stepping on his land. The symbol of Marquis Cheyenne's land looms, a stark silhouette against an unseen sky. The connection between Marquis Cheyenne and Jaren is unexpected, a revelation that carries immense political weight. It was strange from the beginning. A sense of something malicious lurking behind the incident prickles at the back of the mind. A hidden perpetrator. The realization dawns, casting a shadow of suspicion over everything. The figures stand around the table, the weight of the revelation settling upon them. Laughter erupts, laced with mockery. The name of Marquis Cheyenne beats Beowulf any day, the man cackles. The name is shorter, yeah? The thought lingers, hinting at a deeper meaning. Are we just going to walk away like this? The question hangs heavy, pregnant with unspoken frustration. Footsteps echo, a rhythmic cadence that underscores the tension. We didn't even get to smash that smug face. The words are laced with disappointment and simmering rage. In Jaren's office, a voice muses that everything should be going according to plan. A figure lies defeated on the marble floor. The voice continues, stating that Yin should have already quietly handled things in Jaren's office. Two figures stand over fallen opponents. One remarks that the silence is because they took everyone down. A voice questions, Roman, you got the item Yin mentioned, right? Another voice retorts that Roman was supposed to grab it while they fought. A voice replies, quiet, quiet. I already took care of it. A character holding a chest declares, we're here to retrieve the item, so stop messing around. An angry voice demands, also, why the hell are you ordering me around? A voice responds, commoners are meant to get bossed around by nobles. A voice replies sarcastically, oh yeah? Should I make you beg on your knees? Another voice, filled with menace, states, fine, I'll show you how to bow down to A. A young girl with a bob haircut expresses her frustration, thinking, ugh, commoners and nobles dash. A voice booms, we don't have time for this. I'm going to tell Yin you two we're fighting again. A voice responds, all right, fine, fine. Meanwhile, the text box reads, abandoned fortress plateau of the dead. A fortress looms in the distance, under construction. A large metal gate stands closed. A hand reaches out, grasping the gate. A voice groans. More figures crowd behind the gate, one of them groaning, A figure on the fortress wall asks, how much food do we have left? Once the sun sets. Another figure responds, no one's going to send a rescue team for stragglers like us, right? A voice says, at this rate, we're. A figure slaps another. The sound echoes across the fortress wall. The question hangs in the air, and stragglers? Not a single one of them has fallen behind yet. Lorena Beowulf strides forward, the weight of their situation heavy on her shoulders. James, you said you were going to join the transport corps. Are you going to die here? Seabass, didn't you say your goal was to get married? Haha, with that. Lorena says all, rescue will be here soon. Let's all hang in there a bit longer. They've hit their limit. Weapons and rations are running low. At this rate, they won't avoid annihilation. What can they do here? The air crackles with unseen energy. Lorena's eyes widen in disbelief. The east wall has been breached. What? What the hell is happening? A voice cries out. A abomination. A grotesque, pulsating mass of flesh and bone stands silhouetted against the ruined wall, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. A monstrous clawed hand reaches out from the shadows. The wall crumbles under the assault. Damn it, the eastern wall has collapsed. A severed hand falls through the air. The zombies are pouring in, their numbers seemingly endless. The group prepares for the onslaught. Everyone, get into formation quickly. If they break through the gates like this, we won't be able to stop the zombies. Someone curses under their breath. Damn it, it's already hard enough with just zombies. Lorena Beowulf stands at the front, her expression grim. A voice cries out in dismay. And now monsters like that too? An abomination rises from the depths. The abomination is an undead being formed from countless corpses merging together. Lorena Beowulf's eyes narrow. There's someone controlling the abomination from behind. Zombies and skeletons are naturally occurring undead, born from death aura. Even if they appear in large numbers, that's not unheard of. But abominations are different. The abomination stands tall, a grotesque monument to unnatural creation. They can only be created intentionally by someone. The soldiers look on in shock. What's that? The abomination screeches, a sound that chills the bone. The abomination looms, a nightmarish fusion of flesh and malice. The Duke grits her teeth. Damn it. A close-up reveals the abomination's horrifying visage, teeth bared in a silent snarl. Its claws reach out, promising death and destruction. The memory of that day. The memory remains vividly clear. In the name of his holy majesty and the righteous laws of the empire, the executioner prepares to carry out his grim duty. The traitor, Evrain, is sentenced to death for high treason. All lands and properties will be confiscated. And by the emperor's mercy, their household. The Evrain family traitors? That's absurd. It's a false accusation. Shoo, be quiet. It's all been staged. Of Evrain, I hope the son who escaped is safe. The executioner raises his weapon, the polished steel glinting in the dim light. The sound of the blade that severed father's neck echoes in the air. That's the end. The stench of blood pierced my nose. And then, a voice that should have been impossible to hear. She lies on the ground, dazed and disoriented. A voice echoes in Lorena's mind. It's her father's voice, calling her Kasha. The voice continues, urging Kasha to avenge his unjust death and restore the Evrain name. Someone asks if she is all right. Lorena replies that she is fine. Lorena stands, surrounded by others. She offers a quiet thank you. One of the figures expresses relief at her safety, then asks what the damage is. The wall has been destroyed. Fortunately, there were no casualties. The abomination has suddenly stopped moving. Someone exclaims that it has stopped, but then realizes that something is wrong. The group prepares to attack. They note that it's charging its energy and that they must take it down before it attacks again. The zombies are flooding in through the wall that the abomination destroyed. The abomination's eyes glow with an ominous light. It's awakened. Even if it attacks, she thinks, there's a way to survive. If she uses her comrades as bait, she believes she can escape alive. In every moment of danger, there is a way. A figure stands before a towering, ominous presence. She always ran away. She told herself she has to survive, to rebuild her family. Restore, Kasha, to silence that voice. A beam of red energy erupts. A cacophony of screams fills the air as figures clash in battle. A grotesque creature brandishes a blade, its form writhing. The abomination fully awakens, its form a nightmarish fusion of flesh and shadow. The truth is, it was all just an excuse. Lorena plummets from above, spear in hand. The monster roars. The real reason she fled. Because she was weak. Dark Soul, 23rd form. A beam of light descends from the heavens. Primordial bloom. The monster collapses. Two figures watch from a distance, cloaked in shadow. Kasha stands victorious atop the fallen beast. In just a single blow too. Don't let your guard down. It'll be back soon. The order rings out. Forget the wall. They're retreating to the tower. The tower looms in the distance, a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. A soldier struggles against a monstrous claw, hoping reinforcements arrive soon. A determined soldier watches the chaos unfold. A sword slashes through the air, a desperate attempt to fend off the encroaching horde. A figure sprints towards the tower, dodging debris and monstrous attacks. A tentacled monster lashes out, its grotesque form a nightmare made real. The monster roars, a sound that chills the blood and shakes the very foundations of the tower. A soldier cries out, "Monster," as they realize they can't just leave Kasha behind. The order is given, get moving. Another soldier shouts, "Everyone, retreat to the tower." The monster prepares to strike, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. She is surrounded by the fallen, a wave of regret washing over her. A voice echoes, laced with sorrow, "Sorry." Lorena Beowulf's thoughts are consumed by what-ifs. If only I had been stronger. A radiant sword materializes, its form etched with arcane symbols. A voice booms, questioning who will stand. The remnants of a defeated foe scatter, a testament to a stronger enemy. Cruel Dwight stands among his comrades, the words called weak hanging in the air. A figure collapses, uttering a pained kook, as they fall to the ground. Someone observes that the wound looks serious, questioning if she is all right. A voice exclaims in disbelief, "Why, you are." A potion is offered, intended as emergency treatment. A hand extends, offering a potion. A grateful voice whispers, "Thanks." A voice responds simply, "Good." She stares ahead, a flicker of concern in her purple eyes. A voice declares, "We'll take it from here." A man with dark blue hair stands ready, a gleaming sword held firmly in his grip. Debris litters the ground. Lorena tells Kasha that she did a good job and should get some rest. Someone says they will take care of things from here. Yin is present. A member of the Eastern Special Forces stands nearby. Someone walks forward. The rescue mission is now commencing. A potion lies on the ground. Yin thanks someone, saying they owe them their life. Someone notes that the monster has incredible regenerative powers, but another voice assures them it won't be regenerating anymore. He states that he thought she was on a mission up north. Lorena Beowulf replies that she came straight here as soon as the mission ended. Lorena Beowulf explains that she couldn't just sit still after hearing he was in danger. One of the hooded figures asks if he volunteered to come to this hellhole. Another hooded figure exclaims that he is amazing and a shining example of the special forces. A third hooded figure thinks to himself that this is his political prowess as the former leader. Someone asks if they sent a company, and another voice states that the rescue team is of 5. One of the figures states that if they have 5 platoons combined with their current forces, they'll be good. Another voice replies that the rescue team has 5 people, adding that it's embarrassing. Yin is surprised that there are only 5 of them. One of the hooded figures wonders what they are supposed to do with just 5 people. Someone asks if they really were abandoned, and another voice says that they are just 5 more corpses to pile up. Yin tells everyone to be quiet. Yin declares that what matters isn't the number, it's the quality of their forces. A pink-haired figure states that they are really glad he came and that he'll be a big help. It's clear that he only said that to stop the unrest. The instructor commander never intended to save them. Lorena Beowulf states that Yin must have fallen out of favor with the instructor commander, which is why he ended up here. How pitiful. The other figure seems to be questioning what she is saying. Yin thinks to himself that it is for now. A large, monstrous creature descends from above, attempting to strike Yin. Yin stands his ground, ready to face the creature. Yin is surrounded by 2 figures in dark cloaks, as he thinks to himself that he has it. The creature misses its target. Yin thinks to himself that he knew it. You don't die just from losing your head, huh? He also thinks that he heard it was made from gathering zombies together, and questions if it will. The creature continues to aim at the same spot. Yin thinks to himself, why does it keep aiming there, and that its aim is garbage. Yin realizes that something is not missing. He's dodging every attack by a hair's breadth. Lorena Beowulf shouts, "That's it, Yin. Dodge quickly." A horde of grotesque monsters descends. The monsters continue their relentless assault. Yin stands firm, surrounded by the monstrous onslaught. His eyes glow with an intense purple light as he activates Dark Soul's 16th form. The air crackles with energy as he prepares to unleash Swift Thousand Slash. He stands ready, a whirlwind of motion about to be unleashed. The monsters close in, their grotesque forms filling the space. A single, monstrous face looms large, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. Yin grips his sword, his gaze unwavering as he prepares to strike. The air shimmers with the force of his impending attack. The hooded figures are shocked. One exclaims that it is impossible. The other figure questions if he sliced through only the heads of all those zombies. The remains of the large monster are scattered across the battlefield. A voice declares that it won't regenerate anymore. Astalon's cuts off magic energy, and the same goes for death energy. Yin stands amidst the destruction. Someone exclaims that he brought down the abomination, calling it amazing. A voice marvels that he took down that massive monster alone, questioning if he is really just a member like them. Lorena Beowulf is silent, her expression unreadable. Another figure calls out to Kasha at the eastern gate, questioning what is going on and demanding she not hold back. Reinforcements arrive. The reinforcements are monstrous in appearance. Standing over the fallen, the taller figure expresses his dissatisfaction. Cutting through corpses just isn't satisfying. An urgent message arrives. Reinforcements have reached the southern gate. The air crackles with unseen energy. Icy structures begin to form, their surfaces shimmering with a faint, ethereal glow. The Snow Soul's power has increased, surging through the battlefield. Yin lowers his head, his expression unreadable. Lorena stands tall, her gaze fixed on the horizon. A report comes in. All remaining zombies have been eliminated. She thinks to herself, everyone's grown this strong. Yan's eyes glow with an inner light, a subtle hint of the power he now wields. Roman reflects on Yan's growth, finding it absurd compared to his own. A flicker of determination crosses Yan's face, his lips pressed into a thin line. Lorena declares that no one is to miss this opportunity, ordering Squad 1 to protect the eastern gate with Roman and Cruel. Squad 2 heads towards the southern gate. There is no time to wallow in inferiority, each soldier determined to do their part. She is acknowledged as impressive, Kasha. The figure guides them efficiently. The figure muses that they might be useful, too. Kasha orders the start of gathering the wounded, stating they are escaping now. Someone asks when and how. They will escape using this. It's a mobile gate designed by the magic scientist, Isaac. The figure reveals they snatched it from Viscount Jaren, not that the instructor commander gave it to them. Cowards like that rat are always thinking about running away alone. But that's a warp gate for personal use. You'll need an insane amount of magic energy to move this many people. Not to worry, they've already got a plan to supply the energy. But they'll need a bit of time to charge it. Let's start by moving the injured and stalling for time, so they can evacuate one group at a time. Alright, they'll go gather the wounded. Maman questions the specifics of a plan. A small, winged creature responds, taking offense at the implication of being exploited. The winged creature complains about Maman constantly draining its mana. A woman is bound, suspended in the air. Maman expresses gratitude to Maman. The winged creature tells Maman to calm down, implying a potential overreaction. Maman stands beside the winged creature, a slight smile playing on his lips. A pair of glowing red eyes pierces the darkness, watching from below. A small inset shows two figures. The glowing eyes focus intently, sensing a powerful energy. A dark, imposing castle looms in the distance. Shadowy hands reach out from behind a barrier, their forms indistinct against the crimson light. A dark figure emerges, its eyes glowing ominously in the gloom. Monstrous creatures writhe and crawl, their grotesque forms barely visible in the dim light. A hulking beast with multiple eyes and horns looms, its presence radiating a palpable sense of dread. Yin, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, is asked if he can feel it. Roman confirms that he can, noting the disgusting magical energy permeating the air. The presence can only mean one thing. A figure with pale skin and red eyes declares that it is here. The one who orchestrated all of this. A sprawling castle stands silhouetted against a blood-red sky, its imposing structure radiating an aura of dark power. The figure, surrounded by dark energy, is composed of corpses. The figure descends from the sky, its feet dangling above the ground. Massive, clawed feet tread across the barren ground. A horde of grotesque monsters advances. One of the hulking beasts lumbers forward, its eyes burning with savage intent. A voice orders, move in teams of 2 and scatter as much as possible. Enough with the nagging. A monster replies, all right then. Another voice commands, special forces, move out. Leaping into the fray, Lorena Beowulf engages the monstrous horde. The grotesque monster stands tall. 30 minutes ago. A castle looms in the distance. The announcement echoes, the warp gate is ready. She states that they will evacuate the other members before they escape, questioning if they will have enough time for that. Another voice responds, exactly. Lorena Beowulf senses the shift, muttering about the awakening of the filthy death aura. With the death aura growing, the message warns that the abominations and undead reinforcements are heading their way. They must stop the abominations. The warning continues, stating that they will be completely overrun by the undead army behind them. The team prepares for the inevitable clash. A voice exclaims, questioning if just the 3 of them are supposed to hold them off. Another voice explains that they've set it up so that when they kill the undead, the death aura released will be converted to charge the warp gate's magic, asking if they think they are some kind of air purifier. The instructions are clear. To activate the gate, they have to kill the abominations and let it absorb the death aura. Cheryl is instructed to stay at the gate and evacuate the team members. Yin is asked to wait, as another character states that they can't just leave like this, expressing their desire to stay and fight too. A voice worries that if they go back empty-handed, their evaluation will plummet. Vilal's eyes glow with an ominous light as he vows to eliminate his target, driven by a need to rebuild his family. Lorena asks if she can fight alongside someone. Cheryl agrees, but warns that she'll be keeping a tab on this favor, not wanting it to be forgotten. Lorena offers a quiet thanks, then reveals that the holy water she possesses was stolen. The bottles, a gift from Jaren, are displayed on a table. A voice notes that there isn't much, so it's best to just coat a weapon with it. Cheryl advises that they don't have to kill every abomination, just hold them off, as she'll finish things up herself. Yan, standing on the rooftop with cruel Dwight, asks if he will finish it. A chessboard is displayed, with a voice noting the one controlling the undead army from behind, the one radiating that death aura, as long as that. Vilal's eyes burn with intensity as he declares his intention to take him out. A cape flaps in the wind. Yen exclaims that even for him, going alone is too much. Vilal plummets from a great height. A guttural roar tears from Vilal's throat. The air crackles as dark energy gathers around him. He focuses, channeling power to strengthen his body. A figure descends, wreathed in icy energy. Lorena shouts, her voice echoing with chilling intent. She unleashes a lesser blizzard, a torrent of ice shards aimed at her foe. The blizzard rages, obscuring everything in a blinding white storm. Surprisingly, someone observes that they are working well together. Another voice declares that they can't let themselves fall behind either. A figure spins rapidly, becoming a blur of motion. The clash of blades echoes as the two figures continue their deadly dance. A swift movement, barely perceptible, hints at the speed of the combatants. Sylphid's step, a technique of blinding speed, is unleashed. Spectral blade, a skill imbued with ethereal energy, materializes in a flash of light. The monstrous figure reels as the fighter combines two skills into a devastating attack. The force of the blow sends the figure hurtling through the air. The dust settles, revealing Lorena, her expression grim. Lorena insists that she is all right, claiming it's just blood and that she didn't take any damage. Her purple eyes narrow, a storm brewing behind them. A hulking, grotesque monster looms behind Lorena, its many eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. A swift kick sends Lorena flying. Spitting out dust, Lorena snarls, "Idiot." A massive, clawed foot descends, poised to crush her. The foot slams into the ground, the impact cratering the earth around her. "Don't get in the way." Lorena stands before the monster, her expression a mix of defiance and despair. "Cruel. Why did you?" A voice echoes, filled with accusation. "You've always been selfish since the academy, only caring." Lorena's eyes widen, a flicker of understanding in their depths. Spin. A figure stands silhouetted, their cape billowing as they prepare to strike. The monster unleashes a devastating spinning fang attack. A foot clad in white armor steps forward, the sound echoing in the dimly lit space. A voice echoes, filled with regret. Cruel Dwight admits his attempt to imbue his sword with mana like Yin nearly killed him, frustration lacing his tone as he wonders how Yin managed it. Cruel Dwight stands alongside another figure, both cloaked in similar attire. The air crackles with unspoken tension. The figure expresses annoyance, muttering about Yan's abilities. Dwight apologizes, his voice laced with sincerity. The figure recalls the time Dwight threw himself in to save them, a hint of gratitude in their voice. The figure issues orders, their tone sharp and commanding. "Tie its legs down. I'll go for the torso." The figure expresses understanding, revealing they used to be the same, their voice softening with empathy. The figure warns Dwight that Yin is going to beat the crap out of him, a hint of concern in their voice. The figure wonders if Yin really changed him this much, their eyes filled with curiosity. The figure asks, "Much?" Their expression unreadable. The figure states that if that's the case, then maybe they will too, a hint of determination in their voice. A hand reaches up towards the sky, surrounded by shadowy figures and falling debris. Arcane symbols crackle with energy. A multitude of shadowy figures stand amidst a rain of red shards. Red shards scatter across a white expanse. The figure declares that human life is too short to walk the path of arcane magic, but now, there is no need to worry. The figure's red-clawed hands are raised. The figure proclaims they will walk the path of arcane magic for eternity. The figure speaks of reclaiming the glory of those days when they gathered at the magic. Yin refuses the offer, stating, "No thanks." Mammon calls him a foolish human, stating that his attacks won't work on him. Mammon attacks Yin with a blade of red energy. Lich Amon, one of the 5 calamities of the Empire in the future, is revealed. Vila wonders if he's the one behind all of this. The vision shows a monstrous figure. It is Bahamut. A figure wielding swords is engulfed in a red aura. The figure's legs are shown walking amidst the red aura. The figure in the vision declares that he has found him. The vision shows the one who destroyed the tower and slaughtered its inhabitants. Bahamut's name echoes in the vision. Vila realizes that he's mentioning the founding emperor's name. The figure in the vision vows to kill him. The vision concludes with a full view of the monstrous Bahamut. A chilling declaration echoes. Everything related to Bahamut will die. A legend widely known across the continent speaks of the Tower of Mages, also known as the Magic Tower. It is also referred to as the Ivory Tower of Knowledge, the Tower of Babel, or the Paradise of Mages. It exists only as fables, and no one has ever seen it. A magic circle glows with power. They were said to never interfere with the affairs of the mortal world. In their pursuit of magical truth, they incurred the wrath of a dragon. And the tower was destroyed in a single night. That was how the story ended. A myth. A monstrous figure declares that this bastard turned out to be from the Magic Tower, screaming die. A figure runs amidst a fiery background. Someone exclaims, "Damn it, was it a lie that the Magic Tower didn't involve itself with the world?" A figure with long white hair, their face obscured by shadows, seethes with rage. The figure vows, their voice a low growl, that they will kill. Against a backdrop of fiery skies and floating celestial bodies, a voice booms, accusing someone of destroying the Magic Tower and stealing their research. The white-haired figure, clutching a book, declares someone the enemy of their master and juniors. Clenching their fists, the figure vows to settle the score right there. A figure with dark hair and piercing red eyes prepares to unleash a barrage of spells, chanting lightning spear and fire arrow. Bolts of energy crackle around the dark-haired figure as they vehemently deny being Bahamut. The air crackles with energy, a chaotic mix of lightning and fire. The dark-haired figure muses, pondering the idea of a lich holding a grudge against Bahamut. A hooded figure, their face hidden in shadow, declares that someone looks just like Mammon. The dark-haired figure, a flicker of surprise in their red eyes, wonders if they could be related. A black hole appears, swirling with dark energy. The black hole shatters, its power dissipating. Yin asks if the other person is blind. The figure wonders how they could remotely look like that guy. Mammon states that in both functionality and aesthetics, this body is the overwhelming winner. A figure states that not all liches are the same, adding that one has long since been corrupted by death aura, and their sense of self is on the verge of collapse. Even if one becomes a lich, as long as they maintain purified mana, they can preserve their spirit and soul. But if one accepts death aura, the poison contaminates the life vessel, sending both their body and mind into madness. Just like that one. Soon, he'll lose his sense of self completely and won't even remember who he is. How tragic, a student of the magic tower. A figure exclaims, "Master, my research this time." Yan's eyes are closed, a serene expression on their face. Yan requests, "Buy me some time alone." The man with blue hair asks, "Buy you time?" Yan declares, "I'll deal with him myself." "Maman, wait a sec. Hold out. For how long?" A faint blue aura emanates from them. Bahamut's maw opens, a blinding light forming within. Dragon. Breath. Falling through the air, Yin hears a voice. "Telling me to hold out? That's so irresponsible." Bahamut roars, "You won't escape, Bahamut." A voice calls out, "Hurry up, Maman." A magical circle glows beneath the figure. Maman's expression is grim. Maman's gaze is intense. Dragon. The battlefield is silent, the air thick with the scent of ozone and decay. A stillness settles over the ravaged landscape, the only sound the whisper of the wind through shattered stone. One of the figures, slumped against a rock, struggles to catch his breath. No more. I can't even lift a finger." Another voice, strained and weary, echoes the sentiment. Me too." He wonders if it is finally over. A figure observes the fallen enemies. The zombies aren't regenerating anymore, so I guess this really is the end? The remains of the undead litter the ground, silent and still. There are no more signs of life, and it looks like things are settled on this end. A question hangs in the air. What did Yin do? One of the figures turns sharply, his eyes widening. A blinding light pierces the gloom. That light. The light intensifies, bathing the battlefield in an ethereal glow. That's an incredible light. That direction, that's where Yin went. A voice, filled with awe and apprehension, breaks the silence. "Yin, what the hell did you do?" The light continues to grow, shards of energy dancing in the air. A figure with white hair and red-tipped claws stands in the darkness. The camera focuses on the figure's neck as the transformation begins. The figure's form shifts, becoming more monstrous. A gasp of shock echoes through the chamber. The monstrous form begins to break apart. A voice cries out in disbelief. No way. This body is breaking down so easily." The figure crouches low, energy swirling around him. A voice whispers, "Teach. That form." The founding emperor, Bahamut, rises, a sword in his hand. Bahamut's power surges, his presence dominating the space. A voice declares, "You've finally revealed your true form." Another voice proclaims, "Our mortal enemy." A monstrous figure with long, white hair and a masked face looms as a voice echoes, recognizing the sword technique. He stands, sword in hand, as the technique must truly be Bahamut's. The power is insane as Bahamut thinks to himself that he never thought he'd have to use his hidden trump card here. Every time he opens the mana engine, the voice becomes clearer. With a single sword, cleave through 1,000 soldiers. It's probably Bahamut's sword. That whispers, a sword technique. Bahamut coughs up blood. The mana engine's about to explode. Was it still too much for him to use? Just one swing, and it consumed all his mana. He didn't think it'd be this much. Bahamut vows that he will never forgive them. He declares that he'll kill them as painfully and cruelly as possible on behalf of everyone from the tower. He declares that he will judge them himself as a magic circle forms beneath his hands, glowing with arcane energy. A monstrous mouth, ringed with teeth and tentacles, opens wide, ready to unleash a torrent of dark magic. The word multicast is emblazoned above. A series of magic circles appear, each labeled with a different spell: magic missile, ice storm, firewall, acid rain, and thunderbolt. Bahamut casts rock blast, the magic circle beneath him intensifying with power. A voice wonders what all these casts are, stating that it is beyond even Mammon. More magic circles materialize, glowing with an intense, otherworldly light. A monstrous figure with elongated features and glowing eyes appears, screaming, "Die!" A woman in a hooded robe raises a finger to her lips, commanding silence. The observer exclaims in shock at the display of power. All the magic circles vanish in an instant, leaving Bahamut standing amidst the fading light. The woman in the robe scolds someone, telling them to hold out and not show off. Bahamut states that it is not complete yet. Since the other is barely hanging on, a figure with red eyes is left with no choice. Mammon declares that she will take over. The panel introduces Mammon, master of the Magic Tower. It is declared that since a student of the Magic Tower caused this mess, the Magic Tower must take responsibility. Mammon's eyes remain closed, a red gem glowing on her forehead. The Magic Tower must be the one to take responsibility. A blinding beam of light pierces the darkness. A voice echoes, calling out, "Mammon, you're..." A figure hangs upside down as another stands below, silhouetted against the light. A voice questions, "Did you materialize the body when you were alive?" A monstrous figure with a mask states, "Indeed, but due to insufficient mana, I won't be able to maintain this form for long." Cruel Dwight's expression is one of shock and disbelief. A voice booms. Witness the true appearance of the Magic Tower Master. Bathed in ethereal light, the Magic Tower Master stands tall, holding a glowing artifact. A voice exclaims, "You were the Magic Tower Master?" Cruel Dwight thinks. I thought she was merely related to the Magic Tower. I didn't expect her to be such a significant figure. A small, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes looks up at the Magic Tower Master. The Magic Tower Master asks, "Even after seeing my true appearance, that's all you can think about?" The Magic Tower Master tilted her head, a flicker of amusement in her crimson eyes. "Oh, you're a mage too, huh?" A figure shrouded in shadow extended a hand, a complex magical circle swirling around them. "Then, come with me. Let's pursue the pinnacle of magic together." The Magic Tower Master sighed, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "Sigh? To think you couldn't even recognize me in this appearance." In response to her words, a surge of magical energy manifested, accompanied by the declaration of a magic amplification technique. The air crackled with raw power as a gamma-ray storm erupted, bathing the scene in crimson light. The Magic Tower Master gasped, recoiling from the sudden onslaught of energy. "Ugh!" The shadowed figure's voice echoed, laced with dark promise. "Abandon your mortal flesh, and live eternally with me." A final burst of infernal energy surged forth, engulfing the Magic Tower Master in its crimson embrace. The skeletal figure sneers, deeming her pathetic. Ignoring the evil energy she's using, the summoning magic consists of crude attacks. Did she think increasing the output would be enough? The Magic Tower Master stands with her arms crossed, a glowing aura surrounding her. She is the Mana Eater. A close-up reveals the Magic Tower Master's confident gaze. The skeletal figure continues to taunt, calling the Magic Tower Master an arrogant wench. A cluster of jagged rocks floats in the air. The Magic Tower Master explains that since magic didn't work, she switched to brute force, adding that it's not bad, really. She continues, stating that all of this is within her expectations. Did she forget that hastily and carelessly drawn magic circles can easily be interfered with? The Magic Tower Master chides that her opponent's thinking is too simplistic, urging them to be more creative with their use of mana. The skeletal figure stares back, its expression unreadable. The Magic Tower Master concludes that her opponent relies on evil energy to gain power quickly, calling it such lazy thinking. The Magic Tower Master stands before the skeletal figure, who floats in the air, arms crossed, a glowing aura surrounding him. The skeletal figure taunts, questioning if she really believed a body corrupted by evil energy could reach the pinnacle of magic. The skeletal figure continues, asking if it is evil energy. The Magic Tower Master exclaims that she just wanted to restore the Magic Tower. The skeletal figure recalls her past desire to revive the apprentices and bring the master back, to continue exploring the secrets. A vision shows the Magic Tower Master's past desire to rebuild the tower. Another vision shows the Magic Tower Master's past desire to turn away from the tower. The Magic Tower Master walks away from the tower. The skeletal figure states that she ignored them all, blinded by personal revenge. A vision shows the Magic Tower Master's past desire to bore the responsibility she turned away from. The Magic Tower Master is shown from the back, looking at the tower, from all those years alone. The Magic Tower Master is shown with a sad expression. It was that day, someone came to her with that mark. She questioned who he was and what mark was being referred to. With this power, a voice promised that she could achieve everything she desired, offering to give it to her to wield. A sinister face emerged from the shadows. The Magic Tower Master gasped, questioning if Amon was the one who implanted evil energy into her. A surge of power erupted. The power intensified, its source unknown. A voice questioned if the power was going out of control. The surge continued, bathing everything in red light. Debris floated amidst the chaotic energy. The power reached its zenith. Reality shattered. Amon is engulfed in a surge of red energy, his form seemingly shattering. A hand materializes, conjuring a complex magic circle that glows with ethereal light. A voice echoes, filled with determination. "I couldn't protect anyone else." The figure, surrounded by swirling magic circles, extends their hands, their resolve unwavering. "But I will save you, no matter what." Amon cries out in agony as the energy intensifies, blood splattering around him. A voice calls out, urging him to persevere. "Just hang in there." The magic circle intensifies, channeling energy into Amon's mana core. "Onto your mana core to purify the evil energy." The purification process continues, the air crackling with magical energy. A voice promises, "If the evil within you is cleansed, you'll be able to return to who you were." The figure's face is obscured by the intense light, but their determination is palpable. "I'll inscribe a magic formula." The light intensifies, obscuring the figure's features further. Amon's eyes glow with an eerie red light, a sign of the transformation taking place. A final surge of energy erupts, signifying the culmination of the purification. He cries out in anguish as the purification magic takes hold. Fractured shards of light and darkness swirl in the air, a visual representation of the chaotic forces at play. Amon's body, twisted by evil energy, struggles against the purifying light. A figure stands before him, hands outstretched, channeling the spell. his body that had been transformed by evil energy. Can't withstand the purification. No, Amon. I can't let you go like this. Hold on. You must endure. The figure's face is etched with determination, a single-minded focus driving the purification forward. A voice echoes, filled with recognition. Master? It truly is you, Master. Amon's face is partially obscured, a mask of pain and regret. I never thought I'd meet you again like this. Amon's voice is laced with sorrow. I'm sorry for appearing in such a disgraceful sight. The magic user's hands glow with power, intricate runes swirling around them. Enough. Spare me your pointless regrets. If the purification succeeds, you? Amon's expression flickers with a desperate hope. Can walk the path of magic again. But the hope quickly fades, replaced by a grim acceptance. No, it's already too late for me. Amon's feet stand within a complex magical circle, the symbols etched into the stone floor. When I abandoned the path of mana and chose evil, my fate was sealed. Amon reflects on the weight of his past decisions. I made that choice. I lost the right to pursue the path of magic. He reflects on a life filled with mistakes, yet expresses gratitude for seeing his master one last time. He pleads to be released, a quiet desperation in his tone. Raising a hand, Lich Amon activates a complex magic circle, the air crackling with energy. The circle flares with power, ancient runes glowing brightly as the magic takes hold. Gratitude echoes in his voice as he declares that his end will not be in vain, urging someone to watch closely. He proclaims this may be the last magic anyone ever witnesses, commanding it to be etched into their soul, declaring it the pinnacle of magic. The air shimmers as the magic intensifies, glowing flowers materializing around him. A surge of power announces the domain expansion, 100 lotus bloom, the very air vibrating with magical energy. The domain expands, 100 lotus blooms blossoming in a display of overwhelming magical force. Lich Amon instructs someone to follow the path of mana stretching across the sky, a beacon of pure magical energy. A serene expression settles on his face as he states that his magic shall remain forever. A final, soft thank you echoes as petals fall, marking the end of the ritual. Petals drift around a pale face, eyes closed in what could be either death or peace. A wisp of green hair floats in the ether. He floats in the air, a faint halo illuminating his form as petals swirl around him. A disembodied voice echoes, I hope your life that was filled only with pain. Another voice replies, found a moment of peace. Lich Amon stands on the cracked earth, looking up at a figure in dark robes. It seems it's finally over. Did the final rites go well? The figure responds, yes. Though this was a really long journey. A voice observes the fortress in the distance. Looks like the warp gate at the fortress has also been activated. Huh. Another voice confirms, yeah, Amon is gone, and it's truly over. Lich Amon stands beside the robed figure. The figure says, but we still haven't uncovered the mastermind who corrupted him. I feel uneasy about that. Lich Amon responds, is that so? Then maybe, it's time we paid them a visit. The robed figure asks, what? You have someone you suspect? Lich Amon's expression darkens, though I'm not sure if they're still alive. The East Front Unified Command Headquarters stands ready. The fortified outpost stands as a grim reminder of the ongoing conflict. A pair of feet dangle lifelessly, the silence broken only by the faint creaking of the rope. The body hangs suspended, a stark testament to a life extinguished. East Front Commander Viscount Jaren is dead. The special forces have returned, battered but alive. The plateau of the dead has been safely rescued and returned. The hooded figures stand in formation, their mission complete. One of the soldiers admits that the mission seemed impossible. Lorena Beowulf stands with Cruel Dwight and Leah, the mission concluded. One of the soldiers expresses their gratitude, never thinking they would return. Cruel Dwight declares that everything is thanks to them all, as everyone seems excited. Lorena Beowulf believes they deserve to enjoy themselves a little, at least for today. Cruel Dwight laughs, remembering when he jumped in and saved Kasha, then sliced those monsters in one strike. The hooded figures cheer, as expected of Cruel, while Leah looks on. Someone grumbles that there's always one who celebrates way too much. We said everyone returned. But that is not entirely true. Lorena looks off into the distance, a worried expression on her face. She can't take this, she's too worried about Yen. Where's Yen? Cheryl. Don't say that. A warp gate begins to form. Gate. Cruel Dwight looks on, stating that he looks like he's the last one. Return complete. Seems like everyone else made it back safely. It's Yen. Yen's back. The group exclaims, you're late. Yen, you're back. Thanks to you, I'm alive. Thank you. Yen replies, don't worry about it. Yen scoffs, a leaf falling from his hair. He thinks to himself that it's only natural to save a comrade, but he feels that he just stole his spotlight. Lorena asks if Cruel has seen Viscount Jaren since she got back. Cruel responds, calling Jaren a pig and saying that he hasn't seen him. Perhaps he's hiding out of embarrassment, or he's drinking with women back at the lodge. Yen looks up at something, exclaiming that this is. Lorena, Cruel, and Cheryl stand in a room. Lorena wonders what this is all of a sudden. Someone thinks to themselves that Jaren is a cowardly bastard. Someone thinks that they better. It seems like he had something weighing on his conscience, still, to run away by dying. They even found a suicide note. He claims he was behind everything that happened at the Plateau of the Dead. The handwriting differs between pages, Lorena observes. Lorena asks Yin if he knew Jaren would. She then calls out to Yin. Lorena wonders where Jaren is. There was a secret chamber under the office. Huh? Someone found it. Yin was hiding it here of all places. A glowing orb sits atop a small, ornate table. The voice booms, so the one behind it all is dead. What now, Yin? Yin stands, a spectral figure hovering behind him. He wonders if there is no way to avenge him on. The spectral figure retorts. And who are you supposed to be? A flying jellyfish? I'm the great Mammon. The voice continues, questioning what's with that head, implying someone was expected to pass on or something. It then asks if it was a joke, getting messed up like this trying to save someone. Now that Jaren's dead, what are they going to do? Yin states that even if you cut off the tail, the scar remains. The orb glows, a voice stating that this is Jaren's personal communicator, and that he bragged Marquis Shine was backing him. The orb continues to glow as Yin stands in the background. The voice states that if Shine shows up in the last call log, the voice suggests that it would prove he really is behind all of this, and that they should contact him. A close-up of a bald man with piercing red eyes. The voice questions who this is, identifying him as Marquis Shine. Marquis Shine, contacted remotely, asks how they dare contact him so freely, even if they know who he is. A voice apologizes, begging for forgiveness. Marquis Shine, his face contorted in displeasure, declares such lack of manners. The member of the Special Forces, Yin, greets Marquis Shine. He identifies himself as Yin. Yin apologizes for contacting Marquis Shine unexpectedly, assuming he must be busy. Shine dismisses someone, stating he wasn't busy, merely teaching someone manners. He tells them to leave. An unseen person responds, acknowledging Shine's command. Yin informs Marquis Shine that it concerns Baron Jaren, who confessed everything. Yin continues, stating that Jaren said Shine was his superior and backer. The silence hangs heavy as Shine considers the implications. Shine acknowledges that Jaren spilled it all. Marquis Shine reveals that he actually received quite a lot of bribes from Jaren, chuckling at the awkwardness. He claims he tried to refuse, but Jaren was so persistent, a generous man. Shine reflects that Jaren had a loose tongue, finding it embarrassing. Marquis Shine asks if there is a problem. A map displays the funds of the East, all passing through one point before returning. A shadowed figure asks if he really thinks he can be punished for that. He finds the situation as expected. The man observes that a person like him has ears everywhere. Yin states that he never told him Jaren was dead, yet he already knew. He now understands his confidence. A man with a cigar assumes that he has already destroyed anything that could be used as evidence. Everything. Yin smirks. A close-up of eyes. Yin questions what authority a mere operative has to interrogate him. A figure states that nobles have rights granted by the goddess and the royal family, and questions how a low-ranking Special Forces member dares to interrogate a marquis. Yin recognizes the voice. The scene shifts to a view of the Inspectorate and the Special Forces' Special Investigations Division. Both organizations, it's revealed, have authority under the Kavalan Empire to investigate. Marquis Shine states that Yan's position is Chief Investigator of the Special Investigations Division and that he has the authority to sanction all noble families. Marquis Shine looks down. Yin asks if he understands now that he has the authority to investigate nobles. Damien appears, surprised, and says he didn't expect to see him there. Marquis Shine laughs. Yin says he had to move in secret thanks to the Marquis, and wonders how a brat like him is a division chief. Damien smirks, saying let's just say starting now. A close-up of Marquis Shine and Damien. Marquis Shine says he can't spare any more time, and if Yin has more questions, to come see him directly. A voice declares that they will greet someone themselves. Yin stands in a courtyard with a magical orb floating on a pedestal. Lorena Beowulf stands nearby. An unseen figure thanks someone, presumably Marquis Shine, for promoting them to Chief Investigator. The newly appointed Chief Investigator is dismissed from their role, as Lorena Beowulf stands nearby. A voice expresses a feeling that someone would cause trouble. Another voice asks if they are just going to let Marquis Shine go. Yin is warned that Marquis Shine isn't someone to take on recklessly, his reach spanning the entire empire like a snake. A voice warns that moving against him carelessly will result in suffering. The speaker orders someone to send the members back. Lorena, referred to as Leon, instructs someone to follow her with their party. A voice asks where they are headed, and another voice replies that it's not a mission, but to stay alert. Yin stares intently. 3 figures stand before a large building. The cracked earth stretches out, a silent testament to the battle that has just concluded. The figure in the red cloak pauses, a barely audible hum escaping their lips as they consider the implications of recent events. Mammon muses, the Lich's unexpected demise forcing a re-evaluation of carefully laid plans. To think the Lich would die like this. I'll have to revise the plan. The figure continues their internal monologue, considering the next strategic move. Well, expanding the domain is one thing. The thought hangs in the air, unfinished, as the figure contemplates the complexities of the situation. But elsewhere, Lorena Beowulf's voice rings with disbelief and outrage. How dare someone use the founding emperor's swordsmanship? The figure in the red cloak remains silent, their face obscured by the shadows of the hood, as they absorb the implications of the situation. Mammon decides, a new determination hardening their resolve. That's a name I must remember. The imperial capital Avalon looms in the distance, its spires piercing the sky. Statues stand guard at the entrance to the imperial capital Avalon. The imperial capital Avalon is bathed in a warm light. The imperial capital Avalon stands tall and proud. Yin is speechless at the sight of the imperial capital Avalon. Yin is shocked by the sight of the imperial capital Avalon. Lia asks why someone is just standing there blankly. It looks like Yin lost his senses at the sight of the imperial capital for the first time. Lia says that she is excited too. Someone tells her to try to relax because there are a lot of people here, so don't fall behind. Yin never thought he'd return to this place again. The imperial capital Avalon stands tall, its spires piercing the sky. A figure gazes upon the imperial capital, its imposing structure filling the horizon. A voice echoes, recalling a dark past, the city I once set ablaze. The imperial capital Avalon sprawls majestically, a testament to power and history. Awe fills the air as someone exclaims, "Wow, I've never seen this many people before." Skepticism colors the air as a man scoffs. "Humph, a banquet, huh? That sounds ridiculous." One voice remarks, "Yeah, it's not exactly a place for commoners." Another adds, "You seem a bit excited too, though." A group stands together, their expressions a mix of anticipation and apprehension. Curiosity sparks as someone asks, "Hey, that's the tallest castle. Does His Majesty live there?" The response is a simple, "No." A map details the city's layout. Avalon is divided into 8 sectors centered around the imperial castle. 3 are for commoners, and the other 3 are for nobles and imperials. The remaining 2 sectors are for administrative and military facilities. If you pass through the residential. One of the figures questions, "You sure?" "Know a lot." Another wonders, "Go in." Roman admits he only knows a little. The path to the imperial palace is paved with gold, symbolizing loyalty and obedience to the emperor. Roman gazes toward the imperial palace. Roman's name is spoken. A pink-haired figure silences Roman. The pink-haired figure warns Roman not to say anything reckless in the capital, or he'll die. There are ears everywhere in Avalon, and eyes watching at all times. Besides, the instructor commander gave them strict warnings. The pink-haired figure threatens to kill Roman himself if he causes trouble in Avalon, telling him not to make his job harder, and to remain quiet and behave. The pink-haired figure speaks, but the words are reversed. Roman, enraged, demands that the pink-haired figure take their hand off him. Someone wonders if there will be a ball if it's a banquet. A young woman clasps her hands together, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she gazes forward. She thinks to herself, having only read about balls in books as a child, seeing a real one is like a dream come true. A woman with lavender hair stands beside her, stating that balls aren't as romantic as one might think. The woman continues, observing that most nobles put on polite faces. But deep down, they're obsessed with territory and power, the woman thinks, adding that they're the kind of people who will pounce on even the tiniest mistake. And this time, the crown prince is hosting the banquet personally. It is thought that you can bet the nobles will be sharpening their claws. There's a reason the instructor commander warned them so thoroughly, right, Yin? The woman with lavender hair asks, "Why are you looking at me?" A man with white hair warns, "Anyway, everyone, be careful." A figure with dark blue hair wonders why Leon called them here. The figure thinks to themselves, "Just to praise us? No way. Leon could revert to his past self at any moment." Crown Prince Leon. She stands with another woman, both gazing ahead with anticipation. The Imperial Palace banquet hall looms large, its architecture a testament to grandeur and power. A group approaches the palace entrance, their footsteps echoing in the vast courtyard. One of them remarks that they seem to have arrived too early. A palace guard, clad in ornate armor and wielding a halberd, halts their advance. She demands to know if they possess an invitation. Another guard warns that if they lack an invitation, they must turn back. The guard reiterates that only guests with invitations are permitted to enter. Yin asks if the other man felt it. Roman confirms that the pressure is intense. A figure wonders if that is an Imperial Palace Guard knight. A voice muses on the unimaginable level of the Golden Knights who represent Avalon. One of the guards, his expression stern, demands, "Do you have an invitation?" Lorena, her gaze unwavering, responds, "Yes. I apologize for the trouble." The guard, seemingly appeased, says, "Forgive me for not recognizing you. Please proceed." The group is allowed to enter the palace, a voice noting that it is as expected from the Beowulf family. Another guard remarks that Lorena didn't even need to show her invitation, as she basically has a free pass. He adds that thanks to her, they should be able to get in easily too. A different guard, his eyes narrowed, repeats the question, "Do you have an invitation?" Yan, his voice laced with urgency, exclaims, We're with her. We're part of the same group." Another voice wonders what's going on. Lorena's expression hardens, her eyes glinting with a hidden intensity. Inside the palace, Kasha, her face flushed with excitement, shouts, "Inside." Another voice, filled with annoyance, retorts, "Kasha, you jerk." The guard, his tone dismissive, orders, "Step aside." Cruel Dwight steps forward, a smug grin playing on his lips. "Let me show you the difference nobility makes," he declares, introducing himself as Cruel Dwight of House Dwight. The guard, his patience wearing thin, repeats his demand. "Do you have an invitation?" A voice, filled with disbelief, exclaims, "What?" The jeering laughter of onlookers echoes through the palace halls. They mockingly question if what they are witnessing is what passes for noble pride, expressing their disbelief and scorn. Cruel Dwight is halted in his tracks. A voice declares that he is not welcome, stating that he has no invitation to the banquet. A voice demands to know what will be done about Lorena. Someone wonders aloud who was barking like a dog. The voice continues, still dragging the Dwight name through the mud. They question who is arriving. Cruel Dwight admits he didn't expect to see them here. These are the very people who threw him into the special forces. The scene shifts to a flashback, introducing Cruel's brothers, Bruce Dwight, the eldest son, and Rock Dwight, the second son. It's revealed that they put Cruel into the special forces to deter his path in the succession race. A figure walks towards a grand building, their destination unknown. The narration reveals that they never expected that throwing Cruel into the special forces would eventually get them killed. The scene cuts to a violent aftermath, hinting at a brutal attack. The second son died by falling down the stairs. In a previous life, on the second day, the eldest son died in a fire, a time when Cruel Dwight couldn't control his murderous instincts. It's been a while, brother. Another voice retorts, calling him a disgusting maggot and questioning who his brother is. One of the figures remarks on what a disgraceful sight it is, but the other tells him to leave it. It's their family business, so they should just observe. Now he's even hanging out with commoner trash, living like worms in a garbage heap. Brother? They're mine. Comrades. He knows they're trying to provoke him, trying to get him riled up. Chances in the succession race. Bruce, is he still that afraid of him? He begins, speaking of something he almost forgot to mention. Dwight reveals his cruel intentions. He was going to sell off the nanny, now that she's useless. Cruel Dwight's expression shifts, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. He reflects that even hitting her hurts his arm now. A woman speaks softly, reassuring someone that she is still there. The woman thinks to herself that she should sell her off to a tavern before she gets too old, referring to the poor little young master. A voice explodes with rage, calling someone a fucker. Suddenly, a figure is sent flying through the air, caught in the midst of a brutal kick. The force of the blow shatters the air, sending debris scattering in all directions. Dwight's eyes widen in disbelief, a silent awe escaping his lips as he witnesses the attack. The attacker lands with a sigh, their identity still concealed. Yin cries out in pain, her voice filled with shock and agony. The light streams through a large Gothic window. It keeps bothering me that I just left those guys behind. Surely they haven't caused trouble. In such a short time, right? Gah, bastard. What do you think you're doing? A voice declares, I'm beating your sorry face in. A hand glows with power, ready to strike. A figure surrounded by crackling energy exclaims, I can't believe you're causing a ruckus right in front of the palace gates. The figure's purple eyes narrow as they command, wait. One of the figures recognizes someone, stammering, a minute, you're... The other figure, Yin, is surprised to be recognized. The blonde-haired figure confirms, it really is you. The text simply reads, Knights, Kyle. The blonde-haired figure, now identified as Kyle, remarks, you looked familiar. The dark-haired figure responds, it's been a while, Sir Kyle. Kyle brings up a past event, since the train incident. He then asks, you know someone from the Royal Knights? A voice states, Royal by chance on our way to the north. Another voice questions, the Royal Knights, are they really that strong? Someone exclaims, don't even get me started, even with a whole train of US. A figure shouts, what do you think you're doing? This man assaulted and insulted a noble. Kyle listens as someone shouts that he should be arrested right in the palace grounds. He thinks to himself that it's true. Viola denies having insulted him. Kyle is confused by this statement. Dwight demands that no excuses be made. Dwight covers his face, stating that everyone saw it. Viola states that he simply issued a formal challenge to a duel. Viola declares that he cannot forgive someone who insulted his dear comrade. Three onlookers react with surprise and curiosity to the word comrade. Dwight realizes that this is what the situation has come to. Kyle states that in that case, it's not an insult, but a duel places both parties on equal footing. It's written in the founding law by the founding emperor. Sir Dwight questions why he, a noble, should duel that lowlife, demanding that they shut it. Someone states that he is free to refuse, of course, but asks if he has looked around him. The crowd murmurs about the duel. A voice expresses surprise at the prospect of a duel, finding the situation manly. A noble reminds Dwight that refusing in front of so many witnesses would damage his reputation. Another wonders when everyone gathered. Dwight grits his teeth, realizing he can't refuse. He accepts the duel, staking his noble honor on it. The surrounding nobles express their excitement at the prospect of a duel, wondering why it has to be fought. The scene overlooks the courtyard where the duel will take place. It is declared that the duel will be witnessed by the many nobles present and Royal Knight Kyle. The duel between Bruce Dwight and Special Forces member Yin is officially authorized. Dwight and Yin face each other, ready to fight. The crowd urges them to let the duel begin. Kyle points out that Yin doesn't have a sword. Yin stares intently. Yin now holds a sword. He is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow, a look of shock on his face. A sneak attack, huh? A noble's shining example, truly. A fool who lets his guard down is the one at fault. The figure plummets through the air. He continues to fall, the ground rushing up to meet him. Of course, as expected of Bruce Dwight, the eldest son of a sword-famous noble house. In contrast, his opponent he looks relaxed. No matter what anyone says, I acknowledge that man. He's pretty good-looking. Wow, who's that commoner? He's said to do. The Witch of Oppression seizes her opportunity, a sinister grin spreading across her face as she prepares her spell. Her target, eyes narrowed, prepares to defend against the incoming attack. The Witch of Oppression unleashes her magic, a blinding light erupting from her hands. The spell takes effect, a dark, inky substance spreading across the battlefield, obscuring vision. A group of onlookers watches the battle unfold, their expressions a mixture of concern and anticipation. Two figures stand side by side, their gazes fixed on the unfolding conflict. A sudden blow strikes the Witch of Oppression, sending her reeling backward. The target of the spell is unharmed, a look of disbelief and anger etched on his face. His magic had no effect. The Witch of Oppression's eyes widen in shock as her spell fails to take hold. The man declares that she owes him again. The Witch of Oppression retorts that this is nothing to her. He prepares a counterattack, a surge of power emanating from his fist. The force of the blow sends the figure spiraling backwards through the air, a whirlwind of cloth and desperation. Crimson eyes burn with intensity, the source of the devastating power now revealed. The impact throws the figure back, a blur of motion against the stark white background. The figure crashes to the ground, a dark stain blooming on the pristine surface. A voice booms out, declaring, "Yen of the Special Forces." Cruel Dwight raises a hand, a sheepish expression on his face. This is a little embarrassing. The crowd murmurs, their voices hushed with awe, and turn the tide in one strike. One onlooker remarks, "I haven't seen such a thrilling duel in a while." Another adds, "A commoner knight challenging a noble to defend his friend?" A third voice concludes, "Now that's what I call a true knight." Meanwhile, Bruce Dwight, having lost, used magic through his younger brother. A voice declares, "A successor like that, House Dwight is finished." A voice proclaims, "That was a splendid duel." The sound of applause fills the air. The voice, stronger since their last encounter, makes Yen wonder who it could be. The crowd continues to mingle at the formal gathering. Damien is told that his subordinates are brimming with youthful fire. A figure with dark hair remarks that someone has shown up much sooner than expected. Crown Prince Leon Kavalan is introduced. Leon Kavalan says it's nice to see Yen again. The first prince of the Kavalan Empire is surrounded by onlookers. He is the rightful heir to the throne. The crowd pays their respects to Crown Prince Leon Kavalan. Yen is greeted by Leon Kavalan. It has been a while since the ancient. Kyle's voice echoes, questioning why the duel was stopped. Leon Kavalan and Damien stand together, the tension palpable. Even with the royal knights by your side, you let a disgraceful scene unfold in front of. Leon Kavalan explains that the duel system was created by the founder of the nation, and he couldn't stop it. Damien retorts that he really caused a spectacular scene in front of the banquet hall. Damien asks if it isn't better than causing one inside the banquet hall. "That mouth of yours." Damien is told not to be so harsh on him. Leon Kavalan and Damien stand side by side, the conversation continuing. She wonders if Yen is the main character of today's banquet. It's a celebration of the birth of a new enforcer. A figure sits silently, exuding an air of quiet intensity. Whispers ripple through the crowd of nobles, a hushed excitement filling the air. Enforcer? A pair of intense purple eyes peers through the darkness. In the face of the nobles and royals of the empire gathered here today. As the great emperor's mouthpiece and the benevolent goddess's proxy. I, Leon Kavalan, commend you for the tremendous service you've done for the empire. Leon holds a scroll, the weight of the empire's gratitude resting in her hands. Threatened the imperial capital, saved imperial advisor Huger and countless citizens. At the northern front, Yen helped to repel an invasion. He faced tens of thousands of barbarians, even defeating their leader, Valai. He also headed east to rescue isolated comrades, facing down monstrous foes. Yen succeeded in their extraction and purified the area to prevent undead from appearing. He was truly Yen of the Special Forces. Lorena Beowulf's expression is one of shock and disbelief. A decree is issued, granting Yen the title of Baron and appointing him to the position of Enforcer. Yen looks down, seemingly contemplative. A scroll is presented to him, signifying his new title and position. A voice booms, wishing everyone to enjoy the banquet in celebration of the Empire's new hero. Musicians play at the banquet, filling the hall with music. A voice congratulates Baron Yen, inviting him to share a meal together sometime. Baron Yen is surrounded by well-wishers at the banquet. He thanks them for their kind words. Those who were enjoying the banquet were all thinking the same thing. Silhouetted figures with glowing eyes stand in the shadows, contemplating the potential benefits of the newly appointed enforcer. What advantages could they possibly gain from him? The position of enforcer is described as a role with the authority to oversee all aspects of the empire. For 9 centuries, the seat had remained vacant, until now, when a commoner filled it. The enforcer's power is said to extend beyond even the nobles and royals, granting them the ability to pass immediate judgment on anyone. Some whisper that it holds more authority than the emperor himself. The arrival of Damien, the instructor commander of the Special Forces, alongside Crown Prince Leon, signaled a shift in the power dynamics. Lorena Beowulf stands beside Yen, her expression unreadable as the implications of the enforcer's appointment sink in. The nobles assumed that the prince had joined hands with the instructor. Many also believed that the prince had begun preparing to ascend the throne. What was certain was that the power structure of the palace had begun to shift. The palace looms in the distance, its towers shrouded in mist, a silent witness to the unfolding political drama. Yin exhales, the weight of his new position settling upon him. Surrounded by nobles, Yin finds the experience exhausting. He thinks to himself that he'd rather face zombies than nobles. Enforcer, huh? Yin never imagined he'd be given such a position. He considers that the crown prince probably plans to make use of him. He stood amidst the banquet, a sea of faces blurring around him. A voice echoed, questioning if Baron Yin was enjoying the festivities, while another wondered who he was. Lorena graced the hall in a flowing gown, her presence drawing attention. Her name hung in the air, a silent question. Yin remarked that she seemed to be enjoying herself more than he had anticipated, his gaze sharp. Lorena's expression tightened, her hand rising to her throat. She muttered about the dress. The woman in the dress confessed that her father had forced her to wear it. She continued, a commoner becoming a baron was one thing, but to think he'd be appointed as an enforcer too. Lorena, standing beside Yin, inquired if he was leaving the special forces now, her tone laced with curiosity. He admitted that he wasn't sure yet, his voice thoughtful. Yan's eyes narrowed, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. He muttered about a pattern, his thoughts racing. Lorena congratulated Yan, her expression unreadable. The woman with lavender hair emphasized that she really meant it, her gaze intense. The Baron paused, a silent beat passing between them as he considered her words. He found it surprising, admitting he expected her to say, "I'll catch up to you soon," or something like that. Honestly, he wants to say that. But she has seen how hard he's worked this whole time. Lorena believes he is more than deserving of it. Honestly, it feels more rewarding than getting acknowledged by her. A title from the crown prince. Lorena says it's a pleasure to meet Baron Yin. As a fellow noble, one of the attendees feels they must educate Yin on proper etiquette, advising him not to refuse this kindness. A young girl watches with wide eyes. Lorena and Yin stand together, listening to the other nobles. The banquet hall is filled with nobles and dignitaries. Lorena and Yin continue to observe the proceedings. A voice calls out to Damien. Lorena Beowulf, seated regally, observes that Damien seems visibly displeased, then asks if he is jealous. Lorena wonders aloud if Rodrigo's apprentice has become an enforcer, musing that the plan is probably to keep the Special Forces captain in check. She continues, stating that Rodrigo's movements have become suspicious. As the Special Forces captain, Rodrigo has been conducting strange experiments, leaving behind a floor stained with blood and marked with a sinister symbol. But they keep failing to track them. They don't know when they started or what their goal is. Now it seems he's even moving behind the scenes, contacting nobles. Lorena declares that she can't stand idly and watch any longer. It's also a message to the Special Forces captain. Lorena's eyes glow red as she gazes at something, whispering that it is her sword. A weapon is pointed at the red-haired figure. Lorena asks if someone is sure they can keep this under control. Cruel Dwight expresses his hope that things go as Lorena Beowulf intends, addressing her as Your Highness. A hand delicately holds a slender glass, the liquid inside shimmering faintly. She stands at the window, gazing out at the world beyond the glass. A voice declares that he cannot be controlled. The voice continues, stating, "Not yet, but Damien." A sinister expression crosses a face, the eyes glowing with an unsettling intensity as the question him hangs in the air. The voice reveals that he hates them and the royal bloodline more than anyone. The eyes burn with a fierce, almost demonic light. A chilling voice promises that he will definitely draw their blood. The sound of shattering glass echoes through the room as a window is violently broken. Jagged shards of glass litter the frame, a testament to the sudden outburst. Lorena stands near the shattered window, her expression unreadable. A shattered window stands as a testament to recent violence, the air still thick with the sound of escaping air. Her eyes blazing crimson, Lorena whispers, questioning what just occurred. A sense of unease settles in, the silence amplifying her confusion. A voice expresses hope that things go as intended for their highness. A figure in a long coat doubts that things will go as planned. Someone notes that appointing Yin as the enforcer is a smart move. One figure asks if being the enforcer puts them on equal footing. Another figure responds that they are better, calling the first figure arrogant. Someone thinks that the bastard will now get to act even more conceited. Another person thinks that the Special Forces captain is getting desperate. A figure thinks, still just. Someone thinks that they need to confirm something to be safe. The scene is set in the imperial capital's commercial privilege district. A voice says, "Dear sir." The establishment operates on a membership basis. Joining allows mingling with public officials and high societal figures. The chandeliers cast a warm glow on the polished floors. Do social elites visit often? Of course. The establishment also has luxury entertainment facilities tailored for nobles. The plush seating invites relaxation. The ambience is great, and the coffee's good. The aroma of roasted beans fills the air. A thoughtful expression crosses his face as he sips his coffee. The silence is broken only by the clinking of the cup. "This isn't what I funded you for, is it?" Bella remains silent, her expression unreadable. The tension in the room is palpable. Agent Bella is revealed. Her gaze is intense, her features sharp. And no, that's not it. The speaker's voice is strained, betraying their anxiety. The table sits between them, a silent witness to the exchange. To survive as an informant, disguise is essential. The words hang in the air, heavy with implication. The rustling of fabric accompanies the statement. Sometimes as a noble lady of society, sometimes a maid, or even a daughter of a noble family. The possibilities are endless, the roles ever-changing. If you're an informant, this much is basic. There's something strange here. The man's voice is gruff, his tone suspicious. Anyway, all this is part of the investment. It's not like you'll keep providing funds forever. I thought you were just a noble scion from a declining family. The speaker's words are laced with a hint of desperation. But you're from the Dragon Warrior Project's Special Forces. The revelation hangs heavy in the air, changing everything. She sips from her cup, a thoughtful expression on her face. The woman acknowledges the implied compliment, having already had her identity discovered. Lorena reflects on her journey, from a lowborn trainee who rose to first place, to receiving a barren title. A subtle shift in her expression betrays a hint of unease. The man in the dark coat stands before her, unfazed. He states that he doesn't care if she is snooping around about him. The man focuses on something else instead, as Lorena apologizes. Lorena stares at the bag of money, surprised. The man asks what the money is for, reminding her that she claimed to be working side jobs due to a lack of funding. The man states that she is his informant and shouldn't worry about money, but instead use that time to gather intel. The man chuckles. The man says that she really underestimated him, didn't she? The man informs Lorena that the intel she asked for is already gathered. Lorena prepares to start with the intel. She examines the document, a smirk playing on her lips. Oh wow, you only move when money's involved, huh? The thought solidifies. That's just my personality. Report 01 details the Special Forces captain activity. The report indicates that Marquis Cheyenne recently began attending private social gatherings with some nobles. The report notes that all attendees were from families dissatisfied with Instructor Commander Damien. He is suspected to be the key figure of these gatherings. Alongside Captain Rodrigo, Marquis Cheyenne has been confirmed. Report 02 is a monitoring report on Marquis Cheyenne. Several confidential facilities have been confirmed within his territory. The facilities are suspected to be used for biological experiments. Numerous unidentified mages have been mobilized. Experiments? The thought crosses her mind. A voice praises, good work. You even dug into the experiments. Impressive. The praise is received with a pleased, ho-ho. A voice declares, you're in charge of managing the Intel network now. Keep it up. A reply comes, is a little flattering, but I like it. Then, you're leaving already? One figure warns another that if they don't return on time, they'll be in trouble regardless of their rank. Someone states that they only stepped out for a quick moment. Bella asks what it is. Lorena Beowulf states that she showed the symbol briefly the first time she visited. Lorena Beowulf asks if Bella has seen the symbol before. A narration box states that someone has been investigating the symbol because it was unique, but they hadn't found anything until recently. A narration box states that someone claimed to have seen a flame-shaped emblem. Lorena Beowulf reacts with surprise. The flame-shaped emblem is shown. A narration box states that someone finally found something about the symbol. The image shows the Special Forces private quarters. Lorena Beowulf walks towards a location. Report 03 details the search results on the flame emblem. The camera pans to a figure walking away. The report indicates a remote abandoned mine town 31 kilometers southwest of the Empire near Ursi. While it appears abandoned, something lurks within. High-quality magic crystals are actively being mined inside. The number of members and their purpose are unknown. Only one thing is certain, a high-ranked member is involved. The identity of this organization remains a mystery. Currently under investigation, the symbol's details have been confirmed. Bella, you really are competent, This is blood. Could it be Leah? The doors creak open. The heavy doors creak open, the sound echoing in the silent chamber. She steps inside, her voice cutting through the stillness. Are you inside? Her expression is stern, her eyes narrowed as she scans the room. The emblem on her back is barely visible in the dim light, representing the organization's founding commander. A voice answers, laced with a hint of anger. All this time, you've been sneaking around behind my back, doing all sorts of brazen things. Master, the room is in disarray, signs of a struggle evident. What in the world? What happened here? The man's gaze is intense, his red eyes burning with a hidden fire. It has been confirmed that the emblem is passed down to the commanders of the organization. The two figures stand in the center of the room, the tension between them palpable. Lorena's expression hardens. There's something I want to ask you, Master. Vital's voice is low, dangerous. What a coincidence. I also have something I want to ask you. The two lock eyes, a silent challenge passing between them. Well then. The sound of steel scraping against leather fills the room as a sword is drawn. The sword crackles with crimson energy as Vital demands to know why he doesn't go first. He plummets downwards, a red-eyed comet aimed at the figure below. A hand wielding a blade crackles with dark energy, the black shadow sword art ready to be unleashed. Yan's gaze hardens as his name echoes through the air. The sword pulses with a malevolent red aura, a silent threat hanging in the air. You better choose your answers carefully. A figure with crimson hair and piercing yellow eyes looms over Yan, their expression unreadable. The red-haired figure scoffs, a sound of disdain echoing in the tense atmosphere. Yan retorts, his voice laced with contempt, "You're really dull-witted." A sudden, violent impact. A muffled groan escapes the red-haired figure's lips as blood splatters across the scene. A hooded figure declares that his own apprentice was caught from behind too easily, indicating a lack of training. Blood drips from the hands of a figure, their expression unseen. Footsteps echo on a checkered floor. Lorena Beowulf stands over a fallen figure, remarking that they became complacent just because they became a noble. Yin states that he already knew. Lorena Beowulf responds with agreement, adding that everything Yin says is correct, though Yin kept quiet to avoid embarrassing him. Someone expresses surprise that he would act so openly. Yin observes that there's only one person in the special forces who could pull off something like this. Lorena Beowulf thinks to herself that she doesn't want to admit it. Rodrigo has noticed. An instructor commander reports in, asking what the situation is. Someone asks what the situation is right now. A unit is in pursuit, tracking those who attempted infiltration. But it seems they've already escaped beyond the training grounds. A voice declares the situation pathetic, calling off the pursuit. It seems they won't be caught anyway. The same voice orders that the one lying there be taken and prepared for interrogation. Another voice declares that they will handle the questioning themselves. Yen is addressed, the speaker saying, "Come to think of it." Someone expresses frustration, lamenting that they didn't get to ask their question yet. A red, slashing effect appears. A figure is shown with blood-like tendrils surrounding them. It seems the captain tried to kidnap Liao while they were away. Someone shouts, "Die?" Instructor commander. The captain planted more assassins than expected, but for someone, it's not enough. A figure lies defeated amidst a web of red energy. Towering over the fallen figure, another stands tall, their expression unreadable. Footsteps echo as someone retreats, the sound fading into the distance. "Isn't it time to give up?" A voice calls out. The figure in the foreground, adorned with a white cloak, questions, "Surely you don't think you can escape my grasp?" From behind, a blonde-haired figure shouts, "Shut up." The blonde-haired figure, held captive, is threatened. "Come any closer, and I'll eliminate her," a voice booms. A voice scoffs, dismissing the threat. What an obvious bluff, annoying. The figure with red hair narrows their eyes, a calculating look on their face. "You think this is just bluffing? If I can't bring the target back, dash." The blonde-haired figure's eyes glow with a fierce determination. "I've been ordered to eliminate her." A voice declares, the real threat was dash. The red-haired figure pauses, a flicker of surprise in their eyes. The blonde-haired figure struggles, exclaiming, This?" The blonde-haired figure's eyes widen, glowing intensely as they shout, "Wait." A shoulder tenses, the air crackling with unseen energy. The cloaked figure stands silhouetted against a blinding light, their words hanging in the air. The real threat was dash. A beam of light pierces the night sky, illuminating the surrounding buildings. After a blinding flash of light erupted from Lia, the window shatters into pieces. She lost consciousness, and the hidden assassination team escaped with her. A voice demands to know who Lia really is. Lorena Beowulf stands before Cruel Dwight, a crimson blade held loosely in her hand. Cruel Dwight states that Lia isn't the captain's daughter, accusing someone of lying to him all this time, calling her a trump card against him. Lorena says, "Don't worry." The narration states that Lia will become an even stronger trump card than the captain's daughter ever could. Because she's the sole survivor of the Destroyer Project, a human. Someone declares that they see, questioning if what they're hearing is true. Cruel Dwight realizes that it makes sense why the captain went to such extremes. Cruel Dwight mutters about human experimentation. Lorena states that they'll need to risk their lives to hide her now. Just like the dual code, the founding Emperor's Pact was created by Bahamut. An open book glows with an ethereal light. The text declares that any individual who performs human experiments that violate human dignity shall be unconditionally expelled from the Empire. Marquis Cheyenne muses that this might make things easier. The founding Emperor's Pact takes precedence above all other laws. If they can secure evidence of human experimentation, removing the Special Forces captain will be simple. Lorena states that they'll have to recover Lia. Someone asks if they know where they took her. A figure assures them not to worry about that. They'll find out soon enough, as that is all they have. One of the figures asks if human experimentation isn't banned. Someone asks what they are talking about, questioning if they think every time they grill a fish, they're experimenting on it. Marquis Cheyenne says that something reminds him of his master. Marquis Cheyenne is shown with a bright light shining behind him. Lorena asks where they should head to now. The camera focuses on their hands. Cruel states that he still has one question left for his master. Lorena asks if he would take a look inside this pendant. Cruel asks about the pendant, pleading. Lorena states that the pattern is engraved inside the pendant, exclaiming that this is it. The narration speaks about the origin of that symbol. A close-up of the symbol is shown. The pendant shows a photo of a girl. Cruel asks where. The camera focuses on the back of Lorena's cape. Cruel asks if she got this pendant, stating that it's the only thing left behind by his. The pendant shows a photo of a girl. The narration states that he held on to that photo and symbol to endure his time at the training center. A young boy, shrouded in shadow, clutches his fist, a fierce determination etched on his face. He believed that if he could uncover the origin of the symbol, he would finally be reunited with his family. He holds a small, unidentified object in his palm, the light catching its surface. The boy whispers, a hint of longing in his voice. Your family, huh? There was a man, his gaze sharp and unwavering, a leader in the making. Axes and crude weapons stand ready, symbols of a brewing rebellion. Citizens, armed with whatever they could find, gather in the streets, their faces a mixture of fear and resolve. The crowd swells, a sea of discontent rising against the established order. Armored soldiers stand in formation, a wall of steel against the tide of rebellion. A man who couldn't bear the tyranny of the empire, a spark in the darkness. He rose with the citizens and stood alone, a beacon of hope against overwhelming odds. Holding a banner of flame, he stood against an army of hundreds, his courage unwavering. The first supreme commander of the Revolutionary Army, a legend in the making. Leading the charge, the commander carries the banner, his red scarf billowing in the wind as he guides his army towards freedom. Rain lashed down, a relentless curtain obscuring the world. A grand, Gothic building stood silhouetted against the storm, its spires piercing the turbulent sky. It was on his 7th birthday. Huddled between barrels, a young boy sought meager shelter from the downpour. Damien Cavalin whispered, his voice barely audible above the drumming rain, "Mother." A voice echoed in the grand hall, beneath the glittering chandelier. "Damien." Her face etched with sorrow, Lorena Beowulf pleaded, "Run away. Go somewhere so far that no one can ever hurt you. There are too many people after you here." The faceless figures declared, their voices booming. "Hear ye, the Empress, charged with high treason. For her grievous crimes, she is hereby dethroned." Coughing weakly, Lorena Beowulf managed, "I love you, my son. Please live on, no matter what." Tears streaming down his face, Damien vowed, "Mother, I will avenge you with my own hands." The red-haired kid sits with his arms crossed, a clear sign of his displeasure. I sensed a chill of killing intent in the air and came to check it out, only to realize it was just some little brat. Roman asks, "What is it, kid? What are you so angry about? Is it the world you hate? Or your own helplessness?" That was his first meeting with the commander, and his first impression of him. Roman continues, "You don't seek revenge to fix something. It just feels satisfying, that's all. Is that enough for you?" He talks a lot. Just ignore me and go on your way. Cold, aren't you? Come to think of it, I heard a prince involved in the coup escaped. Hey, you. The two stare at each other. The city looms in the background. The red-haired kid clenches his fist. MUF, DMGFM. Two figures stand on the steps, the rain slicking the stone. One speaks, demanding that the other swallow before speaking. The figure replies that the other looks to be in rough shape as well, and asks if he minds if he eats the rest. He adds that he already ate most of it, and that it's his mother's teaching. The red-haired figure states that there's no greater shame than letting the people starve. He then hums thoughtfully. The blue-haired figure, Damien, remarks on what a noble woman she is. Stopped. The red-haired figure states that it is for royalty. He then asks if something is fun. Damien watches the empire turn on its head. The red-haired figure tells Damien to come with him, stating that it'll be quite the spectacle. He thinks that he didn't trust a word out of the guy who just stole a child's bread. But he was curious to see what he would do. He means, to overturn the empire. He helped an old man on the street. Damien asks where he should bring him to, and the old man replies to his house. Damien is told to help out too. To overturn the empire, he built an orphanage. At this rate, when exactly are we going to overthrow the empire? Huh? Damien asks. That one stung, he thought. But still, can we really just ignore people in need? Even those who disliked him at first. At first, Damien was met with resistance. Eventually, they grew fond of him. One by one, people started gathering around Damien. In Zerva County, a flag is raised, demanding, "Return the farmlands you stole." How are we supposed to survive? One person cries out. "How dare you, a mere tenant farmer, speak to me like that? You need to learn your place," another retorts. The people declare to Count Zerva. "You've wrongfully seized the people's land and taxes. You have driven their lives into." Damien stands with the flag, leading the charge. What is this ragged fool with a tattered banner ranting about? The flags bear a crimson sigil as a voice declares that they will end the suffering of the people under Zerva's tyranny. The speaker notes the sheer number of flags. Another flag waves as a voice proclaims that in the name of the Revolutionary Army, they declare liberation. Roman stands with two other figures, ready to fight for their cause. A voice recalls that the man talked too much, meddled in everything, and kept claiming he'd overturn the empire. The man, Roman, stands with a flag. The voice continues, stating that he became its first commander. A building is marked with the crimson sigil. The crimson sigil glows. The voice recalls that soon, people came to represent him. The voice remembers the terrified look when he said he was picking out a gift for his son, adding that every founding member of the revolution had the sigil tattooed on their bodies. The crimson sigil is shown. That pendant probably belongs to someone important. Roman reflects on the pendant. It belonged to the first commander of the Revolutionary Army. That man, he realizes, is his father. After learning that the emblem was connected to the Revolutionary Army, he had his suspicions. But to think his father was the commander of the Revolutionary Army. Lorena asks if he doesn't hold any resentment, since his father leads the revolution. Roman replies that it's not resentment, it just feels strange that he is running around in the special forces. In a memory, Roman sits with another figure. He says that the other person knows more about his father than he does. Lorena thinks to herself that she feels more like his son than she ever did. Lorena continues her internal monologue, realizing that she could never be his real son. She is told that she mustn't go back now. Someone calls out for the commander. It is said that because to him, family meant more than anything else. Roman is called master. Someone demands respect, stating that he is the commanding officer's son. The character with dark hair agrees, stating that's exactly right. He states that the only reason he hasn't killed her yet is because he wants to know more about his father, like where he is now and what happened. A memory surfaces, a reminder that the whereabouts of his family are what has kept him going all this time. Lorena believes she might be able to find them now, but right now, the task in front of them takes priority. That's the right judgment. The plan is to get their location through interrogation. The question is, do they have a plan? Someone states that they do have a plan, but they'll definitely need help, master. Though someone is not sure if they'll be up to the task, they are called an arrogant brat. A flag bearing a sword and crown emblem flutters in the wind. The street is lined with flags bearing the same emblem. The Special Forces HQ looms in the distance, and someone is told to stop right there. 3 figures in hooded cloaks stand before a building. One of them says that they can't just barge in like this. Another says that whatever it is, they're sorry and are here to apologize to the Special Forces captain. Someone asks what the problem is. A man with red hair holds a gift. Yen says that he even brought gifts and will never forget this humiliation. The scene is set at the central office of the inspectorate. A grand building stands tall against a twilight sky. One of the figures reports that the instructor commander of the Special Forces has arrived in the imperial capital. They still have not identified his purpose of visit. The blue-haired woman asks about the status of the new enforcer. An apology is offered, stating that they are currently looking into it. Diana Paulson, director of the inspectorate, orders them to track enforcer Yan's location first, stating that he's a high-risk individual. The blue-haired woman wonders what the new enforcer is plotting. The Imperial Advisor's abduction case, the Night of the Dead from the Barbarian Raid incident, is mentioned. She stands in her office, the weight of recent events heavy on her mind. The Empire has been in an uproar lately due to a series of major incidents. As a result, the inspectorate has also been on constant high alert. At the center of all these incidents is Enforcer Yan. His intentions, as well as the person who's backing him, are completely unpredictable. Just what is his identity? Diana Paulson pauses, noticing a letter on her desk. She wonders. A letter? Diana Paulson's eyes widen as she reads the contents. The letter reads, "Will you hunt the Black Dragon?" A voice echoes in her mind. Hunt the Black Dragon? The Black Dragon? That's the code name of the Special Forces captain. Is this a declaration to go after the captain? Diana Paulson's expression hardens. She thinks to herself, if you have something to say, don't send a letter. Why not show yourself and say it directly, Enforcer? She gazes out the window, a sense of anticipation hanging in the air. As I expected, she muses. Damien stands in a dimly lit room. You noticed me even though I thought I perfectly concealed my presence, he says, a hint of surprise in his voice. As expected from the director of the inspectorate. An unknown figure questions, what brings such a talked-about enforcer like yourself here? Damien replies, my apologies for the sudden visit. What I had to say needed to be delivered discreetly, so I had to come personally. A figure wonders, discreetly? A narration box states, Instructor Damien should have arrived at the Special Forces HQ by now. Damien stands before a group of figures cloaked in red. A figure declares, he'll keep Captain Rodrigo busy. A figure stands with their hands clasped in front of them. A figure asks, why are you targeting the captain? A figure states, to completely dismantle the Special Forces from the ground up. Diana Paulson says, to do that, I need your help, Director. Evidence has been gathered that Captain Rodrigo is located somewhere in downtown of the Imperial capital, but his exact location cannot be pinpointed. If someone with great influence in the capital lends their strength. A man with dark hair speaks to Diana Paulson. The man suggests they use this opportunity to capture the captain and reform the Special Forces. Diana asks if this is a formal request from him as an enforcer, or if it's coming from the Special Forces itself. He asks her to repeat that. Diana refuses, no matter what the request is. The man wonders why the inspectorate should get involved in a factional dispute within the Special Forces. He notes that the risk is high, and even if they do well, they gain nothing but stand to lose a lot. The man suggests that maybe it's not the inspectorate, but Diana herself who has something to gain. The man brings up Diana's fiancé's death, asking if she isn't curious about who was behind it. Diana looks up, asking what he just said. The man, identified as the director of the inspectorate, Diana, is described as an individual with extreme hatred towards the Special Forces, and it's no surprise. Her fiancé was assassinated by them. He was investigating the commander's corruption when he lost his life at the hands of an assassin. There was no physical evidence, but the circumstantial evidence was strong. If it's her, she'll definitely be interested. Just as he thought. Cheyenne is addressed as director. Someone shouts that the bastards in the Special Forces were involved. Someone shouts, damn it. Cheyenne asks someone to calm down and hear him out, thinking that he forgot her defining trait. Someone shouts to shut up. A long hallway stretches into the distance. The outer perimeter of the capital, downtown, is shown. A street is shown. An underground location is shown. Another underground location is shown. A figure plummets from above, their long blonde hair trailing behind them like a silken banner. Below, a figure sits cross-legged within a complex, glowing circle etched into the stone floor. The blonde figure clutches their arms, their head bowed low as if in pain or exhaustion. A voice rings out, declaring, "All right, here I come." The red-haired figure raises their arm, preparing to strike the blonde figure, who looks up in response. A blinding flash of light erupts, filling the space with raw energy. A blade flashes, arcing through the air with deadly intent. The blonde figure is struck, the force of the blow sending shards of light scattering around them. Frustration boils over as the red-haired figure exclaims, "Damn it, why can't I get close? Why?" The red-haired figure stands poised, their blade crackling with energy as they face the blonde figure within a circle. The red-haired figure grits their teeth, exclaiming, "Damn it, it can even withstand this." A voice commands Kuka not to stand a chance. One of the masked figures silences another, telling him to shut up. One of the masked figures wonders about the strange power emanating from their target. Another admits they didn't think they would be unable to approach. One of the masked figures curses, frustrated that their target is right in front of them, yet untouchable. He questions if it's really okay to kill her. Another masked figure coldly replies that as long as she's not left alive, it doesn't matter. A close-up reveals the menacing red mask of one of the figures. The figure's masked face is illuminated by a dim light. The masked figure steps forward, declaring it's his turn now. The figure draws a curved blade, ready to strike. The figure contemplates that whatever power protects their target, it can't be infinite, and will eventually reach a limit if they keep crashing into it. The title card reads, "Killer Demons, Blood Typhoon." Before that, a voice declares, "Let's catch the little rat that's hiding first." A blinding explosion erupts. A voice questions, "How did you get this far in? Isn't this area of the canal under the Special Forces surveillance?" Two figures walk down a corridor. A lone figure continues down the corridor. A knife is plunged into the ground. A dark room is shown. A voice narrates, "There once was an inspector investigating the captain's corruption." The narration continues, "A crucial person in tracking down Leah for Director Diana Paulson." One of the masked figures asks, "Why is that guy here?" During the investigation, the inspector was murdered in his own home, an act of violence that would set off a chain of events. Superhuman presence detection indicated that the investigation revealed 3 intruders had been present at the scene. Her ability was what made her who she is, a power that defined her existence. Target found. The figure stood cloaked in shadow, her eyes glowing with an eerie light as she activated Beastman Berserk mode. Her face contorted in rage, the woman spat out a venomous curse. "You bastards." The inspectorate agent declared, "You're under arrest for the murder of an inspectorate agent." Masked figures lurk in the shadows. One remarks about someone staying for so long, while another notes that it's unusual for the director of the inspectorate to appear in person. Flowing blue hair whips through the air. A weapon is readied, accompanied by the declaration, "All right, let's have some fun." The words "Killer Demon Art" are displayed. A vortex of red and black energy swirls. A voice booms, threatening, "Die here, Diana Paulson." The words "Beastmen Art" appear, followed by a taunt. "You half-baked brats who can't do anything except rely on stealth." The words "Iron Claw" are displayed. A figure challenges, "Do you really think you can face me?" A figure prepares for battle, energy crackling around them. Debris floats in a bright, undefined space. Someone expresses disbelief that she deflected the attack head-on. A masked figure exclaims about the monster's brute strength. The blue-haired beastman scoffs. A foot slams onto the ground, kicking up dust. Someone shouts, questioning why they are running away and threatening to tear them to pieces. A voice commands to chase her and not let her escape. A lone figure stands in the center of a large, circular room. A character laments that they were too late. A man apologizes, saying, "I'm sorry, Leah." A long coat hangs open, revealing a glimpse of red lining. The figure with dark hair states that he will leave the rescue of the kidnapped child named Leah to the other person, referred to as executor. The dark-haired figure declares that he will handle the capture of the trio killer demons. The dark-haired figure looks concerned and calls out, "Leah?" Leah remains unresponsive. The dark-haired figure stands next to Leah, stating that he promised he would never let her get hurt. A hand reaches out, as the dark-haired figure says, "It's all right now, let's go back together." Leah remains unconscious, her eyes closed. The dark-haired figure raises a hand, energy crackling around it, and calls out, "Leah." A voice shouts, "Leah, snap out of it." The dark-haired figure thinks, "Damn it, she's unconscious and can't control herself." Leah floats in the air, unconscious. The dark-haired figure wonders how things ended up like this. The dark-haired figure states that he even made a restraining device for her. Leah is shown below a magical circle. She is surrounded by a faint, magical aura. Thankfully, she recovered some of her strength. She recovered some of her strength before going berserk. This happened because the restraining device you made was lousy, Maman. The unknown Beastman asks, "Are you blaming me for this?" The Beastman continues, reminding Yin that when she was wearing the restraint, he said it was safe. But that tool only helps prevent her power from going berserk due to emotional fluctuations. It can't handle extreme situations where her life is in danger, such that she's under intense stress like now. And besides, you're the one who put her in danger, so you should take. The unknown beastman presses Yin. Responsibility, right? Don't you agree, Yin? Yin looks at Lia, concern etched on his face. He whispers, Lia. He admits, I was too careless. The magical energy around Lia intensifies. He is caught off guard by a sudden barrage of projectiles. Hidden weapons? The shuriken fly with deadly speed. The trajectory of that shuriken wasn't normal. There's only one group that uses throwing weapons like that. His feet shuffle against the ground as he tries to regain his balance. The Dark Heaven Arts throwing technique. That means, no way, I let my guard down. Damn it. The beast woman asks, what? Making a fuss over a mere scratch. Even standing will be difficult now. The beast woman stands on the water's surface, the ripples barely disturbing her footing. She explains that the poison is from the Hydra, a deadly toxin that kills instantly. She continues, stating that she has been wanting to meet the executor. The woman then asks if the unseen character is Damien's apprentice. A voice notes that he is walking on water as if it were nothing. The beast woman's gaze is intense, her purple eyes narrowed. Black Shadow states that he is lucky to kill Damien's apprentice with his own hands. The figure is revealed to be Black Shadow, a Special Forces operative, rank 3. Black Shadow is the third ranked within the Special Forces, an aide to Captain Rodrigo. He is described as troublesome. The beast woman observes that even the director of the inspectorate finds this place impressive. She adds that there was a reason the captain sent her. He is a master of assassination techniques who, despite possessing superhuman combat abilities, Black Shadow declares that someone is a bad match for him, especially in his current state. Black Shadow continues, stating that someone probably knows better than anyone about that girl's power. Meanwhile, a voice warns that if they don't stop her now, she'll soon go berserk. A magical circle glows beneath bare feet. If Lia loses control, this entire underground waterway will collapse easily. And this sewer connects directly to the Imperial capital. If she goes berserk, the Imperial capital will be reduced to ashes in an instant. You know what that means, don't you? Well, the captain probably had his reasons for locking her here. Besides, wouldn't watching the Imperial capital fall make a delightful bit of entertainment? A figure descends, shrouded in a crimson aura. So his goal was to make Lia go berserk and attack the Imperial capital. Then I'll just have to kill you quickly and save Lia. Ha, how amusing. A man who's already dying from poison and yet, talking about killing me? How will you do it? How? Dark Shadow 6th form. The figure prepares to strike, a subtle sound echoing in the darkness. The technique, Shadow Concealment, activates, tendrils of darkness swirling around the area. He moves with blinding speed, a blur against the crimson backdrop. A pained cry echoes as the beastman reels from an unseen blow. The beastman asks, are you immune to all poison? Shine retorts, immune to all poison? Hardly. I'm detoxing in real time. The detox continues. Shine states, the captain will understand. Black Shadow's fingers tighten, and he tears at his own eyelid. He tore his eyelid. Shine asks, open. That's what you call shadow concealment? How disappointing. Black Shadow's back is shown. He stares ahead, his expression unreadable behind the dark mask. Only his eyes, a piercing violet, betray any hint of emotion. A subtle shift in his gaze, a flicker of something cold and calculating. The air crackles with unseen energy, a silent promise of violence. Special Forces attempted to assassinate someone. The assassination mission targeted Count Grandolph. Grandolph Castle's interior was maze-like. Train guards stood watch. Even though 3 infiltration attempts were made by the Special Forces' top elite members to kill the Count, all of them failed. The assassination was classified as top-level difficulty. In the end, the 4th mission was assigned to Black Shadow. Within a single day, Count Grandolph's head was separated from his body. The unusual part came after the assassination. The guards exclaimed that the Count has been struck down. One of the guards asked when that happened. After succeeding in the assassination, he went on to slaughter every single guard inside the castle. Though he has the strength to massacre opponents head-on, he stubbornly chooses assassination. And once the assassination succeeds, he then proceeds to annihilate all of the guards personally. A close-up reveals the nape of a neck, strands of blue hair cascading down. That is the man known as Black Shadow. The back of Black Shadow is shown. A close-up of a woman's eyes. The beast woman asks what cruel Dwight is hesitating for, and if she should take care of him. The beast woman says that a guy like that, one shot from her magic is more than enough. Cruel Dwight says no, magic is the final trump card. To break Leah's gravity field, someone might need her magic. Mommin, he can't afford to waste his mana here. A woman with white hair laughs, declaring that she is the trump card. She adds that they can't do without her after all. Cruel Dwight thinks to himself that he has never fought Black Shadow in his past life either. Dwight reflects that in moments like this, a blurred figure moves rapidly. Vilo descends, thinking that the first to strike wins. Leah is struck by a powerful blow, blood splattering as she is hit. Dwight's eyes narrow, his expression hardening. A shadow escape is initiated, the Dark Heaven 11th form. Dwight looks disappointed. Dwight launches a counterattack with a TCH. The blade descends, a silver flash against the dim light. The sword's edge gleams, poised to strike. A voice echoes, laced with disappointment. I expected more from an apprentice of Damien. The speaker continues, his gaze sharp. But you don't seem special. The figure stands ready, sword held firm. A demolition uppercut explodes upwards, a whirlwind of force. The figure remains a blur of motion. A pained cry erupts. Gah! A voice declares, cold and final. This is the end. A whirlwind slashed tears through the air, a desperate final strike. Die! The figure's eyes narrow, a mask concealing their intent. The Marquis asks, his voice laced with suspicion, were you also deflecting my attacks with shadow escape? A hand makes contact with Cheyenne's chest, a prelude to the next strike. A zero-distance strike is unleashed, energy radiating outwards. Following up, a 1-inch punch is delivered with devastating force. Cheyenne, reeling from the blows, finds the situation so disappointing. The Marquis's expression hardens. Aren't you relying a bit too much on shadows? The Dark Heaven Arts techniques wrap the body in mana like a shadow, completely evading an opponent's attacks, but that doesn't mean it's impossible to break through Dark Heaven Art. Straight attacks can be slipped past easily, but impacts spread over a surface cannot be avoided. In that case, the answer is body strengthening. To beat you down without mercy. Flame fists erupt, crackling with destructive energy. The force shatters a barrier, sending fragments scattering like glass. A voice filled with rage shouts, you bastard. Dark Heaven Art manifests, a swirling vortex of shadows and power. Black domain descends, enveloping the area in an oppressive darkness. A frustrated voice cries out, damn it, Black Shadow. A voice declares that the area has been covered in shadows from all directions. A voice observes that these aren't just ordinary shadows. A voice muses that it feels more like the unique barriers of Mammon or Count Beowulf. Black Shadow is surrounded by a flurry of throwing stars, ready to strike. The throwing stars blur as Black Shadow unleashes them. The throwing stars impact, a blinding flash of light and force. The scene is set at the Special Forces headquarters. The headquarters' dome-shaped structure pierces the sky. The headquarters' architecture is a blend of modern and classical design. Lorena Beowulf remarks on how easily Vylal appeared, finding it anticlimactic. She adds that she felt sorry watching him clown around. Vylal wonders if this was the new enforcer's idea. Lorena explains that while she was keeping his attention, the enforcer would secure the evidence. Vylal confirms that was the plan, before lamenting that the world doesn't always go according to plan. Lorena states that she has a gift for him as well, instructing him to take it and go back. Vylal realizes something. Vylal's expression hardens. Lorena reveals that a project report from Destroyer Project is what Damien was after. A document labeled Destroyer Project is shown. She states that it details the experimental process of Project Destroyer and should serve as some level of evidence. Lorena adds that she believed Vylal could take down that person with this alone. Vylal tells Lorena that she has a cute side after all. He then asks her to take her leave. Vylal thinks to himself that he was just going to kill some time before leaving, but Vylal plummets from the sky. Vylal asks if Lorena could introduce him to that person. A voice booms, asking if Vylal wants to meet them. Vylal stands before a group of figures cloaked in red. Vylal walks forward. Vylal is surprised. A red cloth flutters in the wind. A long, dark corridor stretches into the distance, the stone walls slick with moisture. Water trickles along a shallow channel in the center of the path. The hooded figure, face obscured by a red mask, vows, you beast-like bitch. I'll tear you apart with my own hands. The figure coughs, a ragged, wet sound echoing in the stone chamber. The blue-haired figure, horns curving from her brow, cries out in frustration. Her golden eyes narrow, a fierce determination hardening her features. A foot splashes through the shallow water, the sound amplified in the echoing tunnel. The blue-haired figure and another with short pink hair rush down the corridor. Over there, she shouts. The hooded figure spits out, cunning bitch. The pink-haired figure says, she's luring us in and picking us off one by one. The tunnel stretches onward, the air thick with the scent of damp stone and stagnant water. A voice echoes, that bitch is using every passage of the underground waterway. At this rate, we'll be finished off just like the third demon. A lone wolf howls at the full moon, its mournful cry echoing through the night. The beastman smiles, revealing sharp teeth behind a red mask. In that case, the other beastman listens intently. She recalls a past encounter. The guy I knew used to wet himself from fear. The beastman continues, a cruel glint in her orange eyes. His name was Groen, wasn't it? She remembers the scene vividly. Didn't he beg for his life at the very end? The beastman's voice drips with disdain. He begged that if I just spared him, he'd even give me his woman. A flicker of curiosity crosses her face. Wasn't it Diana? Wait, does the inspectorate director just so happen to share the same name as her? Vylal scowls, his red eyes burning with anger. You disgusting trio killer demons. The beastman's expression darkens, her voice laced with warning. Don't mention Groen's name. She explodes in fury. With your filthy mouths. She lunges forward, claws extended, ready to strike. The beastman snarls. I'll rip out your tongues so you can never speak again. Her orange eyes narrow, a predatory glint in their depths. Are these? Attacked from above, the beast man is sent reeling. As expected, beasts spawn like you get riled up so easily. This is the end. Vylal stands beside the beast man, ready to strike. Vylal attacks, a blur of motion. What? The beast man is struck, silver threads slicing through the air. How did you sever the silver threads in one strike? A beast man shouldn't even be able to resist silver threads at all. Vylal's eyes burn with intensity, his masked face a picture of focused aggression. Two beastmen are now visible, both caught in the attack. Two of you. Vylal's gaze is unwavering, his intent clear. The beastman falls, defeated. Quack. The beastman gasps, realizing the situation. Immediate disposal of the trio killer demons, second demon complete. A blade glistens, stained with fresh blood. A voice declares that the inspectorate director's blood has been tasted at last. Vylal stands alongside a masked figure. The masked figure exclaims about the fragrant and exquisite taste. Strands of hair drift through the air. The masked figure grunts in pain. The masked figure notices Vylal's hair. More strands of hair float down. An iron tail descends. The immediate disposal of the trio killer demons' first demon is complete. Vylal declares that it is over now, growing. Vylal's chest is shown. A woman's chest is visible, adorned with a dark blue dress and a red coat. A woman with blue hair and pointed ears stares intently. A man offers a blue flower, stating, "Take this, Diana." This flower. The flower reminds someone of her for some reason. A blue flower is growing. Someone gasps. Another gasp echoes in the darkness. A figure stands with a sword, ready for battle. Throwing stars litter the ground, a testament to a primitive approach. Someone questions the tactic of turning a single point into a line by sheer numbers. Even with mana detection, their position can't be locked down properly, Yin laments. A woman prepares to cast a spell, asking what the plan is, as she'll burn through all her mana at this rate. A hand glows with purple energy. Vylal states that in darkness, nothing can be done. He continues, saying that Damien might have taught someone a trick or two. Vylal scoffs, declaring that learning under a dog only makes one as good as a dog. He proclaims that in the darkness, one can neither hide nor escape. Vylal reveals that the entire space itself is his hidden weapon art. Red eyes glow in the darkness. Vylal shouts, "Die." The figure stands amidst falling sparks. Vylal scoffs, saying all one does is talk from the shadows. He continues, stating a hidden weapon art like that is. A sword appears. Red lines lash out in every direction, surrounding Vylal. The air grows heavy, saturated with a crimson darkness. His eyes ignite with an inner fire, burning with malevolent intent. Vylal's voice drips with sinister promise. "Shall I show you true darkness?" A shadow of darkness so deep clings to the blade, obscuring its true form. The crimson darkness intensifies, swallowing all light. Vylal's eyes burn brighter as he declares, "It devours even shadows." The words "Black Shadow Sword Art," second form, materialize in the darkness. The technique is named Severance. Vylal stands amidst the swirling darkness, the blade now radiating an ominous power. The very fabric of reality begins to unravel, the air thick with the scent of ozone and the ominous hum of tearing space. Jagged shards of distorted space drift through the air, each one a razor's edge threatening to slice through existence itself. He holds aloft a strange, glowing artifact, its surface shimmering with arcane symbols. Vylal muses, if space itself is the weapon. The air crackles with energy as he declares, "Then I'll just slice through the space entirely." Darkness gathers, a suffocating void threatening to consume all light and hope. A figure lies broken amidst the chaos, their form contorted and limbs askew, a testament to the raw power being unleashed. A guttural whisper echoes through the distorted space, a single word laced with despair, "Shadow." Vylal stands over the fallen figure, his expression unreadable. But in the end, you were devoured by it instead. The cityscape lies in ruins, buildings shattered and streets torn asunder, as if struck by a cataclysmic earthquake. A voice cries out in alarm. This isn't an earthquake. Is Leah going berserk? An earthquake, all of a sudden? Something is wrong. This isn't an earthquake. Leah is going berserk. Leah is glowing with power. She must be stopped. Someone coughs. Standing within the intricate red glow of the magic circle, the white-haired woman declares, "You fool." She continues, her voice laced with disdain, "You're stepping into that gravity field with your mere body? Do you have a death wish?" A voice calls out, "Maman, did you use magic to cancel out the gravity field?" The woman responds, "With this magic, I can reach Leah." Another voice interjects, "Impossible, you idiot. You've already drained too much mana fighting Black Shadow." A desperate voice cries out, "It's hopeless. We need to retreat now." A stern warning echoes, "If you get caught by it, you'll get crushed like an ant in a child's fist." The woman questions, "Choice." Another voice calls out, "Yen, are you insane?" Yen retorts, "You'd risk your life over that brat." He declares, "I made a promise that I wouldn't let her suffer." Yan's expression hardens, his resolve unwavering. The white-haired woman scoffs, "You stubborn fool." She continues, "Then, at least take this with you." A new device appears, surrounded by magical runes. The text declares, "This is a new restraining device." Yen stands silhouetted against a backdrop of falling magical script. A voice calls out to Lia, asking if she can hear them. A figure with dark blue hair and purple eyes appears to be listening intently. Another figure urges someone not to surrender to their power. Someone walks away, seemingly determined to leave. A voice declares that Lia deserves to live a normal, happy life. The ground shatters, as if something is breaking apart. It is proclaimed that her power is growing stronger. A figure in a dark coat strides forward, leaving the scene. A voice, filled with concern, states that even Lia won't be able to endure it. A magical circle glows with intense energy. The figure with dark blue hair looks distressed, a dark substance dripping from their face. A voice cries out that their mana is draining. A red magical circle glows intensely. He wonders if this is a side effect of forcing himself to use the Black Shadow Sword art. He collapses to the ground, the impact sending dust and debris scattering. He curses his situation. The strain continues to take its toll. He mutters another curse, his face contorted in pain. A voice echoes, observing that he looks resentful. A sword with a red blade rests against a wall. A figure questions if the other cannot accept what they've become. Underwater, Special Forces Captain Yin floats, seemingly unconscious. A voice speaks of having one's freedom stolen. The figure asks if being used as a tool makes the other resentful. A dark garment is seen. Valai's eyes glow with an ominous red light as he asks if it isn't an honor for his strength to be used by another. He looks down, his expression shadowed. His eyes burn brighter, a silent command echoing, "Rage on." A blinding light erupts. Valai looks up, questioning that power. The sword pulses with a pale light. The founding emperor's power surges as Valai grips the sword. His gaze intensifies, a storm brewing within his violet eyes. Fueled by rage, the empty mana heart begins to move again. All powers surge within him. The command, resonating from the mana heart, guides the trajectory of the sword. The words "slowly crushes" appear against a dark background. A figure stands with hands raised, a glowing sword held aloft. The words "the world" shine brightly. A tall building stands against a dark sky, illuminated by distant lights. A figure plummets downward, surrounded by a burst of light. The word "dominate" blazes with power. A hooded figure gazes forward, a mysterious symbol etched on their forehead. A blinding light fills the void. A monstrous figure with gaping jaws emerges from the darkness. The light intensifies, washing over everything. Footsteps echo on a tiled floor. Two figures stand together, engaged in conversation. The sound of footsteps echoes as two figures walk along a stone path. Yan's expression is troubled as he calls out, "Yan?" A woman with blonde hair and amber eyes says knowingly, "I knew you would." A desolate landscape stretches out under a cloudy sky. A voice declares, "Let's go back home." Another responds, "Okay." Meanwhile, an entrance to the underground waterway looms, promising a dark and uncertain path. Yen carries a blonde woman, his face grim. Diana is nowhere to be seen. She said we'd regroup here after it was done. A figure walks away, their back turned. The word hangs in the air, "Enforcer." Elsewhere, a figure with blue hair and fox ears stands before a doorway. "Director Diana, we have been waiting for you." As planned. Another voice, filled with remorse, whispers, "Forgive me." The fox-eared figure's expression is downcast. "I wasn't good." The fox-eared figure stands before Yin and the blonde woman. Yin looks down, his expression unreadable. "What a pity." A hand with blue skin and sharp claws lies limp on the cold stone floor. Yin muses that he didn't expect to meet the person like this, identifying himself as Enforcer Yin. A figure in a white cloak declares, by order, that they are placing someone under arrest for treason. A character questions whose command Kyle is acting under, expressing disbelief that the Royal Knights are involved. Another figure states that there is only one person who could be involved. A voice declares that they can mobilize the Royal Knights right now, revealing the location as the Special Forces Headquarters underground prison. The scene shifts to a view of a prison cell. Hands bound by glowing, magical cuffs are shown. A prisoner remarks on the respectful treatment, saying they hardly know what to say. The prisoner is shown wearing the magical cuffs. A figure states that even half-bloods of a great lineage cannot be treated like common trash. The prisoner asks what their charges are. The figure is accused of foolishly trusting their brother. The Special Forces Headquarters underground prison looms, a massive structure of stone and iron. A cold, empty cell awaits within the prison's depths. A prisoner's voice echoes through the hallway, filled with rage. He shouts, eager to see a certain bastard brought here, thanking the gods for the chance to kill him with his own hands. Footsteps approach, the sound echoing in the stone corridor. The speaker wonders if the instructor commander was once part of the internal audit team. Behind bars, a prisoner declares that the bastard is his and warns against interference. He chuckles, promising that the rookie will soon be coming for him. A figure approaches another, commenting on how hard he must have worked and how popular he is. The figure carrying a plate of food scoffs, stating that he doesn't even remember trash like that. Inmate number 1543 is told that he has skillfully concealed the pattern on his neck. Yin thinks to himself that Leon probably knows everything by now. The inmate is identified as Damien, inmate number 1542. Inmate number 1543 is escorted by a guard. The guard instructs him to move along and refrain from chatting during the transfer. The inmate replies, noting how strict the guard is. Behind bars, Damien is observed by an unseen figure, who remarks on his changed state. A voice declares that Damien is no different from them. Damien, confined behind bars, is reminded of a past threat and ordered to be released. A disfigured inmate, his tongue protruding, vows to kill. One inmate questions the identity of another, likening his squealing to that of a starving pig. The second inmate threatens to rip out the first's tongue to silence his nonsense. A scream echoes. Damien stands with a guard, facing away from the viewer. A voice expresses annoyance and demands silence. Yen and another inmate are in a cell. The inmate wonders if the shackles disappear once inside the cell. Yen sighs, lamenting being around this pile of trash. A voice declares that being in the prison is better than being in the Special Forces barracks. One inmate asks if another can still joke, implying a serious situation. The second inmate responds that they can't use there. He wonders if the mana suppression is due to the shackles around their necks, his fingers tracing the metal. The shackles suppress mana, not only blocking its use, but if one forces it, your head will fly off instantly. A figure with red hair stands with Lorena Beowulf. The figure states that this only happened because their plan failed, adding that even she couldn't have predicted this. Lorena Beowulf walks with cruel Dwight. Lorena Beowulf states that they expected her to point a sword at Leon then and there, which would have instantly branded her a traitor. Cruel Dwight walks with Lorena Beowulf. He says that he had no choice, with the others traveling with him, adding that she was captured just as easily. Cruel Dwight appears shocked. A figure with red hair stands with Cruel Dwight. The figure says that part of him worries about him being taken alone. Cruel Dwight responds, calling it moving loyalty, my apprentice. Lorena Beowulf is shown. Someone wonders how long Leon, that viper of a man, has been doing it, asking if anything strange has been noticed about the Crown Prince. Yan stands with Cruel Dwight. The red-haired figure spoke, uttering words that strayed from his usual demeanor. Another figure, standing before him, confessed their inability to accept the transformation he had undergone. A voice commanded, urging them not to harbor resentment. A distorted visage declared that if his pathetic life was used for his sake, so be it. A pair of intense purple eyes stared out, questioning if this wasn't an honor for him as well. The narration revealed that the Crown Prince had not merely changed, but returned. A demonic figure stood silhouetted against the window. The words echoed, directed towards the person he once knew in his previous life. The woman with orange hair admitted that she was initially curious about why he was so different, but that no longer mattered. The narration emphasized that what truly mattered was Leon Kavalin's purpose. The Emperor retreated into seclusion, while Marquis Cheyenne conducted experiments, all contributing to the Crown Prince's transformation. A blinding light erupted, filled with puzzle piece shapes. What if all of these events are happening for a single purpose? It must be related to what the commander warned about. Yes, he is. Once told me this. The goal of the Revolutionary Army? A flag waves in the wind. Of course, to overthrow the Empire. If the Empire and the Emperor are not stopped, this land has no future. But Commander, Leon is different. The Leon I know is righteous and warm-hearted above all others. If Leon becomes. Yes, I know that too. But, no matter what, he cannot. At the time, the commander foresaw what is happening now, though it wasn't understood. The seed of the Emperor would corrupt a man into monstrosity. One of the figures asks if there is no way to hear more details about his father. The narration reveals that the commander is alive. He has only sealed himself away. This all took place in the sacred grounds of Armenia. The commander's martial skill had already reached superhuman levels. But his enemies were too many. Out of overexertion, his blood and energy twisted, and his mana went berserk. If that rampage doesn't end, his flame will never go out. To prevent the worst, the commander sealed himself to recover. But if the Empire discovers him, it will be catastrophic. And in the past, the Empire did find him. That was the true cause of the Armenian revolt. So the master risked his life. One of the figures wonders if it was to save his father. The other figure finds that surprisingly human of him and questions the look on his face. A visitor? The hallway stretches into the distance. The figure in red notes that the visiting room is far from here. Vylal stands in his cell. A hooded figure remarks that his visitors have arrived. The hooded figure calls him an arrogant fool. Even without his energy core, Vylal thinks he can use his physical skills. Vylal realizes his legs won't move. A voice laughs, stating that of course he can't move. He stands shackled, the restraints glowing with arcane energy. These shackles have many functions. A voice echoes, filled with malice. Die. The unseen attack sends him staggering backward. A surge of power erupts, a defense mechanism activating. Snow Soul, first form. Vylal glances to the side, sensing a shift in the air. Jagged spikes of ice begin to materialize, crackling with frost. The ice crystals multiply, forming a protective barrier around him. He is now encased within a fortress of shimmering ice. A cloaked figure stands silhouetted in a distant doorway. I was wondering where you had disappeared to. The figure advances, their footsteps echoing softly. Vylal watches the approaching figure, his expression unreadable. The figure throws back her hood, revealing herself. Lorena. Someone demands that Yen explain what is happening. A figure is encased in ice. Lorena looks worried. A voice demands that everything be explained properly later. A voice booms, questioning what he did to be accused of treason. Lorena stands before Yen, telling him that his actions are a disgrace to their entire graduating class. Yen is reminded that he is a legendary figure who climbed from rank 974 all the way to first place. Lorena begins to speak. A voice questions if being ranked 1543rd makes sense. Yen states that it's not a rank, but his prisoner number, and asks how they found him. Lorena came here alone, not under the command of the instructor commander. Footsteps echo through the stone corridors. The sound grows louder, closer. The Special Forces quarters stand tall, a beacon of order in a chaotic world. Lorena wonders if Yen has returned from the capital. It has been a while since she last saw him. Lorena wonders where Yen is wandering around. She had wanted to spar with him since it's. A raven appears, and Lorena recognizes it as the instructor commander's. She wonders what's going on. Mission orders arrive for Lorena Beowulf. Her mission is agent rescue. Cruel Dwight notes that it seems the instructor commander prepared for an emergency, sending the raven just before he was arrested. Meanwhile, Yen's restraints are undone. He wonders if the restraints have been undone. Lorena directs someone, indicating the path. This way. A glowing, geometric prism sits atop a stone pedestal, the centerpiece of the mana suppression chamber. The text above the prism confirms its purpose, a Special Forces prison mana suppression chamber. The prism begins to crack, its energy destabilizing. A blinding flash erupts, bathing the chamber in intense light. Lorena sprints away from the chamber, her cloak billowing behind her. Roman pauses, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. What did Lorena say again? Lorena's voice echoes in his mind, a stern warning. In order to remove the shackles. Roman, listen carefully. You absolutely cannot make. The floating head of Lorena continues, her instructions precise. Circle at 12 o'clock, then smash the mana stones installed counterclockwise. Roman clenches his bandaged fist, determination hardening his gaze. Trust me, Lorena. If we destroy them all, it'll be resolved. Meanwhile, emergency sirens blare through the prison hallways, their piercing wails echoing off the cold stone. Behind the bars of a cell, inmate 1543 peers out, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Wait, did someone escape from this prison? The bars are open, and the inmate must be pretty skilled to have pulled this off. The sound of hurried footsteps echoes through the prison. What's happening? Two figures sprint through the prison corridors. Who cares? Just run. The shackles are gone too. Roman states that this will keep the guards distracted. Lorena notes that it's been smooth sailing up to this point, but from here on out. Roman tells Kasia that she doesn't have to join this mission. He warns that this could tie them into treason charges. Lorena tells him not to worry about her. Roman thinks that honestly, the backlash for abandoning the mission would be scarier. Roman is asked if he lets someone rot away in prison. He replies that maybe he's right. The scene shifts to the outer garbage collection yard. Someone notes that they're late and wonders why they haven't come out yet. She stands near a horse-drawn carriage, the cobblestones slick beneath her boots. A flicker of doubt crosses the blonde-haired girl's face. A voice echoes in Lorena Beowulf's mind. She only took this dangerous mission because of Yen. If they didn't come out in 10 minutes, they should escape. But she should at least bring Lady Lorena out safely. Lorena strides away, her cloak billowing behind her. The blonde-haired girl's voice rings out. She won't be coming back. Vital's eyes narrow. What was that sound, he asks. Lorena walks down a long, dimly lit corridor, her footsteps echoing in the silence. Two bald men look back in terror. A desperate voice shouts, "Run for your life." A sharp crack echoes through the air. Dust and debris rain down from the ceiling. Lorena stands amidst the chaos, glowing particles swirling around her. A blinding light erupts, filling the space with an ethereal glow. The air crackles with unseen energy, a silent prelude to the chaos about to unfold. Lying prone, Lorena feels a strange vibration resonating through the floor. What's with this vibration? She wonders. A beam of light pierces through the ceiling, illuminating the dust and debris swirling in the air. The ceiling groans under immense pressure before finally giving way. The ceiling has collapsed, a voice shouts. Lorena's eyes widen, a mixture of shock and determination etched on her face. The force of the collapse sends Lorena sprawling across the floor, the impact jarring her senses. A cry echoes through the chamber. "Kasia," someone shouts. A figure stands amidst the chaos, their expression a mix of surprise and anger. "You're..." Rodrigo, the Special Forces captain, appears, his gaze hardening. He mutters, "So the flies I spared out of laziness ended up breeding maggots." Lorena's eyes glow with an inner power. "Snow Soul, first form," she declares. A cold determination settles over her features. "Snow Soul, huh? Then I'll match your level." The dark dragon technique begins to manifest, a swirling vortex of dark energy forming in the air. The energy coalesces, taking on a more defined shape, the essence of a dragon becoming visible within the swirling mass. The dragon's form solidifies, its jaws opening in a silent roar as the words "dragon roar" echo in the air. The dragon's core glows with intense heat, a crimson light radiating outwards, promising destruction. A beam of pure energy erupts, the word "severance" appearing as the technique reaches its apex. The energy explodes outwards, a cataclysmic display of power that threatens to consume everything in its path. The energy dissipates, leaving behind a lingering sense of dread and awe. Vylal stands amidst the fading energy, his expression unreadable. He tells someone to speak to someone who's in their league. A voice cries out, "Master, so that's your ultimate technique." Lorena observes the aftermath, a thoughtful expression on her face. She thinks it must have been difficult, hiding his claws all this time. Lorena continues to muse, thinking that acting arrogant just because of his rank must have been the hardest part. Vylal's eyes narrow, his gaze intense as he surveys the scene. The voice booms, laced with arrogance, chastising someone for flaunting their half-blood heritage. A second voice interjects, stating that there isn't much time left, calling out to Yen. Yen, his expression unreadable, tilts his head slightly. Cruel Dwight stands behind him, listening intently. "Pardon," Yen asks. A voice echoes, explaining that the suppression chamber will soon reactivate and the shackles will be reapplied. The voice urges them to escape with their comrades before that happens. A magical circle glows ominously. Cruel Dwight, his gaze lowered, declares that he will hold off the captain. Yen, standing with Roman, shouts back, insisting that Cruel Dwight at least let him finish his sentence. Yan's expression hardens, a hint of frustration in his eyes. Cruel Dwight, his eyes narrowed, thinks to himself that his foolish apprentice is hopeless. A voice calls out, warning Yen to be careful. Yan's back is turned, the tension palpable in his posture. The city sprawls beneath a star-dusted sky, its buildings huddled together like secrets whispered in the night. The sound of footsteps echoes against the stone as two figures hurry down a street. One asks what the hell is going on. Someone seems to have broken out of prison, but the prison is so far from here. Still, the bounty on them is no joke. Let's search carefully. A lone dock stretches out into the water. A voice declares that if they show up, they can take them down in one strike anyway. The dock is stained with blood. Obnoxious. The city sits quietly under the night sky. Yen can finally relax. Yen thanks everyone, stating that he escaped safely thanks to them. Someone says that it was just a mission. Another says that it's unlike him to thank others. Yen says that he guesses he's paid off a debt and that he wasn't of any help. A voice says that they thought they'd see the day he'd thank them. But overall, the operation lacked detail. Reflect on that. Should he kill him? One of them wonders if he should kill him. Someone objects to rescuing the instructor commander. It's not because of any personal grudge, but the situation is impossible. They would have been captured. They barely got out because he fought against the Special Forces captain. Wouldn't it be better to head north and hide for a while? If they go north, where father is, they won't be able to reach them easily. No, they'll expect them. To flee north is too predictable. Everyone's wounds are too severe. They should stay here until they fully recover. By the way, Yen is asked who owns this estate. He replies not to worry. The owner of this mansion is Yen. A man with dark hair looks off to the side. Lia is caught mid-fall by an unknown man. The man holding Lia exclaims, filled with worry, "I was so worried about you. Do you know how scared I was?" Lia looks up at the man, her expression unreadable. A voice says, "Nice to meet you all. Special Forces, correct?" The man with dark hair, Lia, and a man with white hair stand in a room. Diana, director of the inspectorate, introduces herself. Diana continues, "Haha, as long as you are in this mansion, you need not fear for your safety." A voice pleads, "Please, Sir Kyle, protect this girl and Lady Diana." Lia asks, "What? Me?" A voice adds, "These two were only dragged into this conspiracy." A hand rests on the floor. A voice declares, "But right now, you are a criminal. I cannot accept such a request." A figure addresses the man before him, "Lord Kyle." Cruel Dwight's expression hardens as he asks, "Do you truly believe I am guilty?" His gaze remains fixed, a storm brewing behind his purple eyes. A voice, laced with resignation, echoes in the darkness. "Fine, I'll do it." The street lamps cast long shadows, painting the scene in hues of purple and gray. A woman with vibrant blue hair stands beneath the lamps, her expression unreadable. The wind catches her red coat, the fabric billowing around her like a crimson tide. Cruel Dwight's face softens slightly. "Yes, it fits well. Thank you." His hands, clad in black gloves, adjust the lapels of his coat. Cruel Dwight's gaze drifts downward, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Wearing this again, a lone figure stands silhouetted against the dim light, a rifle slung over their shoulder. "Feels like I've returned to the old days." Cruel Dwight looks up, a flicker of determination in his eyes. "So what's the next plan?" One of the figures states that since their commander has been captured, they should do the same. Marquis Cheyenne appears, a sinister smile playing on his lips. It is Marquis Cheyenne who is pulling the strings. If they are lucky, with this single puzzle piece, they will be able to see the entire picture. The hidden experiments in his domain will allow them to see the entire picture. One of the figures asks if the other members are going with them. The response is that too many people would only get in the way. Someone finds this interesting. A figure asks if they just implied that they are a burden. One of the figures cannot believe they heard them say that. They risked their lives to get them out, and now this? Lorena states that it is a misunderstanding. What she meant was that everyone is still recovering, and recovery should come first. But Roman isn't. One of the figures states that they are not injured at all and asks why they didn't ask them. Another figure responds that Roman said he was sleeping, so he just came here alone. Someone thinks that Roman is a slacker. Lorena questions the decision to go with the inspectorate director, implying that her own coordination with the others is superior. It's true that for covert operations, it's best to go with the comrades you've fought beside the longest. Lorena wonders if the fact that he chose her, someone he's only fought alongside once, means that she doesn't mesh well with him. Lorena is told that she misunderstands. Yan and the other have crossed the line between life and death countless times. A hand activates a complex, glowing warp gate. Someone announces they'll be going then, telling the others to continue squabbling. The device is identified as a portable warp gate. Marquis Cheyenne stands before a similar warp gate, urging haste before it's too late. Someone wonders when he even prepared this, remarking that he is always so thorough. The warp gate activates, a beam of light shooting skyward. The beam of light from the warp gate pierces the night sky. The destination is revealed to be East Marquis Cheyenne's estate. The interior of the estate is opulent and grand. An unsettling silence hangs in the air, permeating the grand hall. Lorena orders the others to begin their search of the estate. The group moves out, their footsteps echoing softly on the polished floors. Lorena assigns Diana and herself to the annex building, while she will take the main building. She gives the order to move out. Sunlight streams through the ornate skylights, casting intricate patterns on the walls. Shadows dance in the corners of the room, obscuring details in the dim light. Cheyenne peers out from behind a partially opened door, his expression unreadable. He declares that he has been waiting. The hallway stretches into the distance, its details lost in the gloom. Cheyenne sits in a large chair, his back to the viewer. A close-up reveals the shadowed visage of Cheyenne. He states that they are later than he expected and invites them to come in. He greets someone, stating, "Greetings, Marquis Cheyenne." Marquis Cheyenne stands in a grand room, continuing, "This is our second meeting." A voice remarks, "You seem bolder than expected." A gasp follows. Another voice rasps, repeating, "I've been waiting for you. I've been waiting for you. I've been waiting for you." A figure with a glowing orb in their chest exclaims, "Damn it." The orb pulses with intense light. The character with purple eyes looks on, their expression unreadable. The figure with the glowing orb is consumed by a surge of energy. Lorena Beowulf stood in the grand hall, her voice echoing through the chamber. "Come quickly," she commanded. A pair of hands cradled a radiant orb, its light pulsating with contained power. A voice resonated, filled with anticipation. "I've been waiting for you." The orb pulsed with an inner light, casting ethereal shadows. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, shaking the very foundations of the world. From a distance, the explosion cast an ominous glow over the towering structure. A figure watched as the smoke began to clear, their voice laced with confusion and alarm. "The explosion is clearing up. What's going on?" A hand extended, pointing towards a sphere of concentrated energy. A figure emerged, holding the glowing orb aloft. "I'm the one who stopped it," she declared, her voice ringing with authority. Lorena sighs, stating that even Yin should have been able to stop something. Lorena asks if Yin was taught any defensive spells. Lorena questions why she would bother casting magic when the strongest mage is standing right next to her. She states that it was clearly a trap and asks how he did not notice, calling him a fool. Lorena asks if Yin was worried about the instructor. Yin questions if the commander is being captured, stating, "As if." Yin asks what is wrong and what that sound was. Lorena tells Yin that things went a little wrong. Marquis Cheyenne self-detonated. Yin asks if it is bad. He suddenly feels like she is overprotective now. Anyway, the Marquis self-detonated, huh? The unknown character asks if he went so far as to self-destruct just to wipe them out. The situation is dire. Marquis Cheyenne was forced to self-destruct. The order is given to withdraw quickly, as the enemy is predicting their movements. Their movements are a fatal problem, and this place is dangerous. A figure like the Marquis was reduced to a mere disposable pawn. Lorena Beowulf contemplates the situation, her expression thoughtful. A figure with dark hair wonders what in the world is going on. Perhaps they rush to dispose of him before their secret could be exposed. Yin states that there's something Lorena Beowulf should see. Yin believes he may have found something. A close-up reveals a character's chest. A long hallway stretches into the distance. A room contains two objects. Lorena Beowulf and Yan stand with another figure. A structure is shown, with the text indicating it is Marquis Cheyenne's laboratory. Lorena Beowulf, Yan, and another figure stand in a room with a strange structure. The structure before them almost resembles an altar, its twisted form radiating an unsettling aura. The altar's grotesque design prompts a visceral reaction. The thought that Marquis Cheyenne might have sacrificed his own people to create such a thing is utterly disgusting. A figure with purple hair wonders aloud what kind of magic circle it is. The magic circle would require so many lives. Lorena admits she can't tell right now. Yen suggests they at least speculate. The altar looms, its branches like skeletal fingers reaching out. It was either an offering to someone. A close-up reveals the intricate, almost organic details of the altar's construction, a disturbing tapestry of flesh and bone. Yen asks Lorena if she recognizes it. Lorena exclaims in disbelief, questioning why it's here. Yen observes that she does. Lorena's expression is a mixture of shock and dawning realization, her eyes wide with a terrible understanding. A flashback reveals a cloaked figure creating the very same magic circle before their death. Back then, she had realized the limits. The study of human life continued, with research focused on countermeasures. Reincarnation was the subject of intense scrutiny. It was not becoming an undead like a lich. Perfect resurrection, where both the soul and body are inherited, was the goal. However, betrayal was the result, leaving her with no choice but to revive as a lich. The man with dark blue hair asks if someone inherited the other's magic. The white-haired man exclaims that it's impossible, that nobody knew of it. The bastard who? The white-haired man researched divine dragons breathing alongside her. The dark blue-haired man lies on the ground. The dark blue-haired man and the white-haired man lie on the ground. A shadowy figure looms. Yen senses a murderous aura permeating the air, a palpable dread settling over the scene. Lorena feels an overwhelming sensation wash over her. The woman beside her shares the same bewildered expression. A blinding light erupts from the center of a complex pattern etched into the floor, tendrils of energy snaking outwards. The magic circle intensifies, runes glowing with an eerie crimson light as the activation sequence completes. Yan's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. What in the world is happening? A figure begins to materialize within the heart of the magic circle, bathed in radiant light. Yan's expression hardens, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. That's standing tall within the activated circle, antagonist Leon Cavalin is wreathed in swirling magical energy. Lorena's eyes widen in disbelief. Prince Leon. A single foot clad in polished armor rests firmly on the ground. Antagonist Leon Cavalin commands, his voice echoing with authority. Everyone, fall back. Yen confirms, his voice laced with shock. Wait, Yen, that's the crown prince. A voice commands, demanding proper respect. The speaker declares that everyone is in their presence. Two figures stand side by side, bathed in an ethereal light. Diana and Lorena collapse to the ground. A realization dawns, the speaker understanding something profound from a mere gaze. A shadowy figure looms, its eyes burning with an arrogant disregard for life. A voice recognizes Yen, noting that he has been wielding the founding emperor's sword techniques. A figure expresses surprise. The reincarnation magic circle is mentioned, along with the transformation of the crown prince. The puzzle pieces fit together. A smirk plays across a character's lips. Prince Leon confirms that he has been using the founding emperor's sword techniques. A massive, crimson, winged creature looms in the shadows. The words echo, declaring, Founding Emperor Bahamut Cavalin. Silence hangs in the air as the implications sink in. Lorena Beowulf murmurs, interesting. One figure wonders why the great founding emperor has reappeared like a revenant. Another voice declares that he even stole the body of one of his own descendants. The camera focuses on a figure with a grim expression. A figure states that it is only natural that they use them as they please. A close-up reveals a sinister smile. Someone stammers, questioning if it's Bahamut. Yen, surrounded by magical circles, is asked if that is really Bahamut. Another voice shouts for Mammon to calm down. A figure is surrounded by glowing magic circles. A voice filled with rage exclaims, how dare he kill me, and then brazenly reincarnate using my magic. A figure comments on the mana. A voice declares that they don't know what you've been plotting since your previous life. Between outstretched hands, Vilo conjures a sphere of crackling red energy, arcane symbols swirling within. The energy explodes outward as Vilo screams, but I will kill you again, Bahamut. The force of the unleashed power sends a shockwave rippling through the air. A grand building looms in the distance, its architecture intricate and imposing. Blasts of crimson energy rain down upon the building, tearing through its structure with explosive force. Vilo streaks away from the devastated building, a red blur against the night sky. The figure continues to soar through the air, leaving a trail of fiery energy in their wake. Standing atop a high rooftop, Vilo surveys the destruction wrought by the attack. The figure's boots stand firm on the edge of the rooftop, overlooking the chaos below. A column of hellfire erupts, reaching towards the heavens. The building continues to burn, engulfed in flames and smoke. A golden sky stretches out, silent and still. Bahamut laughs, conjuring a swirling vortex of crimson energy. The spell takes form. How's that? You can't escape now. This spell was dash. The mana heart burns until every drop of mana is consumed. It will never go out. Bahamut declares, a magical circle glowing in his hand, tailored for you alone. A voice echoes, filled with malice. It's worth it to see you lying on the ground dead. A cloaked figure stands silhouetted against a dark background. Bahamut screams, die, Bahamut, as a beam of searing light erupts from the spell. Bahamut's eyes widen, a manic gleam in their depths. The beam of light pierces through, a destructive force unleashed. The light strikes its target, a blinding flash momentarily obscuring the scene. A voice speaks, tinged with a hint of nostalgia. Still, it's been a long time since we last met. Bahamut stands before another figure. Bahamut, your condition is truly tragic to behold. He scoffs, declaring that the master of the great magic tower, Mammon, is now nothing but a thought form. How pitiable. Vilo questions if Mammon was subjugated by that Yen fellow. His red eye glows intensely as he demands to be seen. Vylal states that he sees through everything and offers Mammon a chance. Vylal tells Mammon to move on him again. He sneers, noting that Mammon seems to be having fun with that Yin guy, and threatens to kill that fellow. Mammon exclaims, "How dare you?" Vylal prepares to use Black Shadow Sword Art second form. He stands, a dark aura emanating from his form as the battle intensifies. A surge of raw power explodes outward, tearing through the air with violent force. The unleashed energy slams into a nearby structure, obliterating it in a cataclysmic burst of debris and dust. Lorena barks, "Idiot, don't be so reckless." "Mammon, are you all right?" Yin declares, "Without your mana, you can't leave here." Diana lies prone on the ground, clearly incapacitated. Lorena mutters, "Tsich, I will kill Bahamut myself. Don't interfere." Mammon stands beside Yin, both seemingly unaffected by the surrounding chaos. Lorena observes, "Did you adapt the mana heart technique? Interesting." A devastating attack, Thunder Slice, cuts through the battlefield. Lorena notes, "This has an energy close to an assassin's technique." Yan's gaze is intense, his eyes narrowed as he prepares for the next move. In that case, a dark energy begins to coalesce, swirling with ominous intent. The energy erupts in a cross slash, a crimson arc cutting through the air. A revolving slash follows, the crimson energy spinning in a deadly vortex. Fong slash and triangle slash attacks tear through the space, jagged crimson lines painting a brutal picture. A barrage slash rains down, followed by a water slice, the crimson energy now flowing like a deadly current. Lorena observes, a smirk playing on her lips. "You're skilled with the Divine Dragon's breathing technique. Did you learn it from Mammon?" The attacks continue to miss their mark. Frustration flares in Vylal's eyes. Damn it, nothing reaches him. The crimson energy dissipates, leaving Vylal vulnerable. "But in your state." Yan's gaze narrows, a sardonic edge to his voice. "Isn't that like putting a pearl necklace on a pig?" Vylal's words echo in his mind. He realizes, with a jolt, that he's been pushed into a corner. When did I get backed into a corner? He breathes heavily, a grim determination settling over his features. All Bahamut did was walk. Lorena's expression shifts, a flicker of concern in her eyes. "Though, what's wrong?" Vylal's voice echoes through the battlefield, laced with a hint of challenge. "Is there nothing more for you to show me?" A blinding white aura erupts around him, the air crackling with unseen energy. Red energy flares around Vylal as he declares he has no choice but to pour everything out. The words Black Shadow Sword Art Secret Technique appear, hinting at the power Vylal is about to unleash. Tendrils of dark energy writhe around Vylal, a sinister aura emanating from him. A grotesque tongue fills the panel, a voice declaring, "I'm tired of that now." Vylal is engulfed in a burst of red energy, his form shifting and changing. A sinister grin spreads across Vylal's face. "Still, that was pretty fun." A voice echoes, deriding someone as being like a monkey showing off tricks. Vylal reveals his dragon tongue, a horrifying appendage that promises untold power. Vylal praises someone for creating and using a mana heart, as Yin collapses to the ground. A woman declares that she will take it for herself, demanding someone's heart. A blurred background suggests a chaotic scene. A building stands in the distance, the silence broken by an unknown exclamation. A man's intense gaze reveals his inner turmoil. A hand grips a bloodied sword, the scene heavy with violence. A woman calls out, seemingly to the crown prince, urging him to listen. The man admits he cannot hold on any longer, urging someone to run away while he tries to stop an unknown threat. A voice laments that the emperor has already taken root inside, establishing his place, and that it's over for him. The woman's expression is desperate, clinging to the hope that someone can still be saved. A voice urged someone to flee with haste. In the distance, a figure in a red cloak stood tall, while another, Prince Leon, lay prone. A desperate plea echoed, urging someone to save Damien, questioning if Prince Leon was conscious. Lorena Beowulf reached out, her intentions unclear. A hand descended, its purpose unknown. A figure looked up, their expression unreadable. Lorena Beowulf's face contorted in a menacing sneer, warning someone not to come any closer. Lorena Beowulf's voice dripped with predatory hunger. She declared her intent to claim a mana heart. A mana heart pulsed with energy, a target for the taking. Lorena Beowulf advanced, her steps measured and deliberate. A voice cried out, demanding to know the whereabouts of their master. The blonde woman stands with her back to the viewer, listening intently to the man beside her. Yin reports that everything is ready. Mammon calls out to Lorena Beowulf as she prepares for the teleportation. The other two have regained consciousness, and they just need to activate the warp gate. Mammon taunts someone, asking if they really think they can run away. Lorena Beowulf is addressed as Your Highness. Mammon vows to return and defeat that demon himself. Lorena Beowulf tells Mammon to go. Mammon is teleporting. Someone is approaching, chuckling. Yin is called out. The chuckling continues. The figure in the red cloak declares that they will meet again. The figure with glowing red eyes states that their mana hearts are bound to be drawn to each other. Elsewhere, a row of street lamps illuminates a dark, misty night. The street lamps stand silent watch over the night. Diana Paulson notes that they look like they've escaped, then asks if Lady Diana is all right. Diana, Roman, and Lorena stand in a brightly lit hallway. Diana states that there are no major injuries, thankfully. A shadowy figure muses that they can't believe that human gave off such pressure. Lorena apologizes, saying she was of no help. Roman states that he has no excuse and will get up first. The group encourages Lorena not to lose heart, stating that for her to withstand all that is already incredible in itself. Lorena thinks to herself that she is still a burden and is holding everyone back. A white coat hangs open, revealing the details of its intricate design. Roman muses that her pride must have been really hurt. He continues, since the appearance of the founding emperor, everything that's happened is out of common sense. Roman stands in a hallway, the silence broken only by the echo of his thoughts. Lorena states that she figured he'd return safely. Lorena thinks to herself that it was faster than expected. Sir Kyle is thanked for protecting Leah and Lady Diana. A voice declares that it's not necessary, and that they still intend to arrest. The voice continues, stating to then please decide after hearing what. Lorena says that she has to say, very well. A voice exclaims that it's impossible, and that there's no way that's true. Lorena questions if they're saying Bahamut, the founding emperor, reincarnated into the crown prince's body. A voice states that though it's hard to believe, that is the undeniable truth, as a strange symbol glows ominously. The investigation uncovered traces of reincarnation magic at Marquis Shine's estate. The discovery was made through personal investigation, revealing something sinister. The investigation revealed that Marquis Shine had orchestrated the massive zombie outbreak in the East. The speaker suspected a sacrificial ritual to resurrect something, but never imagined it would be for the founding emperor. The Crown Prince Leon Cavallan stands in his white coat, listening intently to Kyle. Kyle asks about what the speaker is referring to. The soul belongs to the founding emperor, but his body is that of Crown Prince Leon. The question hangs in the air. Will they continue to serve the founding emperor? The founding emperor, he was the idol of all knights. Even as a child, he dreamed of knighthood after reading books about him. He states that those were just stories. The founding emperor belongs to history. He is a hero of legend who should remain in the books. The one he serves is the one who lives and breathes in the same age as he does. The speaker serves His Highness Leon Cavallan. A voice declares that their sword exists to protect the royal family and the crown prince. Kyle introduces himself as one of the 7 royal knights. Kyle offers his assistance to Yen, identifying him as an enforcer. A figure expresses their gratitude. Someone reflects that the founding emperor they met was nothing like the hero from the legends. It is said that he is a demon who devours everything. A container overflows with a viscous, crimson fluid. A voice acknowledges that the two of them alone won't be able to face the founding emperor and the imperial family. The imperial palace looms in the distance. A question is posed. The palace, not the tribunal? The plan is to carry out his execution by burning him in the palace gardens. The instructor commander's death sentence will soon be carried out. Cheyenne's gaze sharpens, a flicker of concern crossing his face as he senses the shifting tides. He questions the lack of a trial, wondering if the council is aware of the injustice. A figure, bathed in an orange glow, objects to the proceedings, a sword held high in defiance. Lorena Beowulf reveals that the crown prince has already purged the current members of the council. She assures Cheyenne that the exact date for the execution hasn't been set yet. Cheyenne warns Kyle to be careful. He walks away, the weight of the impending execution heavy on his mind. What are they trying to hide? Cheyenne wonders if they can truly win if they fight Bahamut again. A blinding light emanates from Vylil, a symbol of the immense power they face. A voice echoes, branding him as a monster. Lorena asks if Cheyenne is scared, reminding him that running away is always an option. Cheyenne tells Mammon that they don't have time for nonsense. He demands to know the odds of winning against Bahamut, given Mammon has seen both of them in action. His expression is unreadable, a storm of thoughts brewing beneath the surface. The Marquis admits, Yen, that he's impressed. To have developed a mana heart to this point from a mere coincidence is remarkable. The voice continues, noting that Yan's mana heart has grown to be as bright as the moon within total darkness. The starry sky stretches out, vast and unknowable. A blinding light consumes everything, like a miniature sun. Shine declares that Yen can't win, because the monster was created by him. He adds that a brat like Yen could never defeat him. A voice asks whose side Yen is even on. Another voice states that Yen made that thing. Yen stands before Cheyenne, who floats above him. He exclaims that of course there is. A voice notes that Yan's attacks didn't seem to work, though. Another voice explains that's because his physical body was gone. Cheyenne states there is one method. A voice explains that there's one thing Yen absolutely has to do for it to work. Another voice asks what that is. Yen is shown from a low angle, surrounded by glowing runes. Before the age of humanity, a time of myth and legend, the ancient dragons soared through the skies, their scales shimmering like 1,000 sunsets. The elemental kings, beings of immense power, commanded the very forces of nature. These ancient beings ruled the world, their dominion unchallenged. A voice echoes, resonating with ancient power. Mana heart, activate. Crimson eyes flare to life, and the figure begins to draw upon an inner reservoir of energy, gathering it into a swirling sphere. The energy intensifies, crackling with raw power as it coalesces into a blinding orb. Focusing the energy, the figure channels the power, preparing to unleash its full potential. The concentrated energy erupts in a blinding flash, sending shards of light scattering in all directions. The figure stands silhouetted against the radiant glow, cradling the orb of pure mana in their hand. And all those mythical creatures that appear in ancient legends. A dragon-like head looms, its eyes burning with ancient power. A figure with stark white hair and a crimson cloak extends a hand, commanding, "Devour them." They were devoured by one man, and one man only, Bahamut. The dragon's maw opens, ready to consume all. He became a creature beyond classification. The figure stands amidst falling light, a god of destruction. A question hangs in the air amidst the cityscape. There's no difference from what was written in the book, so what's his weakness? One figure remarks, "Tisk, you're impatient as always." His unrestrained strength is his weakness. The Crown Prince possesses a body close to that of a superhuman, surrounded by arcane symbols. He states that he has fought him before, so he knows exactly how strong he is. The narrator explains that even the Crown Prince's body is nowhere near capable of withstanding Bahamut. Lorena Beowulf stands before the towering form of Vylal, his presence casting a long shadow over her. A complex, blood-red symbol pulses with dark energy. The narrator explains that he has been using an unfinished circle that he abandoned halfway through the making. It's explained that Bahamut's soul is barely clinging on to the prince's mana heart right now, but he's still powerful. The narrator explains that if you collide your mana heart against his and sever the connection, you can annihilate Bahamut's soul completely. Cheyenne asks if they should collide their mana hearts. Lorena Beowulf responds that they'll need to expend their entire mana heart to do it. The narrator explains that the mana heart connects the body and the soul, and to expend it means it's warned that your body will collapse as well. The narrator states that it's either get killed by Bahamut. A figure contemplates a grave decision, to throw away their life to kill him. He actually attached his mana heart to Bahamut? Someone didn't think he'd go that far. A close-up reveals a determined expression. The first time he met Bahamut, he was in a village annihilated by monsters. Bahamut was fighting alone. His eyes burn with fierce resolve. No one left to protect, and he could have easily run away. A figure stands defiantly, cape billowing. A blinding light erupts. Damn it. He raises his sword, the steel gleaming with an ominous light, ready to unleash its power. The blade sings as it cleaves through the air, a surge of energy erupting from its path. "My sword," he roars. Vylal's shout echoes through the battlefield as he channels his rage into the attack. KUH. The force of the blow shatters the earth, sending shockwaves of destruction rippling outwards. He stands amidst the chaos, a whirlwind of power and fury, ready to strike again. The landscape is littered with the remnants of his wrath, a testament to his devastating strength. A monstrous beast, its eyes burning with malevolent intent, emerges from the shadows, ready to challenge the destroyer. The sword flashes once more, a beacon of defiance against the encroaching darkness. Still, he kept on fighting, his resolve unyielding in the face of overwhelming odds. Vylal steels himself, preparing to unleash another devastating attack, his eyes burning with determination. A torrent of energy erupts from his being, a cataclysmic wave of destruction that threatens to consume everything in its path. Yuwu. He stands triumphant amidst the ruins, a god of destruction surveying his domain. The air crackles with energy as lightning tears through the sky. The lightning intensifies, illuminating the landscape with blinding flashes. The storm rages on, the raw power of the elements on full display. Lightning erupts around two figures, their silhouettes stark against the chaotic backdrop. "Lightning out of nowhere," one exclaims. A red cloak billows in the wind, hinting at the figure beneath. A figure in a white dress and red cloak floats in the air, surrounded by arcane symbols. "You can't even take down a single monster, yet you're not afraid." A hooded figure emerges from the shadows. This is Mammon, from the Magic Tower. The figure's expression is hidden, but curiosity hangs in the air. I was curious to know what kind of person he was. The figure stands before a grave, their words echoing in the night. "You're not from this village, are you? Did you risk your life to avenge people you didn't even know?" Another figure kneels before the grave, head bowed. "I just thought that they at least deserved a grave." The figure's face is obscured by shadow, but their words are clear. "That's even stranger. You'd risk your life just for that." A somber expression fills the figure's face. "I couldn't prevent their deaths." The least he could do, Vylal thought, was risk his life to mourn them properly. Just as he thought, Mammon found him an interesting one. A voice questioned if he wasn't grieving because he was weak. Another voice responded, shocked by the statement. The first voice told the other to follow him, promising he'd make sure he'd never have to mourn again. And just as he promised him, a grotesque creature is presented. Vylal asked if its mana heart was functioning well. Mammon exclaimed that it was working even better than expected. If everyone uses mana hearts, he thought, then the age of humanity will finally begin. One voice questioned why he was distributing something he painstakingly created to others. Another voice responded, asking why not, stating it's better if everyone is strong, right? At that time, he truly believed Vylal would become an ideal king. But then, that happened. A winged creature, once magnificent, shatters into countless pieces. A figure with white hair looks up, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. "What is that?" he exclaims. After that day, everything changed. A close-up reveals a face surrounded by wings, a halo of light illuminating its features. Eyes remain closed, the face serene and undisturbed. The eyes snap open, revealing irises of a deep, ominous red. A winged figure with a baby-like face appears, demanding, "Repent." A figure in a red cloak stands on a precipice. A close-up reveals closed eyes. The figure in the red cloak is asked, "What are you? I've never seen a monster like you before." The winged figure reappears, the demand echoing, "Repent." A beam of light descends. The beam intensifies, illuminating the surroundings. The light continues to burn. The winged figure is shown again, the text now reading, "Repentance complete." The figure in the red cloak is told, "Yeah, what kind of monster you are doesn't matter." The battle raged. Anything that wasn't human was to be cut down. Bahamut unleashed a torrent of power. Bahamut and the winged monster fought fiercely, their powers colliding in a storm of energy. And that clash raged for 3 days, the sky alight with their battle. On the 4th day, something descended from above. On the 4th day, a new power surged into existence. "What is that?" The figure's expression shifts, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He murmurs, overwhelmed by the sheer number of souls present. Feathers drift down, an ethereal sign of a new presence descending. The winged beastman questions why someone dares to oppose him. He acknowledges the arrival of one who came from the heavens. The winged beastman exclaims the name Bahamut. The figure declares that he called himself Bahamut. A blinding light heralds the arrival of an angel. Bahamut and the winged beastman gaze upwards, their attention fixed on the descending angel. Bahamut wonders aloud if these new arrivals communicate well. It was at that moment. He vowed to hasten the mana heart's completion as Bahamut began to change. A beam of light shines through a large window. Lorena Beowulf sits upon her throne, observing the preparations. The weight of responsibility settles upon her face. Not yet. Footsteps echo through the throne room. Rodrigo Meyer approaches. "Have you called for me?" Lorena asks. "Yes, Rodrigo. How is the preparation progressing?" Troop deployments are complete, and the palace knights are posted at every gate. The palace prepares for war. 3 special assassination battalions are hidden beneath someone's command. Private guards conscripted from the nobles have also been deployed. Lorena Beowulf wonders what Damien's condition is. Damien is imprisoned in the palace dungeons. Damien is serpent-like in temperament, venomous, and sly. A masked figure suggests that instead of waiting for Damien's death by immolation, they should execute him at once. Someone responds with a firm no. He will come. Someone says they must wait until then, wanting to enjoy this, but also says to forgive them, as they cannot. Someone says they understand why a great man would be fixated on a single person, addressing their majesty. The character walks towards the throne. She is told that any slight threat should be dealt with immediately. Cruel Dwight finds something interesting. He questions if someone is suggesting that another is a threat to him. A figure's eyes glow with an eerie light. A disembodied voice declares that they have committed a grave sin. Cruel Dwight begs for mercy. His face is contorted in fear. A figure states that because of someone's wisdom, they entrusted their revival to their household. A disembodied voice declares that they will remember that. Lorena Beowulf's expression is unreadable. Someone wonders when that one will arrive, commenting that this place is getting a little dull. A view of a building is shown. A foot steps forward, the sound echoing in the vast space. Roman stands tall, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Lorena, her expression thoughtful, asks, "Yen, will this plan really work?" A stern voice replies, "Don't be weak." Cruel challenges, "You've come this far. Why are you scared now?" Roman, arms crossed, retorts, "Scared? Who's scared?" He continues, "I only came along so I can punch more obnoxious nobles." Roman's expression hardens. "We're not after some obnoxious nobles. We're going for the imperial family." Lorena states, "My family has already been deemed traitorous. We're not necessarily going to be put in a worse situation for this." Yan asks, "The inspectorate and the imperial knights are joining, right?" A figure declares, "Yes. I'll explain once more." A voice booms, "Keep these 2 things in mind." A small, red-haired figure is launched into the air by several hands. The command is given to take out the instructor commander. A blonde-haired figure is suspended by a rope. The instruction is to bring Bahamut along when they leave. In the process, there's the small matter of dealing with the special forces, palace knights, and noble guards. Several figures stand in a room, their expressions unreadable. Small matter? That's the entire empire. Roman wonders if the princess went into a situation like this. A note reads, "I'll be back soon." The thought lingers that there's no way she ran away, right? Lorena wouldn't. Lorena will return. Someone is probably preparing something grand. Snow falls gently. Lia offers greetings, noting that it's been a while. Lia stands in the snow, a spectral dragon looming behind her. A voice echoes, addressing the master of the snow plane. Another voice declares that it is time to begin, stating that this will probably be there. The order is given to commence Operation Subjugate Bahamut. The team stands ready in the snowy landscape, prepared for the upcoming operation. The imperial capital Avalon, third fortress gate, stood tall and imposing. A guard at the gate grumbled, "Damn it, I'm exhausted. How long is this emergency going to last?" Another guard responded, "It'll end once the Special Forces instructor commander dies." A voice declared, "Rebels are attacking to rescue him." Another guard scoffed, That's ridiculous. What kind of lunatic would dare to enter the imperial capital? Besides, the claim that the guard continued, "A traitor doesn't even make sense. Hard to believe, isn't it?" A man asked, "Would you believe it only if your head was hung on the city gates?" A guard exclaimed, "And no, Special Forces Captain Rodrigo." The lead guard reports that there have been no abnormalities during patrol. An order rings out to stop the chatter and focus on their posts. A stern voice warns that if the defense line is breached, heads will roll, literally. The guards respond with a nervous affirmation. Roman notes that Yen, Damien's apprentice, is cunning and should have already mapped out the Imperial forces' movements. A map displays the 5 possible routes to the Imperial Palace, highlighting the least conspicuous path. The least conspicuous path is through the 4th fortress, centered around the grain warehouses and the Commoners' District, a place of high logistics. Vylal chuckles, confident that if their target comes through the 4th fortress, the trap will finish him off instantly. Roman gazes up at the fortress. Yen looks off into the distance. An old man with white hair and a beard asks if someone is coming in head-on. A figure plummets from the sky, the wind screaming past them. A voice shouts for them to stop right there. The falling figure continues their rapid descent, the city's buildings blurring past. A voice booms out, accusing the figure of being a traitor and ordering them to halt. The figure is enveloped in a swirling white energy as they fall. The buildings rush by as the figure continues to fall. The figure continues to fall. He sits on the ground, seemingly defeated. A cloaked figure declares, "How disappointing." The cloaked figure continues, "I thought you were smarter than this." A man with a staff stands tall, his expression stern. The figure on the ground looks up, his face obscured by shadow. The cloaked figure retorts, "There's no need to be disappointed." The man with the staff shouts, "You." A girl states, "Yen's smarter than you think." The figure on the ground sits, seemingly unaffected by the events unfolding around him. "Transformation magic?" he exclaims. One of the figures reports, "Yes, sir, there's an urgent report. Yen, the top-ranked fugitive, has been sighted," someone announces. All across the imperial capital, Yen plummets from the sky. The man's face contorts with rage, his eyes narrowed to slits as he spits out, "That damn brat." He continues, his voice laced with malice, "I don't care which one's real." The order rings out, cold and absolute. "Just kill them all." His jaw tightens, the command delivered with unwavering resolve. The city looms, its tall buildings and imposing walls a silent testament to order and authority. Citizens bustle through the streets, unaware of the deadly decree hanging over their heads. Whispers ripple through the crowd, a nervous undercurrent in the city's hum. A cloaked figure stands amidst the throng, seemingly lost in thought. Everything's going according to plan. If worst comes to worst, Yen thinks, he can just hide among them. A booming voice shatters the relative calm. "Everyone stop." The announcement continues, laced with accusation. "We have received intelligence that traitors are hiding among you." The speaker's voice echoes through the city. "By imperial decree, this gate is now sealed, and everybody shall be inspected." A wave of disbelief washes over the crowd. The suddenness of the announcement sparks outrage. This is madness, they think. Murmurs of discontent ripple through the assembled citizens. They voice their objections, but the path ahead is blocked. The crowd protests, declaring that they can't just block people like this. Yen considers his options, a knot of anxiety tightening in his stomach. He decides he should slip away now. A stern voice cuts through the rising tide of dissent. The authority figure silences the crowd, branding them as filthy peasants. Another figure, standing on a raised platform, demands obedience. How dare they question orders? The face of authority is etched with contempt, the eyes burning with cold fury. The crowd pushes back, asserting their rights as free citizens. They declare that they can't just. The authority figure's lip curls in disgust. He spits out a single, venomous word, "Maggots." Accusations fly through the air. A man is accused of defying an imperial decree, branded a traitor. The accused man roars in defiance, his face contorted in rage. A surge of power erupts from the accused, his body radiating an ominous red glow. The figure on the platform delivers a chilling sentence. By the Crown Prince's decree, all rebels are condemned to death. Figures in white robes stand before a grand building, wielding glowing rings. They shout for someone to run. A figure in white moves with great speed, streaks of light blurring around them. A figure looks back, their face etched with fear as they witness the unfolding chaos. A figure with green hair kneels within a glowing circle, their expression a mix of pain and desperation. The green-haired figure pleads for mercy, their voice trembling with fear as the robed figures approach. Slashes of red energy tear through the air, a deadly display of power. An unseen force strikes, sending blood and debris flying as a figure is caught in the blast. A voice declares the others insane, the words laced with disbelief and horror. A figure urges a child to go ahead, promising to hold off the attackers. A cloaked figure stands menacingly over the kneeling green-haired figure, their shadow looming large. A figure with long white hair laughs maniacally, gloating over their victory. A figure apologizes, their voice filled with regret as they prepare to strike. He insists that he is not someone else's brother. The man demands to know what the other is doing. His expression contorts with rage. Valai accuses the other of slaughtering innocent civilians indiscriminately, questioning how far they will drag their family's name through the mud. He asks if they know how he has been treated since they sided with the traitors. Valai recalls every day in hell until the crown prince came to him, then comments on the other's appearance. He declares that he was given a chance to redeem their house. Valai vows to rid their family of disgrace by killing the other with his own hands. A grand castle stands silhouetted against a sky ablaze with the fading embers of sunset. A man with white hair sits, legs crossed, a look of annoyance etched on his face. He wonders what in the world someone is doing. A hand, stained crimson with blood, rests on a cold stone floor. The bloodied hand remains still. A voice commands someone to look closely. A grotesque, fleshy monster stands, its form pulsating with dark energy. It declares that the emperor himself granted it this power, as a voice cries out in protest. The monster's legs, thick and gnarled, stand planted before a figure cloaked in white. A monstrous face, eyes glowing with malevolent intent, snarls that it is the one acknowledged by his imperial majesty, not someone else. A voice proclaims the overwhelming, perfected body, declaring that on that day, the emperor personally declared it. A figure sits upon a grand throne, declaring that he is the knight most suited for the world to come. A voice echoes, declaring that they are the one who deserves to become the successor of their family. Roman scoffs, questioning the idea of being a successor. A monstrous figure retorts, asking if he is still hung up on something so petty. The monstrous figure expresses disbelief at the pettiness. Roman states that he doesn't care about becoming the successor. Bruce Dwight asks how he plans to inherit anything in that state. The monstrous figure demands that he shut his mouth. Tendrils lash out. The tendrils strike. Bruce Dwight cries out. A figure declares that their ill-fated relationship ends here and commands the other to die. The figure stands tall. A sprawling city rises beneath the sky, stained with crimson. A surge of magical energy crackles through the air. The imposing gates of the Sixth Citadel loom. Sixth Citadel. A shout rings out. After him. The city streets stretch out, a maze of stone and timber. A figure in a white and red coat sprints through the streets, cape billowing behind. A voice booms, "Stop right there." Two armored figures give chase, their footsteps echoing on the cobblestones. One of the armored figures exclaims, "That one looks real. Don't lose him. Our knight order must be the one to capture him." The fleeing figure glances back, determination etched on their face. The armored figures stop short. He vanished. Panic grips the pursuers as they realize the fleeing figure used concealment magic. The order rings out to search every corner. The quarry must still be nearby. A voice echoes, laced with challenge. "Looking for me?" The soldiers halt, one calling out, "Who's there?" Yen steps forward, his expression hardening. "I don't skulk around or flee like that fake." Yan's voice booms, declaring, "I'm the real one, the real Yan of the special forces you were chasing." Yan's eyes narrow, a dangerous glint in their purple depths. He spits out a challenge. "Come at me, you corrupt nobles, filthy lackeys." One of the soldiers exclaims, "This one's a dud." Another soldier questions, "Wait, a dud? What do you mean?" A third mutters, "Well, he just doesn't give off the slightest hint of intelligence." Yin was supposed to be a brains type, wasn't he? And saying real twice was. A hand glows with power, activating a magical transformation. The air crackles as Yin releases the transformation magic, preparing for battle. He stands before the armored figures, ready to fight. A Titan meteor punch is unleashed, energy crackling around his fist. The punch connects, a deafening boom echoing through the area. A powerful blast erupts, sending debris flying in all directions. The armored figures exclaim in shock, witnessing the tremendous power. One of the armored figures taunts, "You run from enemies standing right before you?" A foot steps forward, ready to engage. Cruel Dwight retorts, "No, we weren't running. We're just busy. Really." Another armored figure scoffs, "Well, I suppose noble young masters wouldn't know how to fight like real men." An armored figure says, "The famed Sixth Citadel Knight Order is full of greenhouse flowers raised like pampered young masters. You dare insult us." One of the armored figures challenges, "If not, then prove it. Fight like a man, one at a time." Another figure responds, "Why would we fight one by one? We're not idiots." A helmet lies on the ground, a testament to the force of the attack. The muscular man tears open his robe, revealing his bare chest. He declares that he won't let this insult slide. The text identifies him as the vice captain of the Sixth Citadel Knights, Meyer Hoffman. Meyer Hoffman, his red eyes burning with intensity, vows to teach his opponent what a true man's fight is. The imposing structure of the citadel looms in the distance. Another armored figure urges Meyer Hoffman to end him in a single blow, while another warns him to be careful, as his strength is no joke. One of the armored figures declares that he will go next, confident that there's no way Meyer Hoffman would lose. Meyer Hoffman states that he will fight barehanded, with strikes to vital points. The vice captain asks if there are any objections. Yin declares that it doesn't matter to him, and that they will fight until only one remains standing. Meyer Hoffman launches a powerful attack, surrounded by a red aura, urging his opponent to try and endure it. A close-up reveals Meyer Hoffman's face, contorted in a fierce expression. The attack engulfs Meyer Hoffman in flames. He is still engulfed in flames, the inferno radiating intense heat. They're trading blows head-on, the impacts creating shockwaves. What is happening? The fighters continue to trade blows, the scene a blur of motion and energy. Yin taunts, "Not bad. You bald brute." Meyer Hoffman retorts, "For a muscle brain, you aren't half bad either." However, the flames continue to rage around Meyer Hoffman. Yin prepares to strike, an aura emanating from his fist. And Meyer Hoffman is struck by Yan's attack, the impact creating a blinding flash. Meanwhile, a dark and ominous prison cell. Heavy shackles hang from the ceiling, a testament to the cell's purpose. The bound girl struggles, her muffled cries echoing in the chamber. A voice cuts through the silence. "Good. You regained consciousness before we started." The captor continues, his tone clinical. "Torturing someone who's already unconscious is no fun, you see." He gestures around the room. This is the torture chamber beneath the Imperial Palace. Classic, isn't it? A hint of boredom colors his voice. The one in the next room was so silent, it got boring. The girl's struggles intensify, her muffled pleas unanswered. The captor's voice is cold. "I'll be opening up your head anyway. Up your head anyway." His eyes glow with a sinister light. Tears well in the girl's eyes, but a spark of defiance flickers within them. She thinks, "Me. So I won't get bored while." The captor's voice booms, laced with anticipation. "Let's begin." A torture device stands ready, a silent promise of pain. The two fighters engage in a brutal exchange of blows, each strike echoing through the arena. Whoa, it's a slugfest. The armored figures watch on, one shouting, "Vice Captain, finish him." One of the fighters, muscles bulging, declares, body strengthening. His muscles continue to grow. His eyes glow with power as he shouts, "Iron." The two fighters clash once more, their bodies a blur of motion. A voice booms, a cross-counter. Roman, his brow furrowed, wondered aloud if that was his name they spoke. He vowed to remember the speaker's name. A memory surfaced, a past defeat haunting Roman. A voice cried out, the words echoing with urgency, "Vice Captain." Chaos erupted as voices clashed, some declaring, "The killer of the Vice Captain," while others insisted, "Vice Captain's still alive." A promise of revenge hung in the air. A hand gestured dismissively, followed by a command. "The going. Shut it. All of you, come at once." One armored figure sneered. "That bald one earlier was decent, but the rest of you are still nothing more than pampered noble brats." Another voice demanded, "What did you say?" Roman, his expression hardening, shouted, "At once." "I don't." The armored figures retorted, "Have time to waste. You can barely stay standing." Roman threw his head back and laughed maniacally. The sixth citadel pierces the sky, its towers a testament to ancient power. The citadel stands tall, its architecture a blend of grandeur and arcane design. Inside, the sixth citadel's mana line hums with energy, a conduit of immense power. The citadel's interior is a labyrinth of corridors and chambers, each imbued with magical significance. The hem of a robe brushes against the floor, the sound echoing in the vast chamber. Two figures stand in the citadel, their faces obscured by shadow. The conduit maintains the magic, its power flowing through the citadel's very foundations. The barrier of the sixth citadel is protected by the sixth citadel's mana sphere. One of the figures stands before the mana sphere, its power radiating around him. If this mana line is disabled, the barrier then becomes useless. One of the figures asks, "So your plan was to sneak in here alone, while the others distracted attention?" The other figure is described as reckless. Vilal's eyes narrow, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. As expected of the Capital Defense Knight Order, their strength is considerable. Lorena Beowulf stands tall, her expression unreadable. A voice admits that they knew they couldn't win in direct combat, but they had confidence in their concealment techniques. The voice continues, stating that they've been spared so far, but now they must surrender, as they've been authorized to kill rebels on sight. The unseen speaker warns that if there is any further resistance, their life cannot be guaranteed. A question hangs in the air. Is he one of the rebel collaborators? Lorena pauses, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. A figure, identified as captain of the Defense Knight Order Crane Kintrock, asks if she is Lord Evrain, or Kasha. Lorena asks if he knew her father, a mix of shock and curiosity in her voice. How could he forget? He once saved her life. The voice recalls fighting through many battlefields in his youth with Lord Evrain. The speaker continues, stating that if not for him, he would have lost his head instead of just an eye. The voice concludes that his end was truly regrettable, stating that a man like him did not deserve to go that way. Rodrigo Meyer begins, his expression serious. Now then, a grand structure stands tall, its intricate design a testament to a bygone era. The realization dawns, a sudden clarity cutting through the fog of uncertainty. Looking at the rebels, my comrades, I realize something. A group of figures stands together, their expressions unreadable. That family honor can go to hell. A figure holds up a crystal, its surface shimmering with an inner light. That's a salamander's flame crystal? Please, stop, Kasha. I don't want you to die. It's dangerous, Captain. The crystal glows with intense heat, radiating power. The structure is engulfed in flames, its intricate design now obscured by the inferno. Manaline destroyed. She whispers, the word barely audible, mission. Her eyes, sharp and focused, reflect the faint light. The mission is marked as completed. In the distance, the imposing silhouette of a fortress pierces the sky. The fortress looms, its architecture a blend of grandeur and foreboding. Arcane energies crackle around the fortress, a silent testament to its defenses. Cloaked in shadows, she moves with practiced stealth. Her boots make no sound as she traverses the tiled rooftops. She descends, a shadow clinging to the fortress walls. She mutters, a hint of satisfaction in her voice. So the infiltration succeeded. The fortress stands tall, a silent prison. She wonders, Master is imprisoned beneath this fortress, huh? Standing on the precipice, she surveys her objective, the fortress a labyrinth of stone and secrets. The Gothic architecture of the fortress loomed, its spires piercing the sky. Yan's eyes narrowed, his expression unreadable. A pained grunt escaped him. The fortress stood silent, a monument to forgotten power. A dry cough rasped from the white-haired figure. The figure with white hair spoke, his voice smooth and menacing. So then, the white-haired figure reached out, grabbing Yan by the shoulder. The white-haired figure continued, his voice dripping with disdain. When you said you had a plan, I wondered what impressive strategy you had. Turns out it. The white-haired figure sneered. Was nothing but hide-and-seek and childish pranks. The white-haired figure's voice dripped with condescension. For a troublesome pranking brat. The founding emperor regards you strangely high. I can't understand why. KKUGH. The white-haired figure finished, his eyes glinting with malice. Seems you have nothing more to show? KUK. The ancient demon, Vilal, his red eyes burning with malice, promises a swift end. Then die. A hand clenches tightly. Two figures stand on a rooftop. The man sneers, wait. You think you've won with this? Rodrigo Meyer retorts. I still have cards up my sleeve. The man scoffs. You mean those little things you hid away like a squirrel? Rodrigo Meyer is addressed as Special Forces Captain. A figure in a helmet demands, report. What did you find? The figure responds. As you mentioned, magic crystals were hidden in multiple locations. A voice asks, good. Were they all recovered? The view shows a large castle. Rodrigo Meyer is asked, so, what will you do now? You seem to have run out of cards to rely on. The rooftops stretch out, silent witnesses to the unfolding drama. An aged face, etched with worry, observes the scene. Unfortunately, by now, your comrades are all ready. He struggles to catch his breath, the air heavy in his lungs. Huffing, he tries to regain his composure. His gaze hardens, resolve flickering in his eyes. Rodrigo Meyer stands on the rooftop, silhouetted against the crimson sky. He asks for a moment to breathe. Figures stand motionless in the distance. Rodrigo Meyer clicks his tongue in annoyance. Rodrigo Meyer challenges them. Fine. All of you come at me at once. A shadowy figure looms, its presence ominous. A figure remarks, how pitiful. Comrades who risk their lives over such childish plans. A grimace twists his face as he looks upward. His expression hardens, a silent vow etched on his features. Cruel Dwight smirks. Cuckoo. So you fell for that childish trick yourself. Rodrigo Meyer's eyes widen slightly. What? The man's face contorts in pain. Cruel Dwight's brow furrows. What is this? A dart pierces the air near Cheryl's neck. Cruel Dwight's eyes narrow, a flicker of concern crossing his face. Cruel Dwight declares, First Special Forces member I captured, Cheryl. A voice booms, laced with fury. Don't tell me that brat is. A figure hangs shackled in the gloom. A torture rack stands ominously in the shadows. The scene opens with a close-up, focusing on the hands of a figure. Cheryl, suspended upside down, is dismissive. She thinks he's nothing special. Lorena stands, her expression unreadable. Still, watching that acting from beside you was painful, she thinks. A magic circle glows intensely. Cheryl, still suspended, is surrounded by a red glow. She says that Lorena only succeeded because of her body transformation spell, and tells her to stop. Lorena complains about casting 2 transformation spells. She asks if they think anyone can cast dual transformation magic with that level of detail. Lorena tells her to stop talking while wearing that mask, saying it's disgusting. She releases magic. Lorena's feet are shown. Lorena's feet are shown again. Lorena says, better. The scene focuses on Lorena's feet again. A dark doorway stands ominously. Lorena suggests they should look for the instructor commander. From a distance, Lorena and Cheryl approach the doorway. The knight orders them to stop. The knight declares that no one is allowed to pass this point. The knight stands before a group of figures in white robes. One of the robed figures repeats that no one is allowed to pass. The knight orders the robed figures to kill them, realizing Bahamut must have already intervened. Lorena realizes that the knight is basically announcing that her master is behind this door. One of the robed figures prepares to kill. The robed figures draw their swords, preparing to attack. Lorena states that she doesn't need to pass through. In the dimly lit chamber, Figures stood cloaked in shadow, their purpose yet unknown. A palpable tension hung in the air, thick with anticipation. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted, accompanied by the word severance, suggesting a decisive action or a severing of ties. Roman declared with unwavering confidence, "Told you. I don't need to pass." The moment that perverted bastard told me Master's location. From the shadows, a voice echoed, revealing, "I used the Black Wolf to free Master." A disembodied hand gestured impatiently as the voice snapped, "You idiot. What took you so long?" Vile, his crimson eyes gleaming with sinister intent, mused, "Now that I think of it, disciple." In the distance, a grand structure stands silhouetted against a blood-red sky, its spires piercing the gloom. The air crackles with unseen energy, the silence shattered by the echoes of some violent disturbance. A voice booms out, the words barely audible amidst the chaos. "Captain, the..." Within the underground prison, the attack has already begun. One figure supports another, their faces grim as they realize, the prisoners are. Lia smirks, her expression one of satisfaction. "Oh, mission complete." A voice filled with rage erupts, the speaker's face contorted in fury. "Shut up. I'll break your neck first." The white-haired man's eyes narrow, his expression a mask of barely contained fury. A chilling energy coalesces, forming a complex, snowflake-like pattern that shimmers with ethereal light. The intricate design of the freezing spell expands, its sharp edges promising a bitter cold. Caught in the spell's embrace, a figure plummets downwards, their body surrounded by a frigid aura. Gah! The ground beneath is now a sheet of ice, the air thick with frost as the spell takes hold. The white-haired man stares at his hand, a look of disbelief etched on his face. It froze from a mere graze. With a freezing spell of this level, could it? The figure declares that they don't need to bring their father to deal with the likes of their opponent. The individual stands with their back turned, a white cloak draped over their shoulders. Lady Lorena arrives, apologizing for being late, accompanied by Cheryl. The figure states that someone will regret not bringing the Duke. A close-up reveals the character's clothing, a purple garment with blue accents. The character with purple hair looks off to the side. The figure remarks that even though their father isn't present, the character reveals they brought their godfather instead. An older man with white hair and a beard is shown. The text exclaims, "The ancient dragon." The ancient dragon is revealed. A close-up shows a character's clothing. The dragon wonders why a high dragon, said to have vanished 900 years ago, is present. A voice declares, "Defiled ones." A man with long white hair and a goatee gazes into the distance. The dragon's head is engulfed in a blinding light. "Kasha, are you conscious?" Lady Diana is seen carrying someone. "Good. I'm glad we weren't too late." "How am I alive? I definitely detonated the magic crystal." "Ho-ho, that's thanks to our superhero." A blue-haired woman carries a pink-haired individual in her arms. A blonde woman, looking up, says, "Stop saying weird things. If you distract me, I might." A voice demands, "Drop him." Another voice explains, "But the truth is, Lia compressed the explosion from the magic crystal you detonated." Figures in white cloaks stand in a dimly lit area. A figure falls from above as a voice says, and proceeded to subdue the knights in an instant. Yin is probably waiting for the goddess of victory too. Let's hurry. Lady Diana. Multiple swords hang suspended in the air. Figures in white cloaks are seen amidst falling debris. A white-haired man stands with a sword resting on his shoulder. A close-up of the white-haired man's face reveals a sinister grin. A close-up of a sword's blade. Figures in white cloaks fall rapidly. A voice exclaims, "It's been a while. Have you?" The figure is caught off guard, exclaiming in disbelief. Someone reflects on their initial worries about the young lady, now witnessing a troubling scene. Sir Hans expresses his disappointment, questioning the knight's conduct and deeming it pathetic. The figure in the suit stands with a sword, stating that this is the result of living too comfortably. The figure with white hair is in disbelief, unable to accept what is happening. An armored figure stands ready, prepared for battle. A close-up of the armored figure, highlighting their readiness. Blades flash as multiple sword strikes are unleashed. The sword strikes continue, filling the air with deadly intent. Someone cries out in pain, struck by the relentless sword attacks. The barrage of sword strikes intensifies, leaving no room for escape. A hand grips a sword, ready to deliver the final blow, even to the knight orders. The blonde man, standing tall, declares that the only way to preserve the other's honor is to send him off with his own hands. Hans Maringer stands behind him. The call echoes, "Sir Kyle." The blonde man wonders if this is the power of the royal knights, noting that they accomplished it all without shedding a single drop of sweat. Someone asks Roman if his body is all right, complimenting him on holding on well. Roman replies that he can handle things alone and asks the other to go help the others. Someone observes the falling snow. Snowflakes drift down from the dark sky, each one a tiny, intricate crystal. Jagged formations of ice jut upwards, their surfaces gleaming in the dim light. The ice spikes continue, a forest of frozen blades reaching for the sky. The snow falls heavier now, obscuring the landscape in a veil of white. A massive ice sculpture in the shape of a dragon rises above the buildings, its form ethereal in the falling snow. The head of the ice dragon is shown in detail, with the words Bloodline of Beowulf displayed. The massive white dragon speaks, its voice echoing through the snow-covered landscape. By our pact, I have annihilated your foes. Light streams through a window, illuminating a pristine white interior. Lorena, her expression serene, offers her gratitude. Thank you, O Lord of the Snowfields. Her voice resonates with power, the words themselves imbued with a chilling force. The frost I breathe freezes even time itself. A grand, snow-covered building stands tall against the dark sky. A declaration echoes, promising sanctuary. Your enemies will not step within this sanctuary. Bloodline of Beowulf. The dragon's head looms large, its eyes closed in slumber or contemplation. A promise of peace hangs in the air, and peace await your path. A figure stands silhouetted against the snowy landscape, the promise of safety drawing near. Lorena speaks reassuringly to a young woman with brown hair. It's safe to come out now, Cheryl. Cheryl, peeking out from behind cover, asks hesitantly, is it over? Another voice speaks, filled with awe. Lady Lorena, how did you bring such a massive dragon here? She stares ahead, her expression a mix of determination and trepidation. The air crackles with an unnatural cold at the peak of the northern permafrost, Zernaga. Snow swirls around the jagged peaks, a silent testament to the biting winds that scour this desolate place. Her voice echoing in the frozen expanse, Cheryl calls out, O Lord of the snowfields and eternal frost. The wind whips around her white robes as she stands firm, awaiting a response. The air grows heavy with anticipation. The bloodline of Beowulf requests an audience. A voice, ancient and resonant, booms across the frozen landscape. What is it that you seek? A colossal dragon-like head materializes from the swirling snow, its eyes like glacial caverns. Her gaze unwavering, Cheryl declares, I need strength. A wave of regret washes over her. She has always dragged her companions down, and because of her pride, she couldn't. In her current weakness, the only thing she can do for them is even reach out for help. Her voice trembling with desperation, Cheryl pleads, is to beg you and offer everything I can. She offers the ice crystal, pleading for assistance. Breath, even for a moment. Another figure questions why Cheryl offered the ice crystal, noting it was a gift from the Duke. It's fine, because I was able to save you. Cheryl thinks that she'll have to thank Father later. A grand cathedral looms in the distance. A long hallway is stained with dark splatters. A room with tall pillars is similarly stained. Leon, no, is Bahamut in the order. Vilo plummets downwards. Leon is shown. The figure sits upon his ornate throne, observing the world as if it were nothing more than a hamster cage. Suddenly, a blinding explosion rocks the hall. A figure emerges from the light, stepping forward with purpose. One of the guards speaks. Shall I step aside? It seems the person you've been waiting for has arrived. Vilo smirks, his red eyes gleaming with amusement. Humph, look at you, appearing all smug. A voice booms, echoing through the hall. Behold, your Imperial Majesty Bahamut. Damien descends the grand staircase, his voice echoing in the hall. I told you, didn't I? He continues his descent, the red carpet a stark contrast to his pale attire. Damien pauses, his gaze fixed ahead. A voice challenges him from afar. Do you even have the skill to pull that off? Damien responds, his expression unreadable. I always thought you'd stop being human. The voice continues, laced with disdain. But looking at you now, you've really given up on being human altogether. A grotesque, red tentacle writhes in the air. The voice, addressing him by name, taunts. Just squirm and wait a bit, Damien. The tentacle descends, its form menacing. The unseen speaker declares, your turn, next. A figure stands silhouetted against the light, a red tentacle looming behind him. A burst of red energy explodes outward. Damien scoffs, Tisich, old geezer, acting like you're so busy. A red blade is shown. The figure holding the blade asks, shouldn't people mess with others at their own level? Yin looks on. Red leaves fall. Yin declares, Yin, I'll keep the special forces captain tied down. Yin grits his teeth. A figure says, don't mind me. Use this opening to get Leon. Then I'll leave you old men to fight as hard as you like. Damien states, I'll take care of Bahamut and be right back. Try not to die before then. Yin looks down. The chapter number is displayed prominently. The interior of a grand hall is shown, its architecture ornate and imposing. A surge of red energy erupts, filling the hall with its ominous glow. The hall's entrance is visible, bathed in the eerie light. The red energy intensifies, expanding its reach throughout the hall. A figure streaks through the red energy, leaving a trail of power in their wake. The figure continues their rapid movement, the red energy clinging to them like a shroud. A hand materializes, manipulating the red energy into the shape of a deadly claw. The figure is now completely enveloped in the red energy, poised to unleash a devastating attack. The attack is launched, a concentrated beam of red energy cutting through the air. The man with red hair says, I thought your loyalty to the imperial family was genuine. I'm disappointed. Lorena Beowulf retorts, you don't understand anything. His Majesty Bahamut is the imperial family itself. A blinding flash of energy erupts, filling the space with an intense, searing light. Dark Heaven 22nd form, Black Dance, manifests as swirling shadows and crimson energy, a testament to the wielder's power. Two figures clash in midair, their movements blurred by speed and power as they exchange blows. Dark Heaven 19th form, Thunderclap, unleashes a surge of raw electrical force, crackling with destructive potential. The red-haired figure considers their options, thinking, we use the same techniques. Neither of us can settle this. The figure declares, a sinister glint in their red eyes, I'll show you something you don't know. A surge of energy explodes outward, scattering debris and distorting the air with its immense power. Dark Dragon Art manifests, a swirling vortex of shadowy energy and malevolent intent. Dark Dragon Art 8th form takes shape, a terrifying display of draconic power and destructive force. Raw energy crackles and writhes, a chaotic display of untamed power. Seven Dragons Rampage unleashes a devastating barrage of draconic energy, tearing through the air with unstoppable force. A pained grunt escapes the figure's lips as they are struck by the force of the attack. The text explains that the Dark Dragon art is a secret art only handed down to captains. A visual representation of my black shadow fills the panel. Lorena Beowulf's expression is one of shock as she realizes her sword art has been shattered. A burst of energy radiates outward. The figure with white hair declares that this is the difference between them. Lorena Beowulf plummets downward. She realizes that to counter the Dark Dragon art, she has no choice but to use something. Lorena Beowulf wonders if her body can handle it in its current state. The figure with white hair speaks. Lorena Beowulf states that she never got to relay the other's mother's last words. A woman with brown hair reacts with surprise and anger. Damien is told that what he said is not true. A disembodied voice echoes, questioning how one can still speak after their head has been severed. Despite his predicament, Damien spits out a curse. A flash of red energy slices through the air. Damien's body is left standing, his head severed and falling away. The severed head plummets towards the ground. Lorena Beowulf scoffs, remarking that Damien is still no different from a child, falling for such a simple provocation. The severed head of Damien admits that he really underestimated her. Damien wonders if this will wreck his body. The voice declares that today, he will die here. Lorena Beowulf is surrounded by black wings. The voice exclaims in surprise, recognizing the black wings. Lorena Beowulf, now adorned with black wings, commands them to work. Her eyes glowed with an unholy light as something began to unfurl. A dark shape unfurled with a leathery flapping sound. Blood trickled down her shoulder. From his throne, the blonde-haired figure spoke. I thought I'd die from boredom while waiting. Bahamut. Bahamut continued. The presents I set up for you on your way here, I stationed a whole host of knights just for you. She descends the grand staircase. The words mana heart grows stronger, echoing in her mind. Lorena Beowulf's crimson eyes gleam as she commands, show me then, just how much the mana heart has grown. A foot clad in a polished brown shoe steps onto the plush red carpet. The red carpet stretches out, its surface undisturbed save for the faint shimmer of magical energy. Lorena continues her descent, her expression a mix of anticipation and veiled impatience. The castle's interior gleams with ornate decorations, a testament to its ancient grandeur. A disembodied voice booms. Open your eyes wide open and see for yourself. A figure with dark hair and piercing red eyes emerges from the shadows, their form wreathed in an ethereal glow. A sharp intake of breath echoes through the hall. The castle's architecture is bathed in an otherworldly light, the air crackling with unseen energy. A Gothic castle looms against a stormy sky. Beams of light intersect, creating a blinding display. The light intensifies, forming a radiant cross. A figure, shrouded in dark energy, leaps through the air, utilizing dark soul art. The cross-blade technique activates, unleashing intersecting beams of pure energy. A pair of hands cradles a glowing orb, pulsating with raw power. With hands raised, a figure unleashes extermination magic, a crimson sphere of annihilation forming between their palms. Plummeting downwards, the figure is engulfed in a whirlwind of motion. The sunshine shoot technique erupts, a concentrated blast of red energy unleashed. A torrent of light cascades downwards, obliterating everything in its path. A cataclysmic explosion of red energy consumes the landscape. Cruel Dwight watches, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. There's no movement. Did it work? He wonders aloud. The realization dawns on him. No, it didn't work, Cruel mutters, his expression hardening with resolve. A blinding beam of crimson light erupts, searing the air with its intensity. Cruel Dwight raises his sword, the blade crackling with crimson energy, preparing to strike. A pained grunt escapes him as the crimson energy surges, threatening to overwhelm him. Lorena Beowulf steps forward, a complex magical circle forming in her hand. Leave it to me, she declares, her voice ringing with authority. Despite the surge of power, Cruel Dwight presses on, swinging his sword through the storm of crimson energy. A crimson beam of light pierces the dark sky. The light explodes into a burst of raw, red energy. A figure gazes upwards, muttering, "What kind of sword aura has power like that?" Cruel Dwight stands at the top of the stairs. "You've surprised me once again." A figure sits upon a grand throne, musing, To think you were this weak. Lorena Beowulf's eyes narrow. You should have reached a certain level by now. Cruel Dwight descends the stairs. If this is the extent of your level. Magical circles materialize around Cruel Dwight. Then there was no point. The figure on the throne declares, in me waiting. The figure on the throne is bathed in a red glow. A close-up reveals a red, crystalline object. A sharp TCH echoes. Lorena Beowulf looks down at Yen, who is kneeling. Yen curses. Yen stands, readying himself. She asks Yen how he dealt with the knights on the way here. Yen confirms that he took care of it. Lorena tells Yen not to die while she is gone. Lorena thinks to herself that she has been neglecting her homework, which is why there is no chance of winning. A mana heart source is the life force produced through struggle. Yen states that he prepared a knight order to grow Lorena's mana heart. Lorena finds this boring and cannot even get into it. Yen is injured. The scene shows a close-up of the injury. Lorena observes a floating structure and exclaims that it is floating. Someone asks if Bahamut is running away like this. A gothic structure looms in the distance. A voice wonders if they would flee because they're afraid of an ant. Lorena states that right now, they are of no value to her. Cruel Dwight looks off to the side, his expression unreadable. Lorena stands within a glowing red magic circle, declaring she will wait there, so they should go grow their mana heart. A figure kneels within a blue magic circle, questioning if it is a magic circle, and pleading to be killed. Multiple figures are kneeling within similar blue magic circles, all begging to be killed. A hand gestures, as a voice states that before slaughtering a pig, one should go fatten it up first. Lorena walks down a long red carpet, flanked by glowing red magic circles. She looks forward to meeting them again. A close-up reveals a splatter of blood. A figure is impaled by multiple swords, surrounded by a spray of blood. A figure falls, surrounded by a spray of blood. A figure wielding a sword moves with blinding speed, blood spraying from the blade's path. Bahamut, eyes glowing with fury, screams, "You bastard!" The sword technique is revealed, Dark Heaven Art, 35th form. Streaks of light crisscross the air, a visual manifestation of the deadly technique. The sword continues its descent, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. The swordsman moves with lethal grace, the blade a blur of motion. Lorena grits her teeth, a vein throbbing in her forehead. Damn it, I can't keep dragging this out into a battle of attrition. The figure's head hangs low, blood dripping from unseen wounds. A foot descends, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. A chorus of voices cries out in desperation, "Kill me." A hand reaches out, the plea echoing in the darkness, "Kill me." A pattern of crystalline snowflakes fills the air. A blurry figure is barely visible through the haze. She is suddenly impaled by a series of sharp, white blades. "What is this?" she cries out. A bandaged fist is clenched tightly. A serrated blade cuts through the air. More crystalline blades pierce the scene. A voice declares, "You act all smug." Lorena says, "But you sure are a handful." A voice echoes, "It's been a while." Three figures stand in a red-lit area. A full moon hangs in the violet sky. A floating island drifts beneath the moon's gaze. A lone figure stands silhouetted against the moonlit sky. A red cape billows in the wind atop a white colonnade. Lorena Beowulf, her red eyes gleaming, vows, "This time, it'll definitely be complete." Dark figures fall towards a glowing red circle. She thinks, "And if I obtain that mana heart, I'll finally be able to fight those bastards." Feathered wings spread wide against a stormy sky. Lorena Beowulf pauses, a flicker of doubt crossing her face. A vortex of energy swirls, crackling with unseen power. Amidst the shattered remains of pillars, a figure stands defiant. Standing on the edge of a precipice, a lone figure surveys the scene below. Lorena Beowulf stands on the cliff, the wind whipping around her. She remains silent. A blinding light erupts, obscuring all else. A woman with orange hair says, "Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you." A figure raises a sword, ready for battle. Lorena says, "There's no way he's already dealt with the knights." Standing on a cliff, Lorena asks, "How did you get up?" A figure with dark hair and piercing eyes states, "I've got plenty of useful cards." The battlefield is a chaotic mix of energy and desperation. The special forces engage, proving themselves capable against the onslaught. A voice commands everyone to maintain formation amidst the chaos. The battle rages on, the intensity rising. Another voice shouts for everyone to fall back, a sign of the battle turning against them. A figure plummets through the air, caught in the gravity of the situation. A swordsman stands ready, blade gleaming in the harsh light. Another figure yells, their expression a mix of determination and desperation. The falling figure continues their descent, the ground rushing up to meet them. Lorena Beowulf observes the scene, muttering about comrades. A figure remarks on the unfortunate turn of events, their tone laced with a hint of amusement. The figure looks up at the falling form, their expression unreadable. The figure with the red cape faces his opponent, an ominous aura emanating from him. The founding emperor's sword glows intensely as the figure thinks to himself, disappointed in the one who obtained the mana heart. The figure raises his hand, preparing to unleash the sword's power. The figure with the dark hair grits his teeth, bracing for the attack. The figure with the red cape extends his hand, declaring that relying on comrades and bonds makes one weak. The figure with the dark hair plummets downwards, defeated. The figure with the red cape stands over his fallen opponent, ready to bear his strength alone and fight. The sword descends, poised to strike. The figure with the dark hair casts a spell, a magical circle forming around him. The magic circle intensifies, swirling with arcane energy. A massive magical explosion erupts, obliterating everything in its path. The figure with the dark hair realizes that even point-blank magic bombardment doesn't work. A blinding light erupts, sword-like beams radiating outward. A voice echoes, declaring, "Don't make others carry your fight. Don't drag the weak into the spiral of struggle." A figure plummets through the air, caught in the crossfire of the radiant beams. A lone figure stands silhouetted in a grand doorway, light pouring in from behind. A foot clad in a brown shoe steps forward onto the cracked ground. Another foot, this one in a white boot, follows suit. A ringing sound fills the air. Two figures stand on a jagged cliff overlooking a cityscape, one cloaked in red, the other in white. Blood splatters the ground near a polished brown shoe. A figure with dark hair and piercing purple eyes stands tall, clad in a white coat stained with what appears to be blood. A voice declares, "Do not shove the strong one's duty onto others." Another voice warns, "That weakness will make you lose everything." Bahamut's name escapes her lips. A voice questions if that is the future she saw. A magical circle appears as a voice declares that their mana hearts resonated. The mana heart showed it to her, a voice claims. Magical energy swirls. A figure stands bathed in light. The future she saw is mentioned. Magical rings glow as a voice commands repentance. Hands are raised, and the call to repent echoes. A figure stands amidst the call to repent. A red orb pulsates with power. Hands converge around a blinding light. A hooded figure stands in a town square, the murmurs of the crowd swirling around them. Two other figures stand nearby, their faces obscured by shadow. A blinding flash of light obscures the scene, leaving only silhouettes of figures amidst the chaos. Jagged spires pierce the sky, their sharp edges outlined by an eerie glow. The air crackles with an unseen energy. A surge of raw power erupts, the light so intense it threatens to consume everything in its path. A world destined to be destroyed by the wings. So you kept repeating your past life and grew stronger to stop that. Roman looks off into the distance, a grim expression on his face. What you saw was only the beginning. The ancient demon god, the otherworldly existence. A figure descends from above, bathed in a radiant light. Fate itself that seeks to drive humans into extinction. I had to become stronger. The hooded figure extends a hand, as if offering something precious. A circular pattern glows with an intense light, its intricate designs hinting at untold power. To grow stronger, one even overcame death itself. A hand glows with a crimson sigil as a voice wonders who will stop the destruction if they are not there, who will protect those fragile humans. A figure with dark hair and piercing purple eyes gazes into the distance, a faint light illuminating their face. A voice exclaims, recognizing that sword. The dragon's sword Nagling is summoned. The dragon's sword Nagling is shown. A figure remarks that someone finally brings it out. A figure with glowing red eyes declares that they will become the cornerstone for the prevention of destruction. The dragon's sword Nagling is shown. Her eyes glow with an ominous red light. A crimson blade cuts through the air. The swordsman raises his weapon, ready to strike. The blade gleams with a malevolent energy. Lorena Beowulf intercepts the attack. A voice declares that the Emperor's sword cannot cut. The swordsman blocks another strike, scoffing, "Oomph, this is nothing." The swordsman stands his ground, a magical circle glowing beneath his feet. The swordsman cries out as Lorena's blade finds its mark. Sparks erupt from the point of impact. A voice echoes, filled with disbelief. "I definitely blocked it, so how did it reach me?" Lorena Beowulf taunts, questioning where the swordsman's confidence has gone. Her sword continues its attack, bypassing his defenses with ease. The blade strikes, and the swordsman cries out, wondering what is happening. He realizes that despite blocking, he is still being hit. Lorena smirks, retorting that he only thinks he blocked it. The blade glows with a crimson light. The swordsman's eyes widen in shock. Lorena declares that there is no way someone like him could ever block her sword. Stumbling back, the swordsman grunts in pain. He realizes the nature of the attack. The swordsman explains that the dragon's sword Nagling is the brother sword of Astalin, a sword that cuts mana. The dragon's sword Nagling pulses with power, the word time, emblazoned above it. Lorena Beowulf's eyes gleam with malice. She observes that the unknown knight has a decent head on his shoulders. The corners of Lorena's lips curl into a sinister smile as she declares that Nagling transcends time. The unknown knight stands ready, his expression unreadable. Lorena continues, stating that the sword has already crossed time and cut him. A magical circle glows with crimson energy, pulsing with power. Lorena proclaims that this is the sword of Bahamut, the one that will stop destruction and protect humanity. The dragon's sword Nagling radiates a malevolent aura, its blade shimmering with red light. Lorena's voice drips with scorn as she asks if there are any humans left for the unknown knight to protect. The woman's eyes narrow, her gaze piercing as she declares that he is insolent for someone powerless. The unknown knight and Lorena clash, their blades meeting in a shower of sparks. In the distance, a building lies in ruins, a testament to the destructive power unleashed. He clashes swords with Lorena Beowulf, the impact sending sparks flying. The sword is revealed to be Nagling's twin sword, but Lorena scoffs, calling it a pathetic scrap of iron. The unknown knight and Lorena Beowulf continue their sword fight. Lorena's eyes widen in surprise. The clash of steel echoes through the ruined landscape as the two warriors continue their duel. The battle rages on, the figures growing smaller in the distance. Lorena clutches her chest, blood seeping through her fingers. She gasps, demanding to know how he cut Nagling. The unknown knight stands tall, radiating an ethereal glow. He declares that she thought she was invincible simply because she could defy time. Lorena raises her hand, a dark circle of energy forming above it. She proclaims that to a great mage such as herself, time is nothing but a toy. Lorena stands poised, ready to unleash her magic. Lorena declares that she has bound his sword with supergravity magic. Lorena's expression twists in fury as she shouts, "Mammon, how dare you!" She stands amidst the shattered earth, the aftermath of their clash a silent testament to the power they wielded. A crimson circle blazes into existence on Mammon's chest, the raw mana seeping out like a wound. His red eyes blazing, Mammon looks up, his expression a mix of fury and desperation. "My mana heart." Mammon's voice drips with venom. "What the hell did you do? You talk way too much. Are you done showing off?" The distance between them seems to shrink as Mammon prepares his next move, his gaze locked on Lorena. The sword glows with ominous energy. Mammon's voice echoes with dark intent. "I'll give you the mana heart you so badly wanted." The blade, radiating power, is offered as a deadly gift. As a present, Mammon's eyes narrow, his intent clear, "And drive it straight into your heart." A voice echoes, laced with disbelief. "A sword made from a mana heart? That's impossible." Mammon's voice drips with malice. "You fool, you're going to attack me directly with your mana heart. If you do that, you'll die too." A chilling question hangs in the air. "Are you afraid of death?" Mammon stands ready, the mana heart, sword poised to strike. Lorena wonders who will stop destruction if she dies, questioning what the feeble humans could possibly do. Because a figure declares that they are all the best cards, and that Lorena couldn't trust anyone. Another figure states that something is Lorena's weakness. A hand glows with a complex, crimson sigil. A figure commands the ghost of the past to disappear. A sword stands upright, its blade gleaming with a dangerous light. A figure's expression is obscured by shadow, but the tension in their jaw is palpable. The sword emits a blinding flash of energy. A figure stands ready, the sword held high. A voice cries out, recognizing a fragment of Nagling. The sword begins to disintegrate, its form dissolving into motes of light. Someone curses, realizing the sword is disappearing. Lorena threatens, snarling that she will kill Yin before he can summon it back. Of all things, Lorena asks Mammon if he isn't forgetting something. Mammon declares that they have 2 mana hearts on their side. Mammon states he will make Lorena a sword. Mammon announces that the heart sword is done, but Yin questions him. Yan warns that if Lorena uses her remaining mana heart, she will. Lorena responds that it can't be helped. Lorena asks if she is not Mammon's best card. Mammon. He stares intently, his expression unreadable as the battle reaches its climax. Yan's voice cuts through the air, calling out, "Yan Mammon." Lorena's eyes glow with an eerie light, a magical circle emblazoned on her chest, as she prepares to unleash her remaining mana heart. A blinding beam of light pierces the darkness. Lorena plummets downward, crying out, "This is the end, Bahamut." She falls through the radiant beam, her descent seemingly unstoppable. The light intensifies, bathing the scene in an ethereal glow. The light engulfs Lorena, its power undeniable. Mammon watches, his expression grim as the final blow lands. The light beam stretches towards the moon, a testament to the immense power unleashed. A cloaked figure, shrouded in darkness, declares, "I was only planning to fool you just enough to steal your body and slip away." The cloaked figure continues, "But after staying by your side all this time." A woman with white hair, horns, and a flowing red cape looms over Yin. A hand glows with power above a complex red magic circle. The horned woman cradles Yin in her arms, her expression unreadable. A close-up reveals the intricate design of Yan's jacket, adorned with a glowing magic circle. The horned woman and Yin are surrounded by floating, glowing magic circles. "Yule," she exclaims. But still, the horned woman says, "Thanks to you, it was fun, Yin. If you use that mana heart, Yule." A close-up of the horned woman's face reveals a sinister grin, her eyes glowing with an unnatural light. A beam of intense light pierces the darkness, illuminating the scene. A figure plummets downwards through the ethereal glow. The horned woman watches with a sinister smile, a dark-haired figure standing silently beside her. She thinks to herself, "As I thought." Below, the moment the mana heart is destroyed, chaos erupts. The horned woman stands amidst the destruction, her expression unreadable. She declares, "You get separated from Zhang's body." The horned woman, standing next to the dark-haired figure, states, I'll return my descendant to you. A voice booms out. For a lowly worm, you're fairly capable. Another figure falls through the sky, surrounded by swirling energy. A voice echoes, listen carefully, Yin. The dark-haired figure's eyes gleam with determination. From now on, a beam of light shines down upon the moon. The landscape crumbles and floats amidst the void, illuminated by a powerful beam of light. A blonde woman with golden eyes looks up in shock, while a white-haired figure stands behind her, observing the scene. The fragments flew into the sky, glittering like distant stars. They're falling, the voice cried out, as the debris began to rain down. The ground was littered with shattered remnants, reflecting the pale light. A foot clad in brown leather steps carefully over the broken pieces. The blonde woman, flanked by a dark-haired figure, asked if they had survived and if they were all right. A figure in dark trousers and brown shoes offered their thanks. A voice urged His Highness to receive treatment quickly. Yan's name was called out. Figures fell through the air amidst the falling debris. Voices praised Yan for saving the real crown prince, acknowledging his crazy actions and declaring the challenge worthwhile. A voice demanded that the others get off His Highness before they talked. 1 month has passed. The capital and the imperial palace were restored quickly. The palace bustled with activity as preparations continued. The throne room was prepared for the coronation. Crown Prince Leon officially succeeded to the throne as Emperor of the Kavalan Empire. The Emperor's advisors looked on. Instructor Commander Demaya and Sir Kyle were recognized as meritorious subjects who stopped the conspiracy. Each came to lead their own Night Order. The new Night Orders were formed. It was the moment an Emperor's Direct Special Forces Night Order was born. The others also received positions according to their merits. A voice echoes, declaring that they achieved the greatest feats. A faint sound reverberates. A chorus of screams pierces the silence. The screams continue, a cacophony of terror. Silence. A figure stands amidst shards of red energy, a sword held firmly in their grasp. Meanwhile, a massive, intricately carved door looms, ancient runes etched into its surface. She gazes up at the imposing structure, wondering if this is the place she seeks. The doors stand tall, adorned with intricate designs and a faint, ethereal glow. The figure with the sword declares that they need to save their father before he goes berserk. The figure continues, their words filled with determination. The figure's red eyes glow with intensity, their expression resolute. He considered his next step. He should start by finding information about the angels. Everyone else gets to eat and play while he's the only one working himself. A disturbing image of screaming faces flashes through his mind. He looks up, his expression serious. A blinding light erupts, causing him to shield his eyes. A complex magic circle glows with power. The magic circle dominates the room. Could it be Mamon's? A voice cries out, Mamon. He stares ahead, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He wonders, were you hiding and recovering? He thinks to himself, Mamon. He says, well, it's fine. A voice states, she's resting right now. The large, rune-covered door slowly opens, revealing a blinding light beyond. He stands before the archway, runes etched into its stone. A vow echoes, promising to make someone work like a dog. The light intensifies, obscuring the figure's form. The runes glow with an ethereal light. The light consumes everything.